Welcome, everyone. This is the Night Shift. It is number 46, getting close to number 52, a full year. ZP here with Jason. And Jason, we've had some movement here in EU. Buffingers is making the return to the Challengers match after being dethroned last week by Abrahams.
Yeah, dethroned, they got demobbed, I want to say. If we talk about him as being one of the most consistent players in Deadlock, that was definitely not a consistent day, I would say, out of him. Not to put all the blame onto him, but if you look at the heroes he's playing versus the heroes who was playing, there's definitely a difference in what role they filled within Buffingers. But you know what? It was also a new patch, right, ZP? We had changes mid-show as well. I have almost no doubt that Buffingers will come for that crowd once again today.
You know, the funny thing is, while I do have like some scrim data to go after, talking to people behind the scenes, there's a lot of thoughts of like, bro, we don't know what the meta is. But before we get deeper in that, we got to talk about our format here on the Night Shift. Of course, we're kicking things off with the Challenger match in EU, but we also had a qualifier match to lead up into it, Silence, which was a mix of the old Sneaky team and Oblivion. They kind of merged rosters together. They took on Leviathan. Leviathan, though, was able to win 2-0 and win the right to go against Buffingers, our former champion this week, who got to skip all that by virtue of being the former champion. And the winner of the Challenger match goes on to the money match, and we repeat the same thing in North America.
Well, I mean, North America, we got a team in here, ZP. We finally got some non-cat lovers and got a doggo in the mix, man. I'm excited to see what's going to happen over in NA, because Get Candy, I feel like I've been stuck in the qualifier match for quite a few weeks. Filling out that roster, if you guys are wondering who it is, it's what, Geo, Spooky, Rhino, Jarate, Snakes, and Adofan 11. I've been seeing Adofan actually in, I can't remember whose stream I was watching, but I've been seeing him in rank quite a bit here. But I'm excited to see what they can do. Though I will say this, ZP, they have a hell of a challenge ahead of them here in their Challenger match.
Yeah, that much is for sure. FPS Lounge definitely looking to bounce back after the Lord Ed empowered Melee Creeps victory last week. One of the more ridiculous things we have seen on the Night Shift. But we got to refocus here, Jason, talk about what is in front of us. And of course, that is EU, but also how it's made possible here in the Night Shift. And of course, we couldn't do it without the support of our patrons. Take a look at our Patreon, the wall of fame, as it were, the board members, executives, managers, and down the list we go. Jason, the support, incredibly important for keeping the show running week in and week out.
Yeah. I mean, all the support you guys have given us since day one, even the support we got dating back to the Fight Night era as well, it's been so appreciated. It's been so nice to be here week in and week out, just to see you guys, just to interact with you and get to bring you some awesome Deadlock action. But like every week, ZP, I got to give a shout out to one person. And you know what? I'm gonna do this one because I feel like we haven't said this name in a long time. They moved to South Korea, they said, so they're not really able to watch the show too often. But Jax Libido, one of our biggest earlier supporters, dropping, I think, like over 100-something subs in the first few weeks of the show. So big shout out to them, and of course everyone here who's tuning in.
Yeah, you know, in my case, I'll give a shout out to Korsaka just because of the humility for support, as it were, where Korsaka, you know, longtime supporter of the show, has been big on both gifts to the prize pool, gifts to the subscriber, or, you know, paid subs, and also was just apologizing to me like, I don't know if I can do the 250 tier this one. It's like, no, you've done more than enough. Thank you so much, Korsaka, for the support over time.
Did you plan this? Did you see what just happened? I feel like you planned the ZP. Korsaka dropping 10 gifted subs in the chat as well, just as you talk about them.
Well, we're on a stream delay, so that absolutely was not synced up. That just actually all happened at the same time. There was no collusion there whatsoever, but it just proves the point. You know, thank you, Korsaka, for the support over time.
Thank Jax Libido for making me look stupid. Where's your 10 gifted? All right, cool, whatever. Anyways, no, big thank you to Korsaka and every patron supporter. If you can't be a supporter, thank you for just tuning every week. Or if you can't, maybe you're here every week, thanks for watching all the pro players on their streams and helping support them until Deadlock, you know, gets off the ground, stops crawling, and starts running ahead into esports.
Well, speaking of running ahead, let's run ahead to look at the Buff Enjoyers roster for this week. Of course, no changes here aside from the fact that Hoot is back off the hiatus. It was Demov subbing in last week. And also, we need to do a quick change here on the roster. Can we change Obakim's hero to Apollo? Because whether planned or not, Obakim has been somewhat of an Apollo one trick in both scrims and official play over the last week and a half. So we need to fix that right now. Put Obakim onto Apollo because, Jason, it's likely we're going to see more of the Obakim Apollo today.
You know, if we're able to make changes, can we also change Zergy, Hoot, Vrake, and Listic to Mina? Just something is calling out to me when it comes to Mina. And I feel like they would all be supporting it. Yeah, obviously this team tried and tested, best team in the world well, I'll say an NA and EU, right? Because we haven't really seen a crossover of Oceania and Pacific within these two regions in particular, but they proved it back in NSO in the Night Shift Open, beating out, I mean, there's 3 out of the 4 teams in the finals of that one was all EU teams, but this team has been at the top echelons for quite a long time and obviously did fall last week. Not going to fully put it onto Dmov, right, who did come in for who, but the fact is there was a patch. It changed quite a few things. No one knew what the meta was going to be at that time, and maybe we're still not even sure of how the meta is going to settle down. But one thing is for sure is that this is going to be a cracker of a match because their opponents as well here, ZP, they've had a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah, for Leviathan, okay, so we do have a roster change here that's worth noting here. Well, multiple roster changes, really, from the last time we updated it specifically, is that you do have Fargareko coming on in, what's it called, as the 6th player, and it's Fremok, Overseas, Irizumi, Sai, and Dmov. And so Workom is gone, but we got Fargareko subbing in, is where Leviathan is at. So, but yeah, for Leviathan, it's going to be interesting to see how things go down for them. Worth noting is that a little bit earlier in the week, they did have a 3-map block against Buff Enjoyers, and Buff Enjoyers won every single one of those maps. But Leviathan also looked pretty good in the qualifiers up against Team Silence. And, you know, clearly, Jason, still a team stacked with enough talent that realistically, you never know what will happen in a best of one.
Oh, for sure. And the fact is, I saw a post earlier today talking about Fargareko, because we haven't seen Fargareko in a very long time. But apparently, Fargareko is the first player in Deadlock to reach rank 1 on 20 heroes. And he's currently the #1 player by overall matchmaking statistics as well. So that is some high praise. That is a lot of experience on a lot of different heroes. Will it be enough though? Will he be the magic they need? I was trying to think of a word there, but I was really struggling. The magic they need to get Leviathan back on top, because they did have their own stint. And maybe actually we can take a look at like the EU history of who's won night shifts and kind of show you that these are the 3 teams when it comes to EU, and Leviathan had their own reign of time. You see back to number 28 here, beating out Abrahams, beat Abrahams again, beat Loki W, who inevitably did become Buff Enjoyers, but not in the early days here. But these 3 teams, man, they've been fighting every single week, it feels like, here, ZP, to just stay on top.
Of course, the interesting thing for Leviathan is that they had probably one of the bigger roster shakeups in recent history, where, yeah, you go far enough back, Abrahams had the shakeup where they used to have Dmov and Hoot, and they had to change things up, pick up Arzo, Empty Dreams. But, you know, Leviathan, you know, half their team changed over, not the least of which including OCs recently. And, you know, Leviathan, though, still pretty solidly 3rd. You look at recent results like the R1 tournament, it's kind of interesting where you have these big roster changeups, but the actual placement of Leviathan and the EU balance of power didn't really shift much. But, you know, again, any given week, as evidenced by the fact that last week we had not 1 but 2 new champions between EU and NA. Although NA is going to be wild this week, Jason, because a spoiler, I got alerted that Do will not be playing for Melee Creeps today because Do's keyboard broke. And despite the fact that I brought up, and the entire team brought up, is like, hey, why don't you just go to a tech store, a Walmart, a Best Buy, something like that, and pick up a keyboard? It was not doable for Do. So Do is just out from hardware difficulties here today.
I feel those struggles, ZP. I currently do not have a driver's license because in Italy, you can only get one if you speak Italian, German, or French. They don't offer in English. So I am homebound now, especially with my wife gone for the next 11 days. So I can understand your problems, Do, but hopefully it doesn't affect Melee Creeps. But did you say who was subbing in? Was it Lord and M again? No,
Lord NM was with them, period. He was intended to be played for another week. I thought
they were trying someone else out this week. They said they said on the interview last week with Ido and Lord NM that they're trialing someone this week. But maybe they didn't make it in?
Nope, they're just running Lord NM.
How dare they?
But again, we don't know who the sub is. It was literally just messaged to me by John right before, and I said, like, who's the sub? He's like, we don't know yet. So, the one thing I'll say in terms of prep, like, if Melee Creeps doesn't know who's subbing for them, like, how can the opposition prep for what is to come? But
hear me out, CP. Yodi, we've seen you do the Mo 1v1. This is your redemption arc. Sub as the 6th person for Melee Creeps and carry them to victory. Can you feel it?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, speaking of Mo 1v1s, that is the next thing here on the Run of Show. I don't know if we have one. I told Listic, hey, we need a Mo 1v1 for today. And apparently we do have one. So what happened here is that I didn't get set the Mo 1v1. Instead, it went directly to the production. Production and the teams have gotten a little bit too close, Jason. I've just been cut out of the process for the Mo 1v1s.
We got to cut them out of the show here, ZP, at some point, and we'll go back old school with just OBS scene switches and just lose all the quality we have on the show and the reason people come here every week. But hey, I mean, that means less work for you though, ZP, right? Like if they go straight to production, out of your hands, you get to chill, relax. Hopefully be more rested this week than last. Hopefully you didn't wake up at 2 a.m. this time.
No, my sleep schedule is good. I am actually primed for the entire day. Normal human being, as it turns out.
What? Okay, okay. You say it's good. What is your sleep schedule right now?
I woke up at 9 a.m. and well, the last 2 days, woken up at 9 a.m. and went to bed at around like 11. So
wow. Okay, normal. Very normal. All right, I will give you that. I was expecting you to say like normal, like yeah, like 1 p.m. wake up, went to bed at like 2 a.m. You know, normal. But here we go. Here's the Mo 1v1.
And it comes out swinging. Obakim, bit of a lead here. Straight up, and Leviathan, a bit of a retreat, going for the parry. It doesn't quite land it, and Jason, yeah, if you're Obakim, you can kind of send this lead, and, you know, it's your Mo 1v1 to lose at this point.
I think he's got it. I think there's no losing this. It's just about style points for now. Oh, he missed. Okay, whoa, he missed a heavy. Oh, I was gonna say, I was a little bit confused there. You know what we need to do, CP? I think I said this idea before. If we ever have a Deadlock night shift LAN, you know the Rock and Sock'em boppers where you have like those two robots that you have like two buttons and they fight on either side of like an arena and then you eventually knock their heads off? We need to have one made as Mo and Krill. And then that is our decider of first pick or second pick. I think that would go hard and we could sell those.
You know, instead though of having like the Mo head fly off, just make Krill like just animatedly fly off. Like Krill himself just like goes in the orbit. Yeah.
Or do Hungry Hungry Hippos, and you do like a, I don't know, that okay, now we're stretching it here. We'll get into the draft soon. You know, thinking back to last week, can we actually, while we wait for the draft, I think this would be really good, ZP, is we take a look at hero priority from last week, if possible, to get an idea of like what we did see, because Shiv, he got changed mid-shift, mid-series, when we were watching Abraham's up against Buff Enjoyers. But he was still heavily prioritized and also being let through every single game, being first picked in 7 out of the 8 games. I forgot we played 8 games last week, ZP, but I don't know how I forgot. Mirage also got heavily emphasized when it came to first picks, but also being played every game more as like a support kind of M1 or like a secondary M1, but also in Furnace, Viscous, like Venator, right? To see these set heroes, like these 8, 9 heroes being picked every single game was kind of a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it was what people attached to immediately post-patch, and I'm not sure a ton has changed. You know, just doing research prior to the day, I can tell you number 1 and number 2 priority, without a doubt, were Billy and Pocket, followed by Mirage, Doorman, Viscous, Shiv. And you look at the graphic here, you're not seeing much of a change from that. I think the hero that probably fell the most, even though still, you know, in the next tier, is Holiday was getting treated as more of a mid-stage ban, at least in EU, where, you know, the prio on Holiday definitely went down a bit. Arguably, prio on things like Vindicta actually went quite a bit up. Vin was getting way higher prio. So I'm looking at this graph right here in terms of things I expect to go up. Vin may be up in the 4 or 5 category today, at least 3 or 4 from EU alone.
Yeah, and I think we still have even room for change today. I mean, seeing 7 get some more priority is also interesting to me. Getting played in 3 of the games as well. It's going to be weird to see what actually will happen today. And more importantly in this match, because it is a best of 1. Obviously, teams have had extra time to prepare it and figure things out. But best of 1s are always scary when it comes into this, knowing that you make those one mistake, especially with the unstable wrist now being in the game, that could cost you the entire match and potentially a berth into the finals.
Well, this is kind of funny, the Doorman band coming in here, because in terms of hero priority, Overseas has been playing the heck out of Doorman in recent times, where Leviathan, that is the one consistency they've had. And if Overseas doesn't get Doorman, Overseas immediately defaults over in the Abrams. So I think Buff Enjoyers did a little bit of research here and decide, yeah, no, let's force Overseas onto the Abrams. But now, first pick is going to be to Buff Enjoyers. And Jason, personally, I think it's got to be Billy.
Really? Over Shiv? Really? You think we're going to see Shiv let through?
I think Shiv is going more towards the middle of it, but instead, okay, they go Mirage. So Mirage comes in, and that sort of changes up the hero pool a little bit for Buff Enjoyers, because Zergy's been all over the place recently. Zergy's been on Lash, he's been on Furnace, but when Mirage is in play, it's usually going to be Zergy on the Mirage. But by picking this, you open up the Billy Leviathan, and we'll see what they back it up with.
Actually, I thought it was who playing Mirage in like the last couple weeks. Obviously, I wasn't here last week. I could be misremembering, because I thought like Zergy was playing a different M1, but the fact is, like, it could be I think on a couple different heroes, but obviously we're not used to seeing Zergy being picked a hero in the beginning of a draft. But I'm curious to see what they'll continue to go with here.
Hoot has been on Flyer Jail. Hoot has been exclusively over the last week. A lot of GT, Vindicta, and also GT is where they've been at.
How dare they? But with Bringer.
I think Shiv is probably likely to come through here, given the fact that it's like that. And then, you know who's been playing Shiv recently from scrims has been Listic, yeah.
Yeah, I find that kind of, again, one of the advantages of being Buffingers, of having these deep pools. You look at this and you think probably cosmetical, but the fact is, like, Listic has played in the past. He has been playing in scrims, as I was watching some of the Lightbringers scrims as well. We have Infernus being picked up, which, again, I'm not 100% sure where that will go, because it could still go to cosmetical as well. I think wasn't even Obi-Kim playing it last week or the week before? I mean, I don't know. This Buffingers team is so crazy.
It's probably further back because, again, Obi-Kim has just been a lot of I'm playing nothing but Apollo in recent times. Now, the Infernus is kind of interesting because Zergy has had some time on it, but Zergy also has been more of a pro on Mirage when they've done things like Cosmetical Venator, Zergy Mirage. It probably is between both Zergy and Cosmetical on who's playing the Mirage Infernus. Like, it's going to be between the two of them, but it wouldn't be unprecedented to see either on the hero. Now, this is what I was kind of curious to see, if Leviathan would finally force Obi-Kim off onto a different hero, because it's the one thing if you're going to target where, okay, Buffingers, they came in and they targeted overseas. Leviathan comes in and they said, okay, Obi-Kim, you're going to have to play something a little bit different than the Apollo that you've simply spammed the last week and a half.
Sorry, I'm a little bit confuzzled by the Ivy ban. Did we think realistically... Yeah, but do we think realistically they were going to pick an Ivy with a Viscus already picked as well?
Yes, 100%. Because Fargareko was picking it no matter what, even with Irizumi on the Viscus. So this was purely we know Fargareko is subbing for you. We know Ivy is a super big comfort pick for Fargareko. So, I mean, the mid-stage bans here are actually pretty brutal in going after heroes that people have been picking more for comfort at the latter half of the draft and not being particularly contested.
Okay, and a Geist coming through as well. I mean, this is a lot of damage out of Buffingers so far. And Leviathan, I feel like they have a good amount of sustainability and obviously pick as well when it comes to the holiday being snatched up too. When it comes to like front lines though, I mean, still relatively weak, but man, Drifter. I haven't been playing Drifter, but I've been just hearing about how he's been he's on the up and up constantly. His win rate's going up. Everyone seems to be playing Drifter. People are getting annoyed at Drifter as well. And it seems like Listic might have been ahead of the curve when he was one of the few people actually playing it, whether it was in pubs or it was here in the night shift.
Well, Cosmetical might get to play his favorite ladder hero here, despite and not being played a bunch by him in comp. And this may be the Cosmetical Shiv game because Drifter has basically been near exclusively played by Listic. Maybe there's a world where Obi-Kim could play it instead, but I think you're getting into some very strange hero pool territory here for sure.
That'd be wild. Obi-Kim Drifter.
Also, Jason, the GT Vin is still up here. Like, I think we're still missing the Hoot hero. And yeah, I mean, I think GT's been the higher prio, but no, they go Calico in this. So this is...
That's a Freya Calico, a Listic Drifter, Cosmetical Shiv, a Hoot Mirage, a Obi-Kim Infernus, and a Zergy Geist.
It's, Yeah, I mean, there's like multiple ways that could pan out. This is a little bit different from some of the scrim data that we recently had, and yeah, it's a bit all over the place. Also, the late Sinclair pick coming out from Leviathan.
Also, the 10 gifted from Cassandra 14 yet again. Every week, 10 gifted coming on through. Thank you again so much for all the support, Cassandra. Yeah, I mean, this is maybe like the one thing that frustrates me about Deadlock compared to like, I don't know, League of Legends, and I want to say Dota, that honestly, I'm not really an active Dota watcher, is normally when you see like heroes or champions being picked, you can tell who's playing that hero, right? In Deadlock, it's a lot more difficult, for sure, especially looking at the Buffingers composition here. But for Leviathan and Sinclair being picked up, I find kind of interesting, because I think Combustion is a good ultimate to steal. I think Eternal Darkness, or Eternal Night, is a good ultimate to steal. You do have the Traveler potential out of Mirage, and you also have the ultimate out of Calico. I think there's like some good options, even the Soul Exchange out of Lady Geist to just swap her back once she swaps you to pretty much nullify that ultimate. But is it, in your opinion, ZP, are any of these ultimates like A tier, like S+ tier for Sinclair to steal to be picked here in this situation?
I mean, I think in this case, the Sinclair is picked more as we just want another strong laner in this instance. I don't even think the Sinclair is getting picked for as like, yeah, we have this, very obvious ultimate to come in and steal. And I'm just trying to process, okay, how is this game going to break down as far as, lane phase into bigger team fights? The team fight for Buff Enjoyers is pretty substantial. I mean, I think Infernus we've actually seen go up and up in pick priority by Infernus's virtue of making, Rift fights in particular, like pretty obnoxious to fight into. Not that you're weak for engagement if you have Billy on the other side, but, as I'm balancing the two right now, Jason, I kind of like the Buff Enjoyers draft more because I think they're still getting a lot of lane power, but the lot of ways I think the bigger team fights are likely to break out are probably in their favor, so long as Billy doesn't have just an outrageous engage.
I just see overwhelming damage out of Buff Enjoyers compared to Leviathan. Like, I know Sinclair can do damage. I know Paradox can do damage. I know Holiday with the barrels can do damage. I know Viscous can do some decent damage, but in my head, and I could be wrong, I could be just like misleading myself when it comes to it, I just don't see a lot of damage on their team. Whereas Buff Enjoyers, like Mirage, Shiv, and Furnace, Calico Drifter, maybe not as much damage, but Geist as well. I feel like when it comes to just a raw damage output game, Buff Enjoyers win that with a landslide.
Yeah, also looking a little bit deeper, the last hero that Obkin played that wasn't Apollo, which I have to go like 6+ games back, it wasn't Furnace. So probably going to be the Obkin and Furnace this game, if I had to guess. Although, again, the Buff Enjoyers roster is such that it could flex in some unexpected ways. Thinking, though, the win conditions for Leviathan, the thing for Leviathan that's like really, really scary is that, for Buff Enjoyers, well, I think their actual pure team fight is a little bit better. Leviathan have so many ways of forcing what is effectively an unfair team fight, particularly where you have double pick between Paradox and Holiday. Like, the ability for Leviathan to actually play make in this game is pretty wild, and it puts a lot of onus on Buff Enjoyers effectively to not make positional mistakes, really ever.
Well, we're about to hop into it here, ZP, and this is a challenger match. It's just a best of one. Winner goes on to play against Abrahams in a best of 3. And really, it comes down to who's just going to play the cleanest. And I think most importantly, who's going to make the least amount of mistakes in this game. Because it looks like we will have Hoot on the Mirage to kick things off with. And we'll get the UI up here for you guys in just a few seconds to see who is going to be exactly on who. But, I mean, Hoot in mid with a Shiv. A Mirage Shiv, man, that's painful. That is quite painful.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime you talk about Lightbringer, the general consensus has still been the meta has been more lane heavy, although, trying to get an update this week was more of a, who really knows what the meta is right now? Apparently, Abrahams was not scrimming as actively this week, so there's a little bit of, cloud of secrecy over what the meta truly is. I'm not saying Abrahams is holding out, but just, you don't have enough data for teams to really go through it the way that they normally would.
Oh, it is? Oh my gosh. It is going to be Obi. Wait, that can't be right. A Cosmetical Geist and Obi-Kim Drifter and a Listic on Shiv? I did not think Cosmetical was going to be on Geist, like whatsoever.
Also, I thought this would be the case where Cosmetical would potentially be on Shiv and then Listic would play the Drifter, but, in this case, I'm not even sure if Buff Enjoyers had the full plan set up right before, but one thing is for sure, hasn't been a fun lane for Overseas here thus far, again sparked up by Zergy, and I mean now in terms of lane priority here, this is actually a pretty big HP debt to be in, a little under 2 minutes into the game.
And just like if they ever get an afterburn on you, ever get the Stalker's Mark on you as well, it's quite painful here, and they're trying to go in before the cube actually is online, I believe, for Irazumi. Getting them both extremely low on HP, looking for the chase. I would imagine Overseas should be fun if they go for the dive. Obikin goes in deep. And it's just left Overseas by himself here, being caught out between 2 different players at his own tower.
Yeah, also, lane pressure is at prio when you start getting more headshot boosters being bought even by heroes that don't necessarily instantly rush early headhunter. It is one of the better items for early lane pressure. But yeah, in the laning phase alone, I mean, it's not just the Infernus Drifter lane I've been looking at. It's kind of falling apart across the board. However, Zergy a little bit low as Irazumi rolls back in and cleans things up. But look, still comes at a cost, Jason.
Yeah, a very scary cost because Obi comes at 2.4. I'm actually doing a hop to him when we have time here to see if he's been building up stacks here. Actually didn't have it unlocked at the time, so only at 0, unfortunately, even with those kills coming on through. Heavy melee as well. got that melee lifesteal, and he's doing some decent damage here. And he's going to back away to have Zergy to come. Or sorry, not, yeah, it is Zergy. I'm really not sure who's on who, I swear. Able to come back in and support him. And again, Overseas down low on HP. 1.5k souls. They are just under some massive pressure on this right-hand side. But maybe at the same time, the left-hand side for Leviathan is going relatively well. Both teams seeming to kind of win out on their weaker lanes.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, well, things look a little bit rough for Debuff here. That is a high HP Calico on Pursuit. No extra abilities even needing to be used. Simply run on down. So, even Leviathan has gotten a kill or two here. It has come at a cost, more of a trade. Still,
in my head,
the 12k, it feels a little bit more ahead for buff enjoyers than it actually has been thus far.
For sure. I'm in agreement with that, especially when it comes to kills. I think it definitely is favoring buff enjoyers. In my head, when Vrake was chasing down that kill onto D-Mauve, he was saying, this was for costing us night shift last week, as he finishes him off. Big dive coming in, though. We're going to catch out Vrake. I mean, under the Guardian, the minion wave is at their own tower right now, still looking for the damage to be done. Vrake's low on HP. Cosmetical's going for the chase, and he's getting the finisher over onto Fremont. Let's have one player. It's going to be D-Mob behind the tower. Goes in for the parry, but Cosmetical's here to be the brick wall that Vrake needs to survive. And Cosmetical's going to turn this into another kill, most likely.
Also, that was a bit brutal to watch as Fremont just ate like 4 light melees in a row with parry on cooldown. A bit painful, especially on Holiday, but also elsewhere in the map, Overseas is getting the business at the moment. Still, quick re-engage. From the Holiday back in the lane, and Overseas actually able to pull it out of the fire. Takes down Zergy, although Obakim still finishes it off in what has been an increasingly scrappy lane.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
okay, what?
The spotter wasn't even on him. He was so high above that.
Also, I mean, that given the life that Arizumi is at, I feel like going for the Ren there was a little bit ambitious from Obakim. But we got buffs coming on up. Buffs to be contested. Time wall in. And a quick buff take from Fargareko. But in a bit of a damage penalty for it as Zergy coming in behind the cube. Maybe will stymie the pursuit. As Zergy right now get a face full of Billy. And this is turning into a big ruckus here in middle as Zergy continually getting pummeled from all sides. Finally going down the Overseas.
Who was there to reinforce. So is Listic with the Shiv, looking for the chase down here. He gets a parry onto Overseas, who gets locked down for a bit of time, but the support of Psy will still be there. It looks like they will back away, but in the meantime, the blood keeps on dripping on the floor here on the left-hand side as they get the dive over onto D-Mauve in his side of the jungle, I believe near the Sinners. And they might have themselves a Guardian here as well on the left-hand side with the pressure being applied, even one in towards the middle. This is going to be a big jump up in souls here right now, ZP, for buff enjoyers.
Yep, Buff Enjoyer is about to get mid Guardian. Also open up the map a little bit more. Should Listic want to do a bit more run, but instead just throw a knife into the back of Fargareko. Gonna eat a carbine for the trouble, and a lot more of the time bomb than expected. Going back for the support. Elsewhere on the map, Obakim takes down Fremont in what has been the bloodiest lane by far.
They actually rotate over to the left-hand side to go for the aggression. They have to kill the Fremont. They get the Guardian down as well. They open up. It's only a 2k lead in souls, but again, it still feels way more than that right now. Obakim has to be building up stacks now, as he was previously at 0. And the counter pressure coming on through. It's just going to be Fargareko by himself, though, so he has to escape this one, but some clean movement to bounce off that wall. Creates the distance he needs to survive, though. Hoot might not have agreed to it as he's just dove completely behind the tower, looking for 2 kills.
Both teams looking for an edge in laning phase. Buff Enjoyers, the ones walking away with the bigger edge here so far. A 5k lead now opening up, though a lot of that is just some of the lane souls given by the Guardians. Also on the map, quick teleport by Obakim. Is this going to be a full rotation off to the right with mid lane Guardian down? You know, you can leave Hoot there for a bit of farm and open up Listic for a bit of rotation. And yeah, Jason, this is like looking like a full-on dog pile into the right lane. Stalker's Mark gonna hit as Fremont goes down the half, and it's not ending there.
Gets cubed in the room. Should be no escape for Fremont. Goes down. 2 kills coming on through. +6 now for Obakim. And maybe a 3rd kill to be had as Overseas is looking to escape. The Ren comes on through and Overseas will fall. Another kill happening. +9 now for Obakim, and that tower will fall as well. That 5k lead is going to transition to about 7k as we're hitting almost the 8-minute mark in this game. And it's starting to not necessarily get out of hand, but this is, I think, the real power of the snowball potentially coming the way here for buff enjoyers. If they keep this momentum up and just choke out the income out of Leviathan, there's really not much they can do.
Obachem, oh, they misjudged that one, about to get splattered to pieces. Wait, still got Fargareco! What? Fargareco goes a little bit deep when Irizumi could have finished it off. Oh boy, Obachem got away with thievery on that one.
Bro, Obachem has just been let unleashed, it feels like with Apollo, with Drifter now no longer being forced to play like more of these like pure support kind of heroes. 7.7k on Vrake. We haven't talked too much about him just yet, but he is currently the sole leader in this lobby, being gifted some mid lane farms, some centers to be taken, some enemy jungle as well. But Overseas gets the kill into Zergy. That was actually the use of Chain Gang and pretty much his whole kit here. They might get some pressure onto this Walker, but they're going to have pressure other places pushed against them here by Buff Enjoyers.
Also on the map, Obachem bringing a Sun Bout of Darkness. Fargareco and Sai in the back off for a moment, and looking at pushes on the map, Cosmetical just going to be pushing up on the left versus Dimov. Relatively even between the two, and okay, Fargareco takes down Obachem as the Darkness gets cloned the other way. Buff Enjoyers getting to taste their own medicine. Looks though still in plenty of good HP, looking for Viscous on the other side, gonna slide on down and go the long melee into the parry. I'm not sure that's enough to get Irizumi out of danger, and no, it is not.
I feel like I've seen the script before at Allistic, just heavy meleeing into an obvious parry. I don't know if people remember that from a few shifts ago, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill, maybe the chase down to Sai, but I think Sai might just be a little bit too slippery. There's another knife up yet again here. He is taken away quite low. 1 or 2 more hits would be enough to finish him off. The tick gonna come through.
I think the knife hit.
And he just survives.
Did it?
One more tick would have been enough. One more blade in his back. But it forces him back to base. And again, just this raw aggression. It feels like ZP out of Buff Enjoyers. They feel confident enough to fight with this tempo and win out on most of these engagements.
The interesting thing for the amount of kills Obachem has been on, Obachem is far more poor than I would have expected. Just taking account on who's been benefiting here so far. Certainly Cosmetical benefiting from survival buff, but Obachem only at 6.6. Vrake, the one run away economically here so far. Cube is not going to be enough to save. The big pursuit coming in here from Buff Enjoyers as who is able to take down Fargareco.
I'm liking this Calico pick with urns too. The amount of boxes you can take, how quick you can get across the map, and the souls you can accumulate. I feel like you get extremely far ahead on Calico without having to take much farm in these direct lanes. And Vrake's going to be able to... What? The urns... How does Ava hold that urn? Ava's like riding the urn across the map. Gets to turn in 10k souls now for Vrake. Can we take a look at player damage? I'm curious, because Vrake, with most souls, I'm curious where on damage he is so far in this lobby. He actually should be extremely low at 4k, but I feel like he's assisting in a lot of these ganks, especially with the cold front coming on through, the spirit snatch, and he's just building up a massive pool of economy.
Obachem at 9.9k does not surprise me at all. We're just from the eye test. It's like Obachem has been involved in the vast majority of these fights, and I mean, honestly, I think part of the benefit of Drifter right now is that you do get the ability to apply that level of pressure. Soul Exchange going in on the Overseas, still a bit of pressure on the Cosmetical. Goes in for the melee instead, finds a parry. Freemock, he'll finish it off. Listic, though, on the backup, finishes off Overseas in the end, and now Sif Freemock has the moves to escape. You talk about movement versus movement. Shiv versus Holiday, knife into the back here so far, goes for the parry, does not connect, and the killing blow gonna seal Freemock's fate.
Oh, don't tell me to get D-Mob as well. The cube comes on through, but Listic still has the killing blow. And here's Obachem as well. Listic gets that kill. That's 3 on this engagement now for him. He's up to 11,000 souls. The lead's grown to 7k. There's no lane shoving against them either. This is a big fight here for Buff Enjoyers, and Leviathan just cannot afford to lose much more than this. The chain gang's coming out of Overseas, but realistically, what is he going to get from this one? Maybe a return back to spawn. It looks like Buff Enjoyers will hold back, take their foot off the pedal. Vrake will be the only one to fall, but I believe they picked up 4 kills, ZP.
Also, both teams dumping the respective ult bank right before Rift is coming up soon. Obachem, though, no real escape path there. Only thing to do is try and get a little bit more damage off of Freemock. Freemock, no lasso in reserve, but just throwing out some barrels. Again, both teams well aware that first Rift is coming on up soon. It's going to be on the left side where things are going. Iradomini out, chase down on the Cosmetical. No soul exchange at the ready. Just needs a little bit more damage. The crossbow's put away, but the damage still comes in furious here from Dimov. But now Dimov needs to look for the escape as Listic in to finish off what was started. On top of the Calico, Dimov is all sorts of dead.
just you're not escaping a Calico and a Shiv as a vendor there. Like, you'd have to hit the world's greatest gut shot and then have the cleanest movement ever. So much mobility for these two heroes. And now they're with the Rift trying to be taken by Leviathan. They do get a kill on the Hoop. They've overcommitted and shown their hand on the right hand side, meaning they can't defend this Rift anymore. Well, also have Irizumi pushing mid, looking for some damage onto this Walker. They might get some damage on the right lane Walker, so maybe an overcommitted of Buffingers is here to go for this Rift.
Well, at least in retrospect, where you lose two people on the right that are supposed to defend, yes, you've gotten the Rift, but you're about to take some serious damage on the right Walker. I don't think Leviathan is sad about this at all, because in fact, you know, for Buff Enjoyers, they're going to be able to defend, but between the two teams, I think Buff Enjoyers actually ends up negative on the Walker damage there in the end. So really solid play coming out from Leviathan to pick up some free kills on the right side and, you know, make that far smoother.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of one of the most frustrating things about that Rift too. I think Leviathan made a very smart play by pulling Buff Enjoyers into that position, but then kind of overwhelming them in the other lanes to look for that damage. It's a shame they didn't get the Walker down. That would have been obviously the best case scenario. Maybe a little bit of a chase now on Irizumi. Overseas going to be here to support. Catches out Obi-Kim, the Rising Ram, and Obi-Kim, he should be falling from this one. Not really a chance to escape this one. He gets it locked in the hallway with the goo ball and a goat.
I think Obi-Kim unbound the S key for this entire game. See if Overseas goes down, the knife just ticks away. But Obi-Kim, have you noticed that the entire Obi-Kim strategy has been throw hands no matter what? It's just like walk forward, and if Obi-Kim dies, he dies. It still opens up opportunities for the rest of his team. I mean, you think there, Obi-Kim was the first one to go in, ends up falling from the focus fire. Buff Enjoyers grabs a Walker and multiple kills in turn. I mean, the Kamikaze Drifter is kind of working out.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, they also defended mid, though it did take a lot of damage. Who had to travel over to defend against, was that Psy, and then eventually picked up the kill too. But we've also now transitioned into a 10k lead for Buff Enjoyers at about 15-minute mark. And Vreg is, oh no, Vreg's looking for Freemok. He's in enemy territory. He's gone deep. Freemok does have Lassa, but we'll expect the cat. Or does the cat not even fight? Okay.
I don't think you take this fight just yet. Obi-Kim, one might potentially throw some hands, grabs the and immediately running into Overseas, where I feel like it has been Drifter versus Billy the entire time, and this time Obi-Kim goes down. Seek out fights repeatedly. Now, does this turn out to a trade in favor of Buff Enjoyers? Vrake goes in, catches a lasso for the trouble, and the immediate follow-through is there. So the scrappy nature that Buff Enjoyers has been employing, backfiring a little bit, although Listic comes in, finds Freemok. And the Shiv has been really the big issue here, Jason, because even if it starts out with a Drifter death, Listic is there as a cleanup crew.
It just doesn't feel like Listic's killable with the way he's been playing. With the support he has out of Rake, rotating in as like a two-man squad. He's been playing it extremely clean. Radiant Regeneration picked up. Healbane on top of that. Resto shot. He's got a lot of survivability here. Combustion coming on through at Azurgi to get the stun up over on a Fargarek when it does land. Got one, almost two blades ready to go. Takes it into Fargareka, who should be falling from this one. One more tick. There he goes. And let's stay with the Healbane proc. Extra 275 HP. And again, just gets away. Oh, okay, maybe not. Here, Dominic, coming on through.
I'm hearing crossbow shots go off. The might of the Lord bearing down on Listic, but you still got the Shiv movement. You got plenty of ways to rotate yourself out of danger, and the crossbow not going to be enough. Where, you know, the best way to describe what we've seen this game, Jason, it's been a lot of aggression at Buff Enjoyers, and, you know, it's aggression in a way where it's not afraid to sacrifice either Obi-Kim or Vrake. Like, can we get a total death counter in the game? Because I feel like Obi-Kim, on top of having maybe the most damage still, also certainly has to have the most deaths. Yeah, you know, like, look at Obi-Kim relative to the rest of Buff Enjoyers here. The actual strategy here is, you know, feed Drifter scraps, have Drifter, like, run into the other team, die, but off the opportunity Obi-Kim creates, the rest of Buff Enjoyers comes in and actually benefits.
The kill comes on through, takes down who? And a great Rising Ram catches out Vrake, who should fall from this too. This is a big turnaround for Leviathan, and we're down and are still down 10k souls. The rotation towards middle. Oh, they're gonna go for mid boss. I don't know, man. Listic 17k. He's got Killian blow up. They got Cosmetical there as well. Eternal Darkness almost ready. Zergi doesn't have combustion. The amount of AoE damage that Buff Enjoyers can do in this position is extremely deadly once they start getting this poke on through. And you can see Leviathan might have bitten off more than they can chew. The crystal's coming on down here, ZP, and we have the engage out of Buff Enjoyers.
We'll see. The fight is underway. The crystal is down. Obi-Kim picks up the first rejuice. Cosmetic on the second, and Listic on the grabs it towards the end. Fremont gets one crystal, but overall, Buffenjoy, they get a quality engagement. Sinclair, not a problem. Chain Gang, not a problem. And Buffenjoyers, even down 2, they wipe the floor with Leviathan by the end of it and get to walk away with one crystal on top.
It honestly felt like they had way too much damage there, man. AoE from Cosmetical, the Listic slicing on through, Zergy coming on through with the connections. I mean, they're still fighting. They still have one crystal left. Overseas finally goes down. In the end, it's basically a full team wipe coming on through for Buffenjoyers. They sport now a 17k lead, and who in the meantime, he's just been cleaning up these walkers, man. This right one's gonna fall. Left and mid has already fallen, and Buffenjoyers are in the driver's seat to get that rematch against Abrahams.
I mean, Hoot has been the more sane person at Buffenjoyers of, okay, I'm going to avoid some of these fights, regularly push waves, maybe run into a bit of trouble here, but you have a decent amount of farm. You're not the easiest to take down. Fargo Echo now just getting jumped by 3 on all sides. The rest of Leviathan in a retreat as Buffenjoyers holds W, goes forward, and is Irezumi going to be able to find a way out? It's looking unlikely. Listic finishes off and just gets to walk forward as the nearly immortal Shiv at this point.
Yeah, I'd say it. You know what? He is pretty damn immortal. As Listic died, actually. I don't remember the death counter that we have. It doesn't feel like he's died often, if he's died at all.
Maybe once or twice at the most. Rejuve gonna go to the wayside, and well, if he had died, that may have been the first death there. The caster curse in process, but Overseas will likely be giving his life for it here. Cosmetical on pursuit, needs one more shot, gonna land it. Elsewhere, Obikim taking down D-Mob. The Rift, by the way, about to just disappear, and yeah, disappears into a cloud of souls. The contest going on all the while. In the end, though, Jason, you look at the state of the game. Buffenjoy is now up 25k souls, and you know, it's not just one specific moment. It's a lot of small skirmishes that have gone their way, which is kind of interesting because you think about the team comps here. Leviathan with double pick, you would have thought would have had more of the edge in like setting up the small skirmishes, but I don't know if it was accounted for of Obikim just recklessly throwing himself into every fight.
The thing is, they dominated that right lane, I want to say, because they destroyed Overseas and Irezumi quite a bit. Even though Overseas is still sitting at, you know, second highest net worth in his team, it doesn't feel like he's going to be naturally that tanky anymore. Because Cosmetical's been given a Solina farm, Zergy's been gifted a Solina farm. I think even Hoot has as well. While Vrake, Obikim, and Listic act as like a 3-man hit squad around the map. And at the moment, the urn is in the hands of Vrake. Sai has gone down to Obikim as another fight's going to be breaking up, of course. I mean, we're not going to end these fights ever as Listic's trying to take on Overseas. And he's going to have support here in just a few seconds out of Hoot.
Overseas, there's a limit to what can be done at this level of stat differential, where, by the way, even though Buffenjoy is now starting to run away with it, as Listic picks up an easy 2, maybe about to get a 3rd. Overseas has been the reason why Leviathan has been in this game to begin with. Just really strong Billy play. Oftentimes the one person that, you know, makes fights a trade or, you know, creates a little bit of an opportunity for Leviathan. But at the sole difference we have right now, it's kind of amplified some of the things we've seen from the beginning of the game, where now Obikim can legitimately dive 1v2 and actually come out with a kill and live. And is there gonna be a teleport here on the Fremont? Like, how thirsty is Obikim right now?
Oh, he doesn't have an S key, remember? I think he's pretty thirsty. Yeah. That'd actually be funny if he legitimately did unbind that key and he has to only hold forward. And to go backwards, he has to just turn his camera.
Training exercise by Lightbringer, where it's like, you know, remove the S key or the belt.
Just like Goku with weights, you know, just trains with weights, and then when he takes him off, oh my god, no one can stop him.
The one thing I'll say here, Jason, is that as we get a little bit later in the game, oh my goodness,
do it.
The long range,
do it.
You never know. Like, how hungry is Drifter? Just look at the mini map. Is there gonna be a teleport? Maybe not this time. I mean, Leviathan with double pick, they still have ways of getting picks and like getting back into this game, but it's just you're under so much pressure. They don't really have the ability to, you know, slow play it and look for setups. Instead, it's constantly Buffenjoyers looking for opportunities, and the burst damage onto Sai, a little bit unreal.
Those gloom bombs, oh my lord! With Boundless picked up for Vrake as well. That's scary, man. Obviously, you're supposed to be very slippery as a Sinclair, but if you don't expect an Ava to just pounce at you like that, you can say goodbye to 3/4 of your HP. But the farm continues, and we have mid boss in 2 minutes, buff in 2 minutes. Really, there seems to be no sense of urgency right now in Buff Enjoyers to look for any pushes anywhere. I would imagine, again, it's going to come down to the objectives. And I don't think Earn necessarily is an objective anymore that you can use to team fight. It's all about the unstable Rift or mid boss. And I believe we still have quite a bit of time for the next Rift.
Margareco dying here would be rough. I mean, the thing for Leviathan, if they're able to avoid pickoffs like this, I still think there's a world where they get back into this game. I mean, Dimov is actually pretty competitive on farm at this point, and you still have like big threats in terms of opening up fights between both Fremont and Fargareco. The problem that's been is that Buff Enjoyers is in a state of hyper aggro where it is continually Obakim and Vrake looking for engagements. You're still under the passive pressure of Hoot just continually shoving lanes. Like, the lane setup of the game here, Jason, has been so much in favor of Buff Enjoyers, especially like the last 10 minutes that, yeah, Leviathan, they don't have a lot of map to work with at this point.
Yeah. It honestly feels like they're just going to continue to fall farther and farther behind. And once we get these next objectives, like for instance, mid-boss, if they have to come out to fight, I mean, they're already going to be scared as it is to leave their base. Then they have to be scared, is it just a bait with the scream, or are they finishing it? If they are finishing it, well, then you're running into like very tight corridors where combustion can take you out. But you talked about Leviathan having a chance with the picks here. They do get the lasso onto one. It's going to be Obakim, just sits in the closet while the rest of the team isn't going to be there to support him. And they do get the early kill.
Ooh.
And now it comes down to what can they get from this kill?
Also, the setup for that was quite nice. They did the cloned Eternal Night on top of it to buy a little bit of cover. So they get 35 seconds of the power play. Down ults-wise, they use Lasso, they use Iradomini, maybe one to get the Iradomini back, but you know, you have 25 seconds to try and snowball this, and now gonna be Chain Gang perhaps on the Hoot. You take a look at the mini-map, you got Overseas hopping on in. Chain Gang gonna come on out. Leviathan, opportunity to try and make something happen here. The Chain Gang on the two, both Hoot and Listic. Gotta imagine Hoot is the target, but Buff Enjoyers, stat differential a little bit too much, able to take down two. And even in a 6-on-5, Leviathan starting to struggle. Listic still 1k HP left to go, and an Overseas at death's door. A full team wipe now in favor of Buff Enjoyers.
And that was, what, one ultimate? Maybe two if you want to count the Traveler? Like, Combustion was used. Listic used ultimate, but he threw it into a cube, so he didn't get anything off of that. And they were still able to just wipe him out completely without even the help of Obikim. And Hooch just kind of, she traveled away, went into the base.
I think the problem is, though, is that, you know, people may look at them like, oh man, they lost 6-on-5. Is Obakim the most valuable pickoff? In fact, he's the least valuable when you look at the farm. Like, Obakim, his entire game plan has been to tactically feed the entire game to set up other people to get kills. So, yeah, you get a 6-on-5 by getting the pick on the Obakim, but Obakim is probably the least valuable pick out of all the members of Buff Enjoyers that Leviathan could have gotten to set up that situation.
Yeah, but ZP has all been the plan. Now they feed him Earns. Now he gets back in the game here, 26k souls. Now they have a rift to take on the left-hand side. My man Obikim is going to come back and carry this game, even though Hoot's at 35k and Zergi's at 33k. And the lead's grown to 45,000 souls now. It's not over ZP, but it's basically over ZP.
Also, can we get a full accounting of kill death, if possible? I want to see deaths in the game where Obakim... I don't know if Obakim is still the leader, because this has been pretty Buff Enjoyers favored him.
No, he is.
Obakim
He's
still tied for leader. How many kills, though? Like, is Obakim also the kill leader, or did that finally go over towards Listic?
That has to be Listic by a large margin.
Okay.
That's a... Oh my god, 19 kills?
Just
so should ban the rest of the night, huh?
I see Holiday.
Can we just reflect back where people for a brief moment is like, oh man, Shiv's dead? It's like, no. They revert some of the changes. Shiv's back better than ever, and if the changes stayed in, he may have been even better. Just the one hero that, at least at the night shift level, is just a hero unstoppable. Also, not even the highest pick priority. Like, other heroes like Mirage and Billy beat out Shiv for hero priority within this draft.
I know Fremont was like begging probably Leviathan, please pick me Shiv, please. But man, like, what can you even do to make Shiv not good? I think, is it his mobility? Is it his damage? Is it survival? There's just too many things in this guy's kit. I swear, he's so decked out.
I mean, it's mobility, survivability, and just the incredible power of Killing Blow. Like, Killing Blow alone is a massive boon. But Shrine's about to go down here for Leviathan, and with a 50k difference and 3 rejuves against them, there is precious little they can do against it. Can we look at golden statues before the end of the game? Because I feel like Listic has also probably been the gambling leader. Nope, that's actually going to be cosmetical in this time. Because Listic was too busy having Killing Blow on cooldown through most of Leviathan, if the kills are anything to judge by.
I mean, he was gambling with other people's lives, not with slot machines here. As they do get a kill on a Hoot, and they get the rejuve out of his hands as well. They do clear out the patron, but unfortunately, it's just Fremont trying to defend it while the rest of his team has fallen. Buffingers coming back in for the patron to finish off the game. And they will begin their berth here to the finals once again. They're looking for the redemption arc here against Abrahams, and they are going to have it in a best of 3 after the ZP.
Yeah, and how'd they do it? Just absolutely wild aggression from the beginning. Sacrifice Obakim at all costs. Feed the real carry in this game. That was Shiv, and it worked out for Buff Enjoyers and Leviathan. Even with the double pick comp, they were never quite able to find their footing, which gives us the rematch of Buff Enjoyers versus Abrahams in the money match of Shift 46.
You know what, ZP? If we get to night shift number, what is it going to be, like 68, maybe 67, and it's going to be the Halloween episode once again, I feel like you need to cosplay Shiv. I feel like you could put on a phenomenal Shiv cosplay.
You know, at least I have enough hair to potentially go for it if I haven't cut my hair in a long period of time, which, you know, I'll take a little bit of pride in. But, man, I mean, the look back at this game, you know, it's kind of wild how it shaped up, because we've seen various states of, you know, how EU plays lane phase, how comps are set up. This is probably one of the more aggressive takes we've seen from a team in EU in a very long time, where, I mean, it was very clear that part of the plan here was simply sacrifice Obakim repeatedly. Like, a lot of these fights, it was not the idea of like, oh, I'm going to get out, no problem. It's just, no, we'll trade efficiently and other people will clean it up. And you have both Listic and Vrake oftentimes being the ones to dive in and, you know, finish things off, even if it comes walking over a Drifter corpse. Yeah,
it's like a 3-man, I guess it's like more of a 2-man hit squad. And Obakim's just the bait. He's the worm on the end of the fishing line here. But it works out so well. I think you can't pull something like this off without obviously like premeditating how you're going to play this out, but also the clear comms with Buff Enjoyers out of Vrake, Listic, and Obakim to be there together to assist each other one by one and to turn these into kills, and then allow Listic to just completely carry the game. I mean, he was at 19 kills. I'm pretty sure he got a couple more at the very end. He's got to be over like 22. I would almost bet, you know, around 23 mark at the end of the game. It's just let Shiv do Shiv things. And I think it's like Cosmetical was there. Cosmetical had crazy farm, but we didn't get to talk about him because it was just a list. I mean, it wasn't just Listic, right? But it was the Listic show. It was the Shiv show.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the stats, Listic puts on an MVP performance. There's also the contrarian in me that almost wants to give Obakim the MVP in this instance, purely by virtue of the fact that you look at the path to getting Shiv farmed up. You look at how well this went down, and it was just, you had the most fearless Drifter play ever, just recklessly going on in, and be like, no, my team will clean it up. On the other end, though, in terms of things Leviathan did well, I think, honestly, for the aggression coming in, Demov getting to the level farm Demov was commendable on the Venator. And also the fact that Overseas really was playing Billy near perfectly in a lot of these fights. Like, the support wasn't always there, but and you look at the micros of how Overseas was engaging these fights, some of the value that Overseas was getting in, whether it be like landing parries, avoiding parries, you know, min-maxing the amount of melees put in, you know, chain gangs at the right time. I mean, Overseas legitimately had a very good game, despite team stuff around him not necessarily going in his favor. But also, you look at the player damage here, second highest player damage for Obakim, while also being dead 9 times, more than double anyone else on the Buff Enjoyers squad. But, you know, there was a mission to be completed there, Jason, and it was done quite well. 20-1 though by the end for Listic.
I wish we had like a damage breakdown out of Obakim to see where the damage came from, because I feel like it had to have been Stalker's Mark just doing some serious work. But the 20-1, man, for Listic, how dare you die once, Listic? You could have had a perfect game, 20-0, but to do 43,000 damage. I mean, Hoot, 38,000 souls, did 29k. Cosmetical, 36,000 souls, did 29k. Not because they weren't performing well, not because they didn't play well, but because they didn't really need to do anything. Their job was just to continue to farm and push down objectives and let Listic just run free. And I mean, even his healing ZP, 17,000, like Radiant Regen, Healbane is so, it's crazy, man. Especially the amount of shots he was hitting for Listic with all of his abilities, constantly keeping like 2-3 stacks of the regen up. He was an unmovable object and an unstoppable force at the same time.
You know, the funny part is that Listic may have had that perfect game until someone had to bring it. It's like, I don't think he's died yet. About 2 seconds prior to Listic dying. But it is kind of funny, you know, because Listic had so much of a brand at times where, you know, you think about Listic on on Abrams, and you know, Listic would have fights where, okay, Listic is in the thick of every fight, maybe not having the best KD, but having a big performance. And then you get Listic on Shiv, it's like, no. Now you got Listic on this hero. Listic can have the same scrappiness in team fights and actually just pad the scoreboard by comparison.
So we did actually get our lovely production to give us the information, the breakdown of Obicum. Just got us curious. So Rend actually was his top damage dealer at 24%. He did 8.2k with Rend. His gun damage for Obicum is 7.4k damage, which is 22%. Stalker's Mark, 15% at 5.1k. That's a lot of damage being done by him. And I'm actually kind of surprised to see so much gun and Rend damage. I mean, maybe not too surprised because he was dying a lot, so he was fighting a lot, but to still be second highest damage dealer was nothing to scoff at. And maybe it's a very viable strategy if you can pull off damage numbers like that.
Also, just take a look at alert and, you know, got a split-second glimpse of chat. Some people go, it's like, Dimov only 17k, won the world. Dimov was basically stuck trying to keep competitive farm the entire time, so if Leviathan did have a good team fight, they could go in. Like, I don't think you should look at that and be like, Dimov, what are you doing? It's just, if you're stuck farming for half the game and, you know, trying to keep pace, you're not going to be in as many fights, and, you know, it's not going to look as good as a scoreboard. But you know what is going to look good on the scoreboard? Yeah, we got our MVP, Jason, and guess who it is?
Listic. Did your mic cut out? Oh, okay.
No. I'm sitting there like waiting for you to do. I'm saying, who's it gonna be? I'm saying here's like, wait, did Italy get Jason? Like, you know?
Bro, they've got me
open the highlight
too
here?
many ways.
We opened the highlight with the one-time Listic goes for the most telegraphed melee of all time. You know what? It got to bring him down a little bit because the rest of this is just killing blows and knives. Jason,
you got to bring him back down to earth. You know, you can't call him a god. You got to show some bad plays as well to prove he's still truly human. I mean, even some of these plays here as well. Like, I mean, obviously the killing blows were doing some serious work, but like, it's not just him. Like, he has there the backup of Zergy to help him escape, to help him get the damage done. Again, the knives, he had only 1 stack in him, but gets to a 9 kill streak from that kill, and then eventually gets away too. I mean, the thing is, like, obviously, you can't look at a Shiv like this and expect to see Shivs like that in your normal games, because there's so much refinement. And I know some people in chat are gonna be like, this Jason Kaplan guy's an idiot, but there honestly is some, like, a lot of refinement in your mobility, your like movement, how clean you are, your ability usage, and more of like your cooldown management too, to know when you can go back in, when you can fight. I think it takes a lot of extra work than just hit all your buttons and then get kills. I don't think it's as simple as that when you're playing at this level in play.
No, not at all. But I think the interesting thing about Shiv was that you had a comp that was double pick comp with Paradox Holiday, and at no point was there a level of comfortability to be like, yeah, we should actually go for the pick on Shiv, because once Shiv gets ahead of the game, it's simply not a hero that you can dive in on with 3 people and actually take him out without the fight going against you. So there's something to be said about like the near impossibility of actually dealing with the Shiv should he get to that level of game state. You know, good, bad, up for debate, but it is the big problem that Leviathan ran into. But Jason, we gotta go to
Relic.
What? just get
Cursed Relic, duh.
Yeah. Jason, though, we do have to go to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be Buff and Yours taking on Abrahams in the rematch to try and get back the throne. Does Abrahams have the solution to the aggression? We'll see after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift. Shift 46 underway, heading into the EU Money Match. ZP here with Jason Kaplan. And Jason, time's been good to Abrahams, winning both R1 and last week's night shift. This is a team on the rise as, realistically, of all the teams in EU, they've taken the best to the new changes of the patches.
Mr. ZP, I don't want to be negative, the negative Nancy here, but I feel like there is an asterisk on their win yesterday because it was like a big change patch, and it was the fact that Buff and Jors were not playing with their full six. They had Demov subbing in, and Demov and Hoot play kind of different roles in the team. Not to say the Abrahams weren't great last week for sure. Obviously went the full three and they did close it out. But if they win now, then I'll be convinced. When it's the meta set a little bit, Hoot's back in the roster. But yeah, I don't know. I want to take that win last week with a grain of salt. It obviously wasn't easy, but I want to see if they can do it yet again here to really push Buff and Jors to the brink and maybe make Buff and Jors adapt once again going forward.
And I mean, Buff and Jors probably have already had some adaptations where I think back to, the map 3 and who was playing what. It's probably going to be considerably different. I don't know if they actually have 7 on the menu this week. Not that I think 7 was necessarily the reason why they lost or anything like that, but, they had Cosmetical Shiv, they had the Fill for Hoot, and they had Listic Drifter. But, even just looking at the last game for how Buff and Jors, reset their lineup, their approach today would likely be very different. But, to take a look at how we got here, this is the bracket of today. Well, if you're just tuning in right now, we saw Buff and Jors take down Leviathan, who got in over Silence, which was basically a mix of Sneaky Team and Oblivion as, the EU teams continue to churn a little bit in wake of R1. And of course, it brings us to our grand final of Abrahams versus Buff and Jors. Looking forward to the rest of the day, though. We'll see if FPS Lounge can get on back on top of the mountain, getting through perhaps Get Candy, who got through qualifiers, Jason, where they've made a few attempts, but this time around, they got there.
I mean, they have to win. They have to win. It's a freak. Is it a pug with a lollipop and was that a dunce cap? Not like a dunce cap. It's like one of those helicopter hats. That is the most adorable logo I've ever seen.
Yeah, and look, it's a little bit different. Where, by the way, even the FPS Lounge logo, you'll never not be able to tell me that is not a polar bear. I know it's not a polar bear, but I still look at it for distance. It's just like, nah.
Okay, can we get a zoom in on the FPS Lounge logo here? Because I only see capybara. I'm curious.
No, that is a capybara.
How do you see it as a polar bear?
I just that's just how it always looks at a distance.
I can see it. Are the sunglasses the eyes? No, wait.
Look, years and years of marketing by Coca-Cola just really did me in. But we're going to move on and talk about the rosters moving ahead here. And of course, we got to talk about the Abrahams roster. Yeah, we take a boy for cuteness. But for Abrahams, generally speaking, one of the more consistent teams in EU as far as rosters go. Once they locked in this current iteration with Arzo and Empty Dreams, it's kind of been smooth sailing from here on out. Of course, Arzo and Bobby came in to replace Hoot and Demov, and then Bobby was out, and then Empty Dreams in, and it's been solid. They also made a change on the back end where they have Play With Me now working as coach, where Play With Me used to be a mainstay in the competitive Deadlock scene, then turned streamer, now is working as a coach, replaced Parzival, who is now, I believe, coaching Silence. And whatever the reason may be, Abrahams is seemingly gone into a better groove here and, kind of gone out of the rut where they were just losing to Buff and Jors week in and week out for, it felt like 2 months in a row, Jason.
Yeah, for a very long time. And honestly, I was kind of sad because last week you did hint that we might be seeing at Play With Me participating, or was it 2 weeks ago? But then I can't remember, man. Last week's show was crazy long. Play With Me was going to be playing, that Empty Dreams was going to come in later on in the series, but then he ended up not playing. I was so excited to see what Play With Me might be able to do. But yeah, this roster, man, I think honestly we talk a lot about Empty Dreams, we talk about Task Saint. I think Sonya has been one of the most important players in this team, actually, because he used to be the M1 carry, but he's flexed to so many different roles now within this team. And he's been flexed to so many different heroes. I mean, for me, he is like the Russian Hoot. I mean, they obviously look extremely similar as well. But he has become such a staple player and such a needed player in this roster to facilitate the comps that they want to run.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we've seen with Deadlock rosters is that if you're not able to have flexibility within your role, unless you're the very top of your role, generally speaking, it's difficult to keep your spot on the team. Some exceptions here and there. You look to melee creeps. John Jones is like, hey, I just M1, and, you know, he's been fine. But overall, the flexibility definitely helps and certainly has been a boon to Abrahams. But looking to the opposition once more, looking at Buff and Joyers, where they are back to normal this week, where once more, I make the request, can we get Obakim shifted over to Apollo, where Obakim's Apollo has been played so often that was actually a mid-stage ban in our first game. And while, hey, Obakim made the Drifter look really, really good, I still think, Jason, if Apollo wasn't banned, it may have been Obakim on the Apollo once more. So, but, you know, on the same note, it kind of goes to show, even if you have someone that's been kind of one-tricking a little bit in recent times, it doesn't mean that they don't have versatility to swap to something else and be very impactful.
You know, eventually we're going to get this set up to be the player cosplaying as the hero that they most play. And then this whole screen's going to look so much nicer for sure. A bit, I think Obakim is yeah, like as you're talking about like Apollo in the last game we got to see as well on Drifter, he's definitely been allowed to flex out into a lot of different heroes. And the funny thing is, I remember hearing way back when is that he wasn't a player that was improving, that he felt like he hit his limits and he just couldn't get better. But I feel like there's maybe like some sort of brick wall that he eventually did break through, because he's been a massive asset to the team. No longer playing that like full-on support, playing like Kelvins, playing like Vindictas. He has been allowed to flex out as the meta has shifted, and he's done stupendously. Like he's been phenomenal, and it's really cool to see that the self-imposed limits that Obakim thought he had were really just self-imposed and really not real. They were not existent, and he was able to break through and continue to improve as a player.
The limits never existed at all. Obakim has ascended, but I mean, hey, look, after the last performance and, you know, recent history, who can argue? But Jason, we got to get into our draft that hopefully is about to be ready here. We've given the teams a little bit of time. Is the draft good to go? It's that moment here where I actually don't know, Jason. You don't know. Like, none of us know. We just...
Oh, I know.
Production knows.
I know that production knows. And what production knows is that it is not ready because we've not headed into it. So we can talk about maybe some other things, ZP. Actually, it is ready.
Wait.
And they saved me because I was about to talk about something that maybe I shouldn't talk about, or maybe I should have. Who knows? We'll find out. As the band's going to be coming on through, Buff and Joyers, Abrahams will be choosing to get the second pick, allowing Buff and Joyers to have first pick. And again, I'm looking towards, like, are we going to see an early Shiv ban? Do you think Buff and Joyers will go Billy over a Shiv if they can get it as a first pick, or do you think they're still committed to like a Mirage?
I think you go Billy. Like, all the scrim data still kind of shows that if Billy gets through, you pick it. If Pocket gets through, you pick it. There's not really a lot to go against that. Even though I do think, you know, getting Shiv away from Together is pretty high value, and arguably you could justify going to Shiv a little bit earlier. But okay, the Inferno. This is interesting because now this is interesting because it means that Abraham is guaranteed one of either Billy or Pocket, and Buff and Joyers, you have no way of giving up, you know, what's effectively going to be like potentially a Pocket Shiv. We'll see, but
they don't care about Pocket, though, remember?
Yeah,
they're the only team who just does not care about a Pocket first pick, because they are one of the few teams out there who can play around a Pocket Affliction and just be kind of mindful of when it's coming in. So they still go for the Mirage, which means Abraham's, Pocket Shiv, ZP, like that is a disgusting combo if they go that route. Like, Affliction into Killing Blow, that's a one fight if you can land it.
I think after the last thing here, okay. Again, Scrim Day would suggest you go Billy, and getting Pocket Billy is like unreal value. But recent performance, especially seeing listed on the Shiv, I think your Abrahams are real tempted to take the Shiv instead. But instead, you go Viscous. They take the Viscous away from Break, and now, okay, for Buff and Joyers, you have to kind of adapt a little bit on who's playing what. But you could legitimately go Billy Shiv. It'd have like an outrageous front line.
Hear me out. Kelvin Shiv. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Do they go?
Can you grow up the sideburns like Shiv? Just to quickly bring it back to our discussing before about cosplaying.
It's possible. I mean,
sure can't.
They just kind of grow. Like they get to a point where it's like, good God, I need to get them chopped. Like if I left it alone for a long time, it'd be doable. But okay, they just go Billy Shiv, and okay, you've given up the Pocket, but the front line for Buff and Joyers here is frankly terrifying, Jason.
As a last distracting comment, how many subs would it take for you to just grow out your beard? Because I've always seen you with like the mustache and like this, but I've never seen you like try to grow out everything else.
I can't. I literally cannot.
Okay.
This is my cap right here, pretty much.
I feel your pain, brother. My sides don't grow at all. So, all right. Yeah. So yeah, the Billy Shiv, as we were talking about before, that is gonna be deadly, man. Like also the fact that you can chain gang into a Dust Devil and knock them up, like there is a lot of potential. Also, I mean, the slice and dice through a chain gang too, that is a lot of damage. But Abrahams have responded, as you mentioned, with Viscous and with Holiday now. So they have a lot of pick. They have sustainability. Like they have survivability as well with the Viscous. This is already a pretty strong comp of Abrahams. And then we've seen Apollo towards Obi-Kim, and then Buffetters ban Drifter. Maybe was that going to be Sonya playing Drifter potentially? But I think he's going to be playing, well, I thought the Holiday, but it...
Well, this is interesting because I thought they would angle to maybe put Obi-Kim on Drifter again because the Apollo is gone. Obi-Kim's not going to be able to play that. The Geist is going to get picked up. I mean, Geist getting, in terms of who's playing what, this feels like a Billy or a Listic on Billy cosmetical on Shiv angle here. But, you know, do we see the return of something like an Obi-Kim Holiday in this case? There's no Infernus either. Like, Obi-Kim's hero pool has been viciously targeted in terms of bans. Like, you assume Vrake goes on the Calico, but possibly.
I mean, Holiday's already been picked, so he can't go for that.
Yeah,
like so the Drifter and the Apollo. I mean, Paradox is still an option.
The city could use some new blood.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting that we have that.
I can't believe that's animated on top of it. But okay, now this is kind of interesting because normally you would expect Cosmetical to be playing the Mina if it's getting played, but in terms of who's playing what, then it kind of makes you wonder who's going to be on the Shiv. I'm trying to remember if we've seen Obi-Kim play a Mina at some point. I think that actually may have been a thing. Otherwise, Abraham.
I know D-Mob played it last week when Buff and Joyers played it.
Could be Hoot.
I know, this is kind of wild. Saint going to be on the Abrams most likely. The Lash to round it. I mean, the Lash to set up the Pocket Ultimate, or at least to bait out the counter spells. That's also a good option.
Yeah.
Gordon? No. But maybe? It could be Zergy Mina, but I don't. We'll find out. We'll see here.
No, probably Zergy Venator. Venator isn't. Although I'm trying to. Hang on, let me look back at this. Cosmetical also. There's a game in scrims where it was Zergy Mirage Cosmetical Venator. Just to be clear. So it may be Cosmetical.
Who's going to be on Mina?
It may be Hoot on Mina. I mean, Hoot has been more on flyer to flyer adjacent heroes as of late, so that kind of makes sense. I think the one thing you could take to the bank here is that it is probably going to be Vrake on the Calico. I think it's going to be Zergy Mirage, Vrake on Calico, and those things are sure. I think the other things are a little bit up in the air.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I say it every time, man, and I get kind of tired of saying it, but that's, again, one of the advantages of Buff and Joy is that you really could float around all these individual roles, but then maybe we should focus on Abraham's in particular here, because obviously when it comes to Pocket, we think Empty Dreams for sure. When it comes to Holiday, I want to assume it's going to be Tass. And then the thing is, I'm not sure because I think I believe Sonya did play Holiday before and Tass played Viscous. And then Arzo on Geist and together on Lash. Like that's kind of what I'm imagining that we're going to see here. But I'm honestly still not sold on this.
Well, let's go down a different road here and just kind of talk about how we expect these comps to play out. I think obviously for Buff Enjoyers, you take a look at it, you have a pretty scary front line, like certainly scarier than what you have for Abrahams. Abrahams, you're basically, clutching a lot on Abrams make space with hopefully Geist is ahead of the game. However, in terms of team fights, you have the omnipresent threat of Pocket, who is deadly until you have Divine Barriers come into play. So a lot of fights can be, won or lost by virtue of what did the Pocket do. And you have pretty high pick potential with the Holiday, and pretty reasonable ways of dealing with picks with the Viscous itself. Thinking about how this goes down, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that the Abrahams draft actually does pretty well, but I think for Abrahams, when they do get into the team fight, they're pretty reliant on landing a big affliction, and outside of team fights, like they need the Holiday to actually generate picks here and there. I think if they go into an even fight against Buff Enjoyers, comp to comp, the Buff Enjoyers comp is probably a bit stronger, but I mean, there are ways for Abrahams to kind of play this to their advantage.
It almost looks like they're reversed a bit. Like I could see Buffingers running the Abraham's comp, and Abraham's running the Buffingers comp quite often in my head. But yeah, I think like it feels like you're banking on a big affliction to set up a fight. Like I know Saints are very good Abrams. I know Arzo can be a very good Geist. They have the pick potential out of Holiday, but if you can't pull off that pick potential and a big affliction can't hit, I just don't see you winning team fights as Abrahams, and that's kind of what I worry about here. Also,
the more I look at it, I think the farm priority is a little bit awkward for Buffingers here, because you take a look at it. Venator, greedy hero. Mina, typically pretty greedy hero. Mirage, one of the greediest in the game. And the performance of Shiv, like, yes, Shiv can exist without being particularly well farmed, but he doesn't really love it. And it's one of the few times we see Shiv like look bad is in games where Shiv is closer to poverty than not. So I actually think that in terms of the soul economy for Buffingers, it's a little bit awkward.
I don't know. I'm thinking back to last game, because I don't think Listic was really farming that much. I think he was just farming kills. I mean, he was 20-1, yeah. And then seeing Vraic on Calico, it felt like he was mostly farming like urns and farming boxes to get most of his income. And then yeah, obviously it was like a lot towards Cosmetical and towards Zergy, who were just farming the soul lanes, because you had Cosmetical on Geist and Zergy on Infernus, and then Hoot was just kind of taking the third lane, flexing around. I'm not sure. I think I think Buffingers have a plan for it for sure. The one downside though, they don't have the the Drifter to just set up the fights. And I think that's maybe a big difference here with the Shiv Calico together, because who's going to be like the third to that hit squad? And I don't think Billy necessarily fits that quota, though. Good mobility, good ultimate, it is very possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The more I'm looking at this here, and I think I'm starting to convince myself that I like the Abraham's ref more. As much as like you look at the beginning, it's like, oh my god, you gave up Billy Shiv. I think there's actually a lot of ways Abrahams can play this to their advantage. And the fact that Buffingers are not going to be able to get everyone rich unless they just run away at the laning phase, where I think in terms of laning phase, things are relatively close. Like, I don't think there's a gigantic gap one way or another. I kind of look at this, Jason, and think so long as Pocket has at least an average to above average game, I kind of like Abraham's a little bit more, but we'll see how it pans out.
Okay. I'm honestly, I'm still heavy in favor of Buffingers personally, just after what we saw in the last game, and the fact that they've been, again, like, so confident to just let Pockets go through. I think it's like they don't ever have to ban Pocket because they're so confident in not worrying about these afflictions. And we haven't really seen them be punished for that yet. And I don't know if that's just because they're playing so well or the Pockets against them aren't, but we'll see how it's going to work out here. Is Hoot once again going to be over on the Mirage, back to mid lane with Cosmetical on Shiv this time with them by his side. Became on the Mina. And Zergy will in fact get the Venator, and on the other side, so together, so it actually won't be Saint on the Abrams. It'll actually be together on the Abrams, leaving Sonya to flex over to the Lash and Saint on the Viscous.
Yeah, Abrams kind of has a frontline priority, where if there's only one frontline character, you can usually expect Together to be the one playing it. Like, I can't really think back to a time where you didn't see Together on something representing the frontline. Like, if there's just one, it's going to be Together. And, in this case, Saint a little bit closer to support roots being on the Viscous. But laning phase is going to be important, and Together just walking in, giving up the parry and the immediate punish. Not an ideal start to the lane, especially with Buffingers recently being so adept at just turning quick lane advantages into unrelenting aggro.
It looked more like a Listic heavy melee, to be honest, after that last game. But good capitalization of Buffingers to turn that into a kill. Again, Vraic start off pretty good early. And then the Mina Vendor in the right lane. I feel like that's a very strong lane, because the raw... Oh, okay. Or Listic. He gets parried up as well.
What
they counter parry once to get on Together.
That is an unreal sequence there, Jason, where just when you think Abraham's about to swap it back the other way, you just get parry after parry after parry. Actually, Abraham's still working with a bit of a health lead, and Break nowhere to go. Maybe turns out into a trade on the Sanya, but Sanya feeling absolutely fine at 130 HP as we see Listic take a more defensive position in what has been a very parry heavy game. And okay, Together off a little bit in the hunt.
I get that heal minion maybe before Ray gets back, so you get the solo heal off of it.
Let's take out Pocket.
Good amount of health coming on through here, gets them in a fairly good position here in lane. The right hand side though has been just non-stop aggression, and honestly, like, Mina and Graves, or not Graves, where did that come from? And Vener together is, I feel like it could potentially be such a deadly combo, especially against a Pocket who has a negative spirit resist. That can do a lot. If you get like one gut shot into the wall, I feel like Empty Dreams could just die. Luckily, he does have the cube to his side out of Saint to help him survive. And probably one of the reasons why they're still holding on this lane. I feel like if you pair Empty Dreams up with anything else in that lane on his Pocket, it wouldn't have as good of a result so far.
All right, 11k to 11k so far. The absolute chaos of the left lane is quieted down a little bit. See if Buff Enjoyers can once again manufacture a lane advantage here. But again, you know, even going back to the beginning of the draft, I think that whatever lane advantage comes out between the teams here is going to be relatively based on execution rather than, you know, massive lane advantages one or another. Though I do think the mid lane, I mean, it's scary, Mirage Shiv, but against Holiday Geist, I don't think that's something that Holiday Geist necessarily falls over either.
Yeah, and I think the kill potential at ults, I would actually put towards Abraham's, to be honest, in that with the lasso under the Guardian. As it looks like the burger box on the left hand side is going to continue. Tass is rotated over from the mid lane, looking for a gank here. No lasso to be seen just yet. Maybe a barrel would be enough to take down Listic, and Sonic gets the kill onto him, so a successful gank comes on through at a Tass. In the meantime, though, Buffingers have responded with their own push in the mid lane to punish Tass leaving.
Yeah, I mean, getting Guardian would be solid, but you look at Abraham's and, yeah, Tass is just rotating back. Barrels in tow. Not going to actually lose that much on the mid Guardian. Down to about half. The damage wasn't necessarily there to punish, but wouldn't be EU without a quick pause and unpause, and what a quicker one here from Together.
Looks like some counter aggression on the right hand side as well. Saint trying to get aggressive. I wonder if Rake's going to be back on box duty for the most part, like we saw before. Oh, okay, that was a good parry here. Once you get on Together, the counter parry out of Sonya is not going to land, and Sonya actually might pay the price here. Gets extremely low from the burger box, and it's happening. Gets punched up and sent back to spawn. Another kill's created a Buff and Joris on this left hand side, especially at a perfect time with buffs coming up here.
Yeah, in this case, that was a get down Mr. President from Sanya. Buff's going to be acquired here, though. Saint grabbed the casting buff, but couldn't come at cost. Gets hit by the Dust Devil and a pretty angry Hoot in hot pursuit. Cube is going to come in. Hoot going to wait it out and get the kill with the aid of Zergy.
A Hoot pursuit. I like it. They also get they do get the double. Wait, did they not get double buffs? Actually, it was stolen away on the kill.
Saint got the casting and then immediately
yeah.
died for it.
Listic gets gun over on Billy. You see Empty Dreams trying to come in and immediately gets sent on back. So yeah, advantage has been created, though it's only like 1k in the lead here for Buff Enjoyers compared to Abraham to continue to farm up. This is also how it felt, though, to be fair, with Leviathan, but the kills have drastically fallen. This is gonna be a big dive here. Parry onto the tower. No rake just yet, and actually might get caught up being too aggressive, and Saint turns it around on Obi Kim and keeps Empty Dreams alive.
When was the last time Obi Kim was on this year? Like that was so ambitious from Obi Kim that did not seem likely to go his way. Also, Listic falling on the left, but yeah, I mean that was pretty greedy read by Obi Kim, and Mina is not Drifter. There is a difference in what you can get away with there. And, you know, Obi Kim just lost half of his HP in an instant, but back to the grind this time. Looking for Tass in the rotation into middle, which is turning to a very quick counter rotation in from Abraham's. Is Hoot gonna get caught out here? Taking a look at the minimap, Hoot down to half HP, a quick dive in, courtesy of Empty Dreams, but things may just return to normalcy here in a moment.
And this left lane doesn't want to stop battling either. Constantly fighting against each other as Rake is off rotating around in these boxes. So the mid lane, it still seems to be the focus. You see Obi Kim is still in the vicinity to look for a kill. Arzo's below half HP, but does have swap, and looks like Obi Kim will head back towards the right-hand side either way. Not big, too big of a mix-up here. But guard HP, I mean, mid lane is looking fairly low here out of Abraham's. Because of that rotation task on that left lane gank that he was successful with. Mid guard takes a lot of damage and would be ideal here for Buffingers to free up a lane.
Right now, my eye is just on, now that we have ults involved, is how are things used, like, you know, for Empty Dreams? Are you looking for any sort of roam? with the Affliction, and more importantly for Tass, this is where you look for Holiday to get a little bit more active gameplay-wise, make things happen. But people for now hanging still in their main lanes. Both teams looking for Guardians as a bit more of an aggressive dive on the Hoot, courtesy of Arzo, but immediately turned into a back off.
I'd definitely say one of our slowest, but definitely a slower laning phase. Obviously not when it comes to kills necessarily, but the Guardians still being up. You see finally the first to fall on the right hand side. The good silence here on the Saint. He will fall eventually to the help of Zergy, though. The decay is still ticking on Obikim. And he will be cleaned up by Empty Dreams. So 1-for-1 trade. In the meantime, Midlane's being pushed down. So Buffnors get themselves 2 Guardians for 1 death. Pretty big advantage here. Up only 4k 8 minutes in.
Getting the Guardians is good, but the way things tend to break down is that I'd be shocked if Abrahams didn't get the Guardians down in turn before first Rift. The way things are panning out. Sanya dash down, put him in a rough spot. Just the constant CC, and rare to see a Lash grounded to that extent, but happens here. Elsewhere on the map, though, Saint able to equalize on the Zergy. And, even with the Guardian difference, soul count on the game, relatively close, as a little bit footsie right now. 3 members of Buff Enjoyers on the left, just together, holding down the fort, waiting for Sanya to come back in. Sanya does have the Death Slam good to go here, and this is why Together is making a little bit of room. They're looking for the Guardian, but the Lash is on the way.
He's gonna get the connection, though. Well, gets the ground strike on a Hoot to finish him off, as Hoot was trying to take down that Guardian. So no Death Slam just yet. Can we actually take a look at Golden Statue buffs? I'm curious. When it's come to Sinners, how many have been taken? And if Abrahams have been denied quite a bit, you can see Obikim 14 so far. I expect to see Rake maybe a little bit higher as well, but we still see a lot of Sinners up. Death Slam. Speaking of ambitious Death Slams, that was definitely one of them.
That was the ground slam is what we saw there with minus the slam. Yeah, not exactly the ideal moment. Also, as far as Sinners go, a decent portion of them are still on the map. There's been enough back and forth that teams haven't even had the chance to take a little bit of a break, go gamble. But left side Guardian finally gonna fall. And yeah, even with Guardian Edge for Buff Enjoyers here, Abrahams able to keep pace, 45k to 44k, but now both teams setting up for 10-minute buffs. Chain Gang bash down into a buff take, and Listic getting down into it, enough to find Tass.
Yeah, Hoot actually did pick up the movement buff that spot on the left-hand side there that Listic was going for. Obikim might be getting caught out here. DK still taking on him. Seismic Impact has come on through. Not going to connect, though, with the Nox Nostra, or the Sanguine Retreat being used to actually escape away from it. And speaking of escape, Obikim won't be able to do just that, as Yearn has been dropped, but Cosmetical turns things around. A big battle happened on this left-hand side, and in the end, Vrake does pick up the urn. Cosmetical's low. Listic gets cleaned up by Sanya, and Hoot can't chase this kill down.
I gotta say, Jason, for Obikim, who's been playing the super dive tradey playstyle, usually on Apollo and earlier in the Dan Drifter, I don't know if that works anywhere near as effectively in the Mina, because Obikim is still kind of playing ultra aggro, but is dying way earlier into the fight and doing way less damage, at least so far as I can tell in the Mina, relative to what was going down on the Drifter in the last game. I think if you're Abrahams, you kind of like how some of this has been playing out. Now, urn contest, not gonna be a thing.
Wee. You know why I made that sound?
Why's that?
Vrake has a trophy collector.
Oh,
I don't know how many stacks he has, but he has it. And we'll get a check-in with it in a second, as Yearn has been dunked here by Vrake. I didn't actually catch how many of the soul orbs were picked up for the side of Buff Enjoyers, but trophy collector, again, ambitious is the word I'm going for here. I can kind of understand it, roaming around looking for a lot of kills. Currently at 3 stacks. All right, okay, not bad. I don't know how long he's actually had it for, but it's more than I would have right now.
Also, Affliction goes out only on to Listic, as okay, Vrake killed a bit of the burn, post parry, surrounded by enemies, immediately gonna fall. Yeah, Listic, it was just I think a one-on-one between Listic and Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams is like, okay, screw this, out come the frogs. But it's kind of a tough time to use the ult here, Jason, because think about the strength of the Pocket comp. It's scary to go against Pocket for things like Rift. Rift is about to come out, and I don't think Empty Dreams is gonna have Affliction back out, and it was just used solo on Listic.
The one maybe thing I'll say to that is I agree, for sure. I feel like you want every ultimate up when it comes to the Rift, especially the first Rift if you have nothing else to fight around the map. But I don't think he has it maxed out. I feel like that's where the The affliction really takes its power. The fact that you prevent any sort of healing coming through, the damage that it does as well can be just overwhelming. But we'll see how they fight without it. I mean, at least that's survival for Arzo. But the problem is him and Hoot are going to be on the right-hand side of the map, duking it out, keeping that lane shoved. So he's not going to be here for this rift whatsoever. And actually, a lot of the members out of Abraham's won't even be here for it, ZP.
Wait, they're swapping. Arzo is making the journey over to the left via the teleporter. It's going to be Empty Dreams that fights it, which makes sense because you don't have Affliction. Like, Empty Dreams isn't going to be as effective, so you bring over Geist, as Geist, I think, part of her rise has been perfecting this in fights, but now the dive is on the Sanya, who's been target number one in most of these fights, and once more, maybe about the first to fall, Nox Nostra in from Oakham, back in towards the point. The chase down from Break finally gets on to Sanya, and together, just gets mauled on the point. A very rough engage from Abrahams as Buff Enjoyers takes advantage of the chaos.
I mean, Abraham's get a Guardian. Cost him 4, maybe 5. It's going to cost him 5 people. But they got the Guardian. And that is a clear win for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, the thing is, even though they got 5 kills, possibly 6 in a second, I feel like they didn't really gain that much advantage. Only 4K in souls. I mean, obviously the first rift isn't really worth that much, but I think that kind of also gets Cosmetical going quite a bit. He's on a kill streak now at 11K souls. Zergy's on 15K, which is quite painful when you're Arzo at 11K on a Geist. You talk about, you know, like Warden's falling behind. I feel like Geist maybe falls in a similar boat compared to Warden, that when you kind of like fall behind, you're not nearly as powerful as when you're going to be ahead. And I don't really see a world where Arzo can get ahead of Zergy anymore when it comes to farm.
All I know is you take a look at where the farm is at the game. Realistic going in for Together right now. Together getting a little bit of support in the meantime. 50 HP here, Abrams, but you're going down to that. Overkim able to chase down the last little bit. Doesn't actually get punished in the end for the attempt. Abraham's a later rotation now. Let's see how this one goes. And wait, on the chase down comes Pocket. Empty Dreams working with a lot of farm. Throws up the Frost's 3-man Affliction, Jason. And Obakim goes down. So the counter engage from Abraham's actually pretty good, courtesy of a big Affliction at the end.
Only net 1 kill so far, though. So Cosmetical's forced to the fight. So was Vrek. Ballistic still sticking around to fight up against Saint here in close quarters. And Saint is just bouncing off the walls like a goo man here. Listic gets punched out. Gets the kill at least before he falls. So does Cosmetical. He ends up dying. So 3 kills were had out of Abraham's. So definitely not a bad turnaround whatsoever. Set up by Empty Dreams here for sure when it came to that Affliction. And we're also seeing the Majestic Leap coming back in.
And just look at that last one. It's like the new Flubber remake is going absolutely wild. But Hoot with the urn. Arzo under assault here. Nox Nostra coming on in. A low HP Geist. No soul exchange available, which means it's a vulnerable Geist, and Vrake doesn't miss the opportunity. Elsewhere, Hoot with the urn on the fast break. Oakham gets hunted down while this goes on, and I think if you're Hoot right now, ideally you just get the urn turn in, taking a pit stop here for Together, and Together's HP not looking healthy at all. Just a quick hit on Abrams and back to the urn you go.
Is it just me, ZP, or does it feel like the players that we see now every week in Night Shift movement, if you look back like maybe 2 months ago, has just continued to improve? Like some of the movement Hoot's doing here of just running across the map, like even Listic basically running backwards while still shooting people and knowing exactly where the railings are to jump over when we're not being able to see them. I feel like the players have like really honed in and focused on that because it's looking so clean now.
Yeah, it's definitely taken a step up and then some. Overall, looking at the economy allocation, the one thing that's kind of different in this game, Jason, relative to the last one, is that it's not a super highly farmed Shiv. And I think a poor Mina is not quite the same as a poor Drifter. And you look for Abraham's, with the lion's share of the farm being taken by Empty Dreams, they're really kind of living and dying right now on can you get a multi-man Affliction, and can you actually succeed on this before Divine Barriers start coming out? Like, there's a short window here for Abrams, and maybe getting even shorter, as that was just the Listic connection with Hoot. Finds Tass in a bad spot, courtesy of Chain Gang.
On the note of Pocket, though, it does feel like there's a window that Empty Dreams has to play in, or Abrahams have to play with, because once we see like counter spells come through, like we have Listic has one now, if we see more being picked up, I feel like the power that Empty Dreams can bring to these fights will be cut kind of short. I don't expect to really see too many DBs because there's just no natural DB builders on buff enjoyers, I believe. But like we have a counter spell here as well at a hoot. Like they're starting to get some really big counter items online that will prevent Empty Dreams from being super impactful. The cube's been unused and continuing to push on through on the right hand side. I think those are rescue beam pulling together back. The simultaneous push on both lanes here on left and right is actually net a kill onto Arzo.
I don't love this timing again, Jason. Rift is coming up soon. And once more, Empty Dreams has tossed a single affliction onto Listic. I really, because this now sets us up in a spot where Rift is going to spawn. You're not going to have affliction up. Abrahams in general is actually like pretty drained on ults. And once more, Sanya is just getting run down. This has been a miserable game for Sanya on the Lash.
I just like, I know you said, you know, behind Mina isn't as impactful as a behind Drifter. But I just love how aggressive Obi keeps being nonstop here. It's so funny to see. And the thing is, he's still doing a hell of a lot of damage. You saw that was a 13k meetup against a 17k Sanya. And he just chunks him down. Going for a Boundless next, so he has even more burst. Look at this hero. Actually, Freya going to be top when it comes to hero damage on the Calico? That was something I didn't expect.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Actually, they've had that much damage out of Sanya, despite, you know, a lot of these fights kind of starting out with Sanya being focused down first. So when Sanya's been alive, the output has actually been pretty tremendous, despite the pressure that Sanya's been under. The hero damage stat there is actually very, very illuminating. But there is an upside here, Jason, for Abrahams, is that we're getting the longer end of RNG for the next Rift. Like, I think the pure, like, longest end of it. Which means that affliction might be up for the upcoming Rift.
I think it should be, just to contest alone. Oh, Saint. Sorry, Sanya. I was about to say can't escape this one with the silence, but a great rescue beam once again out of Saint. I would say definitely one of the best users we have in EU when it comes to rescue beam, knowing positioning. And a good job dodge by Obigim here to get away from this TAS holiday. As the Rift's going to be on the right-hand side here, and Hoot's just going to continue to push this left-hand side, looking for the walker damage, looking for the split push more importantly. And Buffender's maybe even looking for a somewhat of an escape here. They're trying to get, looks like Listic around the backhand side as the fight is even continuing in towards the mid lane. It's been just hell breaking loose here on this game so far, ZP. And the Rift is finally,
they do chase down Obikim. You got enough people in mid that you could just turn this into a mid-boss play. But instead, it's a all hands on deck for the Urn. Ult's looking good here for Abrahams.
Oh my.
Bit of a dive down here for Arzo, who gets chunked and then some. Domini through the tunnel.
Did you see him freaking out there too?
Up in time. Cosmetical chases it down right as Soul Exchange comes up and alive. The fight, meanwhile, going down on the Rift. And once more, it's a solo affliction. It only hits Listic. It's only been Listic getting hit with the frogs. Death Slam in from Sanya, making some space here on the point. Now stuck in a battle versus Vrake versus Billy. Here at the same time, just guns Listic down. Who says Gunlash is dead? And yet the Rift secured by Buffendures. Abraham's getting whittled down. And that could be a big swing in the game here, Jason, because mid-boss likely next.
Oh, it has to be mid-boss, man. It's a seismic impact is the only thing to stop you from taking this. Well done here by Buffendures. Also, I don't know if you caught it, but it was so funny to see Arzo just struggling to get through that doorway, knowing there's an Iridomini with his name on it, potentially chasing. And then we cut to Zergi, who's just sitting there like, no, I want the buff. I don't want to chase down this kill. Cosmetical gets it. And mid-boss has been finished off here, and the two players of Abraham's trying to contend this one, trying to contest it, do something about these rejus being taken. And the first two go the way of Buffendures, and the third, no way for Abraham's to hold on to this, losing out on Together and Arzo. And the chase even continuing further as it's just tasked to run back towards base with no rejus in hand. And almost a 20k deficit almost.
Yeah, I mean, that was 3 rejuve crystals, and Abraham's trying to at least steal 1, end up throwing 2 lives into the shredder. Things have suddenly gotten very, very tough for Abraham's. And look, you know, one thing we kind of talk about anytime there's a pocket comp is that you do live and die in your afflictions. And I feel like more often than not for Empty Dreams this game, you had that 1 3-man affliction, which was great, and Abraham's won the fight. Otherwise, we've just been seeing solo afflictions on to Listic in a lot of these fights. And for Pocket being your most farmed character, it's just not the output you need for a character that you invested in so heavily, both in draft and soul economy alike.
I do wonder if Abraham's did play around these afflictions better, would these fights have changed? But it almost also feels like at the same time, ZP, that maybe that window, it's a little bit shut. I mean, the lead 20k and growing now. 3 rejuves. I mean, they're looking for walkers, and technically this is like probably one of your best opportunities to fight, because you could get rid of these rejuves if they're grouping up on a walker by hitting a fat affliction. That's not it though. The 0-hit affliction is not what you want to see.
Yeah, you thought the afflictions that were just saying listic were not great. Well, this is a little bit worse. It's been unfortunate, I think, sequence for Empty Dreams here so far, but you still got 1.5 minutes left on the rejuve. Of course, rejuve a little bit less time than it's had historically, some of the recent changes, but 3 rejuves good to go and the stat advantage. If you're buff enjoyers here, Jason, you're kind of angling to try and at least get one shrine off this. Nox Nostra again in from Obakim, eating a lot of damage in the process, but this is the difference here stat-wise. I think even game Obakim probably dies. Game with this little difference, not so much. Abrahams, though, seizing the opportunity, off on the lasso, into Seismic Slam. They're able to find Zergy. Find him twice. Goes on down, a second rejuve crystal grabbed. Opening perhaps created here by Abrahams. Once more charge here in the Obakim. Obakim running for his life. Saint ends up dying into the back. The quick reprieve as now Buff Enjoyers try and move back the other way.
Bro, Zergy just got obliterated. Dear Lord, the Death Slap into a seismic impact. But it doesn't matter. They trade 1-for-1 at the end. They still lose base guardians, and Buff Enjoyers are still sporting a 31k lead in souls. Even though Obakim, it wasn't the most farmed, and now we were talking before about like the being behind Amina is maybe more painful than being behind his Drifter, but I feel like his Nox Nostras though, like, are still so strong in shutting down Sonya or potentially Empty Dreams in the engagement that they want. I feel like Obakim's been doing a really great job of positioning himself to hit these ultimates at very crucial times to just break up any sort of combo of Abrahams.
Yeah, he's been on I Hate Last duty, although Listic gets caught out, so is Obakim. A little bit of sloppiness from Buff Enjoyers that Abrahams immediately picks up on, and hold the phone. You're still down, and objective-wise, you don't have anything instantly to hop on here, but this is a wide period of time to work with here for Abrahams, and Buff Enjoyers, surely you don't give up Hoot here on top of it. You see together on the hunt, and a surge from Abrahams if they can keep the momentum going, but the counterspell ruins Tass's day.
What's Rake's trophy collector at? We haven't checked in quite a long time.
Should be like 12 or 13 by now. Something like that.
Maybe like 6, maybe 7 stacks.
Down 2. Saint not looking healthy at all, and whatever the stacks are being, maybe +1 here in just a moment, and absolutely are. 13. I was just I said 12 or 13, and not much more accurate than that, Jason.
It's impossible to be more accurate than that. Well, I mean, it was 12 when we tuned in, and then 13 once the kill came through. So, yeah, really well done, ZP, like the master of keeping track of all of Rake's assists here. As he's another earn dunk gonna pop up in souls. I just wanted to show this replay really quickly here of Zergy and like the commitment they use, because they obviously chase him down. We saw before they get his rejuve, which is big, but to invest like a death slam, seismic impact into him for that one kill. I feel like you shouldn't have to commit those 2 big ultimates to just get that one player. And the thing is, to be fair, it is Zergy. He is on 38,000 souls, so he's one of the biggest threats on the team. But I feel like the combo that Abrahams have, you need to be hitting more than one with these wombo combos if you want to win these fights, especially being down now this far.
Jason, all eyes here on Empty Dreams. Casting buff is set. What is Empty Dreams going to get here with the Affliction? Where, by the way, with all the counter spells that Buff Enjoyers has bought, there's a good chance that some of these Afflictions were simply counter spelled away, and we just didn't have the camera view on it. So, but either way, Lasso on the break. Pick off the break here would be huge. Calco, though, not the easiest pick in most circumstances. Mostly a backpedal coming in here from Abrahams as the Rift slips away.
This just seems like a rift that Buff Enjoyers are taking just to deny it from Abrahams, because, like, realistically, again, you're not... I feel like if you're ahead like this, these minions, which we haven't even talked about, by the way, the Men in Black minions, they just won't do anything because there's always going to be someone there to defend. So, and you're realistically not looking for a big push when mid boss is up in a minute at a time. So just a denial take to continue to extend their lead and prevent Abrahams from building up. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head talking about Empty Dreams now. It's basically just pocket watch and see what he can do, because they cannot win a fight, in my opinion, without a huge affliction. Not anymore.
Divine Barriers, it's all hands on deck, where
they have
even
one.
if they get through the counter spells, yeah, we're gonna have a Divine Barrier on the goat. In fact, can we get a tab? Like, that may not even be the only Divine Barrier.
It has to be the only one, though. Unless Obi can, he's going for Boundless. I don't imagine he actually got one.
We'll have an update soon, but at the very least, they have one here so far, and looks like it does begin and end at one. Although I think,
Or
take a look at
counter
Cosmetical. Cosmetical is probably going to buy one too. Would be my guess. Like
Yeah, Guardian Ward for sure. Yeah, he's going up into it. But like 4 counter spells, 2 Divine Barriers on the precipice of. You're just not going to get Affliction. I think this is why buff enjoyers don't really care about Pocket anymore, because I feel like they're so good at just knowing where Pocket's going to be. And even if you can somehow get an Affliction on multiple people, I feel like it just gets counterspelled most of the time because they invest into like the defenses early enough.
Yeah, I think without replays of every Affliction, it's hard to say, but I do think there's a chance that, Empty Dreams has been... Oh, speaking of, plays here, the quick drop on the Cosmetical into an Affliction that gets nothing! Or gets Divine Barriered off. Either way, buff enjoyers are not feeling any pain from Affliction whatsoever, and Hoot is absolutely cleaning up in close quarters. 2 for Hoot. Listic follows on through. Abraham's dying by the dozen. It's only 4, but it still sounds good to say. And mid-boss is up and available now for buff enjoyers, Jason, and could be the end of the game approaching.
I'll have you know, dozen in Italy is actually only 4. It's not 12. So you're right.
That doesn't seem correct, but
No, it's
nothing,
not correct.
Nothing surprises me.
So on the note of like Divine Barriers and counter spells, I feel like the adaptation for Empty Dreams is you have to get Refresher, right? You have to go for double Affliction in these fights. That's the only way to work around it, because there is a window where counterspell won't be up that you could hit another Affliction. And at 33k, knowing they have this many counterspells, I feel like that should have been bought already, though I don't think he has it.
Oh, first stage patron is going on down, and buff enjoyers not much in their way to just end the game here and now. I mean, yeah, Empty Dreams back up, no Affliction up available. Maybe this is where you sell and just buy a Refresher, but either way, you need people in the pit now as buff enjoyers look to put an end to this. Abrahams, we'll see if they can do anything to defend, and no, Jason, they can't. Buff enjoyers take the first map.
It wasn't super convincing in the beginning. It was definitely a lot closer in the start of this match than what we saw up against Leviathan. But man, buff enjoyers, they just ran away with it. And it became so damn difficult for Abrahams to catch their footing. I think a lot of it, again, goes to the draft. It goes towards buff enjoyers not being scared of Pocket, invested early into counter spells. At the same time, you do have to point out Empty Dreams did whiff a couple of Afflictions, like the one we saw on Walker hitting absolutely nothing. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, man. Buff enjoyer is just playing on a whole nother level when it came to this week.
Yeah, I mean, overall, when I evaluate this game, what it comes down to me is that you invested very high pick priority on the Pocket and very high soul economy, and whether it be the counter spells, whether it be a bit of user error for some of the Afflictions, it just was not that impactful of a Pocket game. And I think you have to outplay another team so incredibly hard to get back into the game if something you've invested these resources both in and out of game of underperforms to that degree. And that's just the reality of it. And again, I think you could do the deep dive, and maybe Empty Dreams wasn't even playing bad in this instance, but you just had the greatest counter spells ever for buff enjoyers. Either way, the Pocket was neutralized, and it was too much to ask for everyone else to just pick up the slack.
That's a good point. I mean, you look at, if you compare first picks out of both teams and the investment in the draft, like you're talking about, Hoot Mirage versus Empty Dreams on Pocket, it was a complete night and day when it came to impact. Like, you saw how much damage that Hoot was able to put out. I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually like number 1, number 2 when it came to damage. The impact he had as well with Ballistic, with these Dust Devils, with the Rising Rams, he was able to keep people like juggled and held onto for a very long period of time. Also, like the way Hoot did itemize as well later on in the game. I feel like when it came to like first pick impact in this game, Hoot wins hands down. Like, buff enjoyers won that battle, and you have to wonder, is it worth going Pocket for Abrahams anymore, or was it worth it maybe going Shiv instead in your first picks?
You take a look at how Together had struggles this game. Would you rather have had Together on the Shiv? Yeah, I think you would have in this instance, or manipulating the draft in such a way that maybe you get something like Doorman. I think that may have been first ban though, so that may not have been available in any instance. But either way, to me, this is just a clear instance that, you know, how you structure your draft, you need to get value out of your highest priority picks, and it didn't happen here. And again, without a full like deep dive, only pocket point of view, we don't know like how many of these were outright missed, how many were counterspelled, and then, you know, later on if you got DB'd. But the bottom line is no one can take a look at this game and be like, yeah, your pocket got immense value. And yeah, I mean, there's other factors that went into the game too, but I just feel like when your richest player is unable to execute on what makes the hero good, it shouldn't be too surprising that things ended up the way they did. And big shout out to Deathy, by the way, on the raid. Always appreciate the support and the co-streams coming from Deathy and his community.
I miss Deathy. I miss Llama Lords. I miss TF2 Boomers. I miss a lot of the old school NA teams. Hope he's doing well. Again, he had a victory over in the Sagem Slam, if I'm not mistaken. Was he playing Darius? Just absolutely destroying people with an OP character. But speaking of destroying people with OP characters, I was going to go somewhere directly with this, but honestly, everyone in Buffingers had a pretty good style line. There was no one in particular in that one to even like focus on.
I mean, Buffingers just had a very, very solid game as far as rotations and making things happen. And, you know, I think we kind of talked about to begin with is that in terms of win conditions, it was up to Buffingers to make more plays happen with their comp, whether it be picks via the holiday or big afflictions to set things up. Like we said that in the middle of the draft that this was how Buffingers would win. And we didn't really see a bunch of picks out of task. We didn't see a bunch of big afflictions. And, you know, Sanya, I think, honestly, had pretty unreal output for the amount that Sanya was getting targeted. Like, Sanya was enemy number one this entire game, and Abrahams did a great job of just keeping Sanya down. And, you know, the rest of it, just don't make mistakes, team comp-wise, and win the game, which is what we saw. Also, the team names are reversed here. Like, reverse this. We got Buffingers, Abrahams on the wrong side.
Yeah, poor Sonya, man. Even when it came to the start of the game, he was being punished quite heavily thinking back to the parry. But then again, like Obi Kim seemed to have been focusing constantly with the Nox Nostras to just prevent Sonya from really doing much. And I mean, I know there's like a Dispel Magic in there, which doesn't work on ultimates, but the fact is, Sonya wasn't allowed to just roam around freely and look for those kills. I mean, even some of these, I don't remember a multi-man Death Slam. And again, not to put blame on Sonya whatsoever, but it just, the whole point of their comp, they weren't able to execute. And whether that was on them not executing well or Buffingers preventing it from happening really well can obviously be debated and discussed. But the fact is, if your comp's based around these like good engagements and these like team fights and these picks and good afflictions, if you don't hit those, you can't expect to win.
No, not at all. But if any team can bounce back here, Jason, it's got to be Abrahams. I mean, again, they've been on a hot streak as of late. Last week, the finals went to 3. And look, we were kind of joking about earlier, but this could be another mythical 8-map day. Either way, this is Deadlock Night Shift, Shift 46. Buffingers on the verge of retaking the throne. Can Abrahams bounce back? Join us after the break to find out.
guys.
I see guys. Let's take out guys. I see guys.
I see Billy.
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
I didn't.
The rejuvenator is descending.
I see guys. I see guys. Let's take out holiday. I see Lash.
Walker is under attack.
I see Lash. Let's take out Lash.
Demons took arrogance.
I see the detective.
Let's take out Pocket.
I see guys.
Hell of a fight.
I see the detective.
Let's take out Pocket.
I see guys.
Hell of a fight.
I see the detective.
Let's take out Pocket.
The power of the chief is up. I see guys.
I see Pocket.
Let's take out Taser.
I see Viscous. I see Viscous.
I see Lash.
Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift. It is shift 46, and Buff Enjoyers bounce back. They avoid the afflictions, Jason. None of them come down with the plague, and as a result, they take map 1 away from Abraham's, where the story was, is Pocket worth the first pick? And Buff Enjoyers have been the one team resistant to it over time, Jason, and kind of showed why in the last game.
Yeah, I think, you know, I feel like I'm always glazing them more than on the show, but it does feel like if you see them going towards a trend, probably smart to follow, because we see Pocket left open multiple times, I feel like, against them, because teams want to pick Pocket and they don't pick Pocket because they realize, yeah, we don't need it. Maybe we don't, you know, rate him as high as a lot of teams, other teams do. I feel like they've adapted to the play style of how a pocket wants to execute, as we saw in that last game to Dreams. He hit like 1 3-man affliction, but the rest were like solo afflictions you pointed out over on Holistic mostly. And it came down to, was the pocket a better first pick than a Mirage? And as we saw on the match screen, unfortunately it wasn't. So going ahead here for Abrahams, I would imagine pocket is definitely not going to be a character they're going to be looking to take right in the beginning. I feel like for them, they're going to lean towards actually Shiv this game to try to get it for Together or for Sonya.
Yeah, that'd be my guess too. Also, I think, the bans went a little bit weird where it was like Doorman banned into Infernus banned, and it's like, oh, okay, then you guarantee that you get either the Billy or the Pocket. In this case, they're able to get both because Buff and Jorah says we actually value Mirage over both of those heroes, and it didn't quite work out as expected. I mean, you think about how that game would have went down if they were able to get the Shiv over the Pocket, for example. It probably would have been better. And again, I think part of it too is that when you invest in Pocket right now, because of where you have to go for him in the draft and the way they played around him economically, you are kind of putting a lot of the game on, all right, is Pocket gonna perform? Is Pocket gonna have a big ult? At least when you're playing him the old style and not, there are ways of playing Pocket that's more Cape Max, that's a little bit less all in on the ult. But I think if you're gonna justify Pocket at that high of a pick, it almost kind of has to be more at the ult level, which just wasn't had. But Abrahams, they're a smart team, they're adaptive, and I think the big response we're going to see here, Jason, is that I wouldn't be surprised if they first banned Pocket, saying, hey, maybe we don't want to play this anymore, but we also don't want you to pick it, would be my guess, as opposed to them picking something like the Infernus.
Excuse me, I just wanted to see what the first ban was actually going to be here out of Abrahams. So they go back to Pocket instead of the Infernus this time. So we're probably expecting a Doorman ban out of Buff Enjoyers. And then for Abrahams, with the first pick, it's Mirage, Shiv, Billy. I think are probably like 3 of the highest prios of what's going to be. Oh, so not allowing the Mirage to go through. They don't ban the Doorman. And I think Abraham's almost expected Doorman to be banned away by Buff Enjoyers yet again, but they changed things up here. And does Abraham's go Doorman? Do they go Billy?
Yeah, I mean, is Doorman worth it here? Do they think that? And no, they go Billy. I kind of agree with this. I think Buff and Jorah's may have had the take where you look at their pick bans of like, okay, maybe Doorman is a little bit overvalued. And yeah, I kind of like from Abraham's taking the Billy instead. Buff and Jorah's by response, maybe you go Doorman Shiv. I don't think you would hate doing that. The Shiv, they instantly snap up. Do they back it up with Doorman? Is the question.
That'd be kind of sick.
I think they may go Viscous though. I think Viscous has been such higher prio and like going
Also
up here.
choice.
I truthfully think that Viscous may be higher prio than Doorman, but we'll see in just a moment. But no, they said they go Doorman. So what for Abraham's then, Jason? It's gonna be Viscous +1
Viscous,
in my mind.
Viscous Infernus.
Viscous Infernus would honestly, based on prio what we've seen, makes sense to me. I think Viscous though is 100% lock. I would be shocked if he doesn't come in. So the Infernus goes here. Yeah, I think it is Infernus Viscous.
Man, my head is gonna break when we have like 60 heroes in this game. Like drafts are gonna be so crazy when we get to like those points. I mean, right now, like we saw on the hero party from last week, I think there was 9 heroes picked 8 or banned 8 games. And that had presence in every single match from the last night shift. Holiday, yeah, I don't know. I can get it for the Doorman, but Viscous.
It's kind of an underpick of where Viscous has been recently. Viscous has been climbing up, and instead you've just now given Viscous up to Buff Enjoyers on top of Doorman. I don't love the sequence events for Abrahams. I think, well, Holiday was probably likely to be hit mid-stage bans. You just gave up a lot of power from what we've seen from teams recently, and the Holiday pick to me seems a little bit over. And they're going to target Together's hero pool here. So they grab Shiv, which is taking away from Together, and they ban the Abrams, which Together would have likely to have played. Now, Together can play the Billy.
Saint was going to be playing Abrams if they picked it up because Together would be on the Billy.
I mean, possibly, but
no, not again.
Yeah, this is the Obakim you don't get to play what you want. But
I'm looking towards like Venator as probably a needed pick out of Buff Enjoyers here to get Sergey something.
Or Geist. I think Geist has actually been even higher value at times in Venator recently because of how Geist is like really good for rift fights, but instead it's going to be the GT for Hoot. So if you're Abrahams and you want to get a little bit tankier on this, you have the Geist available, who has been definitely higher priority at this point in the draft. And you can also go Venator on top of it. Like those 2 picks back to back would not be bad for Abrahams.
I know you say Hoot for Great Talent, but I'm thinking this is more of a cosmetical Great Talent and Hoot on Doorman.
I mean, it's possible.
Because who is the doorman player for them, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It's possible, but also anytime they've played GT, like recently, it's been Hoot GT most of the time. So it could break the other way with this combination of heroes, but...
Oh, they take Drifter away from Listic.
Yeah.
Because we weren't sure if it's a Listic or cosmetical Shiv yet. Interesting.
I think...
I don't hate their comp so far, honestly. Abraham's look pretty damn solid with this.
Abraham's comp is definitely, I think, in a better spot than last game, especially because it's less all or nothing. The Geist is going to be picked up towards the end for buff enjoyers, and, you know, kind of look at it here, I'm wondering what, if anything, would be the Obikim hero, and, you know, they still have some options here, especially if they want to mix things up. You could even grab the Mina, again, if you just want to be like, yep,
It'd be a
go in and run it down.
Oh.
Instead, they Calico for Vrake.
Interesting. So Zergy Geist. And then who's on Viscous if Vrake's on Calico? Obikim? Or is it...
Obikim did have periods of time on Viscous if you go far enough back. It also could be Obikim and Doorman. I think Obikim had a period of time doing a lot of Doorman. But it's going to be Ivy, the round things out for Abraham. So kind of a different look here all around. The interesting
I mean, the Ivy, it kind of acts like a pseudo way to deal with Grey Talon, right? Because you can get the stomps on Grey Talon, though obviously maybe not so easy because of the air dashes you can do, but you'd almost have to wonder like a Phantom Strike has to come through out of Billy to deal with whoever's on Talon in the air. Like they need some sort of response to that.
I was muted. As I look at this here, buff enjoyers, they're running a comp that honestly I think is squishier than you might expect. Like you get cube saves here, but if Shiv doesn't get a bunch of farm, if Geisses get a bunch of farm, there's a lot of ways that Abrahams can just kind of run at buff enjoyers here. I mean, you have Drifter, who, as we saw earlier today, is getting played as, you know, just basically a kamikaze warrior half the time, where it's just like, I'm going to go down, but I'm going to make a favorable trade. You have Infernus, who is still generally played like heavily into Flame Dash. You have Billy, who's just going to be running in. You have Ivy, who, you know, makes the ground lava, who also like a lot of Abrahams is simply going in. And buff enjoyers, a lot of their comp is more, you know, playing around it, being more evasive. Like I think the barrier to execution is a lot higher for buff enjoyers to make their comp work than it is for Abrahams to make their comp work.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's pretty much just a reversal of what we saw in the last draft, right? I think buff enjoyers were in Abraham's boat and Abrahams were in buff enjoyers boat. And we saw for Abrahams, it didn't work with the pocket, the lash, all working together to hit these combos. But I don't know, man, like that first game, it felt so one-sided for buff enjoyers, even though the early game wasn't necessarily completely in one direction or the other. But once buff enjoyers got the lead, they ran away with it. I think what I'm mostly curious about is who's going to be on who, man, going into this one for buff enjoyers in particular. We're talking about Hoot on Flyers. I would be extremely excited to see Hoot on GT once again.
Also, a lot of people are kind of dogging on Ivy, being like, oh, Ivy doesn't do anything. I think Ivy gets a little bit underrated in terms of how powerful she actually can be at the moment. Like, don't forget, she got banned in the first game, which is partially like, hey, we don't want Fargo Record to play it. But the modern Ivy is played a lot more as enabling ganks. Like, enable it, you use airdrop for some of the most hyper aggressive plays possible. And, you know, in this case, it would be airdrops onto Billy in all likelihood.
Yeah, I mean, that or a combustion as well can be so scary with a flying and an Ivy to drop you in. But yeah, I mean, there's like, I think there's two good options for sure.
I don't think we've run that graphic before, have we? Or
no, we did last
I
game.
Just blocked it out. Did we do it like I was just blocking out while looking at this, but a little bit of extra oomph there, especially for those watching the VODs.
I think it's mostly just production wanting to get their names out there. Let's be honest.
Nah, everyone knows who production is.
Lotu's like, come on, do it, Solomon, do the thing.
You mean
he got us with your mom? You know, he could. If Lotu was smart, he would have actually changed one of those slides to be something about your mom after he got myself and Uber last week.
No. Don't put this evil on the world. But we
was it 29K people, Lotu? So saw you get Uber.
Also, we'll get a little bit of clarification on who's playing what here in just a moment.
Doorman. Okay, so not Hoot.
Yeah, I mean, Hoot has been Mr. Flyer recently, although, okay, Hoot is not on the... This is all sorts of weird, given that in the lead up here, like all week, Hoot was, yep, I'm just on GT, yep, I'm just on Vindicta. And we have a game here where because, I mean, okay, for Vrake, it kind of makes sense because Vrake has been Viscous Calico, but never both in the same game. So it's caused like a bit of shifting on buff enjoyers on who is playing what. Because, you know, normally they have only one of Viscous or Calico, and Vrake would be playing one of the either, but all right.
Here's a question for you. You know who we haven't seen today that is a little surprising, because I don't feel like this hero fell off that hard, even though it was some big nerfs.
Silver?
Silver. We saw her in NA, but we haven't seen her at all here in EU today.
EU has been a little bit less bullish on Silver than NA. NA still really likes her, especially if Florida NM is in the game. EU, not as much when it comes to frontline. Whether it's warranted or not is another story entirely, but Sanya and Empty Dreams are, again, the belt right now in lane. That's a rough start, but not one that's resulted in a kill just yet.
Such a funny statement, getting the belt.
You know what I'm looking forward to at the first major Deadlock event, whatever Valve ends up putting on, and someone actually brings an 84-inch TV and like asks Lightbringer to like throw a brick through it or something along those lines.
That would be very funny, but a very expensive gag for sure.
You know, not as much. TVs have gotten really cheap nowadays. Like that's the wild thing. Like inflation is going wild, but the TVs just keep getting cheaper. In this case, though, Saint under a bit of pressure. Sanya on the hoot though, off on the right lane.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to be going to that first Deadlock LAN, ZP will buy you an 84-inch TV as long as you play along with the joke.
Oh no! There's never been a greater boon for technology stores in the local area.
I thought you were gonna say like Lightbringer bringing like a Lightbringer branded belt to a LAN.
People just give Lightbringer a belt, like not in the giving him the belt, but just like giving him a belt. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Well, we did have some early pressure on the right-hand side, as we saw Empty Dreams Sonya being sent back towards base. Hoot has roamed around towards middle here. I was just at the post 3-minute mark, trying to pick up a lot of these boxes. Going to teleport on back. Hopefully not miss out on a wave here. Picks up Stalker. At the same time, we're seeing Sonya do a similar thing here on Drifter, looking for some maybe interaction towards middle, but they've been shoved under the tower here. It's going to be a very difficult dive to pull off.
Things calming down just a little bit, but you know the advantage of running Calico the way you are is that you have the ability to pop up people least expect it. But the turn back the other way into the dive on Cosmetical, barrel out with a little bit of help from Drifter. Ooh, gonna be a little bit late to the fight, maybe enough to get some here onto Holiday. The parry attempt ill-advised. Obakim able to take down Tass as a result. It may not be stopping there. Ivy Stoneform still absolutely wounded, trying to take cover around the Guardian, but Drifter is here, and does Hoot get traded out as a result? Maybe not.
Time to move.
I think Hoot is probably one of the most difficult players to kill in this game. Not to just glaze him up again, but his movement is so clean, and something like Calico, I feel like he could also do some like crazy movement with leaping slashes. Oh, nice little barrel here. That's gonna catch on Obikim, but Obikim's just disappeared. He's gone through the door. Not towards safety though, right back into Tass and cleans up the kill that he started off.
Not the greatest of disappearing acts, but here you get the 3-man rotation in the middle. Elsewhere though, Abrahams goes in, and okay, just a quick parry at Together's expense. What could have been death for Zergy is very much averted.
Much closer in this game, it feels like so far here for Abrahams, starting to set the pace a bit more. Control the game a bit more, more importantly. Thinking back to their Abrams and their Lash lane on the left-hand side in the last game. They were constantly bullied. And right now, he feels like he's doing a little bit of bullying here, ZP. 4.7k souls, has been a part of quite a few kills. It feels like he's almost hit a flow state of just going from lane to lane, box to box, kill to kill. Now we're towards the left-hand side, and they've left, Listic to his own devices on the right-hand side, but that's also forced to rotate out of Sonya as well. So it's going to be like an early 1v1 on the right lane with Empty Dreams, so I feel like should win out in this battle against Listic as an Infernus for Shiv.
One thing, and speaking of Shiv, we got 2 knives directly in the back of Empty Dreams. Just gonna flame dash off and away. See Shiv looking for an extra knife. Gonna land it. Wait, did that go up to 3 stacks? Or did the stacks wear off? It wasn't entirely clear. Either way, the pressure in lane has been pretty significant at Listic towards Empty Dreams, and maybe about to get way more severe as Hoot going in for the dive in off the parry. Calco going in deep, but maybe just enough clearance here for Empty Dreams. But that's gonna be a back to base.
Oh, it didn't connect. I thought the knife connected because I was watching the HP bar. It didn't go down far enough. The pressure's still on. It forces Empty Dreams back. They get the kill into Sanya, and they're dealing. Oh, an owl coming on through. Maybe connection as well. Another kill potentially to be had here up against Tass. The dive's continuing to come on through. The parry gonna be missed. That's 2 kills in a row, mate. Oh, don't even tell me they're gonna feed over a third here. Empty Dreams got to be so careful. He wants this kill into Listic, gets the stun, gets some good damage on through, even gets a parry as well. So they trade 1 for 1 at least here. But who is? I feel like who's just gonna commit.
Yeah, then no escape towards the end. Honestly, a pretty good rebound from Empty Dreams. Solid concussive combustion into the parry. Flame dash gets all the damage you need in that situation. So, you know, yeah, while the lane was looking good for Buffingers, the bounce back pretty good from Abraham's in turn, as we see Cosmetical right now desperately trying to get away. And no, the door not quite enough, as Tess has a brief stay in the Baroness.
Look at Obi Kim. He's like, I'm out. I'm going towards your side. You can have the Guardian. I'm gonna get back into the jungle and look to escape here. This looks like a parry had come in on this left-hand side, but the right lane is being overwhelmed, forcing Cosmetical to rotate here to deal with this Guardian. On the left-hand side, the dive gonna continue. Who again, just make his presence known around this map. They force away the rest of Abraham's. So the Guardian is still looking very healthy.
Things kind of breaking down for both teams at points here, and you know, at the end of the chaos, relatively even, but a little bit gambling interruption. Tass drops on in, looks for the parry, drops a barrel. In the center, a point of contention. Zergy falling in the melee, and we still got Tass looking for more. No lasso, no problem. Still got barrels, still got the bounce. Arzo with the backup from the behind, and that's gonna be enough to get Guardian here too, Jason.
That was actually some really sick movement out of Tass there, keeping the damage from the jump pad by wall jumping and connecting over an Obi Kim there. But we do have like finally a second to take stock of things. Empty Dreams at 7.8 thousand souls, but Listic is also matching him at 7.5k again. As mentioned before, they've been left in this lane here to just farm up, while their lane partners have rotated around the map. Who on 6.6 is actually towards the right hand side, maybe looking for Sinners. This is gonna be another Guardian taken.
You know what I'm happy about for our players, Jason? That with the exception of one, I think it was back in the Fight Night era, one time players have never messed up leaving the game and rejoining. Like that they properly close down the game without hitting the leave menu,
yeah, and
rejoin when they need to. So we've only had one game where we've had to tell a team, yeah, you know, that was your mistake, you have to play 5v6. And for the amount of rejoins we get on any given game night, that's pretty wild. Just as Empty Dreams is getting crunched from all ends, Return the Shadow gonna be the final piece. But I think that was enough that there wasn't a +8 for Cosmetical, timing-wise. It's kind of close, but I don't think he died close enough to the owl. Might be wrong.
Ooh, a little bit of a parry bait here. I like, though, how... Oh, okay, so he prevents it from being taken, but it might cost Hoot his life. She does have some backup here, so even if he baits him in, if he falls to get these kills, it could be extremely good here. Listic, potential good slice dice coming on through. Cosmeticals here as well. Empty Dreams has rejoined the fight.
The banditry coming out from Tass, stole 2 bags. That's 1,200 unsecured souls here, and looking for a little bit more. Barrel over and in, looking for Listic, who's all sorts of low, goes down. Final shot from Tass. That is full loot goblin mode that Tass just got away with on the skirmishing.
Be pretty happy about that. Up to 8.8 now. I did want to say before that fight actually kicked off is that I feel like Buffingers were doing a really good job of controlling Empty Dreams. Really not allowing him to just get so much free farm on this right hand side. They've invested quite a bit of resources to deal with him, though he's still going to be ahead at 9.6k. Urn has been picked up here for Together. Wow, Hoot is just really on the chase here for Saint.
It's an air dropping Ivy play. Then there's a limit to what to expect here. Gotta watch the Vent Trap though. Sanya's still able to trade out 1 for 1 on the Drifter. Earn control currently Abraham's, and should be a pretty easy dunk for Together. Walks it on in.
Not bad. I mean, you talked about the importance of together, the importance of just Billy in general in these games. And his extra souls are going to go a long ways for him, though they did lose out on Task and Saint here while all this has been happening. And as well as that left-hand Guardian. So pretty much souls basically dead even. Looks like they're going to be getting caught out in the mid lane. And we've definitely seen a little bit of a change here, like with the GT changes. Cosmetical, I think he's maybe only at like +8. I think he has been a part of 1 kill with the owl before. Or we used to see him on quite bigger stacks than this in recent times.
Yeah, and for GT, there's still always that element of the GT pick feels a lot better if you get stacks. The way Buff and Joyers are playing, I don't know if they're as reliant on it, because a lot of that also came back when GT was a first pick, first ban in the draft, and kind of similar to the logic we're talking about Pocket, and you needed the hero to have a big performance. I don't think the pressure is as high on GT to have that level of game, but the Rift is about to open. It's coming up on the left. Abrahams, they got together in motion for it, and ult-wise, Abrahams, they got everything up for this, Jason. In a pretty solid spot. Vrake picking up rescue beam right before the end here, so even an early lasso may just be answered by the beam. Abraham's gonna be first on the scene, and look at the pressure on the Tass, who immediately getting the work, but the parry might have just saved Tass's life.
I was going to say, they don't have 2 players here, but they're being flown on over. It's going to be Drifter and Ivy join the party once again. Combustion Combustion will catch on to Hoot here, and he's getting locked down quite heavily, especially with the slow and Hex, so he will be the first to fall here in this skirmish. His Cosmetical's going to follow up with as well. And another parry, this time onto Listic, it looked like, as he did get dealt with initially. A little bit of empty dreams being thrown into the Baroness Hotel, but the Afterburn gets the kill onto Listic, and it's just a complete win here for Abrahams. I think a lot of that due to the fact that you had the rejoining of Sonya and Saint there to turn it into a man advantage. But the problem is Zergy's been pushed this whole time for a walker, so realistically, is it that big of a deal that Abrahams won that fight here for Buff Enjoyers?
I mean, Buff Enjoyers, you're not feeling bad if you get the walker and you get Zergy fed, but you are going to be feeling bad if this turns into a win for Abrahams on the left. We'll see how the fight breaks down, though. Empty Dreams first to fall on the left. Not the ideal for Abrahams. Zergy also maybe again punished a little bit, low HP and down. Also on the left fight. Abrahams still fighting decently. Saint looking for a way out. It's got a little bit sloppy. Listic killing blow. Ready to go on some of the stragglers, and does find Saint before it's all over.
So even with like the victory there, it's still not necessarily a clean victory, I think is the problem. You need to take your advantages. The fact that Zergy, I mean, the thing is, I feel like once they noticed that Ivy and Drifter were leaving lane to go contest the rift, that I feel like Buffers knew, okay, that fight's going to be probably over. We need to get something off it. They get the walker. They still maintain a lead from all of this. They protect their own walker on the left-hand lane, and I would say they still come out ahead at the end of the day, because now you have Zerg at 15k leading the lobby when it comes to souls.
Yeah, I mean, getting the solo walker, the Zergy is good, and just getting walker in general, but we got a Veil Walker lasso that completely whiffs. Not on target at all. Cosmetical was the person to be gone after, and that's going to be a 2-minute wait for Tass. Honestly, things like that can be a big shift in the game state. Elsewhere, you got Hoot looking for the Priest.
You're not gonna stop me.
I mean, Hoot's still pretty scary. 13k souls. He's been so aggressive, and I feel like the fact that he's been allowed to roam around so much in this game, it creates a little bit of uncertainty in Abraham's side of where he's going to be, where he can pop up, especially with like that and Doorman together. You just never know any players are going to be coming. That's an Owl coming on through here, looking for the connection. It's not going to get to base in time. Instead, I'm going to look for someone else, maybe a triple hit here just for some damage to come on through. And it does hit 3. Actually hits introduces the mill combustion as well here, while the Eternal Darkness has caught on to 2 for Buff Enjoyers. A very weird fight that's looking like a full-on disengage.
Fight though still going on. While it goes on, together picks up Urn and Sanya. Caught in the melee. But honestly, giving up Sanya, who's a little bit behind anyways, for Urn control, not necessarily the worst, especially if Together is able to get the dunk. Like, I actually don't think that trade-out is too bad here so far, though. Does Buff Enjoyers try and make this mid-boss play? They're flirting with it in the area. And yeah, we see multiple people heading down the mid-boss location. They're gonna be able to get mid-boss here. They're eating a lot of barrel damage, though. The AoE is kind of unreal. together with the urn. No problem, says I still want to fight. The threat of mid-boss draws Abrahams in, but for Buff and Joyce, that's a tough commit with the amount of damage Abrahams was able to pump out.
Still committing to this one. You just saw in the Leviathan match, Buff and Joyce were able to spoil this mid-boss take, and it has been finished off here. We see a full 6-on-6 fight breakout here with Domini being used, and it looks like Abrahams might get initial control here with the Ivy Stone form. They get all 3 rejuves and 2 kills just as quick as that. And Abrahams completely winning on this fight here.
Not only do you get the disruption from Stone Form that's perfectly timed from Saint, Empty Dreams lays a carpet of flame, and the entire thing is just completely inhospitable for Buff Enjoyers. And Jason, to begin with, they were already low from the damage that Tass was able to lay in on the first attempt. So for Abrahams, that's a really well calculated time to go for mid-boss and get all 3 Rejuve crystals. They clean up Buff Enjoyers across the map, and we might be looking at the beginnings of a map 3 here, because this is an unbelievable route in favor of Abrahams.
Yeah, it has to be a double walker take 2 with this one, and the 3 rejuves still holding strong. Ours is up to 17k, which is matched on a Zergy from the solo walker that he had before. They're actually not going to get the second walker. They're actually let this one go. Play safe here. Though we do have a kill actually happen onto Saints. They lose one of the rejuves, but they turn it into a kill on the Listic at the same time. It's really not that big of a loss here for Abrahams. They're up 10k now, ZP. This is a huge turnaround for the team who was down 1-0 in the series so far.
I just think Buff Enjoyers, I don't think they recognized how low they were from the early opening, and the MVP of that entire engage for me has to be Tass. I mean, Tass laid out enough damage that the rest of the fight and the way it worked out went in Abraham's favor. Like, it doesn't happen without Tass just landing good barrels, setting the stage, and Buff Enjoyers inexplicably deciding to stay for the fight afterwards. And I mean, none of it works out. I mean, again, you just have this perfectly timed stone form by Saint. Empty Dreams does what you generally want to do in first and just deny area on the flame dash, and it just, nothing about that fight went well for Buff Enjoyers.
I think the overall damage that Abrahams have as well, it's very difficult to deal with. I mean, I talked before about the investment out of Buff Enjoyers to deal with Empty Dreams to prevent him from getting so far ahead. Ballistic, I mean, he's kind of fallen 5k behind, as he was the one to clean up that farm initially against Empty Dreams. And he's certainly sitting on 19k, like he's second highest in the lobby right now. Empty Dreams are starting to put in some serious work here, and I feel like this is a slope that's extremely slippery for Buff Enjoyers. Like, Hoot is also only at 16k. They're losing the prospect of instant bursting someone down.
I mean, Cosmetical also hasn't had much in the way of farm here. Like, also Chain Gang, oof. You have all the weaknesses of GT in the late game without the upsides of GT having a bunch of stacks. You got a farm to Arzo, pulling out the crossbow. This is a bit rough. Now, okay, you trade out the crystal on Sanya because Rejuve is about to go down. Like, that's actually smart from Sanya in that situation.
And they're really trying to get something out of this. They can't keep that walker up. No Cosmetical, no chance. And the rift's gonna be spot on the left-hand side as well, where Abrahams already have that full control. I feel like there's just no world that Buff Enjoyers can get this rift. I feel like I mean, if you're gonna fight, this is probably one of the better times to go for it. You do have old advantages. You need to get some catches, and it might be coming off the back of Sonya getting caught up with slowing hex here initially by Hoot, but now Hoot's being overrun by damage. The backup's not there for him. It seems like Buff Enjoyers have used a door to engage deep here on the enemy lines of Abrahams, but no kills are to be had.
I mean, Hoot is low, but Buff Enjoyers has everything up in the tank alt-wise, and Abrahams, they're pretty drained, which is why Abrahams, fighting this is a little bit tricky. They're still able to pick off Cosmetical on the back, but they were pretty drained on resources, so Buff Enjoyers, they get the advantaged urn, or rather advantaged rift. And now urn comes up, but Empty Dreams is a problem. You talk about a change in fortunes from map to map. Look at Empty Dreams on Pocket relative to Empty Dreams on Infernus, where Empty Dreams has had enormous contribution in basically every single fight here so far. And honestly, the more I see about Infernus on this patch, the more I feel like Infernus is actually a little bit undervalued in draft brow, and that's still him getting picked in the first half of the draft.
Yeah, the thing is, Buff Enjoyers had to invest so many resources and so much time to deal with him in the beginning of the game. They just gank him constantly, but it didn't matter. Like, he's still going to be one of the highest soul owners so far in the game. Oh, they just throw the urn directly on top of the turn-in. No chance to contest this one. Actually, it's Ivy carrying it. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Just a quick stone form engage into the Baroness Hotel, which actually I don't think Saint cares that much on exit. We'll see how the fall through is. Goes for the bounce pad and likely about to be gone. Listic will chase now, but this is not the easiest chase down here whatsoever. Goes for the iron bounce pad, lands the extra knife. Buffenjoy is trying to be scrappy to find anything here. They get Arzo a little bit low, but are they gonna be able to finish it instead? All the damage starts pouring in the Listic at the same time. They get Arzo, but it comes at a dear cost. Yeah, they get 2 here so far. However, is Hoot gonna be able to get away? Abraham's re-engaged. The parry buys a little bit of room as Hoot is desperately looking for anyway now. Takes the door. A little bit of disruption, but you still got Drifter in hot pursuit. Saint goes down, gets sniped.
I mean, this is a massive trade, man. They got Empty Dreams and Arzo down. Then they cleared up 2 more kills. They only lose the Listic for this one. A massive bounce. Look at the soul difference, only 4K. Buff and Jors, they might have been down, but they were not out. And Abraham's throwing a mistake here, being chased out. As Tass, I mean, he'll be fine to escape from this one, but we're starting to see some items come through. Bullet resist shredder, some slime bullets. Nothing really massive being bought for Buff and Jors, but they buy them. I feel like some breathing room here. I mean, Zergy at 26K. I think the kill into Empty Dreams was probably one of the biggest things they could get in this one because you've allowed Zergy to create a bigger lead up to 27 now. Zergy's gonna start to come online and really put some pressure out. Hoot, I think he's starting to be at the position now to not necessarily one-shot Sonic Sniper, but like he can put some major pressure on Arzo and Empty Dreams, especially with like an Arctic burst or something like that. Sorry, I almost knocked over my fan. To like lock someone down so they can actually capitalize. You saw Listic there. He just couldn't get the chase onto Arzo because of the disengage of the rest of Abraham's, and having something like that would really help out.
I think the problem is, though, you look at these both teams against each other in a straight-up team fight. I really favor the Abraham's composition where you're at. I mean, obviously, if Buffenjoy is able to get a early pick on the TAS, it changes things. But without Buffenjoy's manufacturing an early pick, I think Abraham just has the advantage, and they just walk forward. A quick abduction of the Obakim. His fall through going to be there. Empty Dreams comes on out, and Obakim is instantly dispatched. Covering fire from Cosmetical, not going to be enough, but this sets up the 6-on-5, potentially straight to mid-boss if you're Abraham's. Or Jason, you don't even have to worry about Doorman, who's one of the best contesters of mid-boss on the Buff Enjoyers team.
Yeah, but you do have to worry about like the power shot from Cosmetical, the damage from Geist as well, which is I think why they initially just go straight off of the boss, and they get some big kills here. Listic who fall in a big bag as well. Chain Gang not going to catch on a Cosmetical as I think he got stunned on a parry or together. But yeah, they're still going to get the kills. They just overwhelm them in manpower. And in Buff and Jors, even though they bought some time before, it didn't matter.
Yeah, I just don't think their mid-boss fight was good to go for at all, especially after losing Doorman. I mean, you had the beautiful engagement together. Zergy's trying to work some heroics, but down soul exchange and just burning from afar. Can we get a look at the damage stats on the game right now? Because I feel like Empty Dreams has just padded in some of these bigger fights, whether it be just from sparking people or that, but no, actually, the big winner is TAS, which makes sense looking back to the previous mid-boss fight, honestly.
Obakim is able to pull some people through the door, trying to go for a steal here. He's buying some time. The door's still going to be... Oh, the door's closed. Actually, no, the door's still there. Can they get in? Are they going to go for the contest? You see Listic charge on through. The Stonefront comes on in and connects. And Abrahams do get the 3 rejuice and the kills. And I think that might have been the final nail in the coffin in this game here, ZP.
Some people are like, why Ivy? Well, aside from the fact that Ivy is able to, set up good ganks with airdrop and, honestly, pretty good space control. A well-timed stone form does wonders for mid control. That is the second, very high-profile time in this game where Saint just drops in, good stone form, obliterates the contest attempt, and leads Abrahams to a clean 3 rejuves.
It's back-to-back clean rejuice, too. It wasn't just this one. And together once again with the urn, trying to catch up in souls. And a rift at the same... Okay, I mean, rift might be obtainable for Buff Enjoyers if Abrahams don't contest it. But it also might be an opportunity for Abrahams to just catch up the rest of Buff Enjoyers and get some more kills. I mean, it's Empty Dreams alone against 2, maybe 3 on the right-hand side. But
I don't-
if you're Abrahams, I feel like you just let them take it. You just go take base guardians, or do you just contest? I mean, you have 3 rejuves.
I think you just like fighting at this point. We'll see how it pans out, but I mean, 3 rejuves, and again, I think a team comp here that's just significantly better at team fighting at this point. But Okim's gonna walk in, immediately be set alight. Short disarm the empty dreams, who by the way is at nearly 4k HP in this build. Like, this is a tanky Infernus on top of everything. Airdrop together, joining the party, walk through the door, and it doesn't seem to care one way or another as Buff and Jors find themselves pushed back as the Men in Black roll out.
I mean, it was a little bit scary for a second, but maybe it was just me being scared because going straight through a door into a walker. That would have been a little bit more deadly for Abraham, so it doesn't matter, man. 3 rejuves, 30k Infernus. Has been thrown into the Baroness Hotel. This walker, not long for this world anymore. As Raycast throwing a cube on out, but it just doesn't matter. Look how far aggressive Together can be. Coming back on full HP on 3,700 health. Just force them directly back into the base, and Buff and Jors, they can't get any clean picks anymore.
No, and also in terms of farm, you talk about heroes that you want to have an impact on the game. Listic is way too broke at this point. A 19k Shiv is a threat to no one in this game. Like, Listic is basically saying here, and rather than mean the Shiv that's like, oh, it's Shiv, we have to run, we need multiple people, it's you can kill Shiv by looking at him, and Listic is kind of forced into the opportunistic playstyle of I'm gonna hide and hope for killing blow, which isn't happening unless you actually get people low. And it was just raw skirmishes. We've just hit the point where Buff and Jors cannot take an even fight whatsoever, and even just dealing with Empty Dreams running at them is a hassle and a half.
And they can't even take an advantageous fight anymore, it feels like. Oh. And another rejuve gone. Plus 16, so that's only 2 confirmed kills for Cosmetical with the Owl. But the rejuve's all gone. Maybe somehow Buff and Jors can get them to overextend, but just look how ahead Abrahams are still. Even though the Souls doesn't really reflect it, this is a good knockback into the Fountain here, and they get the kill on Empty Dreams. Buff and Jors, the 2 left alive against the 4. They'll salvage the fight. They'll keep their base alive for now. But it feels like it's just slowing down the rot, not stopping it.
I mean, the fact that they can maybe walk away with this with only 1 shrine down rather than both is actually pretty remarkable. Just Doorman thing is getting Empty Dreams killed, and honestly, Saint might have went a little bit aggro. The overall game state, though, is still absolutely horrendous for Buff Enjoyers. You're down about 30k, and you're down 1 shrine, so your ability to actually keep waves in your favor has drastically declined. And in terms of ways Buff Enjoyers get back in, can we get a stack check on Cosmetical, actually? I'm just curious what level of power we're dealing with on GT. The eye test says that Cosmetical is at the most at something like plus 32. But my guess is more in the realm of plus 24. No, it's a plus 16.
Yeah,
that is a very non-lethal Grey Talon.
It's almost healing with those owls. Okay, not really. That's not how it works. I know. Thing is, it's like almost a 30k difference. I feel like realistically, there should be no way Buff Enjoyers have a chance to come back in this game, bar a massive throw out of Abrahams, which I just don't see happening. I feel like they're playing a little bit too cleanly here. You can just see it's been a upward trajectory for the last 5 minutes of time, if not longer.
Well, also, you have GT, where if your GT has this few stacks, you're weaker than you should be at this point in the game, and Calico tends to fall off the later in the game you go. Even if this game were even on Souls, I would be favoring Abrahams, but the fact that Abrahams has the lead is that your win conditions for Buff Enjoyers, you're looking for things like either Hoot getting the assassination of a lifetime onto someone like Tass, or you're hoping for Obakim to have like the doorman play of the gods. But Calico, as you can see in cases like this, isn't really threatening. The HP bars didn't move much there, Jason, on that engage.
Yeah, not at all. And actually was so aggressive in the position he was taking with no backup. I feel like actually Abraham probably could have killed him before he had a chance to respawn. But man, the comeback are in here helping quite a bit, and how fast he can get around the map. But his teammates might be getting caught out here. Obikim gets cubed and rescue beamed on back. Well, it looks like they might not be able to save Zergy here, and he's gonna fall without a chance to use the ultimate, man. And Buff Enjoyers are losing their highest net with players while Hoot's still running the urn. There's just no chance to defend against this, and we're going to game 3 here, ZP. There's no way around it.
Yeah, game 3 is in the cards, and you look at how we got here, Jason. You got to give all the credit in the world to Tass, who I think made some of the most important plays possible for Abrahams to flip that very key mid-boss, to get pickoffs later on, and of course, beyond that, Empty Dreams just being Mr. Consistent on Infernus all throughout the game. Second Shrine is about to go down, and we'll see. I think mid-boss is coming back up, so Abrahams is, I think, going for Shrine, going to mid-boss, and then is gonna go for game end, is how it's looking right now. Where's Tass? Why is Tass almost dead? Tass is getting chased by Hoot. Can we get camera on Hoot right now? This should not be happening. Hoot is about to take Tass's head right off, even as mid-boss is being taken. All right, we got the camera on Hoot.
He dead.
Yeah, it's not
dead
looking
on my
good.
screen.
Not looking good for Mr. Tass. Now, does this change much of anything with 5 members of Buff Enjoyers being dead? No, not really. But hey, Tass let his guard down. Is about to get bopped by Hoot for it. Small victories, even in the face of imminent defeat.
I wonder if like together can get back in time to trade this kill though. If Hoot gets the kill and gets away, it's not that bad. Though I think it's still not really going to matter too much because Buff Enjoyers, like, they're not going to be alive in time by the time their first stage patron falls.
Yeah, and also, I mean, mid-boss is about to go Abraham, so this is a... You know, you're happy to get the pick off. Tass is going to be dead for a while. Well, let's see if it gets... We got Billy, actually. Never mind. Tass gets to escape. It might actually be Hoot joining the rest of the Buff Enjoyers here as... Together, looking all sorts of farmed. The stomp in from Ivy, and Hoot
Time to start a riot.
not able to chase down Tass, says all 3 rejuves, and game 2 about to go the way of Abrahams.
Look, if that pause doesn't happen, Tass doesn't live. I feel like Together would not have made it back in time. I don't know. I wasn't looking at where he was going, but the fact to get to like discuss, okay, he's chasing me, turn around, help, you know?
Honestly,
it wouldn't have mattered.
It's possible. Does it change the game in any meaningful way?
Not
Absolutely
at all.
not.
Oh my gosh, escalating exposure too. And rejuve, 38k. Why are you putting Empty Dreams on pocket, man? Just give him the Infernus. You guys banned Infernus.
Let's take out Geist.
They see the door and they're like, do we take it? Oh,
Wait.
too fast, too furious.
Second stage patron under assault. Everyone's chained up and blind. Abraham's just putting people in all sorts of pain here towards the very end, and that second stage patron about to go down. Jason, a game 3 is in the works.
It definitely is. Listic might have had a sick shiv against Leviathan, but there's nothing you can do there to defend against this one. And well, Abrahams, they show them they got more in the tank. They got more to bring to the table here. I think a much more favorable composition for them for sure. These like high, difficult execution comps, I feel like just don't work right now necessarily when it comes to Deadlock, as we saw for Buff Enjoyers. The Doormen didn't really do much, I feel like. I think the Infernus pick did way more for Abrahams. The Billy pick did way more as a first pick, and I think Abrahams deserved that victory.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I go back to Tass having just the absolute hero moment in middle, and again, you look at the eye test from game to game. Empty Dreams on Infernus versus Empty Dreams on Pocket. I feel like Infernus, if nothing else, is giving you a much more consistent baseline to work off of, where, yeah, maybe you don't have the win moment of landing a 4-man affliction, but you don't have the despair of when you don't get that. You get consistent area denial, and I mean, also towards the end, it was a very tanky at first at over 4k HP, Jason.
Yeah, it was not easy to kill him, and I think it also shows how like strong mentally Empty Dreams was, because in the beginning of that game, like, he got punished time and time again in that lane. Like, he was not allowed to just be free to have a 1v1 against Listic, and even in the 1v1s, he wasn't really necessarily winning because Listic was hitting some really great serrated blades. But then he just kept farming, man. They kept getting some advantageous fights. I think a lot of credit goes to Saint as well. Like, you know, we didn't really talk about Sonya too much, but like Saint's getting around the map quite a bit with his airdrops, I think helped quite a few times. Like, thinking back to one of the opportunities where they sent everyone towards the left-hand side for the Unstable Rift, except they kept Saint and Sign on the right hand side. He flies on over. They win that fight. Yes, they lose the walker, but like momentum was kind of getting there for them. I feel like in that. That's a weird bird.
It just got sniped in mid-bird, courtesy of Arzo. Also, I mean, look, shout out to you gotta give here. While it wasn't the flashiest, Saint had perfectly timed stone forms on some of these key mid-boss fights, and mid-bosses that could have been a crystal or two stolen, which could have flipped the fight. Didn't happen. Just well-timed stone form, as you see right here, opens the way for Abrahams to get all the crystals. And I thought Saint had a remarkably solid game on Ivy, and just, again, nothing flashy, just doing what you need Ivy to do, especially in securing mid-boss. And, you know, to the point you're saying about Doorman, look, Doorman pumps out a lot of damage, but I have had this like thought in the back of my head that, you know, maybe Doorman is a little bit high in draft prio. Like, I think Doorman should be in the game, or at least a mid-stage ban, but when you start putting Doorman up against what you're seeing at times from some of the other top picks, whether it be, you know, Billy, Infernus, or heck, in this game we saw from Tass on the Holiday, I don't know. Like, I don't think Doorman in that position is necessarily like throwing the game or anything, but I think you can have some arguments that maybe it's a little bit over prioritized.
It also does seem like Doorman's harder to play when you're behind. I feel like when you're ahead, you have the ability to just like push objectives and then just door away, or use doors to catch out players. But when you're behind, it's okay, we can door back to our base and survive. I feel like it's a lot harder to make those doors really work in your favor to create pick opportunities. Obviously, I mean, the fact as well that Cosmetical wasn't really able to get powered up like we've seen in previous games with his GT. He had like plus 16. It's only like 2 stacks at, what, if like 20 minutes at least, if not more. But Task 45k damage. I know you were caught off guard when we looked at this game, expecting Empty Dreams to be a lot higher in player damage. But it was Task leading the way and continued to lead the way, putting out some serious work with this damage, man. That is nothing to scoff at when it just comes to raw numbers. I mean, no one even came close on the side of Buff Enjoyers.
It could have been an even better game for Tess, is a scary part too, because there were like several lassos that were missed that were arguably gimmies over the course of the game. But it kind of goes to show is that, you know, at Holiday's current power scaling, even if not every lasso hits, you could still have a pretty enormous impact on the game. But yeah, I mean, thinking about the draft overall, I think the other thing for Buff Enjoyers is that this was a comp that was pretty vulnerable to getting run at. Like, yeah, Geist is a bit tanky. Shiv, in theory, can be pretty tanky if Shiv gets ahead of the game. But Doorman, GT, even Calico, really, where, you know, Calico wants to go in on someone, but Calico's like pretty bad about actually protecting space. This was a team that was vulnerable to getting run at, and Abrahams had a comp that very much wanted to run at you between the Billy, the Drifter, the Infernus, and arguably even Ivy, the way a lot of these fights broke down with airdrop initiations. I think the biggest weakness of Buff Enjoyer's comp and actually maintaining space was something Abrahams was very well prepared to simply dive in on over and over again.
Say this though, with the Calico, I think Hoot did a really good job though in the first 10-15 minutes of the game. His rotations around the map, going like he pretty much ditched the right lane, if I'm not mistaken. He left Listic alone to go in the 1v1 against Empty Dreams, but he was getting boxes, then attacking mid, then getting boxes and attacking left lane, and he created a lot of kills in the beginning. I feel like he really did. He went like, you know, 6, 11, and 9. He had 9 assists in there. Obviously, a lot of the assists towards the end he lost out on, but the early game pressure was there. It just didn't transition for the rest of the team into something in the mid game that they could work with, or any kind of lead that they could work with.
All right, well, Jason, things have been evened up 1-1, as is often the case between these two teams. I mean, they've been playing each other close recently. Last week's Night Shift went the distance. R1 was a reverse sweep win by Abrahams that went the full 5. When Abrahams plays against Buff Enjoyers, you are just guaranteed to have a knockdown, drag-out fight. Any final thoughts before we go to the break and set up for the final map?
Nope.
All right, there you have it. No thoughts from Jason. But stay tuned.
Okay,
the final map is on the way soon. Who's going to take it in Shift 46? You got to stay clocked in to find out.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
My result.
Take out Lydia.
The rejuvenator is descending.
They're getting the horns now, baby.
Take them out before they escape. Gotta try harder than that.
They destroy the
Next holiday. I see the doorman. They picked us.
You mess with I see biscuit.
Let's push yellow.
Get your hands off me.
We'll see you soon.
I see the enemy.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift, and we are heading to a map 3, Jason, the ultimate map here in the money match. Abrahams and Buffenjoyers trading off maps. Buffenjoyers finding a little bit more trouble against the Infernus relative to when Abrahams prioritized the pocket, and now we'll see what both teams have in store for the final draft for EU on the night.
I wonder if we don't see a Dormant ban this time. Or maybe it depends on who has first pick. Since Buffender's lost, they get the choice if they want first pick or second pick. But I feel like the Doorman just didn't have the same level of impact that like an Infernus would have had, or like, I mean, I guess the Shiv was played, or like a Billy would have had. And maybe, as you were talking about before, maybe we need to get together off Billy, and maybe Listic needs to play it and then force Taylor to play something else here, because the Billy has been doing some serious work throughout the entire night. But I'm maybe hoping to see some changes in the draft. Like the GT didn't work, the Dorman didn't work in my opinion. This just was okay. I think that the Calico was, well, I think it worked pretty well. But they definitely fell behind, and I feel like Zergy, I mean, I can't even focus on him actually in particular. Like he was decently ahead, but what can he do as a solo guy? It's really nothing.
I think in combination, though, they end up with a draft that was like pretty squishy when you end up with both Calico and GT, and then like Doorman on top of it. Like, I think the Doorman in a vacuum arguably pretty fine, even with what we've seen overall in the draft. But I think when you start adding on these other heroes, you kind of created this composition that either need to get really ahead in the early mid game or simply fall. And also, again, we kind of call down the draft. The level of execution required for buff enjoyers to make their draft work, I think was pretty considerably lower than the level of execution that Abrahams had to come in with. But either way, we'll see what lessons are learned. I believe the draft is ready, so we're just gonna get into it and see what adaptations have been made.
I'm ready, ZP. Ready for the draft. You built it up. I'm hyped and ready to go. But I don't think the draft's ready yet, ZP.
It's soon, I believe. We can
scared.
summon it into existence with good thoughts.
Why is the
That's all
music
I
getting
got.
quieter?
Wow, the music has just been ripped out.
Is this like where like the boss fight comes? You know, like the music goes down, and all of a sudden you get like a new sound or new song coming in.
No, this is where the new content patch drops in the middle of night shift. 8 new heroes have just dropped. Slork, what's going on here? Unbelievable. And no, actually, like Valve hacks the game, and Slork actually shows up on one of the.
Interesting. What else can production do to us?
Well,
Whoa.
where are we
Hair
going?
moving? Ah!
Goodbye.
That's how my wife I loved her.
Jason, at
Wow,
this
we're really
size,
small.
we would get devoured by any insect in the area. Like this is. Oh.
Okay. Bro, ZP's 40. What does the 38 matter?
I don't know. You're the one getting
What?
called out.
What does that matter? Because I got souvenirs behind me. I got like a Teemo. I got Ninja Turtle because when I was a kid, that was my Ninja Turtle Raphael. What? What low 2? What?
I don't know if that was low. I think that was all solid.
No, it's definitely low 2.
Okay, surely the draft is ready
your
now.
mom thing, I think. No, he said it's him. Yeah, he said it's him. Because definitely low 2's not doing anything else besides focusing on the show right now. We're almost through the draft, right? We're almost ready to go. Maybe we can actually take a look at the format really quickly, the brackets, and talk about what's coming up, because this isn't the last game of the day, right? We still have more to come. We have the whole North American portion of the show with Get Candy finally making it through the qualifiers to take on FPS Lounge, the previous champions of Night Shift in number 44. And the winner of that goes on to take a chance, a swing at Melee Creeps, who we don't even know if they know who they're playing with as their 6 today.
Oh, we did get the update. So I got the update from Saya in the middle of the last match. Lord NM is still in, so he's made through the first round of trials, and it's League summing in for Do. Now, this is again goes to the proud history of Melee Creeps just being the absolute dumbest team at dealing with technology, whether it be Ido putting in a video card the wrong way, or now Do having a keyboard break and then not within a lead time of 4 hours, not being able to conjure any solution to get a new keyboard within that period of time. No favors to be had, or Do just lives in a desert where the nearest tech store, the nearest Walmart is actually about 5 hours away. Either way, Do breaking the keyboard completely took Do out for the day. No replacement keyboard could be found, and that's why League is subbing in for Do later today for Melee Creeps in the NA Money match.
I think it's an excuse. I think Dude just doesn't want to play with Lord and M, and you know what? I can understand it. Who wants to play with Lord and M? There, said it. Mic dropped. Band's in. Draft ready to go. Let's jump into it.
Alrighty. Well, the draft is ready. The fill is over. And now we'll see what's coming in for Buff Enjoyers. They open up with the ban on Doorman, and if you're Abrahams, I think you just ban Pocket. Surely you don't want to play it after what we saw earlier today, and
ban
go
Furnace
from there.
if you can't get it.
I don't think you ban in first. I think you get in first with your first 2 picks, and I don't think Buff Enjoyers get first pick it. No, I think you ban Pocket. Oh, they banned
Mirage.
Okay.
Same route as last time. Interesting.
All right. Well, for Buff Enjoyers, with Mirage off the table, do they go Billy? They've been prioritizing Billy, or rather Mirage over Billy, but they're not going to prioritize anyone else over Billy. But this opens up Abrahams now to get Infernus +1. Do they still go with the Pocket? Like, I feel like this is Buff Enjoyers just daring Abrahams to be like, you want to pick the Pocket again, don't you? You know you want to go Pocket, and based on what we saw in game 1, I feel like you don't want the Pocket, but instead they're going to go Shiv. Shiv and Furnace here, Jason, that would be my ideal for Abrahams.
Yeah. It has to be Shiv and Furnace, and then I feel like Buffingers need to respond with like a Viscous +1, but I don't know off the top of my head yet what the +1 would necessarily be. Oh, they do go pocket again. Okay, so would Furnace and Viscous?
And Furnace Viscous, or if you really want to unleash Obakim, you could get the Apollo. Again, because Abraham has shown that they're going to ban the Apollo mid-stage bans no matter what. So if for whatever reason you want to get Obakim on that hero, you actually have to pick it now. But the Infernus is off the board for Buff Enjoyers, and we'll see what they pair it up with. They also could steal the Holiday here, because TAS was a problem in the last game.
I'm still here. I just want to say Drifter in top 3.
I mean, Drifter's been winning today.
Oh.
It's hard to argue with the results of Drifter today, where...
Well, I mean, now they can ban... I mean, they don't need to ban Apollo. I mean, I guess they still technically can, but it could be... It probably would be an Obi-Kim Drifter then, right? And then Listic on Billy.
Perhaps. I mean, I think they have multiple ways of playing. I think if Apollo is still open, they could still configure their setup to where you had someone else on Drifter and Obi-Kim could still play the Apollo.
I want to see them ban Viscous instead.
They could, yeah. And they do.
What do you take away from Buff Joris? I mean, the Ivy was... It did work, for sure, but maybe... No, I don't think they're going to play Ivy if they have Drifter already, if Obi-Kim's going to be on it.
I think Buff Joris actually could ban Ivy of the things that are still available here, but no, they banned...
That also works.
Yeah. I mean, so far, Buff and Joris have the far easier to execute composition, in my mind. Like, Billy and Furnace and Drifter, you already have a good amount of the just run at them composition. Abraham's gonna go with the Calico of their own. I mean, it definitely gives them more early mid-game power for sure, and it takes off the table for Buff Enjoyers because Vrake still needs a hero. So I think if they didn't pick the Calico, it's possible it would have went to Buff Enjoyers with Viscous being off the board.
The day for mercy.
There's your flyer. Finally. Maybe. Possibly. Going to Hoot for Vindicta. Who knows? We're not going to know until we're in-game fully, man. But Vin, I don't hate, because you kind of take away mobility from Shiv, you take away mobility from Calico, you make it easy to dive Venator.
Have fun, darling.
I've finally seen a Vin pick here in shift number 46.
And the Geist very well could be for Zergy. But we'll see what Abrahams decides to round out the draft with here.
Is it going to be... Go on.
No, it's taking some wild twists and turns. You know, Paige is actually making a comeback, too, in EU. It was more Irizumi that was playing it, but I'm kind of looking at the heroes here. You still need a hero for Saint, and Ivy is still on the board. I'd probably prefer Ivy after we saw last game. I think the Ivy actually worked out really, really well. But we'll see. What hero do we get for Saint? And yeah, it's going to be Ivy.
I'm not 100% sure Geist is going to be Zergy, though. I'm not like 100% convinced, because I'm still thinking we could see Cosmetical Geist again and Zergy and Furnace.
Yes, and they've run that combination before in scrims, so it's still pretty flexible. But the Apollo comes in, so yeah, Obakim's like, no, give me the Apollo. I want to play it. It's finally not banned, and yeah, I asked for a little bit of the backstory on it, and from Buff Enjoyers, they just said, yeah, Obakim just thinks the hero's good. That's it. It's not actually any deeper than that.
So is that a Vrake Drifter or a Vrake Billy? I think it's probably gonna be a Vrake Billy, right? And then it's gonna be Listic on Drifter.
I don't know. I think it may just be Listic Billy.
I don't know. We'll see. I think like the Apollo, I think I almost want to say like a decent way to help deal with Calico, because again, you have like high mobility as Apollo. Similar to what Calico can do in the like the early game here, running around the map. And I don't think we've seen Obakim doing that, though. I don't think we've seen him roaming between these different lanes like we saw in the last game out of Hoot. But in comps, I don't know, man. I feel like this is probably the most normal, even comp we've seen so far in all the matches we've had in EU. Like they seem both pretty damn strong.
I think I do favor the Buff Enjoyers comp a little bit more, simply because I think the ability to just run at the point right now with Billy and Furnace is pretty wild, and just generally take favorable trades with Drifter. I think the comp that Buff Enjoyers is running is going to be giving Hoot enormous amounts of space on the Vindicta. Like, effectively for Vin, the main thing that you have to worry about is getting swapped in this combo. So as you don't get swapped, you're going to have plenty of room in most scenarios.
I'm kind of favoring
Obviously-
Abraham's actually. I don't know if you want to finish your thought before I go into my.
I mean, the thing for Abrahams is like, obviously, if you have good pocket performance, it shifts everything. But game one, the pocket, the approach to playing pocket didn't seem great to me. And I just think in terms of ease execution, Buffenjoyers has like a lot of easy ways to make this comp work.
Well, okay, I definitely can't deny that when it came to game one with the pocket for sure. But one thing I do see out of Abraham's is they have a lot of objective control. The fact that you can time bomb, stone form, you have affliction, you have slice and dices, you have gut shots, you have enter the shadows or return. You have a lot of big damage and a lot of big control when it comes to that mid pit in particular. If you do go for mid bosses, where on the other side you have combustion and chain gang and maybe like a tether. I mean, obviously Tiny Losan is going to do a lot of work as well in that situation. With the curse is extremely helpful if you can catch out on Saint with the Ivy. But I'm giving like the slight edge when it comes to mid boss control, like to Abraham's here. But as I'm like talking about, I'm kind of maybe rethinking when it comes to objectives like the unstable rifts. Who would I really favor in more of an open area? And I think I maybe would lean towards Buffenjoyers.
Yeah, I think for Abrahams, they certainly have ability to apply pressure in the early mid game between swaps and Calco getting people's faces. You have also plays with Ivy and airdrop that can be a little bit scarier than expected. I think Buffenjoyers, though, they also have a relatively simple game plan of win lane, where they have an enormous amount of really like their lane presence is really good in their game. Their ability to simply take fights by walking forward is actually unparalleled. Abrahams has to work a lot harder with their composition to make things work, which isn't impossible in this situation, but I think there's a lot of pressure, in particular on the pocket, especially in some of the mid-team fights, and also not throwing afflictions away like we saw in game one. And there's also quite a bit of pressure on Calco and Paradox to kind of make opportunities happen. Buffenjoyers, if the game is just static and nothing ridiculous happens, actually is working at a pretty big advantage here. So, the win conditions I think are there for Abrahams. I don't think like either team is necessarily out of line power level wise. Like this comes down to execution. But I think the likelihood of Buffenjoyers having the execution they want is definitely higher than what Abrahams has in this comp. Like Abrahams, the comp like requires definitely trickier play, and I think a few more things to go their way.
I think Hoot's definitely the X factor here for Buffenjoyers. As you kind of touched before, Paradox swap is going to be important, but also I'm looking towards like, I don't know, even Ivy can do decently well, I guess, if you're going to dive in for Vindicta. But who are you going to bring with you? Is it Calico you're bringing with you? I think a lot of it goes down to like how Abrahams can deal with who and how Buffenjoyers can protect who. In this case, I feel like there's going to be a dive for sure into the backline for him. But he definitely makes some good points about the way these engagements can go. And luckily, we're going to be heading into games, so we don't have to film much more than that, because I didn't really know where to go from there until we saw who was actually going to be on who and how this game would play out. But finally, we're going into the final game of the series here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good one. A lot of ways this can play out. Good win opportunities for both teams, and we'll see who comes out on top and what is, again, turning out to be another classic between these two teams. Just week after week, putting on a good show, especially, though, on the latest patch where, within R1 in the last week of Night Shift, these two teams you can't really get closer than what we've seen, Jason.
On a random note here, I noticed Hydration was streaming again. I think apparently he was having some like internet problems, which we haven't, seen him around a long time. And he's like switching providers, but I'm curious if you've heard any news about any potential workings of a team for him.
I got no idea, but the way NA goes, I'm sure Rocker will be on a brand new team in about a month, and that team will go in and win NA Night Shift out of nowhere. I mean, it's happened like 3 times so far, so I'm kind of a believer in the Rocker takes a break, comes back and wins, and I think future Rocker team would probably have Hydration on it given past history, but who knows?
Bro, Hydronation, if they went under that name again, would be like so fitting, because you keep thinking it's dead, but it comes back with a new head every time.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sick.
NA has gotten like pretty well mixed up at this point. The only team that's been effectively its own thing for a while is Melee Creeps, but like the non-Melee Creeps teams, I mean, you have like a 1500s European royalty family tree going on right now between the teams. Like it is all mixed up at this point.
mean, it's also mixed up. We had a player not be able to join, so we have to remake again. Make sure everyone's on their correct heroes so we can hop back in the game. It seems like this night might be cursed, but you know what? We still have NA to come up, and it could. Is it possible? We have the fabled back-to-back weeks of 8 maps.
I think it's really possible, especially melee creeps looking, in a word, volatile with no do and playing this week, and Lord NM, where, I mean, Lord NM, we saw like the highest highs and the lowest lows last week. All of which is to say is that when you have that level of volatility, a map 3, I think, is like pretty darn likely.
You know, I'm going to really challenge production here, ZP. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's no way they have this ready. But can we roll back a Lord and M highlight reel from last week on his Viscous, if we still have that? I doubt we have it, but that would be so funny if Solomon had that ready to go. Because you're talking about highs and lows. That his Viscous was definitely a low, but as you said before, he hasn't played it since like 2024. He knew he wouldn't be able to play it well, but they put him on it anyways, and they eventually fixed that in the next game by having Saya play the Viscous instead, and he got silver.
Oh boy. Just tell productions like, hey, the game's not ready. Can we get the time where just Lord NM got splattered all over the cursed apple?
Let's roll it back to the floor men and the original floor men with Lord NM and Torment dying in mid pit face down. No, I don't think that's I don't think it's in the cards, though. The longer we sit on the screen, the more convinced I am that Solomon is getting it ready to go.
I mean, look, waiting for the players, and you know these things happen, especially on a long series.
Oh, I see his mouse working.
What's up?
I see Solomon's mouse working. It actually might be happening. I don't know. Maybe Solomon can tell me.
Or he may be about to get in game. What about that?
That's also true. You know what I want to do at some point, ZP? I want to hit up the movement community in this game and have like a very special night shift where we have a custom map made that's night shift branded, and we invite like 10 movement players in the game to all compete. They have 1 hour at the same time. They have to stream, and they see who can beat it the quickest. And we just go from like each stream, taking a look at all the runs that they're doing, and then at the very end, like, 'cause we'll have an in-game leaderboard of time, we can see who can beat it the quickest. That'd be so sick.
We got options.
Yeah.
Production was saying something, I'm not sure what, but we're still waiting for the lobby to be fully set up. But Jason, the wait is over.
I had more to talk
finally, the fill has come to an end. Of course, at stake here in the money match is half of the prize pool per region is $2,000 base. You can add to the prize pool via !donate, should you wish. But that is what the teams are playing for right now. A cold $1,000 here in EU. We'll see who's playing what, but no one's surprised here, Jason. Hoot on the flyer, and you know this is what we saw in scrims during the week. A lot of Hoot on GT and Vindicta and the Vindicta command, but actually in this case it is going to be Obakim on the Drifter and Vrake on the Apollo. So even though Obakim played Apollo the last 5 times we saw Buff and Joyers play, this time around the Apollo just giving up to Vrake.
I mean, the thing is, Vrake was also playing Apollo as well before Obakim on this team, so it's kind of cool that they both have that overlap. But we did get it right though. Cosmetical going to be on the Geist and Zergy going to be on the Infernus. On the other side though, kind of what we expected. I mean, there's really nothing too crazy, nothing too controversial about who's on who here. The Abraham side, and Sona going to be living that roaming life like we saw Hoot before on that Calico.
In this case, Sanya going to be a little bit, more in control of their own destiny relative to when they were on Lash in game 1 and just getting dove on every 2 seconds. But, the big question mark here, of course, is that Empty Dreams taking the crack at Pocket again. Was game 1 an outlier in terms of missed afflictions or counterspelled afflictions, or, was it a preview of what's to come here in game 3? The Pocket question probably the biggest one of all right now is Listic. Is he in a handful of damage here at the beginning? Hoot providing a bit of cover, but it's not enough. I think Listic just ticked down from the knives.
Yeah, I think so. Very scary lane, very brawly. No, not Dragon Ball. for Abraham's here with the Shiv and the Calico together. I mean, who I feel like can't really provide too much. It was a really good tether though to keep Sonya away, but it didn't matter in the end, as you saw. So good start here for Abraham's. Extra regen, extra charge here picked up right off the bat for together. And you know, I still don't know who I would call the best Shiv in EU. I think when it comes to NA, it's kind of due. But EU, man, I feel like we're just treated by so many insanely good Shiv players that it's really difficult.
I think when it comes to comp play, and you know, you take away what people play in their spare time, and the Shivs we've seen the most in comp, it's like Together and Freemock are basically up for it because they have been. You have Together as like the quintessential original Shiv main in EU, and then Freemock, who's kind of carried the torch for a while. Though Freemock's been playing less Shiv recently. You know, Freemock we've seen more on pick characters, so that may be changing a little bit. If anything, we've kind of gone back to the old norm with Together, you know, being able to play a little bit more Shiv as of late. And speaking about Together, a few knives for your trouble here in Ontolistic. Looking for a second knife and getting a parry for the trouble.
Bro, I don't know how that parry
Wait,
hit.
he's
Looks so far away.
Let's
see a big kill for Hoot. Well, he gets away, but Hoot's not able to capitalize on this one. And actually, Hoot might be under some pressure now. You can still see it's Together off to the side. Look at the health bars on the top hand side of your screen. Everyone is just so low right now. As St. Arzo chiming getting kills. Zergi's responding onto one with Empty Dreams. That was on the right hand side. Mid lane's lost a player. I don't know what's happening in this game right now, ZP. Every lane's fighting at once.
Yeah, I mean, it's trade outs back and forth, but so far it's been a bit of an edge to Abraham's. Not to the point that you have significant game consequences here just yet, but I do think for Abraham's, you kind of like the start here so far. I mean, the buff enjoyer's win condition of just being able to leverage the fact that you can be a little bit more aggressive in walking at the enemy team, it goes away if you're playing from behind. Like, buff enjoyers with their comp really desperately does not want to fall significantly behind. You might go, is that every composition? Well, even more so with the win conditions that buff enjoyers has in this game, as right now I see Vrake going for a little bit of poke and running for his life thereafter.
Oh, damage taken there too.
I see ship.
And it doesn't seem to be over just yet. As we have the buffs coming on up, and it looks like Abraham's going to be getting both here. Mars going to be getting the right hand side. He gets gun. Oh, that's perfect. And casting for. Oh my god, these are like the perfect buffs right now for the perfect players on Abraham's side. This is disgusting.
Yeah, especially the casting buff on Together. Gun buff, you know, even on the right hero, be a little bit underwhelming in the beginning of the game, but casting buff on Shiv, never going to turn your nose up on that. You see a little bit of the mid lane battle right now, and you know, Cosmetical eating a bit of poke, trying to throw a little bit back. Abraham's actually pretty healthy in mid here so far.
Yeah, they got a kill, I believe, as well. Just on the Cosmetical because Rake left the lane to go assist. And we're obviously past the 3-minute mark here. I'm actually trying to keep an eye on Sonya if he's going to roam around this map at all and look for these boxes like we've had Hoot do, or is he just going to continue to punish this lane the best he can? There's really not that big of a lead created for them on this left-hand side, even though they had the initial kills.
Combustible Combustion in here on the left, answered by an Iradomini, courtesy of Arzo. Seen Zergi get real low in off some of the pressure, but still able to take down Empty Dreams with the Inhobikim. Somehow, someway, Zergi getting away with the slimmest of margins. Elsewhere, though, we're seeing Hoot getting knifed up, courtesy of Together.
I feel like Zergi just got away with murder right there. Like, he should not have been able to survive that one. Obviously, cost him his teammate's life as they do trade 1-for-1, but Zergi's definitely the one you want to see kept alive. I mean, Silent to Dreams gets a kill in towards middle, being airdropped away. It's completely separating them from this Guardian, but it looks like Zergi's actually come back in towards the lane here. He's got to be extremely careful trying to defend against this one. It's a 3-man squad. Vrake will be returning as well. Cosmetical's there, so they have a 3-on-3 in mid, leaving this right lane into a 1-on-1.
A lot being traded out back and forth, but also the return of the single man Affliction, courtesy of Empty Dreams. Now in this case, Affliction's gonna be back up before first rift, and oof, jump scare for Vrake. Tess going for the raw swap, doesn't quite connect. Everything being
he
left on
riposted the
table
Kinetic Carbine there, so he didn't actually get stunned up for that swap. Was really like I don't know how he hit that. I would never hit that in my life. But as you guys saw, I'm also 38, so I'm an unk washed up. It's not the oldest one on broadcast, though.
Look, it's about how you look and feel. The number, a little bit irrelevant. But as we look over to the left, talking about rotation, Sanya, we come back in towards the left. We'll see if it turns into more of a dive on Vin. On your screen, though, is mid lane, and good solid Guardian damage coming in from Buff Enjoyers. But potentially the turn about to come in from Abraham's.
Yeah, Sonya getting in behind them. Turn to Shadows being used, and not really much being netted from that. The cosmetical at mid lane is extremely low. Maybe looking for a swap here
Paradox.
would be ideal. And it seems like Rake's just trying to create the space as well. But I think it's like Cosmetical can't really assist, and he can't really sneak up to look for a swap either. And there's just so much poke that they don't need to get in his face to allow a swap to happen.
Let's push green.
The matchup for Geist is always interesting, where you have to respect a Geist low HP of swap, like vulnerable and killable, but it does create this, aura of like, well,
I see.
there's a limit to how far deep we can go. But elsewhere, Chain Gang coming on out deep into it. Currently is Listic, but also a knife in the back, low HP. The killing blow attempt from the back and together. Lands a shotgun hit to finish things off. 250 HP, not the healthiest, but gives Liv to tell the tale. A little bit of Calco pressure onto Vin as this happens, but also across the map, Jason Obikim finds Empty Dreams.
I mean, who again? He had a good tether. It caught it onto Sonya, but it didn't stop. Together for just rushing down that kill, and it's not a great sign right now when Listic is the lowest eco on the team. As you mentioned, Obikim not writing it down this time like we saw before, right? Against Leviathan, not holding perma W without an S key in sight, and together he's come for a vengeance, or with the vengeance. He takes down Obikim for another kill added to the tally. Radiant region already picked up, and this right lane is now starting to be pressured quite heavily by the rotations.
Yeah, you might have caused that, Jason. You go here, it's like, Obikim, not running it down right as we see Obikim himself getting run down a second later. But elsewhere, Empty Dreams, a little bit under the gun. Flawless advance into Tani Losan.
He dodged it.
Yeah, I don't think it hit. Wait, also drop the affliction, which also hit nothing. A whiffed ult for a whiffed ult. Balance, as intended. Now we got Sanya coming in a little bit later to fight, return the shadow, but not going to commit because of the threat of the Vindicta.
Crazy briefcase, man. Coming on through to dodge away from the Tiny Lasad, and that's also still going to be kills happening on the left-hand side here for Abrahams. They're up to a 5k lead 10 minutes in. I only just noticed at the top of the screen here that they're that far ahead. These lanes have been heavily going away, and Arsenal's at 9,000 souls already. Son is at 8.1. Engineer's at 5.4. Okay, so he's gonna be the lowest net worth in the game, or she's not even lowest net worth in the game. It's gonna be Rake at 5.1. But this is getting scary for Buff and Joy's. Abrahams have, together on good souls, Arzo on good souls, and Sonya. This is shaping up to be a very strong mid game.
Also, look at all the heal banes coming up from Buff Enjoyers. The team heal bane buy. Tess getting marked up, hanging on the wall until it's used. And elsewhere, the dive successful from Sanya onto Hoot. A quick dine and dash as the urn is available, and Listic just goes for the quick dunk. That actually helps even things out a little bit, but still Buff Enjoyers down 7k and potentially about to be more as another Guardian in peril, courtesy of Abrahams.
At least it's a 1-for-1 trade in Guardians, as the right one was taken for Buff Enjoyers. At the same time, Abraham's got the left. But yeah, like this mid game is, I think, what I'm mostly scared about right now for Buff Enjoyers, and where Abrahams, I think, can really create a big lead. Like where their soul allocation is, it's like a perfect opportunity for them to just start looking for these engagements, looking for these catches, more importantly, and creating an even bigger lead to transition with towards that first mid boss. With that rift on the left-hand side ZP, I actually don't know which team's even going to go for it.
I think Buff Enjoyers, you go for it here. You get the advantage of being behind, although the dive, Hoot running for his very life from the Calco pressure. Gloom bombs from afar. Not quite going to be enough, and low bridge. Here comes Listic in on some of the punish, perhaps. Rift secured by Buff Enjoyers in the middle of this fight. Going to actually be a decent amount of Rift troopers heading out from this. Obikim down, and it's still Sanya looking for the exit, not to be found, but even as Sanya dies, Together is able to even the score against Cosmetical elsewhere.
And they also get a guard on the right-hand side. So, I mean, 7k, it's about to be turned a little bit less than that with this Guardian falling, even though they did tweak the objective income that you get now. So 6k at 12 minutes is definitely, I would say, significant enough lead And Zergi's at 11,000 souls. Ours is still continuing to ramp up at 13k. When those initial Guardians being down, the only one left is going to be in that mid lane here for Abrahams to defend. Probably the best one to have up at this point.
Oh, it's going to be a quick pause from the most farmed player on the Abraham side saying mosquito attack. You know, that's technically, you know, players are supposed to, you know, say tech pause or rules pause. I actually have no idea where mosquito attack would go in there. I mean, it's not nothing in the rules against getting attacked by mosquitoes. I guess it's more of a tech pause where you're unable to play the game because you're just getting crushed by mosquitoes.
I understand it. Honestly, Italy has so many mosquitoes that I cannot go outside without being bit. The first day I looked at this apartment, I got bit 13 times. It was ridiculous. Not even kidding.
All right, and this is
here's the briefcase
case
escape.
dodge. Yeah. Oh my goodness, the time.
Oh, and he dodged the snipe too?
Yeah, and then throws frogs on the nothing. So, you know, again, a little bit of balance towards the end. Blissik gets away from the stone form, brings out the chain gang, and no chains. Maybe a bit of problem. It's just defending territory here. Your own gambling, as it were.
I already saw one Guardian ward being picked up. I think that was on Hoot. So we have at least one DB carrier for buff enjoyers, which is going to be important. I mean, the counter spells aren't being bought up just yet, I believe, for them either. I think it's a little bit too early in the game, so the affliction could go ham here. And it is up. Eternal Song connects, but not to finish off together. He's going to be bleeding away, and Hoot finishes off the kill with the assassinate at plus 18 now on his snipes. There's 2 kills coming on through here. Definitely the boost to morale buff enjoyers needed to get back in this one.
Break, though, going to be traded out. Sanya, a little bit later to the fight. Marked up by Drifter, not in the healthiest spot at all, as the floor is lava. Sanya melted away as Zergi makes the battlefield very inhospitable. And this is turning into a full rotation on both teams. Everyone in the middle, as Abrahams tries to maintain control of their mid guardian. Up this lane to the game, kind of an accomplishment, but also pretty easy to take down at any moment in attention at this point.
Yeah, and only 3k difference in souls too, so it's that Guardian falling. I mean, it's closed down to like a 1k difference between the two. But while this has all been happening, it's also important to keep an eye on who's been solo farming. Like Arzo was pulled to the mid lane to help assist. He's now been pushed back towards the right hand side. He's at 17,000 souls at 14 minutes, almost 15. That is an unreal level of farm.
Also, you know, let's get a casual 2k HP at only 12k farm, just to, you know, throw in observations on the game. Billy at times a little bit, you know, not dependent on the amount of farm, but Ern's gonna spawn up here. Mark a little bit off target, but you know it isn't. The stake into the snipe, into the death. Hoot setting up another. The last 3 or 4 minutes here, Jason, pretty advantageous here. The Hoot, as Buff Endurance has effectively bridged the gap.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like almost all the kills have been going the way of buff enjoyers these last couple of minutes, as you mentioned. Iridome, oh my gosh, Obi comes right behind him. Ren comes on through. He's just going to take away 1k damage already taken. Actually gets the assist, gets the kill here. They turn this one around. Obi-Kim does fall, and Saint has the urn while all this is happening. Not going to be a massive lead created if he's able to get the dunk here. But Abrahams, I mean, it honestly felt like if they keep losing these fights and they don't have any bounce back, then they could just be losing this game. But the snowball potential for buff enjoyers.
Buff Enjoyer is also maintaining the full-on protection on Mid Guardian. It is nearly 16 minutes. Mid Guardian still up.
I see Ivy.
Maybe a contest onto the Ivy dunk here, though. Cosmetical, not wanting to give it away for free. Soul exchange, waiting in the wings.
Is he just miss every shot on that minion?
You know, minions are tough, Jason.
Just recalculating the DPI or something on his mouse. It was like a speck of dust. They're going to continue to push on through here. They want to take this urn away, and they want to look for the fight. And Combustion lead the way here out of Zergi's going to get the catch on ours, and they take down the most farm player on Abraham's side. A good start as the urn still in the hands of Saint, though. And they're not able to actually dislodge this one. As together, he's looking for some damage. Slice on through. Cosmetical's going to survive for just a split second, and the kill's going back the way of Abraham's here, ZP.
One-man affliction on the Vrake. Vrake, though, looking awfully low towards the end. The urn disappears into the ether, unable to be turned in, but might not be a problem here for Abrahams. They're able to make the rest of the fight their way. Killing blow hits on the Listic, and while this is going on, you got Empty Dreams just taking a walker by his lonesome.
But the mid garden has finally gone down. It was to minions, though. ZP, it held up a good fight, 17 minutes. The walker on the right has been taken. Empty Dreams up to 18,000 souls now. That lead back to 6K here in favor of Abrahams. It seems to just be constantly bouncing back and forth. Let's actually take a look at the soul graph once we have a moment here to see how much it's been swinging between these two teams.
The interesting thing is some of these fights, I mean, Hoot has been getting a lot of value off the Vindicta, even though we've seen Abrahams take a little bit more control of the game. Oh, Zergi's got Sanya dead to rights here. No real escape. But in some of the closer fights, Hoot, with both stakes and just assassinates, has been confirming kills in a wild way, and also making life at times pretty hard for Together, as one of the few things that can do significant damage to a Shiv.
Man, he's only at 14K. Seems like Shivs in this series just aren't, at least in this match and the last, are just not running away with the games that we saw versus Leviathan with Buff Enjoyers. To be fair, you don't really see, I think, games like that, a 20-1 scoreline at a Listic that often. Maybe if Arctic's playing Shiv. The Buff Enjoyers seem to be set up in mid lane here, expecting an engage. At the same time, Abrahams are looking for the engage themselves. They get a nice stun here on the kinetic charge.
Look at the service. Also, Tanya Losan not hitting Ivy. Everything on the task, who gets the full service escape. Abraham's also trying to turn that on the Vrake. Vrake, a little bit lower HP wise, eating some knives for his trouble. And this has just turned into a longer fight here in middle. Abrahams has rotated 4 members in the mid now. People back on out. A lot of sinners up on the map here now too, Jason. So some gambling might be in order.
A bad time to gamble though when the rift's up. So that might be its own gamble. Currently have, was it Sonya there, Cosmetical there, Vrake, maybe reinforcing it. Buff Enjoyers are still grouped up in the mid. Thing is, they already lost their walker on the right hand side, so it's not that big of a deal for them to commit a lot of players towards this rift. But if you can force Abrahams to do the same here, it might allow Zergi to push down a walker himself. That affliction, it is up, so it's a little bit dangerous here for Buff Enjoyers to contest, especially when you don't have a lot of counter spells built up.
You gotta watch Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams is the story here. Even as we see Sanya Gang run down, what affliction opportunity do you have as Sanya? This could be your moment. And the Rift just, they're not able to stand the point. They'll go for it. This call was made to actually back off here, Jason. So what could have been the big team fight, big affliction moment was, nah, just let them have it. We'll kill the Men in Black.
I feel like they had the players there to do it as well. I mean, we could see Zergi was nowhere to be seen. Airdrop coming on through the affliction. Gonna connect only onto one, only onto Obikim. And it's one more. That's not enough necessarily to guarantee win the fight here as Listic takes down Task right off the bat, and the full-on disengage comes in out of Abrahams. I hate to say it, but man, Empty Dreams has been underperforming when it's come to Pocket with these afflictions. Mostly because we've seen him hit some crazy afflictions consistently in the past, but today's been really tough.
Also, I don't think we're at the point where there's a bunch of counter spells moderated. I think that is just, it might just be all Empty Dreams, but a little bit of poke and prying from Sanya, doesn't full commit onto Hoot. As tempting as the half HP Vindicta is, and could just be an easy dunk here for Vrake. It is. So the game effectively now, Jason, brought back to even with a few of those souls being denied.
Crazy to imagine as well, considering how this game was going. We saw Abrahams with 8K lead for such a long time. I do want to see that souls graph again if we can, when we have a moment, just to see how kind of close this game and how back and forth this game has been between the two teams. And I mean it's mostly blue, but you are seeing like the constant dips. I guess they're not dips when they're like that down, going down towards the bottom side of the graph. And even Buff Enjoyers taking the lead at some point, but to claw back that lead of like 8,000, it's not easy to do. But here we go, Eternal Darkness being used, airdrop as well, and Zergi Combustion's ready to go, but he's being chased down by Sam, who gets the kill into the Listic, and Zergi's been forced to retreat.
The crossbow shot from Arzo takes away half his life. That's a farm Venator and then some towards the end. And with 2 down, especially the Billy, I mean, a lot of the AoE that you would use to control mid-boss is off the table in Abraham's. They sent some blood in the water. However, it's going to be contested. Vrake into the fray. We'll see how this mid-boss goes. Abraham's right now focused on mid-boss damage. Buff enjoyers. We'll see how serious a contest is. There's members lurking in the wings, but they may just let this one go. First rejuve going over to Abraham's. 2 crystals here so far, and the third at the same time. 1 crystal is burned, but otherwise it's all Abraham's from here. The contest for buff enjoyers ending in misery.
Great gut shot too to start things off as you saw it. Arzo. Okay. A slam coming on through to Listic as he's trying to like 1v6. Try to take away any of these rejuves if possible. Arzo is looking worse for wear. He gets the parry though, and Listic won't get a single one. And Buff Majora is getting completely wiped out. They get a walker, yes, but they lose the rejuves. They lose all 6 players. Okay. So affliction on a Zergy?
Why? What is the purpose of this affliction, Jason?
I kind of get it. Because Tass and Arzo were low, and I think maybe they didn't want to lose their rejuves if Zergy went in, because that's why Listic went in, right? Is they wanted to take away those rejuve crystals. That's. I mean, I'm stretching my thought process here, but I can see a world that does make sense.
I'm just thinking back to the past, like, how long has it been since FD has been, super consistent in Pocket? Because this is just, even with Abraham's winning, decisions like this can come back to bite you pretty badly. And even here with the mid boss going the way of Abraham's, it's still only about a 9k difference between both teams. You're gonna have affliction off the table for a while. So this goes for now. Looking for Cosmetical, who actually looks to be very free at this point. No soul exchange ready to go. So the rest of the dive happens, but going to be difficult to escape, especially with the Iradomini popped out by Cosmetical, giving his best shot under fire from all ends. Surely is about to go down, but somehow still alive here, Jason. And the Rejuve Crystal burned out of Empty Dreams. That is wild. Cosmetical still somehow dancing around. May finally go down, but that was torturous to complete.
Bruh, that's all I can say to that, man. That's unfortunate. Cost him 1 Rejuve, but they still get the kill. It's not that big of a deal, but it obviously should have been a lot clearer than it inevitably became. As Zergy was trying to look for some damage from this walker, but again, like the wave's been cut. He has to retreat and stay safer. They could be losing a lot more than just his life. 11k now. Almost 25 minutes into the game. It seems like Abrahams might be going for a push onto this mid walker, and they also have spotted out Zergy too. But little do they know, the rest of Buff Majors are going to be in this position. Only Vrake going to be missing at the moment.
Maybe another trip back to found here for Arzo. Chain Gang coming out from Listic, who is under all sorts of pressure. Billy may be tough, but may not that tough. 15 HP and down. Arzo in off the respawn, able to avenge himself for losing crystal. 15 seconds left. On Rejuve, though, all the crystals are now burned, so that doesn't matter much anymore. Concussive Concussion, though, in from Zergy a little bit later into the fight. How's this going on? This is getting a little bit scrappy. The parry from Hoot doesn't matter. Sanya still had the damage. And now, taking a look at together, hungry for a little bit more, throws a knife into the back of Zergy, switches directions, and now going for Cosmetical. The swap is up here, though, immediately going to use from Cosmetical, but the extra life is not enough to keep Cosmetical alive. May just be in this case.
Buys them some time for now, at least. But they still keep losing players. I mean, this like last exchange that we just had happen, the catch onto like Listic and Obikim, I feel like maybe shouldn't have happened. I think Buff Majors got a little bit too cocky. Pushed into the jungle like that when they knew Abrahams had players there in the vicinity. They run them down. They create a lead from, what was it, like 9k after the mid boss was taken to now about 14k. If I can do math, yes, I can do math. Slowly increasing, but more importantly, like Abraham's getting these kills allows them to target more jungle around the map more safely.
Yeah, on the same note, though, I think like this is still pretty playable for Buff Enjoyers. Like Abraham's been working at an advantage, but if you're not able to get a better teamfight engagement, or by the way, like a lot of key ults down for Abraham, so I think are a little bit more reliant on ults for their team fight. If Buff Enjoyers walk in for the fight here, it may be good, and Arzo get taken a little bit by surprise. Listic from the back, who immediately actually decides, no, I don't want to fight this. But Buff Enjoyers trying to be a little bit aggressive right now, where a lot of ults are off the table for Abrahams. And it's going to be an earn steal from Cosmetical, who's just going to walk over and turn that one in. Elsewhere, break a little bit under the gun. Arzo goes down, and Tani Lasan swapping things up. And Buff Enjoyers kind of making the most of this now, Jason.
Big kill into Arzo too, man. The 30k soul Venator not in this fight anymore. Drake's able to shove them back. They actually retreat to collapse on the overextended players that have Abrahams.
It's only an affliction on the Zergy, and Zergy dies for it, but the rest of the fight, Buff Enjoyers looking way healthier here. Empty Dreams is in trouble. Just getting carved to pieces. Goes down the Vrake, who simply cannot die in this fight, Jason.
Gosh, Killing Blow's still there for Together, but I don't think anyone's really low enough to use it to actually go for the escape here. Buff Enjoyers are on the aggression. They also have an unstable rift to take on the right-hand side of the map. Mid-boss is too far away. They clean up tasks. Maybe who's going to take the rift here? And they have the potential to take down some walkers, man. They clean up the right-hand lane. They can get mid-walker after getting the left-hand side earlier on from Cosmetical. And that lead of, 14k, it's going to be cut down to, less than 5.
That's what I was saying, Jason. Look at this. This was all like pretty playable for Buff Enjoyers, especially in that instance where they had this window where Abrahams was down a lot of ults. And I mean, look, Affliction comes up late to the fight, and it's a 1-kill Affliction, but the solo Afflictions at Empty Dreams it's a little bit baffling. I mean, again, not every Affliction is going to be a good one, but it's just been, the second time we've seen Empty Dreams on it today, and it hasn't been the most impressive for the priority that, Pocket is otherwise getting. But, speaking about Men in Black clear, Together, getting down to business, the invasion is quelled.
Giving them the belt. But I think that fight, though, beyond the one-man Affliction, I think Arzo dying pretty quickly to Zergy and co. I think that was a pretty pivotal point of that fight too, because you're taking down such consistent damage in these fights, and the most farm player in the game. Zergy's been able to catch up at 30k. Vrake has also caught up quite a bit at 29k. The two, I guess, Hitman Cosmetical at 29k, both highest value players on the team. Can we actually take a look at the net worth really quickly, just to make it more visible and more easy to explain or easy to visually see? 3 players basically at a Buff Enjoyers in the top 5 right now.
I mean, the trend of the game has been distinctly in favor of Buff Enjoyers. I think in raw team fighting power, unless a big Affliction comes through, Buff Enjoyers have the better team fight, especially now that it's evened up. And yeah, I mean, for Abrahams, they're in a really precarious position, especially because, again, I think you can make the argument that Calco does tail off a little bit as you go later into the game. So even off a comp versus comp, Vindicta does too, arguably, but between the two, I'd rather have the Buff Enjoyers comp in the situation here. The only, big wild cards are, can Tass land a big pick before a fight? A little bit better pick power for Abrahams, and how many people does Empty Dreams hit with an Affliction?
Well, I think he's averaging 1 right now, because I have to also include the 0-man Afflictions that we've seen.
Have we seen a 2-man Affliction this game? If you go by that metric, it may be like a 0.8.
Yeah, I think we've only had 1-man Afflictions this game so far.
And a missed one. So yeah, the average would be below 1 if you ran out those metrics. But buffs up at 30 minutes. And Urn spawning at the same time. Zergy going to pick up a dose of mobility, and Arzo going to become that much harder to kill with a hit of survival. Both teams being very judicious about this next fight here, Jason. Neither team being too aggressive. I think Abraham's very afraid of this game slipping away, and
they're just baiting, man. They're looking for a catch.
All right.
Maybe they get listed. I don't know. Buffers are being so careful, actually going in for it now, looking for that catch that they've been setting up for. They get it onto Hoot. I mean, it's not the most ideal player to kill, to be honest, but a kill's a kill, and they do force the Urn to come back out of Vrake. Here we go, Empty Dreams. Oh my lord. He was looking for an Affliction too.
Oh, Senya is lagging, is what we're being told, but that was an execution on the Hoot. I mean, the swap into just absolutely dead, but I mean, it's coming at a cost when you look at it here, because Saint not particularly healthy, maybe more of a 1-for-1. Where's Senya? So Senya was lagging. Senya is chained up and blind, and in a pretty tough situation. Like, on the other hand, though, you have returned the Shadow up, so if no other disables go in, Senya's just going to pop Return the Shadow as soon as Chain Gang is off. Like, Chain Gang is going to disable it up until that point, but once Chain Gang is used, like, probably an insta-pop on Return the Shadow.
We got a request from chat. Chassis Larks. I'm probably saying the name completely wrong. What's a golden statue check? So we give chat what they want.
We should
see
call for it
currently
by
what
now
the buffs
anyways.
are.
I guess Cosmetical is leading for buff enjoyers. But, you know, the fight is underway.
I see that spoiled brat.
And does Sanya? Nope, Sanya is just dead. No Return the Shadow able to be popped. It's actually
CT.
Saint who may be able to get
One
away.
man affliction. One man affliction again.
It's a little bit tough, Jason. It just, the Frog's going to hit one person this game. Italo-san, though, putting Arzo in a bind underneath and just gone. 3 dead from Abraham's. Buff enjoyers in the perfect spot now, Jason, to roll this win into mid-boss and fully flip the game. If we could get a look at the soul graph off this, what a tale it tells.
I see paradox.
I'm convinced that briefcase only has 1 frog in it for Empty Dreams. And that's the one affliction that we're seeing per use. Actually still going for the chase, man. They don't want to let Task get away. Even, oh, Empty Dreams runs into the fire, through the flames and back towards death. Task is dead as well. Zergy, man, coming into zone. Why did Infernus ever fall off and out of the meta, man? I swear. So insanely strong. They're going to get mid-boss. They have a 10k lead for themselves now for buff enjoyers. And 1 walker left in their sights. I don't know what to say, man. This game has just been so back and forth, but that was such a convincing fight for buff enjoyers.
Again, I just think back to the draft, and I feel like Abraham's activated the trap card where, remember we were talking about the draft and be like, hey, you could go Shiv Infernus here, and instead they pick Shiv Pocket.
I remember.
You look at how this game has transpired, genuinely think that was a big mistake out of Abraham's, the way this went down. It's like, yeah, you would have had to let Cosmetical play Pocket, but I don't know. Empty Dreams on Infernus looked awesome last game. This game, things have a little been rough, and you know, we're well past the point where things like Calico were giving you a momentum advantage, and I don't know if the Abraham's team comp is really suited to play from behind unless, you know, $1 million question, can you get a big affliction? And so far, it's been a big old 0.
Oh, don't do it.
No.
Don't do him like this. Production. Oh, this is Hoot's assassination. Okay.
Okay. Oh my God.
Rage for having a vision.
That was brutal.
I'm really scared this replay is going to continue, and we're going to have the 1 minute. Yeah. I felt like it was coming. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, no. It's still in the middle of the replay. Okay, that was just a straight up. There was no other attempt at anyone else. That was the conscious decision.
Bro, that was 11 minutes ago, production. What are you doing? The slander on Empty Dreams. Though you're not wrong. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, they grabbed the bus and just drove over the body.
I think we're definitely under 0.8 now. CP, that's two 0-mans, and like the rest were 1s.
Well, regardless of how we got here, buff enjoyers now working with a definitive lead. 1:30 left on their rejuve. It's gonna be spent to the soothing sounds of the Unstable Rift. Just letting the music play, Jason. But the music's over and the Men in Black
I was
are out.
enjoying.
Not gonna be the
enjoying.
highest amount of push here, but look, you still got a minute of rejuve. You might as well push with the objective, and we'll see what Abraham's has in turn. All ults are up. Is there redemption at stake, or does buff enjoyers retake the throne off this fight?
Cosmetical's pushing mid. I mean, they're being pushed on multiple base guardians here, and there's still a walker to be taken, but buff enjoyers don't care with the rejuve. They want to take these shrines, and Liz is just looking for that chain gang as an opportunity.
1 frog.
Oh, man.
All right, well, Zergi's down, gets right back up. What else does Abraham's have in the tank? Tass is just going to be ripped to shreds as Obakim gets over into the back line. Iradomini out from Arzo. Not the highest amount of targets. Gets Cosmetical a little bit low, but that could backfire with the soul exchange in the back pocket. 1 shrine already gone. 2nd shrine about to go to the wayside. Not many options for Abraham's to full defend here, but they're going to give it their own shots. Airdrop together into the frame. Immediately gets parried. An absolute disaster. Loses half his HP in the middle of the parry stun, and now it's together trying to leave the zone as Zergi finishes off Saint. The shrine about to go down, and buff enjoyers making all the right calls.
Refresher. He's got refresher CP.
He gets 2.
He did it.
Let's push green.
It's not gonna save the shrine, Jason. Is the problem?
No.
Like, it's a little bit late in the process. And first stage patron, the Archmother, about to feel her form change, perhaps, or nah. Buff enjoyers
Let's take out Pocket.
They're taking a leave of absence here, Jason, but enjoying the overall lead that they have.
You know, I'm gonna get on my soapbox here and say, we said at the very start of the series, oh my god, chat is being so brutal. The very start of the series, that Buff Enjoyers are one of the few teams, one of the only teams, if not the only team, who play insanely well against pockets, that they don't allow these multi-man afflictions. And you saw in that last affliction, the way they positioned themselves around that shrine to dodge the affliction to only hit one was actually really well done. And I don't want to necessarily have so much hate on Empty Dreams. I mean, okay, I won't deny there has been some misafflictions, but I will say Buff and Joys are that damn good at avoiding it. That is insanely hard for Empty Dreams to hit like multi-man afflictions.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams may be playing the Dark Souls of pocket games here in terms of trying to get that up, but it also brings back in the question on the draft is like, why the hell would you not change the draft priority and grab the Infernus instead with game one in the back of your head? Like, this has been a nearly blow for blow replay in terms of, you know, the pocket performance from game one. So, you know, you come back to the draft and go, why? And again, yeah, Cosmetical is a good pocket. That's a, you know, an issue on the other hand, but either way, Jason, we are 34K up for Buff Enjoyers. The game in their hands. Abraham's looking for the miracle. Upside still for Abraham, still a pretty well-fed Arzo. Iridamini, a threat for Buff Enjoyers, even at this stage of the game.
Man, 32K. Crazy to see. Again, like Abraham's having like a 6 or 8K lead 7 minutes in. Like something ridiculous. Arzo as well. He also had like the 19K souls at like 14 minutes. And Buffers is just holding on, keeping that lead within reach. Eventually surpassing when it came to you know, a couple of these back-to-back big fights for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, Sergey's on 47K now. Juggernaut for Listic, Sounds are for Listic as well. So if he catches on anyone with these shots, like, you're not gonna be able to get away from him. You're gonna dispel magic, but then you can't dispel magic anything else. Seems like we're just waiting for mid boss here, ZP, and then that's going to be the go time. I feel like you can almost bait it for Buff Enjoyers. Refresher, he knows on cooldown now for Empty Dreams, though he does have one affliction. But I will say, I mean, mid boss pit is very difficult to hide away from the affliction, so maybe you don't go for a fight there.
If you're Abraham's, I think part of your game plan here is your tasks. You are locked in on the blue feet. You are searching out Hoot. That execution we saw earlier in the game, Jason, you want to repeat that if you're Abraham's.
Did you say blue feet?
Yeah, you're hunting the blue feet.
I thought I heard. Okay.
Yeah, you're hunting Vindicta. Like, you look to the sky from the angle you're seeing at, you're seeing nothing but feet. And in Taz's case, you want to swap those feet down to the rest of your team. But Hoot has to be the one you hunt here from the get-go if you're Abraham's to give yourself the 6-on-5. And you're not necessarily guaranteed to win the 6-on-5, but obviously you have way better odds given the stat differential. So, also, Miner's Kevlar being picked up for Empty Dreams. I mean, hey, you do get to use it twice with the refresher.
It's a weird side note when you're talking about Vindicta's feet. I tuned into Zergy's stream today, and you know he modded his Mina skin. Do you know what he did to it?
Is his Mina like shoeless or something?
She's shoeless.
Okay.
The ultimate gooner, man. Oh, so funny.
Well, never show fear no matter the odds.
And never show fear in no matter of feet.
Either way, Jason, this is tense. Abraham's the championship potentially about to slip away. 250 to 222. Still options if they're able to land the pick, but for now, a bit of an opening here on the together. Obakim opening up with the blind. 2 hits here so far. Abraham's able to disengage kind of well here as the rift opens on the other side of the map. I think your Abraham's, you know, only losing airdrop, kind of okay with that exchange here so far, but see if both sides rotate in towards the rift as Saint is still flying.
You can just see how quickly together realize I got to get out too. Second he noticed Listic was there. If anyone else was in that vicinity, that could have been a kill, but that's the point of the game that we're at. 40 minutes in. One mistake is going to cost you this game. I mean, it's not over for Abraham's. If they do get a big affliction, if they do get Buff Enjoyers to make a mistake, they easily get back into this one, especially the Empty Dreams at 45,000. They got Spirit Burn But that is scary though. Again, as Zerg at 52k, just continue to build up more and more of a lead. And the rift's up, and it seems like Calico Sunny will come in for the contest, but it's just going to cost him his life unless the rest of Abrahams can get here, and they're going to be rotating on over looking for something.
99 to 99, all eyes on Empty Dreams. Hops on in, one man affliction for the first dose. We'll see how the rest of the fight breaks down. Obakim takes down Sanya together. The rift goes the way of Buff Enjoyers and Abrahams. Is there anything they can do to fight this back? 3 on 6. Big old slot of damage from Empty Dreams, but certainly not going to be enough here. Falls. And Jason, we're on the verge of a brand new champion here in EU. Buff Enjoyers. A rough start to the game, but a strong finish as Abrahams has run out of opportunities.
Empty Dreams sold his refresher, by the way, before that fight. That you can see he didn't have it up anymore. He had the Kevlar instead, I believe, and had no chance to use the affliction yet again. And they could call it Buff Enjoyers. I mean, they lost last week, but they reclaimed the throne once again and get themselves $1,000 in their pockets and put on a highlight reel, unfortunately, for Empty Dreams, or a low light reel, I should say.
Buff Enjoyers saying we don't need Pocket to win, and proving it. Both teams making adaptations. Map 3, the closest of the 3. But where Buff Enjoyers had an eye on their win conditions, they were able to solidify. And, you know, for Abrahams, a tough pill to swallow. The game just slipping away. And yeah, we got a new champion here in EU, but you can't say EU isn't close, Jason, because, you know, week after week, it just keeps going to 3.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, that's actually great to see, because it is nice to be at a time now. We don't have one team winning 16 weeks in a row. You don't have one team winning 2-0s constantly. To have these, you know, best of 3s go the full 3 shows how close these teams really are, and a lot of it, again, comes down to the draft. It comes down to decisions you make there to set yourself up for success or for failure. And well, for here, Buff Enjoyers, they proved they don't care about Pocket. And maybe Abrahams need to rethink their priority on Pocket, and when he's left open, maybe they don't go for, like you mentioned before, maybe they go the Shiv and Furnace instead, keep that away from Zergy, and maybe have to play against Pocket yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is kind of the big story of this match, where you look at the pick priority that Pocket was given and how Abrahams played with Pocket against Pocket. Oh my goodness, that getting add-on to highlights is just brutal. But yeah, I mean, it didn't seem to be to their benefit, and Infernus probably would have worked out better for the third game. And, you know, it's something to reflect on perhaps for Abrahams looking forward into the next game. But in terms of things that kept Buff Enjoyers in the game when they were behind, Hoot had a fantastic game for me on the Vindicta. Yeah, Hoot may have been the dive target later on, but there was a period in the mid game where Hoot was a really big reason that this game just didn't fly away from Buff Enjoyers.
I'm still here. I'm just enjoying these highlights right now. This game was just so back and forth, man. The Ivy, though, unfortunately not as effective in this game as it was in the past, or in the last match, I should say. I was gonna say prior, or in the past. But it had some good moments. Like I see they're getting the kill onto Listic, but it just I don't know. It just didn't have the same little effect. Whether it was they didn't have the drift on the team to fly on in with, or what, but I'm not sure why State didn't work out. I mean, obviously the easiest pickings here is the fact that Empty Dreams, like the afflictions were just not on point. They weren't able to, again, as we said before in game 1, picking Pocket that early and the effect, the result you have of picking him earlier, or the impact he has in the game, doesn't match the priority of where you put that hero in the draft. And I think that's like step 1 of the problem.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, for Zergy, it was just a very consistent game on Infernus. Good area denial in some of the bigger fights, difficult to take down, and I think that's also the benefit, where it's kind of why in the draft talk, you know, I mentioned ease of execution between both teams, and generally speaking, Buff Enjoyers had a much easier to execute comp here, Jason, in terms of their win conditions. Abrahams had to play around getting big afflictions, getting big swaps in from Tass, keeping up good tempo with the Calico because the late game gets a little bit weaker, and, you know, overall, you look at some of the history of the game. You know, Abrahams, all in all, I mean, they had an edge, and Buff Enjoyers were able to keep it close enough until finally the dam broke, and for Abrahams, there was no way back.
56,000 souls. Not even the most player damage. Goes to Arzo. I mean, that's kind of understandable. Arzo was ahead of the curve for a majority of the game when it came to souls at 48k, but Cosmetical putting up 40k. Zerguli putting up 31, but again, the pressure on objectives was unmatched. And even Obikim putting up 39k. Like, this is back-to-back games out of Obikim on the Drifter, putting up some serious damage, even though he isn't really high up on the kills. I mean, he had 8 deaths as well, the most on his team. actually the most in the entire match, but he still put out some crazy damage the entire time. Honestly, making me rethink if I should be playing Drifter or not. And then even Vrake as well. I think Vrake had some good momentum in the beginning of the game. He helped them have a pretty solid mid lane as well.
Yeah, and also, you know, it's kind of funny on Vrake in this game where there was also this period. You talk about people that kept buffing Jors in the game. Hoot had a period of time where it's like, okay, wow, Vindicta's making plays. Vrake also had that moment in the game. I think it was around the 20-minute mark where Vrake was simply not dying, was drawing a ton of aggro, keeping things alive and creating opportunities for, you know, Zergy, Cosmeco, and Listic to clean up the fight. So it also makes picking an MVP, I think, really difficult here because I feel like every member of Buff and Jors kind of had their moments here relative to just a single person running away with the game.
Yeah, and I think we were discussing like internally a couple of different names out there on who we thought should be MVP, and it's really tough because like obviously it's really easy to say, you know, looking at recency bias like Zergy, because he obviously did do a lot of carrying when it came to Infernus, but I think there's a lot that goes into them getting to that point to carry, or for him to carry the end of the game. And I think a lot of that has to go to like the mid game tempo. I mean, look at the soul graph on the bottom. We're over, you know, 26 minutes in, probably around 27 minutes, where Abraham's consistently have the lead the entire time. But I think there's a couple players in particular that kept that lead from growing further and further on as the game progressed. Like you see it constantly bouncing back to that neutral point.
Yep. Also, you know, a peek into the back of the house and how production runs things here. MVP may be based a little bit more on highlights, where we made a choice and got told, nah, we don't have as many highlights for that player, so go for the player that has more highlights. It's kind of the de facto tiebreaker when you never quite know who deserves an MVP. But all in all, you know, Jason, reflecting on the game before... No, we're actually going to go straight to MVP. Yeah, we're giving it to Listic. I mean, Listic created space the entire day, and look, I think if you're having a player play something like a Billy in his current draft priority, you need a good performance, and it's hard to find too much wrong with how Listic was playing it today, especially on the Billy.
I'm not gonna lie, I was really scared that they were actually gonna just troll us and do a low light reel, but I'm happy they didn't. I mean, Listic, take a look at what he's played over the course of this series, right? In game 1, he was on the Billy, 21k damage. I mean, they ended up winning that game. He went 4-6 and 14, but again, he created a lot of space, a lot of the initiations for the team to work out. Game 2, he was over on the Shiv, but that was a really rough game, right? Like Obi Kim didn't have a great time. Cosmetical didn't have a good time, but he still finished off 8, 13, and 8. And had 29k damage, relatively high on the team. But this last game on Billy, it makes you wonder, why are they not prioritizing Billy more for Listic? Because he still plays a really good Listic, or a really good Billy. He does such a great job of creating focus on him, but also creating space for his team.
Well, actually, I think Listic plays a pretty bad Listic, but a pretty darn good Shiv, which is probably, like, I don't think Buff and Jors is too pressed about whether they get the Shiv or the Billy in terms of the prio, which is also why they were picking Mirage first when available, right? Like, that kind of shows to me that they don't really care which of the premium frontliners they get, because they know they can get one of the two by second pick in a lot of these cases. So that's probably some of the decision making here. And, you know, Listic, you know, yeah, put him on the Shiv, put him on the Billy. Either way, it is absolutely fine. But Jason with MVP, sorry, go ahead.
Can I say one more thing before, because it sounds like you're about to throw us to break. So I think we're technically a little bit behind schedule. I'm looking back at an Empty Dreams, and I hate to keep like bringing it up because I was looking at some of those afflictions that he was throwing, and the range was very small. And I'm used to seeing affliction range a lot bigger. And I looked at the last game that we just played. He did have greater expansion, but in game 1, I didn't even notice this. He had no expansion items. He didn't get greater expansion, he didn't get mystic expansion, got nothing to help with the range. I mean, he had Cultist, which obviously gives you extra range, but that could be like one of the factors in hitting these afflictions is that the range isn't big enough to catch multiple players.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it more of a you better be in the right spot at the right time, and unfortunately, the execution was not there. But also, before we throw the break, actually, you know what, let's go to the schedule real quick, give people a preview of what's ahead, because there's just the EU, and coming up ahead, of course, it's going to be NA. We get one of our new looks at Get Candy, who was able to get through work in progress in the qualifiers. And yeah, some people may be wondering, where's Bird with Clock? They're doing roster changes, apparently. Gibbs and Flaws reportedly are out, and they're reforming. So Bird with Clock didn't take part in the qualifiers this week. Get Candy gets a seat at the table, but it is going to be a tough task going up against FPS Lounge, who's going to be hungry for revenge after the Lord NM-fueled defeat they suffered against Melee Creeps last week.
Yeah, and the fact is that FPS, I mean, the thing is, I really want to see how Get Candy play and how this series goes against FPS Lounge, but Melee Creeps, again, going to be down a player. I think they are beatable for sure. The fact that Dew's not there, one of the I'd say the biggest playmaker for the team, having League fill in. Not that League isn't a good player, but it is going to be quite different not having Dew there to be used. Like, Get Candy, man, I think this is the first appearance, right, in Night Shift, like to actually make it into the Challenger match. I'm excited to see what they can show us.
Yeah, it's maybe the first for the weekly show. I know, of course, they were also in and around the Night Shift Open. They weren't on any of the broadcasted matches. They ended up getting knocked out beforehand. But yeah, it's going to be good to see them play. And guess what? If you're watching at home, all that is coming here and more in just a few minutes. NA here in Shift 46 on the way right after this.
Hope you don't mind the pickup.
Careful, Ivy. I see Barry. Good job.
Let's go for a ride.
I'll drink.
Blue Vindictus, mister. Let's take out Senator. I see Ivy. Let's take out Pocket. Council's on the roof.
You mistake rage for having a vision.
I see that spoiled brat. I see that. Let's take out Senator. need Calico. Let's take out Calico.
I see Drenser.
This needs to work.
Shift. I see shift.
Stay put.
Headed to roll.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift number 46 here, back with Jake and DDK. And gentlemen, we just saw EU go the distance. Will NA be the same? If nothing else, we got a fresh face in NA with Get Candy finally making their way onto the big stage after their victory in the qualifiers just a few days ago.
Personally, I'm always excited to see, new players get their chance here on the Night Shift. I think Deadlock's still a hotbed of talent. And as much as we've been doing this now for, a couple of years, right? Like putting on competitive Deadlock shows, we're still so long in the history of this game. And I think people forget like how much opportunity there is for new and motivated players to grind their way all the way to the top.
What does it mean to be a first mover in Deadlock? Like you were here 2 years before the game released. Like it's so crazy.
I'm sure someday these will be looking back at these as the sort of quaint, beginning days. But it's still, it's clear to me that there's this energy in the Deadlock community. I think the game is just, it almost begs to be competed in. It's such an incredible skill ceiling. I think even somebody who picks it up for the first time can tell there's just so much depth, so much to be explored in this game that we probably still haven't figured out yet.
Well, we're adding layers to the iceberg bit by bit, but to get there, if you're just tuning in, we got to tell you about how things work here on the night shift. We just finished up with EU, but of course we got NA on the way. This is how it works. Some weeks we have an NA qualifier match to decide who actually gets into our best of one. The best of one, usually the team that lost the championship match in the previous week, and we got a new champion in NA last week. Melee Creeps was able to dethrone FPS Lounge in a dramatic fashion with Lord at M subbing in, and gentlemen, FPS Lounge, now their time to get through the challenger match and try and reclaim the throne.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I think it's been really cool to see the back and forth. I think, we just saw that obviously with EU as well. That it kind of felt like for 2-3 weeks that Buff Enjoyers were looking to like really kind of create a big gap between themselves and Abrahams. But now, it's they've just only now reclaimed the title from Abrahams. So good back and forth there. And I kind of feel like we're going to see that in NA here today as well.
Jake,
I have to agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as we look down on it, it's always, these sorts of days are really interesting to me because you never know what can happen in the best of one. And Get Candy, while a more unknown quantity and certainly a little bit lacking experience around the FPS Lounge, we've said that about a lot of teams. You go far enough back in the past, and it's like, who are these Melee Creeps guys that just keep getting blown away in the first round? And now one of the perennial teams. And on that note, good note to here, shift into rosters. Let's start with the tried and true. Get a look at FPS Lounge and see just what they're all about. And in this case, Jake, no roster changes this week.
Yeah, they've been looking, a solid performer, although they do drop the title last week to Melee Creeps. I still think this is going to be one of the most formidable teams here in the competition. Individually, I think they've all shown their pedigree, shown some real markers of success. But as a team, I think this is a squad that you want to see continue to grow, thinking around calling from players like DMB and Average and see what they can mold from this roster. But in that BO1 against an upstart squad like Get Candy, I think that's going to be a spicy one. I mean, you've got to consider FPS Lounge the favorite, but I always like the odds of a team that is, willing to take some risks, throw some big gambles in, and in a BO1, that can always just come up your way.
Dan, as you look at FPS Lounge, someone's tuning in for the first time. Who do you tell them to take a close look at just off entertainment value alone?
Oh, yeah. So I personally, I guess it really depends on what kind of Deadlock player you are. But I've been very much enjoying watching Lomain. I think I've become a bit of a fan of his stream as well. Lomain's definitely very versatile, high-skilled player, very game smart. I think for mechanics, if that's kind of something that tickles your fancy more, if that's what you like to watch, Letha is perhaps, and I mean, since the very beginning of Deadlock, kind of made his name for mechanics. So if that's more your speed, Letha's the guy to go to.
Moving ahead, of course, to the opposition, Get Candy. Some names here may be new to some on the broadcast, but have been around the scene for a while. And in fact, Jake, aside from Snakes, who of course did the tour of duty on FPS Lounge, you have some ladder stories about some of these players from the sounds of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these names are pretty familiar to folks who might be playing in Eterna 6 ranked lobbies. I feel like I see AutoFan grinding a ton of games, near the top of the leaderboard. And across this roster, I don't think any of these names are going to be strangers to folks grinding the ladder. So I always like to see it when a team like this can put up a good result, can, come in here to the night shift and get their chance now to play for some real stakes with some cash on the line. And this is just a great opportunity for them to get their feet wet in the competitive scene. It's tough. I mean, in NA, look, it's not easy. It's a 3-team format. And so to even be here, you've already achieved something. To actually get closer to the money match, you're going to have to get through FPS Lounge. To get a slice of that prize pool, you're going to have to defeat Melee Creeps. And that's a tall order. As exciting as a new team is, I think the deck is stacked against them. So I'm always interested to see, can they beat that expectation?
Now, Dan, Jason was talking about nonstop, and yeah, it's not on the nuts and bolts, but still something that we quite literally zoomed in at one point. Your thoughts on the Get Candy logo and the fact that we finally got a dog on broadcast?
Yeah, but is it the right type of dog, ZP? I like big dogs. I like big dogs. I'm not a fan, but I mean, the fact that we're getting sort of the candy, in there, I suppose, towards the back. I don't know. I feel like I'm conflicted here. What's the messaging? Small dogs.
This is an iconic
and sugar high
logo. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't have to. It's just good vibes. It's extremely good vibes. And in this era of AI slop, I'm here for something with real heart to it, right? Like a little dog with a photoshopped hat and some candy. I'm here for it.
We're also here. We're thrown into the unstable rift, whereas nothing but pug is what we're actually getting. But production, as we listen to the ambiance here, do we have a Mo 1v1? Because I didn't get someone by the NA players, but again, they've looked into its eyes.
I like how it's just being encircled by someone's hand. Like it's like I could end you. It's just, you know, it's just kind of feels kind of sinister almost. Am I the only person that's kind of feeling the? Well, I feel like I'm taking away the wrong things from the logo there.
How'd
I feel
you
like
get
I'm not on the same
sinister
wavelength
from
here.
this cute little dog with the propeller hat and candy? It's like the least
Steer us
sinister
back
image of all time.
into the way. We got Mo 1v1 underway, and a parry just comes out.
You can pretend we can pretend to call like there's any expectation of what can happen. This Mo 1v1 is always pure chaos. I will say I'm glad to see it, you know, outside on this rooftop since we made the change. It's much more, I think, a scenic part of the map here. It was kind of down to the wire.
It was forced on us. Mid boss kicked us out at the beginning of the game. Like
True.
Mid boss just gets in there early.
True. The mid boss is really getting into the 1v1 in a crazy way.
Oh, it's average taking the L there. So Get Candy, they get their choice of first or second pick. You know, take a look at EU. It seems like second pick may be a little bit more favored. We'll see if Get Candy decides to go in that favor. But no,
I feel like you can never take a guess at what the NA metagame is going to be from watching EU. Like if one thing's constant is that the two regions have totally different takes on the game, and that feels like it's true every single week, which I think is another one of those subtle signs that like the game is so far from figured out. Even though we start to feel like we see these patterns and players certainly have their preferred strategies, there's always going to be a huge difference in approach just because of you know, different mindset and the complexity of the game.
So Dan, we see Billy being taken out here. Oftentimes it's been Doorman Pocket taken down first. So one of the two is going to get through, and it's going to be Doorman up and about. Now the question is, with the resurgence of heroes like Shiv and Billy off the board, which makes frontliners more at premium, does Get Candy still say, you know what, we're going to go the Doorman?
Yeah, and I mean, Mirage as well is someone that has become like first pick potential. I don't know how that's felt in NA compared to EU, but there's a lot of like first pick potential. I feel like Holiday is another one, which I think just for the playmaking potential and with all the buffs that she received, she's also like a good pick here, and has taken precedent over Paradox. We've seen a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if FPS Lounge are going to snatch up. Okay, there's the Mirage, potentially a Holiday. I would be imagining, but Shiv's pretty awesome even after the change.
So Jake, I gotta ask, just so far into the draft, between first and second pick, you're on one of these two teams. Who are you liking more between the first and second pick and the options it gives you between the Mirage Holiday versus the Doorman?
I mean, Doorman is so hard to bet against because this character just brings so much value. It's a pretty strong laner. It has like a pretty sick poking mid game with those call bells. And then the utility of the door to let you play into things like mid boss fights that normally you'd never be able to contest, to let you get these comeback moments, I think is massive. It is, though, I think a bit of a team skill check. It's not, for me, I'm less worried about like the Doorman's ability to pilot the hero and more worried about, can your whole team leverage these portal doors to do these crazy team plays? Like, that's where I would have looked at a team like Get Candy and say, are you really gonna, you know, get the most value out of that? So for them to pick the Doorman is confidence, I think, in the team, and the fact that they are going to be maybe looking to make some of those more creative plays. Calico and Furnace has been quite a popular little twosome because I think the lane is pretty sick with these two together. Very, very aggressive, very threatening, and definitely a lineup that wants to be on the gas at all times. But FPS Lounge not going to be cowed away from doing the same, going to get the Shiv for themselves.
Now, Dan, we see the Get Candy setup here as we go in the mid-stage bands, and their priority is clear, and none of the priority is landing on frontliners, where FPS Lounge, they bounce out a little bit with the Shiv at the end. You know, your kind of gut take at this, because it is interesting, not even something we saw in EU.
Yeah, I do. It is very interesting because I do wonder where would have Calico been prioritized if, let's say, if you went for the Shiv and try to protect that like premium frontline option. Because with Billy out of the picture, Victor not really being in the meta at the moment, you're not really left with too much, you know, for your frontline. So I'm kind of curious which way Get Candy going to take this, because they could just give up on picking frontline after whatever FPS Lounge pick here and just try to get something less quality in the final picks. Maybe that's one of the directions you'd see them go now.
Now, Jake, okay, they answered my question. I was about to ask you, what about the Viscous? Because Viscous was super high proud in EU, shifted way later in NA, but we do see FPS Lounge finally get it at pick 4, no less.
I think they're going to feel good about getting this after the mid-stage ban phase. You know, the max cube purge against Infernus is pretty great. I do think the Doorman maybe mitigates it a little bit. Sometimes, you know, it's harder for Viscous to get those saves when somebody's caught in the Doorman ult, or, you know, the fight is just kind of broken up by those portals. So Good Candy go a little bit, I think, pretty standard here with Lady Geist on the carry role. Something to just give you that late game gun damage, kind of set up a little bit of a turret and force some kind of a response out. But with the Apollo coming in, I mean, they've really set up for aggression here. Still, maybe lacking some level of control in this team comp, right? Where I see for FPS Lounge, I mean, a lot of team fight threat where Mirage tornadoing you up, Holiday with the lasso, Viscas with the roll. There's a lot of ways to kind of lock down players. And for Get Candy, I kind of want to see maybe something in that 6th pick that can set up those kills and actually, you know, lock people down.
Now, Dan, both sides of the draft nearly complete. What's really striking out to you as FPS Lounge preps for their final pick?
Yeah, again, the lack of frontline, I'm sort of wondering what the options might look like. Bebop is a nice pickup there for FPS Lounge. And I'm wondering, are you thinking Abrams? Are you thinking Mo? I feel like you're having to solve a variety of problems here. I'm not really sure which way they would go. People aren't really picking Mo, although he did get some buffs actually, and I think he's being undervalued at the moment, and there's definitely some value to be had here. But Yamato, so they're going really crazy with this, the Spirit Burst, the chase down is going to be crazy, and they've forfeited actually having too much of a front line. So I actually like this though, ZP, because you're kind of doubling down into a playstyle where your win conditions are pretty strict. Maybe you're not as rounded, but you have a lot of power if you get the tempo off the beginning of the game.
Jake, quick gut feels here. Drafts complete on both sides. Which draft is speaking out to you a little bit more overall?
I mean, FPS Lounge feels like they kind of got everything they wanted here. It's a very comfortable draft for them. They've got a very solid core. To Dan's point, it's a very well-rounded team comp. It's hard to bet against it. So I'd give them, you know, the odds to win. But to your point, Dan, I like that Get Candy are being a little bit wild and crazy with this draft. And like, yes, there's a lot of explosiveness. Like, I think if you fall behind in this draft, you're going to have serious problems. Like I don't know if you're going to be making big comeback plays that FPS Lounge might have more available to them. But hey, as a big underdog team to come in here for a lot of players, their first chance here to compete for a cash prize in front of the audience, you know what? I like it. Go for some lane domination. Try to just blow the game out of the water early and snowball, you know, rely on players' individual skill in the lanes. I think a little bit of gambling is in order for an underdog squad like Get Candy. So I don't hate that they've gone this direction.
You know, Dan, look at recent picks that we've seen within the game. The biggest wild card to me for Get Candy, just because I think at times it's had like a pretty low performance, and also I think has been struggling win rate wise when it has been picked, is kind of what is the role of Yamato. Yamato gets picked a little bit more in NA on the whole, is, you know, a little bit more of a comfort pick, but the actual results I think for Yamato have been pretty mixed as of late, and also in this case pretty big expectations when, you know, your only other frontline sort of in this case is Geist. You know, you're kind of relying on Yamato to have a bigger game than normal as I look at it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the difficulty with Yamato is something that it's all kind of burst damage, and if after the initial burst, if you're unable to really make that, you know, result in the kills that you're looking for, it kind of feels like it can fall flat. And I think players are so good these days at being able to counterplay the Yamato. But that's kind of why, for me, the draft kind of makes sense in a way, because they've invested so heavily in these like chasey, like high tempo heroes with lots of burst damage to follow it up with. So Yamato can go in. I mean, Apollo has like great mobility, Calico has great mobility, Infernus has a great mobility, and Doorman has the capacity to set stuff up too. So I can kind of see the vision. I just wonder where Geist is in the picture. Is Geist relying on the rest of the roster to go super aggressive and then just farm? Or how is this going to play into the rest?
I do think Geist is going to be out of the picture, just free farming a side lane while the rest of the team actually takes fights. But I think that's, you know, it's an important thing to have in the comp, right? You know, no matter how explosive your early game is, at some point you're going to need to take towers and take objectives. You need somebody who just has like raw farm gun damage to bring down objectives and bring down the mid boss when you do create that opening with kills from the other characters. So I think it's a very crucial pick to have somebody on a more sensible role there with the Geist. But yeah, I don't expect her to get involved. If she is getting involved early, it's probably a bad sign. It probably suggests that the game is in a potentially pretty scary state, because lack of like pick off heroes like Holiday and Bebop, as you see on FPS Lounge, I think makes comebacks kind of seem scary. There's not really a middle ground for especially, you know, characters like Yamato. It's like you're in and there's no backing out of those fights, right? Like once you commit, it's pretty tough to get away. Even Apollo, I think, is a little bit more all in with the commitments than he once was. You know, a little bit less adept at getting away, but still with a lot of tools to pile on the aggression and chase down those kills.
Jake, as we sit here and stall for time because NA is taking a bit of time to get into lobby, let's go to nuts and bolts, things that you have self-admitted in chat recently. You've said, and latter nowadays, you're a viscous Bebop spammer. Can you stay unbiased as FPS Lounge is repping both of your current mains?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep my hero pool, like kind of fix it to sort of a role. You know, as I you know, think about the future of the game, I kind of want to be. I like playing this early game tempo style. I've also played a lot of carry, and I think I actually get like probably better MMR playing carry and just conservative farming patterns. It's like, it turns out you can do quite well just farming conservatively and making the right meta game decisions about when to show up to the team fight and just not overextending your lead as a carry. You can go quite far, I think, with that. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun trying to play, the faster, more aggressive style of characters and, a little bit more mechanical, I think, on especially characters like Bebop that are just a ton of fun to land those hooks. So I'll do my best. I'll do my best to be neutral. I do think for Get Candy, you could say the same, like, although they're lacking some of the most popular frontliners, I have a sense that characters like Apollo and Calico, they are a frontline as long as they're strong. Like, as long as their damage is genuinely threatening and, the team is actually pressing forward, they work great as a frontline. They're getting in first, they're starting these fights, they're, going with the engagement. Where you run into trouble is where you kind of need to defend and throw somebody down there as a bit of a wall between you and the enemy. That is where I'm like, okay, this is scary. But if you can play from ahead, if you can, do decent in the lanes, snowball into some picks, get some rotations on the lanes, that's where I think Yamato and Calico are kind of best in class, maybe alongside Drifter, who's of course banned this game, but heroes who can really quickly roam to other lanes and make an impact, turn those into kills.
Now, Dan, would you believe me, based on prior team experience in NA, this is direct from production, if I told you that of the two teams, it's not the new team that's delaying us, it's FPS Lounge, where someone may be in the bathroom again, we don't know, but FPS Lounge is not yet fully in lobby.
It's privilege, man. Entitlement. I don't know what to say. What do we do? What are we powerless? I don't know.
I feel like we should start doing a draft penalty. We might need to do it, actually, because I mean it has become a problem, I think, in North America, and the fact that EU teams managed to get in the lobby, I think, is kind of a testament to that there's not really a good excuse for this. And hey, maybe a draft penalty, like, hey, you miss a ban or at least you lose first, second pick completely. The other team gets it straight off the rip, or something like missing a ban. I think it would be pretty severe, but not so bad that you couldn't recover from it. So I think we might have to look at draft penalties. Hopefully it doesn't happen anymore. Hopefully just the specter of the threat is enough to get into this.
Well, we will shake our canes menacingly at FPS Lounge, and hopefully you'll fix the issue. But either way, the game is finally about to be underway. Jake, DDK, take it away, starting with Jake.
All right, thank you so much, ZP. And yeah, Dan, as we get into this, a fresh face in North America, Get Candy defeated Work in Progress, who looked like a pretty promising squad, and they drop them 2-0. So it's a big win for Get Candy, and gone with a heck of a gamble here in the draft for this challenger match. A lot of aggression on the cards.
Yeah, it's super interesting, right? Because I think that the composition that they have is super fun. I think it's a testament to how a variety of approaches can absolutely work in Deadlock. However, I feel like because it's tuned to the more aggressive win condition, where they need to get in the opponent's faces, they've got to maximize the power of this burst damage that they have, the chase down that they have. They've got to create space for guys. They have to get aggressive with the strategy, and that's actually the hardest thing to do, and especially against really high skill players. If you're the underdog team in terms of skill, let's say, that's actually, I think, the hardest way to win, because to be aggressive, you've got to be smart. You've got to basically almost limit testing and playing right up to the line consistently, and against really, really elite players, that's one of the hardest things you can do, even though it is one of the most effective if you can do it.
I agree with you, but I guess I would caveat that story with just this idea that I think it is more about your individual skill to succeed in something like the aggressive player. It's like, how good are you individually at your characters? Can you all just land the damage, land the skills? And honestly, that's where a team like Get Candy, it's like, we call them the underdog, and we think FPS Lounge is a much stronger team, but as individuals, they're all very high-ranked players. I don't think that the mechanical skill gap is going to be significant in a game like this. I think where you run into trouble is the team coordination. It's the experience in late-game Deadlock, where that's where I'm more worried about your ability to keep up. So I kind of like that they're going to bet on their individuals to say, hey, we can make the plays. We can come up with the goods in these, potentially difficult moments where the mechanics make the difference. Maybe I think you'd rather that than making this a game of, hey, who's got better late game decision making, better communication and coordination? Because for me, that's kind of FPS Lounge every day of the week with their experience and the performance that they've been having as of late. Yeah,
that's a great way to frame it. I actually totally agree. I think that's such a good way to to highlight sort of what they're up against and where the reps are. The reps are definitely in the team over the individual. That's going to be where the biggest disparity is. So definitely a really good call out, and for them to be able to do that, I think this early laning phase is definitely going to be the most important place for them to kind of build that individual advantage. And in terms of the lanes here, Jake, is it kind of breaking down as you expected, at least in the combos?
Yeah, I mean, the laning meta is kind of wild these days. It's like, I think it's kind of hard to predict where exactly people are going to lane, especially for the Get Candy comp, where for me, there's no one who's like super obviously going to be in one lane or another. Usually we have seen a lot of Bebop in the mid lane, so the fact that Lomain is bringing his talents to the side lane, I mean, the Venator pairing, though, is quite a popular one, with the potential combo of like hook into the Venator trap can be pretty devastating if you can set it up. Apollo, though, in the laning phase, you know, normally I think is a pretty aggressive hero, a lot of spirit nuking in that lane, but up against Holiday, pretty hard to actually just be able to connect these skills consistently with her. So I think she's going to be all right playing into this lane, playing comfortably Mirage as well. So it's a more of a defensive look here for FPS Lounge, but so far so good. I mean, pretty much lanes I would say are just about dead even, although First Blood is going to go to AVG here. Picks up the kill onto Girardi, and Yamato, this is the quintessential character that really wants to be ahead in Deadlock, maybe more than anyone else in the cast.
Well, so far, we're 3.5 minutes in. Looking pretty good right now, Jay. Because I want to see a good showing from the from the challengers, I suppose, the newcomers, to get warm into night shift, and maybe we'll start seeing them more often. A little bit sad that we have Snakes on the server and he's not able to play Billy, but that's just me.
Opening ban, of course, used against Billy in this game. But Apollo, I think, is another character that, again, offers a lot of individuals and the opportunity to get super aggressive. But the health, it feels like in this lane, has kind of started to turn against him. Mirage is a reason this character goes so early in the pick prio. The lane is really good. I think people have just really started to figure out the builds on Mirage to be effective at all stages in the game. You know, sustaining really well in the lane with a lot of these regen tools, building into a pretty serious amount of damage around things like Headhunter. And then in the late game, it's like the Scourge and the Echo Shard, I feel like that's actually given Mirage a better late game than he ever had, even playing with like the heavy M1 debuff style. So he's still able to proc a lot of big damage with the Jin's Mark, but able to just be so dang hard to kill with all those defensive tools people are building in the late game these days.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard comp to deal with, and one of the first kills going to DMB here against Spooky, so least a mobile character, and also finding Calico as well, so... Oh my god, actually, in fact, this is very...
This is bad, Dan. This is really bad. Tower and fast. Double kill. DMB is having a crazy game off that insane injection of souls. And that also means, I mean, this is the dream for Bebop, right? To dominate your lane and now kind of be free to roam. Very curious to see what the itemization looks like for Lomain. It seems that he's kind of setting up for a gun build, which has been, I think, more popular and high level these days. But this next buy is always a really interesting one for me. It looks like he's going to go for the Headhunter rush. So yeah, woe is to anybody who dares lane against the Bebop in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's very painful now because, again, you kind of want the tempo if you're going to be on the Get Candy team. And now they got to figure out how to deal with these potential ganks and this disruption into the early game. A 5-minute Guardian is very, very quick. And we can already see there's a almost 5k advantage for FPS Lounge on the Souls this early. Definitely doesn't bode well. But like you say, Jake, you know, these players, they have good awareness and they have great mechanical skills. So we'll see if they're able to sort of, again, lose well in the right ways and not kind of fall to how the game state has now changed. Not get caught off guard by some of the potential for the ganks. And never want to see that as well. Venator aggressively taking away your side of the map's farm.
Ooh, those procs are hurting. Apollo in real trouble, trying to get some damage back in. Some of the heals off the flawless advance make a bit of difference here, but Lefa with the vitality buff, so happy to take all these trades on Mirage. I mean, he is going to regen through all of this. Holiday, ooh, great lasso connects here, and Rhino doesn't even have ult. He's caught dead to rights here. Lomain also going to assist into this kill. The parry comes in additionally. Lefa just guarantees that one, and this is painful for Calico right now. This is a moment you'd wish you were winning your lane, able to, you know, clear some of those tunnel boxes, but he doesn't even have ult online yet. I mean, he cannot really get aggressive without those tools.
really, really hard spot. You know, it's just such a classic way that FPS Lounge off of the initial Guardian takedown could leverage that advantage. Let's just roll into mid, apply the pressure there, outnumber them. And it's one of those things where for Get Candy, you got to kind of recognize that game state's changing and kind of preempt what do you think the opponents are going to be doing in the macro. And if you don't, you're going to get caught out like they did in the picks. And so right now, FPS Lounge, they keep just snowballing this advantage. And it's going to get really, really dangerous here, Jake, because DMB is also, no matter what's happening, is going to be getting an extremely accelerated trajectory on the farm.
Yeah, accelerated is just a half of it. I mean, in Venator, we know how threatening this character can be in the late game. It feels like the only time things go wrong for Venator is when he has a brutal early game and he's kind of playing comeback from the start. But someone playing comeback from the start, it's kind of Girardi on this Yamato. Worst case scenario for the hero, really needs to find her way to participate in some kills and quickly, or she could kind of find her way into irrelevancy this game, especially with Shiv on the board, the execute. Such a problem for Yamato, who loves to be able to play down on low HP, you know, dodge a key skill with Shadow Transformation and turn that into a kill. But Shiv, the execute, it's so threatening. Even if you get Shadow Transform off, like, you could just be instantly dead on the back of it.
And the Guardian going down. Looking to get the punish on the doorman. And I mean, trying to juke, but eventually...
Wait, he's still alive, okay. Geo, yeah, goes down alongside Girardi. This is turning into a bloodbath here. I mean, we're almost at a 10k soul gap. FPS Lounge charging towards the money match.
Yeah, the scary thing on top of the fact that it's such a well-rounded composition for FPS Lounge is that it has so much utility on it as well. Like, you know, Viscous is so amazing with the saves and just like so versatile, but has insane poke and ability to disrupt these fights. You know, just every character, there's so much to say when it comes to the utility that they provide in both these kind of 2v2s as well as the team engagements as well. So it's just like, when we get to this stage, Jake, it just feels like, how do you kill them? How do you kill any of these players on FPS Lounge?
Average takes a ton of damage, has to back out here with the goo ball. DMB is going to back off as well, recognizing that Viscous can't fight with him. But that's 3 players coming to this lane, and all you accomplish is bullying out the Viscous and getting a rollout. It doesn't feel the most significant, not able to turn that into a kill or any kind of tower damage. So DMB is still going to be able to farm very comfortably. They are able to split the pressure, though, and grab an objective here on the other side of the map, picking down that right side Guardian. So that's something to open a tower, but so we're at the 10-minute mark. I mean, we're nearly in like comeback threshold for the very first unstable rift. Definitely not where you want to find yourself. Maybe that comebacker and the comeback rift, these can kind of bring you away back into the game. But FPS Lounge, they stay aggressive. Feels like with Holiday Lasso up, action is going to come sooner rather than later.
With the catch, though, onto DMB, it might end up in a kill here, but just turning around with the Iradomini, it's going to be powerful, but there we go. We'll get the focus fire, and surely, but not quite enough damage there from the Apollo Ultimate.
No way.
Trying to chase him down with the lunges, but able to duck away around the corner, breaks line of sight. That feels so bad, Jake. It feels so bad.
That is a tragedy for Snakes. I mean, that looks so dead to rights. The fact that DMB, the most farm player, such a highly prized kill, slips away. Really painful. Girardi doesn't even bother popping the Shadow Transform. I mean, good call. He was dead anyway. And Trophy Collector is the buy for low main. I mean, he's looking to snowball out of control this game.
Yeah, such a great buy considering how quickly he was able to get into the action. And the urn is going to get carried over to the deposit spot. And I don't know that can be contested. Like you say, it kind of feels like you want to go all in on the unstable rift when that comes up. Or maybe there's some trading opportunities depending on how FPS Lounge decide to, you know, position players there. Do they position like enough players to contest, or are they going to spread players out? That's kind of the macro decision. The next big macro decision that'll be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely, it's a key objective. But I love these trophy collectors bought by FPS Lounge on at least low main and Xeno, because when you're this ahead this early, it's sort of inevitable that sometimes a comeback fight is going to turn against you. But those trophy collector stacks, they don't go away, right? So you're able to farm those up early, even turning some of these trades that would feel better for the comeback into something a little bit more even. Shiv gets cubed, but was already trying to use his execute to escape, so he's still potentially not out of the woods yet, although a couple misspells from Rhino are going to be the death of the Calico, and Shiv, bailed out by the team in this spot, is going to be able to comfortably reset. Another couple deaths, another couple stacks picked up, and Average adds on to the trophy collector spam. And I mean, they're basically building all damage plus trophy collectors. This is not recommended for the folks casually playing, but when you're this far ahead in a competitive game, this is a really great like exploration of how to exploit that advantage for FPS Lounge and maximize what you're able to get out of these early kills.
I think on top of that too, if you think about how squishy the roster is overall for Get Candy, that extra damage focus with that advantage is going to go even further. So I love the call out there on that. I think it makes a lot of sense for this specific situation. And there we go. There's the first unstable rift. We'll see exactly how both teams look to position around this.
I almost doubt FPS Lounge are really going to fight this because the resists are going to be so significant. They might just look for kills on the outskirts, though, knowing that Geekcandy are going to be interested in this objective. And Geist gets absolutely demolished. Hook into shotgun, blasted away. Spooky in real trouble here as Earn on the other side of the map, and Bebop more than happy to pick up a couple kills, start farming these trophy stacks. Yes, Geekcandy grabbed the rift, but how much does that really accomplish when you're feeding a Walker, and they're even going to give the Walker solo souls as much as they can to DMB to just further accelerate this Venator's game.
So devious. And I mean, you would love to see Geekcandy try to trade out the Walker on the right side with the rift, comeback rift minions, but doesn't look like that's all too likely. There is a big fight and has been a big fight over there, and it seems like the tide is playing against Geekcandy here. Despite getting the rift minions, they're getting sent back.
Yeah, the rift minions, they're all right, but you know, they're not going to break an advantage like this, especially with just a few AoE skills, right? For the first rift, those minions are great if there's still a guardian to take in that lane, but they're never really going to do too much on the Walker, especially when the enemy team is as far ahead as FPS Lounge are in this game. Lomane just keeps building damage items now. I mean, he's already got the Trophy Collector and the Fortitude. Those are going to keep him on the map and farmed, even though he can basically just perma-hunt kills now. So I really expect to see Lomane and Xeno driving a ton of the action alongside Average. And the cores on FPS Lounge, there's no brush for them, right? They can really comfortably farm this game up, especially with how much these lower eco roles are able to contribute in this game.
Yeah, the Holiday isolated there, but no support to help finish that one off.
Zip knock. That's brutal. Zerati should surely be dead here. He's going to pop the Shadow Transform, so try and fight it out, but I mean, a fully stacked Venator, you're not long for this world.
So unfortunate. Xeno was pretty low for a while, but just full up's not quite there, and it's really sad. I do wonder how different the game may be had DMB died, ages ago when he was getting chased down. If you remember back to that, because that would have slowed his farm down. You would have got a bunch more kills, or rather, sorry, a bunch more souls off of the kill off of that. Like some of these, early, instances of these fights can be kind of impactful. But either way, it's still a 13k lead. So actually, controlling the lead, it hasn't gone up too much. It's kind of stuck around here. And the problem, though, is, like you said, Jake, the roam here from Lomane is pretty unrelenting. You don't get a chance to breathe.
Counter kill attempted here, maybe. Xeno to be found. Second rope chase, and it's actually turns into something. I mean, these comeback kills are worth a lot more than FPS Lounge are able to get off of the kills they're able to find. Yam has gone very heavy damage with the build, recognizing that she just doesn't have the luxury to tank up, but that is going to feed another kill the way of Poppers. And hold on, DMB goes down. Okay. So Spooky, I mean, getting involved, I said that's probably only going to happen if the game is in a rough state, but I think it's a good decision here. Not out of the woods yet, though. Goes for the swap on Bebop, who's just trying to slip away now, and this is turning into quite a comeback fight here for Geekcandy.
Yeah, it seems like FPS Lounge kind of starting in disadvantage and just kind of throwing just more bad fights at it, and there might be opportunity here. The soul discrepancy now is tightened up a little bit. The 10k difference now, so about 4k recovered by the Geekcandy team, and it's now holding on to the urn. And at the same time, we get this pressure looking for the Walker takedown. Oh, the pull into the Walker, and that's a very dead in furnace. Very difficult situation now for Geekcandy as the defense looks good.
Yeah, Shiv holding down the fort on the Walker, and it's a good rotate in from Xeno. Punishes Geekcandy for getting so overconfident to think that they could challenge a Walker in FPS Lounge's game. Not to be today, and Shiv is just gonna do what he can to try and pick up some kills on the Exbit, and they just keep finding these little trades. Like the trophy collectors on AVG, Lomane, and Xeno have to really be stacking up now and starting to kind of make this game feel out of reach for Geekcandy. I mean, we're pretty early, but it's really dire right now, Dan. I can't overstate it.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to see. It's hard to see how you come back when you have these a bunch of.
You still there, Dan? You cut off for me.
Dan cut out for me too. I just had to make sure I wasn't muted. So,
Yeah, Dan, we might have lost Dan for a little bit. We'll see if we can get him back into it. But yeah, I mean, the TC stack's building up. Dan, you're back?
I'm back, hello.
Okay, he's good. He's
all right,
good.
I'm tagged back
Weird.
out. I was ready to tag in, but you know what? We're covered Dan, so we're back to a regularly scheduled broadcast.
We were just
Super
talking
weird.
about some of the trophy collector stacks that may continue to pile on here for FPS Lounges. Get Candy aren't too scared of these fights. I mean, they feel probably a little bit desperate here. You need to find something and pretty quick in this game.
Yeah, and the tough thing is, especially when Yamato and Apollo and Calico are low on farm, is they're all burst damage characters, and so you need to, once you initiate, that's got to basically get you to the kill, and they just may not have the damage. The Doorman's really just trying to get out of there. Geos might be able to survive here. Got some assistance as well. Looking to see if there's any extra value to throw into the fight. We've got to be very careful there. They'll go and retreat back to the Walker safely, but still though. Advantage held onto by FPS Lounge. I gotta say, Jake, the FPS Lounge are not expanding it quite as much as I had thought. But once again, Girardi in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Yamato really in serious trouble here. Has not been able to build the tankiness, and here we see the impact of it. AVG picks up another kill, farms a few stacks for the squad. Spooky, though, has really been keeping pace well on this Geist. A little bit of a glimmer of hope here for Get Candy, as his and Autofan's games on the Infernus have actually not been too bad, even while the rest of their team is suffering pretty handily. So as they get involved in these trades, you got to be a little bit cautious. Zeno grabs the lasso. Geist, a lot of tankiness, and with swap available, this isn't necessarily a free kill for FPS Lounge as the Rift spawns in on the fight.
In the meantime, across the other map as well, the Walker's getting pushed as well. So very scary situation for Get Candy. You don't want to lose both here. So this Rift, I think, is huge priority. There's the swap onto the Mirage. We'll see if Leather is going to be phased by this at all. There's the life drain as well, looking to finish off the kill, but also have to stay in the circle here to make sure that they can get the Rift. It's 99% for both sides, and they will secure it. But they may well lose the Walker on the right side of the map at the same time.
Yeah, it is painful to lose that Walker, which probably does equalize this trade, but definitely some overconfidence from FPS Lounge trying to fight into that. I think it was a maxed out resist comeback into the Geist, who's the most farm player really on Get Candy, feeds a couple of kills back their way. A Walker trade will be something I think you happily take, given how brutal this game state has been for the last few minutes. Rhino trying not to add on to the feed here as Snake's caught in real trouble as the execute comes in to finish it, and you want to just keep tempoing this out. Full out aggression. The follow-up execute from Poppers gets him close enough to connect that dash and drop Rhino.
And that pick threat from the lasso and the hooks, very, very scary indeed. And right now, FPS Lounge have the majority of their players in that mid lane, so he's just in a great position to potentially open up with a hook. So you've got to be very careful if you get Candy. You've lost 2 players. There's that mid-boss attempt now. Already going to be screaming. And I don't know that there's really anything that can be done about this. Obviously, 2 players are down still for Get Candy. So the challenge is simply not there.
Does get a door in the pit from the Walker. Like, this is a really big deal. It makes this more playable than it might otherwise be. A hook missed. Yamato does make her way onto the crystal. Can go for some parries. Needs to find some rejuve blasts. Need to mitigate some of the advantage the FPS Lounge are bringing to this fight. They find 2 for 1, so a good trade for Get Candy. Girardi doing his job, but they're so low. The stat check here, very real. And especially with this Walker position able to be played by Get Candy, they're going to be happy enough with how that fight goes. I mean, for FPS Lounge to only get 1 kill and 1 rejuve leaving the pit, honestly, that doesn't feel too bad considering how far behind you are in this game.
Yeah, that was pretty epic, considering that they were going to lose the mid boss for sure. Being able to burn away those rejuves, and now that obviously also the rejuve is 3 minutes on expiration instead of 4, it's not quite as valuable as it used to be. Still, of course, very good, but just only having 1 to play with, it feels very different than having 3 to play with. With that said, you still got the initiation power in the hook and the lasso to create really favorable scenarios for Get Candy, or rather for FPS Lounge. So Get Candy have to be very cautious, but they are running the urn right now, and they might be able to just dunk that one straight in.
Comeback dunk here. Feels pretty good. Even with the rejuve leveled against you, the vast majority of the souls do go the way of Rhino there. But you can just tell that they know the strength of FPS Lounge is so much higher. Calico has to ult, pretty early one. Definitely a chance here for some exit kills. Zeno really wants to find some of them. Girardi is going to go down. Still doesn't have that shadow transform from using it for the mid-boss pit. DMB also wasting no time here in the picture-in-picture, shoving down that mid-walker, completing the tower sweep here. Objectives now fully complete for FPS Lounge. Just kills and a potential shrine on the cards for them if they could turn this team fight into a real killing spree for the rest of the squad. A lot of low players here on the side of Get Candy. Furnace tries to bring this one back, tries to get one kill, but you're still sitting on a rejuve. A little defensive hook from Lomane gets DMB out of trouble. The rejuve can be consumed then by average to keep this fight going.
I love that he got the uppercut there for the extra safety. But the fight's still raging on. Lots of players got, I think, burned very low by the early Venator engagement. And this is looking quite desperate for Get Candy. Got to fall back a little bit. Trying to see if they can catch maybe one player on the exit. But these players very healthy. There's a cube. So a lot of utility there to keep people safe. And in the meantime, FPS Lounge have control of the entire map. Everything is
like
blue.
Silencer or Spell Slinger. Okay, he goes defensive with Counterspell. Kind of surprised. Okay, and weighted shots added on. So, I mean, the debuff resist is going to be pretty insane here. Enduring speed picked up. So going for a well-rounded build on the Bebop. Understandable considering, you know, he doesn't necessarily need to do the gun carry damage, but this Bebop will fry people, right? If you let him just sit there and shoot, Lomane is on fire and bringing very significant damage, especially on isolated targets with that Hunter's Aura.
Okay, so 29k difference right now for FPS Lounge. Next mid boss, as it comes up, is probably going to be one of the most decisive moments, given that this advantage is so strong now that you could easily just bait the mid boss take and then create a fight around it. So if FPS Lounge want to just do that, that is an option. There's a lot of options for them. They could also, I mean, it's probably better for them to wait for a pick opportunity because they've reliably been able to farm those from the hooks, from the lassos. So many good tools to do that. And in the meantime, DMB just gets stronger and stronger. So they're sitting pretty right now, Jake. It's very hard to get Canny to slow what feels like an inevitable defeat.
Definitely. It's a huge threat. Lasso out in the mid. Does Zeno grab a target? He didn't. It's the Doorman of all heroes. Doorman, oh, wait, hold on. Somehow the damage follow-up isn't there, and Geo slips back through the door, although, the bleed out Shiv just barely gets the job done. That was almost a pretty painful mistake for FPS Lounge, letting him get away from that. So lucky to just get that kill and get out. You see the build has really come online here for average. Tempoing in now to a very serious amount of spirit damage off the back of this splatter, and you don't want to mess with Viscous with this kind of build. The transcendent cooldown means that this cube feels like it's always going to be available, maybe 2 or 3 times in a team fight.
I see Calico.
So much map control right now. Every lane is pushed. It's just dangerous to be on the map in any place except your base. If you are Get Candy at this point, you could get picked.
Yeah, with escalating here on Mirage, it's like you can't even come out to the side lanes. You're kind of corralled into a very small fraction of the map here, and that's just not going to be good enough to keep up in the farm game, even with some of these comeback souls. I mean, the buff spawning in a few seconds, FPS Lounge going to back off to secure those, but it's felt oppressive right now for Get Candy, man. Without a single walker left on the map, it's just so hard to get out and secure that farm. Feels like once that third walker goes down, you really lose a lot of fighting power, and the strength of the macro game, I think, is really felt here, where FPS Lounge, not just coming out of the lane so strong, but ensuring now that they've closed out the map almost entirely for Get Candy. I mean, this is the level of top tier Deadlock.
And there's the earn pickup for Lefa. There's like really no stopping Lefa. There is some lane priority now going onto that left lane, but I mean, really, what on earth can you do? Right now, you're just in a position where you'll just get picked if you step out too deep, and that's exactly what FPS Lounge are looking for.
I mean, Geo's caught again.
There it is.
Lasso and hook on this Doorman. He does put Shiv in the Baroness, but it doesn't seem to be significant whatsoever. A little farm injection here for Lefa, who runs the Earn-In. It's gonna likely buy Scourge here, I guess. Okay, the Echo Shard is maybe the safer pick here. It doesn't even need the damage from Scourge. It's just gonna live forever with 4 tornadoes. Such a problem, especially because they're really just starting to prep for the next mid boss. I mean, that's, I think, the game plan here for FPS Lounge. Secure the next mid boss, win the game off the back of it. Lomane getting caught in potentially a scary fight, but support is coming in, and a nice little TP in from Lefa. Such a threat from this tornado. You just cannot commit on Mirage, especially with mobility buff behind.
And it seems like a slow constriction, a suffocation right now of Get Candy as the map is starting to press deeper and deeper into their territory. And every single one of the front doors right now for the Get Candy base is being hammered by either the troopers or the heroes of FPS Lounge. It's just so oppressive. It really is so oppressive.
Yeah, finding these base guards would be a big find for FPS Lounge. It's really next up for them. I mean, I think people underestimate how valuable it is to have those fast zip lines. Not only is it an important objective to like help you fight around that part of the map when the base guardians do pretty serious damage, but the fast zips just kind of change the game for all the other objectives on the map. Another kill comes in. This time it's Snakes found out and dribs and drabs here and there. But I mean, the constant here is that FPS Lounge just keep popping up in the feed and they just aren't giving anything back the other way.
And there's that mid boss, which is, again, it's just an easy take here for FPS Lounge. I mean, maybe Geo can try some more door shenanigans, but I don't think that anything is going their way this time.
There is a crazy wave of minions going to crash in the FPS Lounge base. I mean, this is a little bit of a risky mid boss. It should go their way. They're so strong right now, but if it somehow doesn't, they're going to be like losing shrines for it. No one's coming back to defend an enormous minion wave you see on the minimap here. And Yam coming in. Can she find some parries on this Reju? Right now, our first melee does get blocked. Trades coming in 2-1. Once again, Get Candy mitigating most of the value, but FPS Lounge, they're so strong, instantly finding these kills. Lefa also coming into the pit to assist. Looks like a cleanup here for FPS Lounge, still healthy across the board. Low main lasering into this mid-boss area, and Get Candy, they prevent Rejuves leaving the base, but Lefa is going to make it back in time to defend those base guards.
There we go. FPS Lounge don't have too much resistance now. They can just press onto the base, get those shrines finally. I feel like they've been playing, quite cautiously in this best of one. You can't blame them. But now it's time. It's time to get these shrines down and drop the first stage patron, and there's really nothing to stop it.
I mean, cautious is relative. We're not even 30 minutes into the game, and I'm pretty sure this game is over. FPS Launch, they may back off and buy after dropping the patron here. That's the smart play. They really should. But maybe they'll just feel confident and go for the gamble because they just keep finding these kills. Snakes throws his life in for really not much impact there. I mean, no one on FPS Launch really taking much damage. It's the value of the Viscous and the Bebop. They're just so quick at snapping off these individuals who are coming in trying to make plays. DMB going to even pick up an additional base guard on his way out, just taking every little bit of farm on the map. And FPS Lounge going to back off maybe one last slate of buys, but with Lomane and Xeno playing the way they are, I can't imagine they'll be gone for long. I think this is a buy and just repush. If they can find one more hook, one more lasso, that'd be more than enough to get them convinced, I think, to go for the win on this.
Yeah, totally. It's going to be not too long now for FPS Lounge to once again regroup and try to finish the business. It's definitely a great experience for Get Candy, their first their debut here on Night Shift. Everybody's got to go through this at one point or another, Jake.
This is the initiation ritual. Snakes, he's been here before, but reminder of what to expect at this level of play. Hold on, the Infernus counter initiate coming in, trying to get some damage down. No rejuves available. Average put in the hotel, so cannot deploy the saves. FPS Lounge getting low on a couple players, so there's just a shred of a chance for Infernus to really get active in this fight. Spooky also still alive here on the Geist, so the carries still up and fighting for Get Candy, but the number advantage has gone firmly against them. Spooky has to back out of the fight, and now Infernus pretty much left here on his lonesome. Yamato's still alive, and actually, hold on, does manage to get one more counter kill up top, but the weight of the kills just eventually overwhelms Get Candy. But two players alive, they may have a chance to defend for the base push if Jarate can live a little bit longer, but okay, as I say that, he goes down pretty dang quick.
Here we go. The final push here for FPS Lounge, surely. Only one player left to stand in their way. Spooky is going to get absolutely destroyed.
I mean, yeah, that was his only chance, right? To go for a big gamble kind of a kill out of the base and catch somebody off, but there's just too many backups on backups here for FPS Lounge. With a 50k soul lead, decisive win here in the challenger match. And for Get Candy, I mean, first chance for some of these players to get their feet wet and get some of the nerves out on the night shift. Hopefully we'll see them again and with a better showing, because FPS Lounge, it was them all day here. I mean, a completely devastating win over Get Candy here in the first match in North America.
All right, it's going to be FPS Lounge treating Get Candy to a baptism here in their first run on Night Shift. But hey, beginnings have to start somewhere. And look, I'm going to go on a note of positivity. I'll start with you, Jake. Before we get into nuts and bolts of FPS Lounge win, or one rather, what did you see that was good coming out from Get Candy? Where you're like, you know what, you can build on that. That was the start.
I did like it. I mean, it felt like they were able to consistently deny really dominant mid-boss reju fights, which when you pick the Doorman, I think that's kind of expected, Yamato as well. But even with those picks, like, it takes a lot of skill to be able to just play the parry game well enough, to time things perfectly enough to be able to deny those reju. So we could have seen a much more explosive game if FPS Lounge were able to get out of some of those early mid-boss fights with a more decisive hand on the objectives. But it was well executed by Get Candy to prevent that and kind of pull us into a longer game. But I think the lack of these pickoff heroes really hurt them. Like, Lomane and Xeno ran the table this series. They were just getting kill after kill, and I think Get Candy just started to crumble at the seams from that pressure.
Dan, same question over to you. Obviously, first showing for Get Candy. Highlight reel is going to be a lot of FPS Lounge, but what did you see where you looked at and said, hey, there's a little bit of hope for Get Candy?
I think honestly, it was the hope is something I think that Jake really mentioned at the beginning of the game. We were talking about this matchup in the laning phase where the individual skill, I think, is clearly there. It was very clear that FPS Lounge were able to outplay Get Candy on the macro, and that Get Candy, despite that, we're able to still, I feel like, keep the game somewhat within certain amounts of control, but they just kind of kept sort of falling behind on the macro, not really necessarily knowing what are the best options to try to mitigate this, or plays that we can make to kind of be disruptive. And really, I think a lot of achieving that is understanding precisely how the other team makes their macro decisions. And so I felt like there's too much reactivity there, and I feel like with the individual skill they have, as they get more experience, they'll learn how these elite teams are playing the macro at this level, and they'll be able to slowly adapt, understand how to respond a bit better. And I think that they'll get more opportunities to actually have closer games here, because I do agree that the skill is there.
Now, Jake, when delving a little bit deeper into what FPS Lounge did well, obviously a key point that anyone looks at for any game is the draft and how things went down. But, as you break down this game, how much of this result was off the FPS Lounge draft, and how much in your mind was off the execution? Or is it, of course, all of the above? Like, where do you apportion where FPS Lounge got ahead?
I mean, I do think they did just get outscaled this game. I mean, FPS Lounge, this is a draft where they could have won off team play, but it felt like they didn't even necessarily need it. Like, it was really a laning domination and individual mechanical domination, with Lomane and DMB eviscerating their lane that badly. I'm impressed that Spooky was able to actually get pretty farmed this game and actually be a relevant force, showing up into some team fights early. I like that he made that read, that kind of a faster tempo was necessary considering how dire the situation was. So, there's like moments where I'm like, okay, Get Candy is making good calls in a really tough situation. That's good for them, but you can't find yourself in that kind of a devastating deficit with FPS Lounge going triple trophy collector very early. It's like you're basically, the game's lost at that point, right? Especially with the draft you went for. Like, you didn't have a way back into it. I don't hate that conceptually, because maybe this game was a really brutal proposition from the jump. As soon as we saw these rosters, we knew, okay, FPS Lounge are the heavy favorite here. They know it too. They play with that incredible confidence through the whole map. But, I'd love to see more from Get Candy. I don't want to take this as like, this is their potential, this is their showing. Really, for me, this is just FPS Lounge looking as strong as ever and really putting their foot on the gas, exploiting any weakness they can. They did not take this match lightly whatsoever.
Dan, you're Melee Creeps, you're watching this match and getting a new look at how FPS Lounge is likely about to head into your game. What are you looking at from this game and saying, in our draft, we're going to take that away. We actually don't want to see FPS Lounge playing that against us?
I think really being mindful of both the Holiday and the Bebop. I think Holiday chiefly. I think Mirage obviously is just generally a high level threat, but I think when you see the amount of the map that you can just run and the amount of opportunities you can create with Holiday and Bebop, it gives you so much control. And I think it gave DMB so much space and breathing room, because the rest of his team was able to just constantly dictate the pace and force reactions. And so that's, I think, where team is able to get ahead, is if they are taking initiative so heavily like that. And Holiday and Bebop are like key pieces of how you do that.
Yeah, and Jake, as we take a look at it, kind of directing same question over to you. Melee Creeps, of course, are going to be coming in sans Do, because Do could not locate an extra keyboard in 4 hours. Unfortunately, just in the tech desert. You're looking at this from the Melee Creeps point of view. How are you adjusting your draft plans?
I don't know. I don't think you want to overreact to a match like this that was always going to be pretty lopsided. I do think, though, it's a little bit of a scary way for Melee Creeps. They got to come in and play loose here and just say, hey, look, we got a couple subs. We're kind of figuring things out with the roster. With Do out, I mean, Do has been a monster performer for Melee Creeps. Feels like ever since he joined, he just fit right into the squad. I think it's pretty great for them. They got League as a sub. I think that's just about the best they could do for someone who fits Do's role and still is a really top tier player. But anytime, you know, you have to make those kind of substitutions, it doesn't feel great. So I feel like melee creeps are looking vulnerable this week, but also I think what brought this team, what propelled them to success in the first place was, you know, playing loose and taking gambles and being willing to try new things. That's where they first found success, and they first realized, hey, maybe we could be a really strong team. So if there's any team that can kind of pull it out here with a maybe not the best roster situation for the moment, it'd be melee creep. So I wouldn't be too eager to bet against them.
All right, so we got word from production. The MVP is good to go. Dan, why is the MVP Xeno? Run us through it.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be Xeno or Main. I think just, again, running the show, getting so many picks. The lassos, you could just hear it. Like, sometimes we would hear it. We'd be on a different POV, and you just hear, like, in the distance, and you just know someone's going to die in a couple of seconds. And again, this is so debilitating. Again, these are already pretty squishy heroes with a lot of mobility, and so this is one of the absolute best ways to lock them down. And we saw Xeno able to get key picks over and over and over again against these very slippery heroes. And so being able to shut down one of the greatest strengths of the roster, which was mobility, that's Xeno had the tools for that, and that's exactly what we saw.
You know, Jake, on top of Xeno's holiday performance here, just thinking about the team comp it was done in, we also saw this in EU where teams are more willing to go with double pick this week across both regions. And it was also the case in this game where we had the holiday bebop. You know, why do you think we're suddenly seeing this bigger trend towards, just run double pick?
I mean, I think people have realized, right, that, you know, these are pick heroes, and they offer that, of course, as a key part of their kit, but they're also kind of nukers and carries in their own right. You know, Bebop can scale pretty fiercely, as we were able to see even in this game. And the hook and the lasso, these just become one element of the kit, right? Deadlock is a really open game with every character having a lot that they can kind of bring to the table. And as people, you know, as long as you can play on like a relatively lower eco and still have impact, I think whether it's a pick hero or somebody like a Calico and Drifter, the lines are a lot more blurred than I think, you know, people would really give it credit for. Like maybe the hard carry is a little bit defined, but it really feels like outside of that, man, like everything is up for grabs right now in Deadlock. You could play very different strategies and still find success.
All right, well, FPS Lounge, they get through the newcomers and they get their shot at a rematch against Melee Creeps. It'll be a slightly different Melee Creeps team, but all the intensity action is going to be there. Stay tuned. When we come back, the NA money match is underway.
I see Yamato. I see Yamato.
Let's get this show on the road.
For making the most of the opportunity.
Surface Dweller, I want
to be brave. I love surprises.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Close the barrel. Wrangling him. I got something for ya. I got the position. I will do what I do best.
The rejuvenator has expired. Shiv is a dangerous enemy.
Welcome to my world, boys and girls.
Truck's almost ready. Truck's almost ready. That was fun.
Well fought.
I'm not getting cannibalized to you.
Set this up fast.
time once again for the money match here on the night shift. Shift 46, ZP here with Jake and Dan, and gentlemen, Melee Creeps is going to be a slightly different look for them with Do out and League in, but still a tough challenge for FPS Lounge nonetheless. Hello?
I'm locked in, Dan. You got to go first. I'm staring.
Last time you went first.
I'm like, if people can hear me, right? Like, it's like, we will be quiet. Okay, Jake, you first. I'm sending to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a spicy one. I feel like FPS Lounge are probably primed to be the favorites this week with a fearsome performance here in the Challenger match, although you don't want to, look too deeply into that considering it's, a newer team that you haven't seen as much from, but still great showing from them. And for Melee Creeps to be on, some roster swaps, like maybe not ideal for their performance in this week. So maybe credit to FPS Lounge. The two of these two teams, I feel like they are basically coin flip in terms of their skill match right now. It's really hard to call who's leading the pack.
Dan, quick hit on the matchup before we talk about the history.
You got to imagine that FPS Lounge have the edge with not having a sub, and they are extremely formidable. So I'm definitely going to predict that they would outperform. League's very good though, and he's no stranger to like this specific level of play. So you never know.
All right, but of course, those tuning in wondering, hey, how many of the times have these teams been here? Well, we got you covered. The full NA history, or at least the history in very recent times. No, it goes all the way back to number one. We've fixed the graphic. We've just expanded things out here, Jake. No cutoffs for us as we're on the road to 52.
Yeah, and I mean, even a lot of the players on the current FPS Lounge were part of Floormen at times, but Melee Creeps, you can see, I mean, although the logo change come in, more recently, I think a little much more sleek and iconic look. That cat in the suit ran the table for quite some weeks here on the night shift. So, a monster run of dominance for Melee Creeps. I think always something that we'll be trying to vie to return to, but a task that'll be difficult to repeat considering how competitive the top of NA has been as of late.
Well, Dan, as Jake mentions, we have this big streak from Melee Creeps and, the streak from Hydra Nation at the very beginning, but you look at recent times and, while Floormen ripped off a pretty decent streak, things have been pretty back and forth in recent memory.
Yeah, I definitely think the FPS Lounge merger that happened to formulate this roster, the version of the roster that we see now, has made the team a lot stronger in it. And it makes sense, the previous iteration did have Demoff in it, so I think that was never going to last for too long, playing all the way from Europe. But now we do get two teams that are very good going head-to-head. And I think with the meta where it has been, even though we haven't had a huge amount of changes, I guess, to be honest, we've had a lot of changes pretty much all the time. It has made the game really interesting because there's so many edges that teams can gain over each other, and so much of the I think beauty of this matchup is that both teams very good in all the categories, individually, team-wise, and the drafts are where things become really interesting because week to week you get to see where teams find small edges just in hero composition and how you value certain play styles, and we get to see it play out, just live in front of our eyes, and then the teams get to adjust to it in the best of three. So honestly, it's beautiful. We're set up for some beautiful games.
Well, let's get down into it. The Melee Creeps roster, some changes if you haven't been following week to week. Lord NM came in on his trial last week, and while Lord NM is not an official part of the team, did well enough, especially in game 3, where the man just went legendary to get another shot this week. And League, Jake, again, be subbing in for Do, but, across the board, this is still a roster with a pretty enormous amount of experience here in the NA scene.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about Saya and John as being kind of like the hearts of this team, but I really got to give a lot of credit to Fishcake, who I think has really risen in the rankings in this team to become a really formidable frontliner, a key part of the success for Melee Creeps. Ido, of course, always going to be a standard bearer on these like very high skill movement-based heroes. But Lord NM has acquitted himself really well last week. I feel like he fits in pretty well with the team. Really is the role that they need, I think, with those like, early game tempo-based heroes being right in his wheelhouse. And League is, I think, is probably the best sub I could imagine, right? For Do, similar hero pool, also does great on like maybe the more spirit focused rather, but still very high economy role. So I still expect big things from League. And honestly, for Melee Creeps, they can play with kind of reckless abandon here. Like, they've got subs. It's easy to say, if FPS Lounge win this week, whatever, we'll get it back next week with the full lineup. But they could easily sneak a win here with that kind of a, open-minded play for fun mentality.
All right, Dan, your chance to either glaze or take down a peg a member of Melee Creeps before we get in the draft, which I hear is ready. Floor is yours.
Ooh, Glaze will take down a Veg. I'm looking forward to seeing John play, actually, because I think John had actually struggled with his, not with his identity necessarily, but just the level of impact and identity that we saw initially from Melee Creep's most dominant phase. It was all about John playing these insane carry roles, and the game kind of just changed underneath him a little bit. And so I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, John's future adaptation into this roster, because he's not faded from the forefront of the team, but it's just that everybody else has been, you know, highlighted a bit more. So I want to see some John action. He's a great player, and I'm expecting big things today.
All right, so the draft is ready. We're going to move right ahead into it, and we'll see just what has changed in priority, if anything, between Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge. Of course, FPS Lounge, we just saw their roster, so no, we're still going to go into it. And all right, we just saw the first game here, Jake. Obviously, we talked about Xeno as MVP. You know, well, let's delve a little bit more specific here. Poppers on the Shiv. You a fan?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think we even got to see too much of him. It is a flawless game on the Shiv. I really think, you know, there's a nice little balance here, though, with low main, AVG, and Xeno kind of playing the relatively low eco styles. And then, you know, Poppers, Leffa, and DMB with a little bit more comfortable free farm, with Leffa and DMB especially kind of being more committed on those side laner roles. I feel like this is a team that's really started to find their niche and like how to balance the roster, you know, like what kind of picks to go for. It feels like they've found their footing with this lineup as far as how they want to draft. And I think they have a clear vision of how to play the game, and that speaks volumes to their ability to have high impact games, whether it's from the more early game focused players or those who kind of look to carry later, deeper down the stretch.
Dan, do you sometimes look at this roster with Leffa on it and wax nostalgic for the days of, oh yeah, it's just Leffa on Hydronation on Infernus every game, like pulling out monster parries? Sometimes we'll see Leffa on the first, but you know, sometimes what we see Leffa play has changed pretty considerably.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I feel like, you know, some of the identity of just the mechanical dominance is it's all getting quite, I think, the spotlight on it as it used to be. Always a contender for the man of the match. But the thing that's interesting is that it does also speak to the fact that the game's changed so very much, and that he can't kind of get away with just mechanically just bruisering people with Infernus. I think both because everybody's way better, but also because I think that style of play just isn't not nearly as impactful with everything that we have in the game now.
All right, so I was unsuccessful at summoning the draft before, but now I do believe it is in fact ready, and we'll get a peek at what is under the hood and what is getting valued. I actually think, Jake, the first pick, first ban is actually pretty interesting, because you get some of the drafts where Billy's just outright banned, some drafts where Billy comes in as a first pick, and, you know, Doorman kind of shifting in priority one way or another. You have a hero set that's in the top tier, but how it expresses itself in every game is still a pretty bit variable.
Yeah, I don't think the game is solved at all right now. I feel like that's shown when different teams have different perspectives about, especially these very early draft phases where, you know, there's a lot of heroes competing for those ban slots. You know, different teams, I think, are more willing to play against different threats. Some teams feel like they can manage the pocket well. Other teams say, you know, it's the doorman. We can let that through. We know how to outplay. Many of the Creeps, they take away the Mirage. And I think this is a good call. I mean, Mirage, very, very scary hero for key objective fights. You know, the survivability of Tornado is massive. Is a really great impact hero, even on these unstable rips. Yeah, take him out of the pool. Leffa's going to have to pick something a little bit more vulnerable to some of those ganks FPS Lounge may want to avoid.
So, Dan, to no one's surprise, Billy comes in with first pick once it's available. But, you know, Melee Creeps, 2 picks open for themselves. And also, don't forget, for Frontline, Lord NM always has Silver in his back pocket.
I got you.
I was Silver uncontested last game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I didn't even think about it, but that's still kind of surprises me. I mean, Silver got a lot of nerfs over time, but was still like a very top prio hero even as recently as a couple weeks ago. So interesting to see her maybe falling a little bit out of favor here in NA.
I still think she's really good. It is interesting. I wonder if it's a little bit of an overreaction, but Infernus Shiv's really interesting because you've given up Holiday here, and you know, Holiday just seems like such a premium, you know, best in class right now for the pick option. I mean, Bebop's good, but it's a little bit different, I suppose, in some respects compared to Holiday and the output that Holiday can give. But we're going to get Pocket there, so still obviously a chance for the Holiday, but Pocket's a Billy Pocket. It's a nice opener.
The interesting thing to me, Jake, as I look at it, is that in a way, Melee Creeps did what we kind of wanted to see Abrams do in EU, where they decided we're going to go the Infernus over the Pocket. It does mean Pocket gets picked the latest we've seen him get picked in recent memory, but in terms of prio, I don't hate the Infernus over the Pocket.
I'm worried because I think the Billy actually is a fantastic combo hero for Pocket. I mean, we were talking about in one of the EU series, right, of like the difficulty of getting a big affliction. Teams are so aware about outplaying that ultimate now. They're really conscious to not give more than 1 or 2 man connection. But with the Billy, it's not going to be so easy to avoid, right? Like Billy Chain, we talk about setup for a lash ult, but could be just as effective at getting a big affliction down and, you know, bailing somebody out of trouble. So I like that the Holiday comes in for melee creeps. This gives you a really powerful way to punish the Pocket with extended hard lockdown and a ton of spirit. So I think getting Holiday at 3rd pick also feels pretty good for melee creep.
Yeah, you know, to elaborate on that, Dan, you know, you're a little bit worried about the melee creep saying, hey, FPS Lounge, they can grab the Holiday now. They choose the Calico over the Holiday, and that's a little bit surprising to me, I think, given the power levels of the 2 heroes. But, I mean, clearly FPS Lounge just putting a high prio on the Calico.
Yeah, and that's an average. That's in his hero pool, right? I think that's just something that he often plays. So maybe it's got something to do with some of the hero pools and the way that they're kind of breaking down a little bit. That could be something that's playing into it. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think Holiday was definitely a really strong pickup for melee creeps, and I do wonder if FPS Lounge is going to allow melee creeps to get the Bebop as well. You'd imagine that they're bringing in Bebop at some point here in the next couple picks.
My bow is yours.
All right, Jake, we see the GT come out for FPS Lounge. We'll see what the next pick is after. And, you know, on the eye test, I feel like if you look at these teams like a few weeks ago, you might look at melee creeps and be like, some of it is overpowering. But on the same note, like FPS Lounge have also gotten some pretty high premium picks between the Billy, the Pocket, and now the GT, who in my mind is the most variable of heroes, because we've seen GT have really, really good games, and we've also seen GT be arguably the primary reason why a team loses. But is it different to get the GT as high value this late in the draft as opposed to a 1st or 2nd pick?
I think it's still going to be feast or famine. It's sort of just the nature of the character. But GT now with the gun build, I think, can be a bit more consistent. Melee creeps grab the silver. I think they're pretty open now as far as how they finish the draft. Maybe something a little more on the supporty side, but Rem feels a little hard to pick here with it's not being too much spirit damage on the side of FPS Lounge. For FPS Lounge, I'd actually like to see them go maybe for a Paradox instead of Bebop here. Okay, I like the Ivy. You know, somebody who can do pretty well, D-pushing and you know, some more lockdown potentially to finish off somebody like Geist with the Stone Form before she can swap. But yeah, I'd love to see Paradox for FPS Launch here. I think the downside of Bebop, I think, is it's so scary playing Bebop into Infernus, Shiv, and Holiday. Like, these heroes are not only hard to hook, but they actually can counter kill the Bebop really easily. Like, you get ignited, you have a huge hitbox, very easy to be chain ignited by Infernus. Shiv, same story with the knives. And Holiday is, like, honestly, it's the hardest hero to hook in the game. From my experience playing Bebop, when Holiday is like padding around the world and like air strafing through everything, those hooks just feel unhittable. So Paradox may be a little bit more reliable for the counterplay in this comp.
Dan, both rosters are complete. From your point of view, which roster do you like a little bit more between the two?
I think melee agrees. I kind of agree. I think Calico is kind of where it started to go a little sideways for me. I think had they managed to get the Holiday there, I think I would have liked FPS Lounge's comp a lot better. But for melee creeps, I feel like it's super well rounded. There's like so many problems. I love the double threat in the front line with the Silver and the Shiv. I think Silver is still really, really good. Venator gets very tanky. You know, they got pick. Infernus's control in some of these fights, in the team fights, is like very, very good. I think melee creeps for sure for me looks like the more rounded and better lineup.
Jake, to go a little bit deeper on the questioning here, I look at these two drafts, and to me, I feel like FPS Lounge is definitely the more volatile of the two compositions in terms of like potentially really high highs, but also really low lows where, you know, you're running the GT, which of course, you know, just on stacks alone, like you don't quite know what you're going to get. You're running Calico, which is relying a little bit more on like getting early momentum. And of course you have Pocket, where we've seen just today in EU where, you know, big if you get big afflictions and a little bit less so there. Whereas, you know, to me, it sets up the scenario where it's on FPS Lounge to have a higher execution barrier where melee creeps, you know, they have a lower floor to deal with that, you know, potentially can bring them over the top.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I do think it's such a laning heavy meta. It's always, you know, when you pick these characters like Pocket in particular, I think is very much a symptom of this where, like, yes, in theory, the affliction is so powerful, but if that's the only thing the enemy team has to worry about and they could just fully be focusing on that as far as the threat from you, the counterplay feels a lot more consistent. Whereas if you're farmed, you have a strong lane on Pocket, you're able to participate in some of those quick kills and ganks in the mid game, then, you know, the enemy, you can play well around the cape and the suitcase and put down real damage, be an effective threat on the map without even deploying the affliction. At that point, it becomes so much harder to stay split and to kind of like stay avoiding it. So for me, laning phase always has the opportunity to bring things back. But I agree with Dan. I think a more well-rounded comp overall for melee creeps. A solid draft.
All right, well, the game is ready to go. The players have not gone to the bathroom this time, which means it's time for our caster to take it away. DDK, Jake, the floor is yours, starting with DDK.
CP, a believer in equality. I know you got the last one, Jake. so yeah, laning meta, I think that's definitely fair to say. I think we saw a good example of your point playing out there in the last match. If we look at from that 5-minute Guardian, just the tempo that gave to FPS Lounge and how they were able to kind of dictate the following sequence of events from advantage. So we'll have to see, you know, what lanes are going to dominate the most, if any. What looks good to you?
So Billy plus Pocket. I do feel like Pocket is a pretty weak laner, especially after some of those gun nerfs. I feel like he just feels like it does suffer a little bit in the lane. Up against Silver is going to be potentially scary with some real kill threat. You know, if you're able to get ignited by Infernus. So yeah, I mean, the monster round buy, double buy from both Lomane and Lefa. What they can show here, by the way, Lefa on the Pocket, I don't know if I've seen that before.
Same.
I'm actually kind of excited because I feel like we talk about Lefa as a player who's very individually mechanically skilled. I think Pocket, you know, can be played as an affliction bot, but it is really not the potential of the hero. It's when you can have high impact before the ultimate comes out that the hero really starts to shine. So very curious to see how he does perform on this character. I don't think it's a great lane for them, but if they can just survive it well and deep-push these waves, I don't know that Silver and Furnace are really going to take this Guardian easily.
I mean, it's Lefa. Maybe we'll see the Glock hits. Maybe we'll see like the gun bills or something like that. That's going to be interesting to see which way he takes it, but I totally agree. Something new to start this one off with. Some quick satchel damage there. Getting the monster rounds first, just making sure that you know, they can keep their waves pushed. As they are definitely like losing out on the pressure at the moment on some of these trades, so they got to be cautious. But so far, pretty good effort from them. I do like the Ivy a lot, Jake, because the threat of dropping, like ulting a teammate like Shiv and then dropping him into a fight to initiate seems actually very strong.
Oh, potential catch here. Cape caught on some geometry, and Ignite's going to come in, so it's going to hurt on Pocket more than most heroes. He's doing so well, so cautiously playing this lane, but one tiny slip up and he loses most of his health. I mean, that's the reality playing Pocket these days. But League and Lord and M took a lot of damage to do so. So this lane still pretty threatening. I mean, the Pocket could just as easily get a burst kill back the other way. So I'd say Lef is doing pretty well so far. Mid lane, it's going to be... Actually, let's take a look at this other side lane first. Oh, hold on. Trade coming in. Billy got caught also on a corner. Maybe a nice little catch from Lord and M. I think Lomane maybe slipping up with the movement just a bit there.
Really tough lane, especially with you know, just all it takes is like the bullet to connect. I wonder like how many kind of slowing hexes are going to be bought in this play in particular. I'm not wondering kind of what you know, what the itemization is going to be looking like in terms of counter buys or buys to try to like close down kills. What are you liking these days, Jake, in like terms of the laning phase?
Laning phase, it seems like a lot of people are back to building healing shot, resto shot alongside monster. That feels like a pretty popular buy. I think there's been some buffs over time, but healing items feel still incredibly important. It feels like almost everyone is going to get some kind of 800 soul healing item. If you can get away, I think with the melee lifesteal and characters that enable that, it's always going to feel good. But yeah, Lefa has gone pretty conservative as both monster and extra regen, which I like actually, because I think you don't want to get too greedy on Pocket. I think you don't need to have a crazy dominant lane. You just need to do decent and make sure the enemy isn't able to like roam away from you before Affliction comes online. Stalker is getting picked up by Poppers. That's another item I think has gotten really popular with Drifter being so good in the meta. Calico, these, I mean, they're not exactly pick heroes in the way a Holiday or a Bebop is, but they offer some of the similar value. And I love the little awareness from Lefa. Expects a little box invade from Lord NM and just slips around the corner.
We could get some good damage here onto Silver. Lord NM's going to be pretty cautious. All the cooldowns are gone as well, so no leaping away from this. Good chunk of damage, but Lefa is there, or rather, sorry, I should say, League is there to help. I see Infernus, I think Lefa. Yeah,
Infernus with the L name. Lefa, though, with getting the full stacks on the barrage, always feels really nice to keep taking these trades, and you can see the pressure starting to turn back the other way in this lane. Low main also on the Billy is an interesting one. I mean, this is a very much a hero flex for FPS Lounge, right? Like, low main usually, I think, plays a little bit more of like the early game initiators and tempo heroes. This time he's on more of the frontliner and Billy. Average on the Great Talon, where last game he was on the Viscous and, you know, really pushing the early game now. Maybe called upon to take a little bit more farm in this one. So it's pretty interesting from FPS Lounge. Not what I would have expected, but see how it actually pans out this game. Good little opening kill though. Poppers finds it onto Fishcake, who would love to be able to find a trade onto Geist, but Geist is just a tough hero to bring down in the lane. Usually we see, I'm curious the build for DMB, but a lot of times I see Geist building as many as like 3 regen items. They build like monster rounds, extra regen, and the the name escapes me, but the 800 spirit regeneration item.
Mystic regeneration.
Mystic regen? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I love getting the double resist 1600 resist greens on him for spirit and for bullet. I'm forgetting the names now as well of everything.
Yeah. But Enchanter's barrier and bullet vest.
Shield vest. Yeah. You got it.
I don't think it's bullet vest. I just remember that item. Okay.
I love it. No, yeah.
It could be bullet vest for me. Oh, battering into the boot cake there. Billy overwhelms. Don't want to get into the melee trade with this hero. This is, I think, one of the reasons Billy became so popular is that kind of dominates Silver. Concussive combustion doesn't connect on anyone. I mean, Pocket, pretty much impossible to find there with the suitcase, but Billy slips away, and this is going to turn into a double kill. Even with the grit popped, it's just not enough for League to get away.
You know what's interesting, Jake, in terms of monster rounds, because you see that Billy had the monster rounds and the close quarters, is that close quarters is kind of like monster rounds for a lot of heroes where your range is more limited. And so, unless you're getting cultists, sometimes I feel like it's
very great raid from Ido. Yeah, it's always an interesting decision, you know, the early game items. But I quite like Monster, even if you don't go cultist. Just the like tower damage, clearing waves. It's nice in some of these more difficult lanes just to be a little bit quicker clearing the creeps. You have a little bit more time to shoot the enemy hero, so it can be an aggressive item even though it doesn't seem that way. Big chase down from Ido. Real confidence from him, running back into DMB and getting a lot of nukes off this barrel cooldown. Very threatening, but Calico's here to maybe bail out the Geist and look for yet another kill on this lane. It's been a great start for Poppers in this game.
Holy escape from Ida. That's actually incredible. I thought that he'd cooked a little bit too hard, and I mean, I agree. I think the confidence is great. I think Ido is the kind of player that you'd love to see on Holiday. So many offensive mobility-based options, but, you know, does actually escape that situation by the skin of his teeth. Does have to go back to base to heal, but able to get some good pressure there. With that said, though, DMB got back onto the lane pretty quick. You know, being a Geist, you know, you can, you know, you had a lot of regen, ways to get back onto the lane, so... back into mid here.
An early sharpshooter here. A lot of damage at long range here for the Great Talon, who'd love to be able to pick up a kill off this trade. Swap under tower for John, but the heals are good, and Saya battling here alongside the Venator, and they're starting to bully back these players. They're going to take the tower here at 8 minutes. I mean, maybe no surprise for an Ivy and a Venator, and if FPS Lounge could get some counter kills, they might feel pretty all right with the way this trade has gone.
Yeah, the poke, especially with the long range, it's so nice from the arrows here of the Talon.
I like this buy from Great Timing. There's a lot of gun damage very early. Sharpshooter. Wait. Oh my god, he almost died to creeps here. That's actually got to be a little careful.
Yeah, long range is another item I think where it kind of kicks in. I think like a lot more heroes can use it. I think really effectively than you might think.
I see a bot sometimes in games that are like really brutal on carries where you're basically just sitting back and turreting on like Venator or whatever, but it's usually a pretty bad sign. I feel like it has been GT and Vindicta who've been the biggest buyers. And Vindicta, another hero I'm maybe surprised we won't see a little bit more of. I think a character that's kind of starting to slowly work her way back into the meta alongside Drifter. Not going to be featured in this match though, and
Let's go blue.
Let's see if this GT bird can find much of anything. It's been a relatively quiet start, relatively even, but FPS Lounge have developed a meaningful lead here. 4K Soul's not nothing here before 10 minutes.
Venator.
Is that a cult stack bought by Xeno? Okay, so I do like this. I love to see when a Paradox scales. I feel like that's kind of what makes her feel like an effective pick when she's able to become even like a bit of a gun carry in her own right. And kind of we've seen that in the past from Paradox, although it seems like she's fallen off a lot. People prefer the spirit nuking that Holiday brings. Speaking of spirit nuking, Ivy maybe going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of that from Great Talon right now.
I see Shiv.
See if this earn dunk comes to fruition. We may have. It's a connection issue. Xeno would love to get an earn dunk here. Talk about the economy. I mean, now that the soul the earn rather gives in general all of its souls to the actual carrier unless somebody else secures them. I feel like this does feel like a really nice objective option to run for anyone, even in supports. You feel like, hey, it's great eco when you don't have great ways to farm jungle camps, and for carries, sometimes it's the biggest boon of souls you can find on the map.
Hello.
Got you back down.
Any action? And
right as the fight pops off, and he has got the rights. Cannot get this ultimate form off. Solo affliction pays off. Lord and them goes down, and a dunk to follow. There's still players in this area though, and Furnace wants to get active as well. Is going to get a counter kill onto Lefa. So League on the signature pick here, starting to activate into this game. Let's see what he can do in this fight. A couple kills would be exactly what the doctor ordered for an Infernus game. Definitely a hero who wants to push the tempo even with a little bit more farm in the pocket.
Yeah, and game pretty even at this point, but here's the catch. Again, the roaming from Paradox, from Xeno, ever a threat we saw Xeno was able to do on the Holiday in the previous game. And again, keeping that farm up with the cultists, I really like that choice as well. And also getting the urn. I like how teams at this level, they're prioritizing the urn to the heroes that are roaming the most. So the Bebops, the Paradox are going to be picking up a lot of those urns, or have priority at least. Or Calico, because Calico also roams a lot, but has the speed with the cat form too.
It's like this tower, not long for this world, with Paradox sieging. GT and Ivy on point blank corners here, both ready for the other to come. Slowing X, not doing too much here, and the average is going to be just fine backing out of this one. And Billy coming in to try and turn this into maybe more of a team fight. It doesn't have that chain gang, but with a good amount of debuff resist right now, this hero is pretty threatening, taking these trades with the movement buff.
Oh, again, wow, able to block the
he's in trouble.
all the bursts there. With that shit, that's so smart, so nice here from Xeno. Falling back.
Off though.
Going to go into the pocket. Oh, can't get the jump up. Can't scale the wall.
Yeah,
just
doesn't have the
complete
stamina.
the chase.
Pocket does get the cape off, but it's kind of a rough angle for him. League maybe be able to run this one down. Doesn't want to chase too deep, and Lefa just barely makes it to that little fire escape. Slipping out of this one, and with the zip knock, yeah, that'll be a kill onto Xeno. I mean, adding insult to injury with the Ivy, dropping a player in on the fight. Ido also showing up to find the final blow. And with that kill, you'd think this would be a free rift, unless FPS Lounge really want to bring resources here. And hold on, they do get that kill into Lord NM. Poppers, it cost him the ult, but he might be willing to stick around here. Yeah, with the CAD form, not going to be easy to pick up out of this rift, even by somebody as strong as Shiv.
Really important one to pick up here, I think it's fair to say, for the FPS Lounge. See if they can pull it off here. Oh, the number is not favoring them at all. 1v3. It's going to be very difficult for DMD to survive on the Geist here.
Oh, Billy
so many
King.
players on top, but in comes some assistance here, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and the second execute, no one able to go down, so Fishcake not able to get the snowball rolling on Shiv. It feels like this fight's starting to tilt the way here of FPS Lounge. Big chain gang out of low main. He's still healthy on the Billy. He's going to be happy to go for some of these cleanup fights. Lord NM wasting no time getting some of these heavies in with parries down, but has a lot more work to do with the healthy Billy coming into the fight. That will be the rift. Oh, it actually does fade. And so the soul denies. It's going to be pretty much an even trade here across the board. Ivy still alive long enough to make sure that doesn't get fully capped by FPS Lounge. Still, I wonder if Saya is going to be able to slip away from this one.
I will say though, Jake, whilst all of this has been happening, look at DMB go. He's 17k souls. He's been farming up like crazy. Even though the scoreline is pretty close overall in the souls, and the fight continues here on the right side. Lots of skirmishing, and wow, Ido is just tossing every barrel. And goodbye, low main on the Billy. So overall, melee crew's starting to, I feel like, get a little bit ahead here on top of the rift battle we saw. Again, DMB is just completely undisturbed.
Yeah. You mean John on the Venator?
I mean John.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, DMV's he's doing a lot going up for these fights on the Geist, but it's kind of hurt the soul count. John is pulling far ahead You see that damage brought to bear in that kill, and that's when you love to find as the carry killing the opposing hard carry on the side lane. Just a +1 here, so the soul is split pretty efficiently by melee creeps. That's going to give them what feels like the first kind of meaningful soul lead of this game. FPS Lounge, maybe the team with some more pressure on them. They do have a lot of late game scaling around the pocket, but Leviathan has to slow things down and play a little bit more of the farm game here. This is the threat of the holiday, right? Average really struggling. Would love to just be able to stay alive and get out of this. Ido's a little bit low on the CD. Is a counter kill going to be attempted on him? He gets swapped in with the bird coming in for the follow-up, but they have a lot of health here still to bring to bear on melee creeps. They're going to turn this into yet more kills. FPS Lounge trying to roam in and punish. They do get one counter trade, but overall a winning fight here for melee creeps.
And again, I just can't hesitate but to look at John just still chilling in the lane, just playing literally his own PvE game at this point, and up to 20k souls. Sometimes gets a friend to assist him, but just is actually playing the easiest game right now. No pressure at all from FPS Lounge because they got their hands full with the rest of the map. So it just goes to show that melee creeps, the whole team is doing exactly the right job here to keep John out of the picture for now and protected.
Yeah, FPS Lounge choosing to fight instead with the Geist rather than greeting in the side lane. Her dominance in mid, though, is keeping the wave pushed out at least, but she doesn't have any green items to speak of. So, you know, it's gone for more of a greedy build, trying to keep up in the farm game. We can see that is a tall order this game, considering just how much economy John's getting. So, whenever this Venator gets involved, Spark's going to fly. FPS Lounge certainly going to be aware of that threat. 2-man Affliction. Hold on. Opportunity for a fight, maybe. League and Lord NM getting backed off on the side lane. It's a push, though, potentially coming in on the Walker. Lasso just barely goes wide. Lucky for DMB with a Venator behind. He would not have survived that.
Yeah, it feels like a very dangerous game here. Looking for potentially a swap opportunity you might expect, but this is not a Walker that looks like it's going to survive for very long. Here comes the chain gang, though. Potential counterplay in from FPS Lounge. Can they combo that with anything else here? We're seeing a lot of the slams also, but so much focused fire. And again, with John able to back this one up, it is too much damage output from melee creeps.
Two for one kill trade. So across the map, actually, if you can get this Walker for FPS Launch, this kind of becomes a winning trade. But the key question is if you can get the Walker, and even if you can you get out with your lives? Ido is fast rotated, trying to get some exits on the fight. Lefa has to stick around quite a long time. This is the value of the pocket, though. Uniquely hard to bring down, but with slowing X, oh, never mind. It's not even close to enough. Still teleports away, but the cape being run down. Good awareness by Ido and Saya to be ready for that escape threat. So as dust settles, I think it's just about dead even trade. I mean, both teams, I think it's what, 2 for 2 kills, Walker for Walker. I mean, these teams are on very similar levels right now. It's very hard for either one to get more than a minor edge in some of these fights.
It's really interesting too, because it still feels like, even though the souls are relatively close, the difference is in John, and that does make a big difference just by nature of the heroes. So we'll see what can be done here by FPS Lounge as they look to try to contest this. And you were mentioning the farm potential for Xeno being a little greedier with the cultists, and 18k souls, almost the top of the scoreboard as far as his team is concerned for net value. And so we might see a pretty nasty paradox in this game.
Yeah, great game for Xeno. Doing well, has a greedy build, and is still on a 4 kill streak. So he's not like that he's farming up. I mean, he's playing into the team fights and just getting away with greed. So whenever you're able to slip in and a little bit of that extra farm item, I feel like it makes a big difference. Paradox also does benefit quite a lot from that ability range that Cultist offers, at least while it's online. Slowing X. Oh, Shiv, a little bit greedy. Wasn't watching the door. Fishcake probably should have been aware of this threat, and Billy's kind of caught him dead to rights. He does do a nice little dash to slip away, but the bird stun at the crucial moment drops him to the low ground. Feels like this kill should certainly be run down, and yes, FPS Lounge will find it. That's a nice find on a Fishcake, who a little bit too greedy, just low awareness there. Should have been ready for a potential invade.
Nice lasso. I think this is like the wrong play.
Oh,
you know, you want to lose really early on. DMB not able to get the swap off. Assassinated by John, and the rift control now here as well from melee creeps looks, I think, far too much to contest at this point. If you're FPS Lounge, they're gonna have to try to find value elsewhere on the map, but there's nothing pushed, no waves pushed anywhere, nothing, no macro for them to really kind of, you know, use to mitigate this loss. And so they're just gonna have to try to find a pick here, and right now it feels like melee creeps are taking control.
This is a wild move. They do not have any ultimates to support this. Mid boss is going down, but is there going to be a contest? Feels like FPS Lounge, you can't not give this up for free. The rejuve drops pretty quick. GT throws a curse trap on the pit, but really can't stick around, and the players just aren't there for the contest. Quick rejuve last hits picked up. Melee creeps get all three. A big affliction comes in. Bird connects as well. So does the chain gang. So these rejuves are not long for this world, so it would seem. But FPS Lounge have to play with the real lives here. No secondary survival. Popper's already down. Melee creeps back up off their respawns, looking to punish DMB and Low Main for daring to set foot here in the pit. John also a huge problem here. So farmed up on this Venator and finally into a proper team fight, but he's getting low. A kill on John would be worth its weight in gold here. He's still low HP. If he'll just be able to slip away back to the base and get a reset, that would be fantastic for Melee Creep.
Yeah, John looking to get away off with this one. And I mean, ultimately, even though all the rejuve crystals have been eliminated, great effort there from FPS Lounge to limit the issues with that. But at the same time, you know, they are losing. They're still losing from the macro perspective. All the lanes are pushed against them. The whole map is kind of under the control of Melee Creeps, and Melee Creeps starting to finally extend that lead in a meaningful fashion. And with John not dying, he's keeping his souls per minute up. And in fact, make it even worse now that he's picked up the urn. And he's going to just deposit that. And again, control this with Melee Creeps. I don't think that they can stop that.
Very nice efficiency. I mean, he basically just full heals from Fortitude. He doesn't even have to go back to base. So he stays on the map, and using, you know, Fortitude while urn running is really efficient here for the carry. It's like, this is a pretty massive injection of souls straight to one player. And you can see for John, he's up to 30k now. Definitely going to be hitting full build this game on the Venator. And FPS Lounge, they don't really have, I don't see any disarming hexes. They're kind of lacking tools to deal with the Venator here. We saw John very nearly go down in the last team fight. So, I mean, killing him is probably the best way you can deal with him. But there's so many other threats to worry about as a lasso comes in onto Low Main. He's going to get run down. Saya finds the finish there. Trying to get a counter kill on Holiday is a really tough prospect as she pads away to safety. Melee Creeps, I mean, it's been a heck of a game for them so far. An early deficit against them, but they bring it right back, and now they're firmly in the driver's seat of this game, Dan. Dan? We may have lost Dan again. Starting to become a bit of a theme here.
Yeah, every now and then it's just like, well, it's also difficult because Dan sometimes will do dramatic pauses for sounds.
I'm like, this is a really dramatic pause, DT. Like, I don't know how dramatic I should wait for, but we got a gank here coming in onto League, gets swapped down, it just cut to pieces. Was confident in the 1v1 against Poppers, wasn't ready for Xeno to come in and bail it out. There's a GT Bird coming in to assist for more. Lord and them tried to get active into this too, and looks like he's gonna also be punished. So a great little roam from FPS Lounge. You know, I'd say this is a good fundamentals from Melee Creeps to gank where the enemy walker is already down, but FPS Lounge just fully read the play. They've got numbers here to take the 2v3 and protect DMB's guys, set him up for a real comfortable farming pattern here.
Yeah, sorry about dropping out all the time. I don't know, my voice for some reason is just Discord server. It's not liking me for some reason today. So this has never happened before. This is a first on night shift, of course. And here we go. We get the assault from DMB, trying to force a reaction. The 1v1 against Fishcake. Is he going to try to trade his life for this? He might not have to, actually. He might be able to get both here. Have his cake needed as well.
Walker. Oh, he needs to be able to dodge this stun. The follow-up stun is just comes crashing down on his head. Huge for League. He's able to get in. If DMB gets that Walker, it feels very worth. I like the play overall from FPS Lounge. They force a fight elsewhere on the map. Saya goes down. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1 with massive Walker damage. The downside is, you know, DMB is theoretically the hard carry, but he's been playing so aggro this game. He's not even rich enough to be worth a ton of souls. So actually, economy-wise, all that Walker damage is going to be cashed in later. I think that's a good play for FPS Lounge. A bit of an unconventional one, but they make it work.
Yeah, certainly. It's a very sad result for DMB dying, but like you say, still keeping the overall soul difference, you know, in control. And so long as they avoid this, just don't get impaled by the crossbow. Oh my god.
I mean, the wave is getting really bad now for Melee Creeps, but okay, they do find the lockdown just in time, but Idol gets absolutely obliterated. Popper shows up, and oh no, a warp stone into the trap. Low Main goes down. Maybe it wasn't long for this world anyway, with Fishcake showing up to the party. 1 for 2 across the map, and if you can cut your losses to just the Billy, Low Main's going to be pretty all right with that. Once again, DMB activity here at an all-time high for Geist. I mean, he has not been greeding it up on the hard carry this game. He has been more than willing to show up into contested areas and still doing pretty well on the farm. And with as well as Average and Leffa are doing, I feel like FPS Lounge, they're playing this a little unconventionally with guys not hard farming as much as we expect, but overall as a team, they're still doing well in the soul count.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really crazy to see that they look dangerously close to taking the overall soul lead. Again, John's a problem, but the thing is that if that advantage can't kind of convert into just shifting the team fights massively in favor of Melee Creeps so the rest of his teammates can start to get ahead as well, then all the FPS Lounge have to really do is just play around John effectively when he's got Iridomini out, especially. And they're going to actually pick up FPS Lounge that urn as well, looking to go for and run it. And it's very hard to stop Calico from dunking it. Very interesting game right now, Jake. The fact that we are pretty much completely dead even on souls actually at this time in the game almost starts to feel bad in a way for Melee Creeps because so much of the advantage in souls is pulled onto one player.
That's a great point. And Calico, I think these days with the urn in general, if you get the pickup, you're almost certainly getting the dunk. It's just too hard to contest the urn when you don't know where the enemy is on the map, and they get such a powerful buff from holding it. But with Calico, it's on a new level. I mean, that is like, what, a 15-20 second urn run. Pretty insane. Little soul injection for Poppers, who's been quietly doing really nicely this game. I feel like he's been in the key fights every time he needs to be. Veilwalker spotted out the last second. Still going to be able to connect the lasso, but there's no follow-up. And with the Warpstone plus battering ram, it'll be a relatively easy escape for Low Man. You can see, though, decay on Shiv plus a couple knives. That could easily turn into a kill. Real damage threat from Fishcake this game.
Yeah, and interesting there, just got a quick look at the birds damage as well. Only +8 though, so average not necessarily having a lot of impact with the bird, but obviously with Talon there's lots of ways to get the damage output and make it consistent. So we'll see what he's able to do, but as you say, good performance here from Poppers to stay competitive. Also got Xeno, just like, I'm curious at Xeno's build. I don't know if we'll get a look at that in a moment, because being so ahead in souls, there's so many ways you can go with the Paradox in terms of your build. Like you can greed damage pretty hardcore if you want.
We have seen that in the past. It looks like he's gone more utility focus, has the Echo Shard, so okay, it's going to be the bomb build. I don't actually see this all that often, but I mean, he has pretty ridiculous AoE on the bomb this game with the Transcendent cooldown as well. It is going to be brutally hard to push into this Paradox if you ever really want to attempt it. And the Rift opening could be a great time to showcase what this Paradox build really does. It's going to be scary to kind of play in some of these expanding time bombs. You start to get those stacks up on you, and this ability really hurts.
Decent chunk of unsecured souls at the moment there, 600 plus. Gotta be careful not to drop a bag. I think so far Xeno's shown just mastery around the positional game, understanding really how to kind of play in these fights as Paradox not actually get taken out or surviving. And I feel bad for Low Main getting targeted so often, the lowest net worth player on the team for FPS Lounge, so not quite as tanky as Billy as you would expect, but still managing with all the tools, the Rising Ram, the Warpstone, and various survival items to stay alive.
The wave is pretty good for Melee Creeps here. They're going to fight this. It's going to come down to a big exchange of brawling tools here. Saya with that healing tempo, keeping people healthy, and FPS Lounge have to back off initially, aren't able to stick around for too long. Xeno not going to be able to hold his line on the Paradox for too long. You see that tankiness on Billy really being called into question, starting to bleed out potentially to the Shiv, who's running rampant now, not just full health, but even overshielded here. Melee Creeps charging forward. The Affliction on the League, you'd think that'd bring down Infernus, but he's able to slip away from the pocket, so Leffa not able to find too much impact in the fight, and it will be a successful take here on the Unstable Rift.
Yeah, interesting situation. Everybody's very low for FPS Lounge. They're in a full retreat scenario. Leffa's got stuck deep in this fight here against Ido. And oh wow, Xeno comes in to save the day. Leffa now has a path to escape thanks to Xeno. And they're going for the mid boss right now, Melee Creeps, but I don't think
Pocket is low.
They're not going to allow this FPS Lounge.
I mean, the Pocket's going to not be able to reset. He has to come into this fight on very little HP. Leffa knows it's not okay to give up this mid boss. Ivy in the pit, that Stoneform, a huge threat. Counterspell comes out, big swap out of the pit, huge find from Xeno. That sets up for the triple reju grab from FPS Lounge. Melee Creep still bringing the damage, but as the trades come in, FPS Lounge playing with the house cash, the extra lives starting to be cashed in, and Melee Creeps low across the board. What a find from Xeno in this team by Melee Creeps. The bluff is called. Xeno cashes his checks in, and John being targeted. Ivy desperately would love to get this hard carry out of the fight, just somehow surviving, but the full bear of FPS Lounge are going to be running down these players. The lifesteal, the sustain is amazing, but eventually it starts to run dry, and deep here on the guys, even with the quadruple shotgun hit, it's not going to be enough to get John out of trouble.
Xeno is the GOAT. I don't know. Oh my god, he got the MVP in the last game, and maybe this is the workings of another MVP for this series. That was an incredible play on the Paradox. We haven't seen too much priority from Paradox of late, but maybe that needs to change. Now the fight from above and average, able to get the damage on top of Ido, and just like that, we've got a pretty decent chunk of solid advantage finally for FPS Lounge that have been trailing for, I would say, fairly, I think just for the entire 30 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they had like an early initial lead. Melee Creeps brought it back, but with that one fight, game completely turned on its head, and maybe the biggest lead of the game now of any team is in favor of FPS Lounge. They bring double buffs in, they're about to cash an earn in, and the lead isn't done expanding just yet. Melee Creeps still off the board with 3 players, especially John and Ido, 2 key fighting heroes in this match. There's a lot of space for FPS Lounge. Just gobble up these sinners, gobble up the camps,
I'll be ready.
and really start to develop a massive lead in this game.
Oh, that was so beautiful, Jake. I'm just thinking about Xeno's swap. You know, you get that level 3, you can swap multiple targets. It's just glorious. So good.
His refresher, that's disgusting here. I mean, he's going to have so many charges of the time bomb. He's going to have multiple swaps. This Paradox is going to be massively disruptive in the team fight. So I actually think it's a really nice build choice up against the Venator this game, who's a hero that really relies on the positional game. Like, Venator is not a highly mobile carry. You want to kind of get your, bunker set up and kind of play defensively around your traps and, fight on your own terms. But this Paradox build is going to make that nigh impossible. You get swapped into open ground, and it's just going to be a feeding frenzy for this FPS Lounge squad.
And look at that too, the hero damage there. It is, of course, none other than Xeno right at the top of that leaderboard. Just beautiful stuff. I'm trying to see if there's anything that
crazy
stands
spirit
out.
damage with this. Like, he's going to be, I think he's probably full, almost full maxed on the spirit boons. Once he buys his upgraded AoE item, he's going to have that final plus 100 spirit investment. And I mean, this Paradox is going to be very scary. Great lasso though on to Great Talon, the ideal target, essentially a free kill. This hero just does not have the tankiness to sustain through a catch like that. So for Ido, it's a big one to bring back. It's a long road to climb, but that's the way to start it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from FPS Lounge. Very, very, very cool to see. And, with all of this too, you've got, I think Lo Mein, he's kind of caught up into a much healthier position. I think Lo Mein was doing really, really well. I think he's staying active and creating problems from, I think, a pretty big deficit as to where you would want the ability to be. And now just, in a much more comfortable position to be, I think, much more impactful in these team fights. So things really, truly changing here for FPS Lounge for the better. And with that said, Melee Creeps are the ones that have full wave priority across the entire map.
This twosome is going to be pretty scary, though. This is like kind of the hope for Melee Creeps right now, is that John and Saya together. I mean, the healing tempo is a crazy DPS boost. I wonder if he's got his leash maxed out on Ivy so he can perma-leash the Venator. I don't think the two of these players are going to really leave each other's side, maybe for the rest of the match, because there's a crazy synergy, I think, in between those two. Like, permanent healing tempo, tons of sustain coming out from the Ivy. This is for sure, like in a very farmed Venator game, this is the way to play, right? Just give him every resource you possibly can.
Pretty tense moment, I think, in the game as well, as a lot of the neutrals have been cleared out. Both teams would love to get a pick right now to start taking more initiative. And the waves, need to be pushed a little bit from the side of FPS Lounge, because right now that you can see that they're very wary that they could get picked off here, just hugging around that mid position together. And it's not really too much for them to do in terms of pick up souls right now.
I do think FPS Lounge really want to hold on to these walkers, because we're kind of getting close to the point where the slots are going to become an issue. Like, John has only 3k and above items at this point, so the efficiency of his next buy is not good if he cannot open another walker up. Ivy drop Venator deep into the back lines, trying to catch here. On to Poppers, running him down. You see that beam come in. The Venator hits like a truck. The affliction is onto John, which cuts off the healing, cuts off a ton of the sustain. Now, Fishcake called into question. The chain gang is going to prevent his escape. John really can't come into the fight with that affliction on. As it starts to expire, though, they might look into this as a 5v5 begins to develop.
Yeah, really interesting moment here for both teams. The Unstable Rift is going to be, I think, claimed by Melicris at this rate. We do have a more important potential fight. I don't know. Are they going to dive into this FPS Lounge? Looking for a good engagement. You can see, again, Xeno very, very cautious how he picks his positioning here for those fights.
DMB would love to have stalled that out, but he gets boot kicked out of the zone. The swap even can't come in time. Dies in the animation. Loses the ultimate. Loses his life. And that's a big win for Melee Creeps. Brings them right back into this match. FPS Lounge a little tentative on the play, and despite having a 2-walker advantage, not able to really push the lead and force another team fight, although hold on, Lord NM maybe bites off more than he can chew. Tries to chase down AVG and can't finish the job. Dies himself instead.
And Lomain's very low, gets taken down as well. Mid boss is up, let's not forget. There's a huge, huge problem here potentially for FPS Lounge if they lose anything else. And you've got that combo, the synergy you're talking about,
my God, this
insane damage.
This is getting scary. The Venator, Ivy together, they bomb under a walker. That is pretty terrifying, and they get 3 huge kills. Xeno, for all of his heroics around the last mid-boss, is not going to be here to contribute to this one. And for FPS Lounge, a contest seems tenuous at best. I mean, Lefa should have Affliction pretty soon, but I don't know if there's enough follow-up to really get any kind of a fight off. This might be a clean redo for Melee Creeps. Affliction is thrown, but completely whiffed from Lefa. Doesn't connect on anyone. The parry is going to be attempted, but all 3 redos claimed by the Melee Creeps. They're going to pick up some kills to boot. And this game may have just slipped away from FPS Lounge. It was looking so promising for them at times, but JonTron and Saya together, indomitable at this moment. I mean, an unstoppable combo. Anywhere they go on the map, these FPS Lounge heroes seem to just fall.
And it is such a classic Melee Crew story. John and Saya, you know, just combining to create horrible, horrible things for their opponents. Now the assault onto the base begins, and they're going to be able to pick up so much of an advantage now. We're looking to go deep here, charging in, picking up extra kills would go really, really far. Staggering the deaths for FPS Lounge would be horrendous. They'll lose so much more.
To a Venator decides to bring the fight. Shiv trying to be run down, but Lomate, you're still down a couple players, still up against Rejubes. He does get a kill back, and if he could just escape this, that'll be pretty nice. Decay still ticking on this Billy. Not nearly as tanky as you might expect. And John keeps the pressure on. He's going to start pushing towards some of these Guardians. Ido keeps looking for more. Can't quite get any connections deeper into the base. DMB is a potentially scary threat, especially as Lomate comes right back in with the chain gang, counterspelled by Ido, so he'll be able to slip away, but FPS Lounge, they're making a lot of space, actually. Just dancing around well enough to slow down this siege from Melee Creeps. It's going decent so far.
Yes, 1 rejuve left, so able to burn a couple of those away. But still, the pressure comes in from FPS Lounge. How much are they going to commit into this one? It looks like pretty much everything that they can. But still looking really strong here right now. Melee Creeps looking to take down this shrine. They're not deterred at all. The patron drop seems inevitable.
3-man Affliction, though, is pretty huge from Lefa. Still alive and healthy on the pocket. He's going to be able to get in and maybe try to finish up some of these kills. And Fishcake on the Shiv. Looks like he's going to take out from Affliction. Counter matchup. Goes well against him. And he should die, right, on Shiv? Oh my, did he really live on Shiv? That is crazy. He was down to no HP whatsoever. Barely survives. Counter kill to Lord and M is going to be all they find, but holding on to the second shrine, pretty nice from FPS Lounge. There's not many teams that in the face of that kind of siege would be able to get rid of the rejuves and keep the second shrine up. So there's still just a sliver of a chance for them in this game.
Yeah, only a 14k difference as well on the souls.
Why does Saya have 11,000 souls? He needs to go to a shop right now. Lasso in the mid, but no one's here to follow this one up. It's just Infernus. Maybe that'll be enough, though. The concussive combustion stun follow-up comes in. And the chain disables, not enough debuff resist on DMB. Goes down again without really being able to contribute to this fight. And maybe the bleeding is not done yet, Dan.
Yeah, going back in for another bite at the cherry. And this time it could be the end for FPS Lounge. Lefa's going to get taken out as well. Everybody's falling. Xeno extremely low on health now as the fight continues outside the base. And this is looking pretty horrendous right now. But Melee Creeps, they've taken some damage. A couple players down. They've got to be cautious here, not to overextend. However, with John right at the back, 55k souls. He's got Saya's heals. And
oh my God.
It's just too much.
Yeah, I mean, remember all the farm on this Venator. You might be, only in a 4v3, but with Venator on the field, it feels like at least a +1. Scourge is out from low main, though. That'll do well against Venator. But with Vamp Burst, he's able to just tank through it completely, disrespecting the front line of FPS Lounge. Shrine is down. They're looking now for more kills. A slight movement hiccup from John, though, probably cost him that kill onto low main's Billy. He's going to be happy to get a health reset here. Patron drop, though, feels inevitable. Venator started to beam down on the throne. A boot kick, tries to catch low main, slips away for now, but this Billy goes down right as the Patron falls. It could be devastating to the game. Low main is doing so much with so little, though, at this moment. Somehow survives. But Poppers won't be so lucky. The Patron not far behind him. Melee Creeps happy to take this win and back off, get their buys out. Low main trying to get some kind of a catch fight, though, with DMB off the spawn.
Don't know about this one. It's going to get chased down by everybody, and it might be an opportunity for Melee Creeps. Oh, they are down. Couple
Low main is so
here.
good. He keeps getting away with these little cheeky fights. That sets up for a two-man affliction. You catch John and Saya, arguably the best two targets, turn their heals off. And if guys can run down this kill onto the Venator, this is going to be an insane turn in the game. This could swing the lead actually back in favor. Can you actually finish your plate, though? I mean, Venator in the corner, surrounded by FPS Lounge players. Even John can't play his way out. But Low main is doing, I mean, honestly, he's doing insane work on the Billy to be able to force, like, they attempt to kill him over and over and over again, and they just can never get the job done. They get baited into a really bad fight. And John's on the deck for 70 seconds. You might be able to contest this rift even.
It definitely creates opportunities for sure, as John is the main threat.
Ivy's gonna be very happy to finish that one. I think if DMB had been a little quicker, he might have been able to contest it.
Yeah,
would have been fightable without John.
Yeah, like you say, you know, hard to punish the end these days.
What are they doing? Mid boss? Is mid boss up?
It's up.
They're all in the mid pit. They're thinking about it.
This is the moment. I feel like.
I mean,
right?
there's no John. John's 60,000 souls. Like, having him off the field, you've got to gamble the game with your Patron dropped. Average is down. Saya found one. An attempt to potentially end here for League, who's in the base, but with the counterspell available, players still here on the defense. A beautiful split of the resources from FPS Lounge pays off big time. They read Melee Creeps going for the risky end, and they absolutely crush them on the punish. This could be FPS Lounge comeback starting here.
Wow, Melee Creeps, I can't believe they went for that one. They didn't quite know whether to try to challenge mid-boss or what to do. The punish, as you say, now sets up everything nicely for FPS Lounge, looking to try to capitalize, chase down the remainder. Ido trying to get away with the jump pads here.
Fish Cake's
just
bleeding.
Throwing out absolutely everything. The cloak is coming, everything coming the way of Ido, but I mean, this is the most mobile here. It looks like Ido should be good to get out of this, but in the meantime, Fish Cake's going to go down. And as you say, you know, okay, John was down for like 80 seconds, but now 4 players for Melee Creeps are down for 50 to 70 seconds. So massive amounts of time to work the map with the rejuice. The only thing, though, is that the right and left lane push completely against the base of FPS Lounge right now.
FPS Lounge are super desperate for a shrine right now. Like, that's what you need to keep this game winnable. If you go back to your base without a shrine, I still think you've lost this game, and I think they may feel the same. All these players down. They're opening the base guards first. Really expect them to keep the pressure on. I mean, it's a tough scenario to keep pushing, but if you back off now, it'll be the play they go for now. Maybe they have to do one more defense, but the region just doesn't last that long. Maybe with John up, it's just too much of a damage threat to risk. Of course, if a team fight goes against you here, if you die without those rejuves, it will be the game for Melee Creeps. Still on just one fight away from finishing off this game one, securing a win. It would take heroics for FPS Lounge to stay in this one, and all they're going to find for now is the base guards. Maybe some more kills could be snowballed off the back, though.
Yeah, I think it's so brutal because they had to also keep DMB back in base. DMB had to protect against the shove on the left and right lanes to prevent them from losing the game outright to troopers. So they didn't quite have maybe the power on that push that they needed. So opting to play more conservatively and, you know, with the double rejuve, able to get the map control again. Now they're in a stronger position to make plays happen in one respect, where it's a little bit less risky, but the team fight is going to be way harder.
I mean, DMB gets a big buy. Scourge and Leech. This Geist is not going to be easy to bring down. Can actually maybe face the Venator in open combat, and a push of the Shrine comes in. Immediate chain comes out, connects on a couple players. Low main has been fantastic on the Billy in every stage of this comeback. A 3-man affliction set up for big find from Leviathan now. Melee Creeps, they have their own base to play off of. These rejuves aren't too long for the world. FPS Lounge trying to get kills, trying to take these objectives down before their rejuves expire. DMB incredibly low on the Geist. Looks like the first shrine is going to go down, but now everyone's starting to play more for these kills. Saya goes down. Ivy off the field. No heals, no sustain now for the Venator. A kill taken back the other way. The rejuve's now gone. It's down to this team fight. Zeno incredibly low. The Parallax has been fantastic this game, but that may be his last showing. Still, the trade comes in for DMB. The item buy is really paying impact, and finally this guy finds herself on even footing as she looks to clean up this second shrine and equalize the objective game for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, this is starting to look really, really good for FPS Lounge. I think Lefa earlier managing a key affliction, really creating space here for the siege to continue. But right now, you got trouble for the Geist. It's going to be very, very hard to get out of this situation. E-Shift is forced out, so it's going to slow things down here for the Infernus, and League will go down. And so, with 3 players dead at the moment, FPS Lounge still in a pretty good shape at the moment, as Ido is going to look to chase down the kill. Nice shot.
Huge that he kills ABG, but he's so far out of base, surely is going to go down here. Swap is good onto Fishgate. He's going to regenerate a good amount of that, mitigating some of the damage from the bloodletting, trying to turn this into another kill. We'll find that one, though, and so we're down right. It's a 2v3. Number advantage for Melee Creeps FPS Lounge. How are they going to play this? DMB just does not have the mobility to slip away. Parry still available. E-Shift comes out from John, and I think DMB just starting to run out of gas, even with the Scourge, even with all the lifesteal. Eventually, this guy is going to go down, but Lefa lives. Like, Xeno's coming back off the spawn to defend. I don't think you can end here for Melee Creeps. It's at least going to be contested.
I think mid-boss can't be far away. Yeah, 40 seconds away for the mid-boss. Everybody from Melee Creeps is going to be up, so they can play for the mid-boss and just like get the rejuves. And that's like the game-ending moment.
No one's
for
fixing
FPS
the wave.
Lounge.
There's a huge wave of creeps. Melee Creeps. Why? They're not fixing the wave. That's scaring me. They're going to go for the end. They're going to try and get the GG push here. Affliction just onto 1. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Xeno needs to put on a huge defensive match because with the Patron just dropping in moments. You got to get in there. You got to get that defender resist on. You cannot play out of the pit. One player in. Do they get the full resist in time? No. John calls the bluff, steps up into the pit, tanks the Affliction, and finishes the job. The Venator gets it done, and Melee Creeps find themselves at the 1-0 advantage in the series.
What a back and forth game. The sine wave was complete. A nearly 50-minute game towards the end as Melee Creeps ends up taking it. But man, oh man, did FPS Lounge make them work for it and more. What a way to kick off our NA money match. And, Dan, I'll throw it to you. Quick thoughts on the game. I mean, if possible, because this went back and forth.
I think if not for Xeno, it would have been a 30-minute game in favor of Melee Creeps. Xeno had an amazing performance on Paradox. And I mean, if you looked at how ahead Melee Creeps were in some respects with how just untouched John was, it was really impressive how the rest of the team, especially Xeno on the Paradox, managed to stay super active and be very impactful in a lot of these team fights. Oh man, that was absolutely ridiculous.
Jake, how much was John at server admin status at parts of this game just this far ahead? Ira Domini, I mean, it goes from that's a pretty powerful ult into that's a straight up old school railgun. And how was leading people?
I mean, especially with the Ivy by his side, right? The healing tempo, full link. I mean, that you can't underestimate for a gun carry how much of a difference that sustain and aggression difference is made by the Ivy. So, I mean, an all-in commit for Melee Creeps on the success of John in this game, and it pays off, but only barely. I mean, this one is a distance of inches for the win in game 1.
Dan, these highlights are going to go a lot longer than the norm, but as we go through the course of the game, what moment are you looking to relive here?
I think it's the Xeno swap. I think that for me was like one of the most epic moments because it was a desperate play into the mid boss pit. I mean, maybe you could argue for Melee Creeps, kind of a bold move, but at the same time, like you could see why they would make it. But Xeno getting the AoE swap and just capturing every single rejuve. They had also all been low after the previous fight, all of FPS Lounge, so they were able to convert that just off the skin of their teeth. And I think for me, that was where the game suddenly became really doable for FPS Lounge. So for me, that's the highlight.
I'll say this moment too. I think this series of kill trades was really huge for Melee Creeps. They're down 20k souls. There's 2 walker advantage for FPS Lounge, who are playing really defensively around these walkers, trying to bait some kind of a fight. And Melee Creeps bring the fight to them, and they actually are able to win it, clean the walkers, open the map up. And I feel like that's the moment where FPS Lounge have an advantage. They just can't push it. And the threat from the John Venator is just too real, and they can't even weather the storm when Saya brings the fight to them. And that's, I think, a big statement win for Melee Creeps, especially given how many comebacks were in the case of this series. I mean, the lead just went this way and that. Oh, and even a lasso out of the pit. I didn't even see this, but on the real, like, Ido lassos Xeno out of the pit to get rid of the backdoor protection, which actually I think could be saving the game if you don't get that done. If Lomain makes it into the pit, they could get the 2 players in the pit and win the fight with an Affliction.
Dan, we got the final stats here. 43 kills to 43 kills. Quite literally does not get more even than that, but also we're looking at the damage stats for the game. We saw the return of Ido on the holiday. Of course, you go far enough back in time and Ido was on Playmaker, pick style characters a lot. A little bit less so in recent times. It was actually Saya that was playing it more, but Saya's on the Ivy. We get the return of Ido on the holiday, 69k. But then on the other side, I mean, a lot of damage being pumped out by AVG. And I mean, really, the stat line between both teams, it's pretty even.
Oh yeah. It's incredibly. It's very rare, I think, that you see a game this even and things kind of going back and forth in the way that it did. And it's just so interesting to see the amount of healing from Sai, because I feel like all of that went to John, and then John also just had 30k healing as well for himself. So with the leech items and Van Burst and all the rest. And I think another point too that's interesting is that AVG, I feel like, very quietly top damage in the game.
Jake, just because people are going to attach to it as the one outlier here. Lord and M, we see at 4 and 14, but is it a little bit harsh to judge off the KD given the fact that Silver in a lot of fights still was making space by virtue of being Silver? What's your take on Lord and M's performance here?
I do think in the early game there was a couple of bad deaths for him. I think if you make the one-to-one comparison with Lomane, who I think is on a similar kind of role this game, where you're like frontlining but without much farm, I feel like Lomane is the player who comes away with a really huge W in that category. Like, he was able to constantly bait these fights where, like, he's on the verge of death. If melee creeps catch and kill him, they could win the game off the back of it, but he just somehow keeps slipping away, keeps baiting melee creeps to stay just that little bit longer and get punished. So normally I would be like, okay, maybe it's a tough game. Maybe you're just tanking a lot of deaths on Silver that maybe needed to happen somewhere on the team. But with the way Lomane played this game, it's hard to kind of cut him that slack with the similarity of the two roles and how much better Lomane was able to execute. But in the end, it's a team game, and melee creeps get the job done as a unit. They're still playing with 2 subs today. I feel like League acquitted himself pretty nicely in this game, despite the skill level and how hard it is, seemingly, to get a successful Infernus ult when the counterspell comes out on the other side.
All right, that was a long game. I know the players need a break, the casters need a break. Dan, any final thoughts before we head off for a little bit and get ready for map 2?
I don't know what we're going to expect to see in the draft. I feel like that's one of those games where both teams managed to show why their draft works. So I'm just excited to see what the teams are going to be doing. And you guys are going to be absolutely in for a banger, because both teams playing like so evenly. I feel like we don't get this super often.
All right, well, melee creeps are up 1-0. FPS Lounge, though, made it about as difficult as possible. Could we get the maximum deadlock here again today? EU went to 3. Will NA do the same? Stay tuned in. We'll be back shortly.
I see, guys.
Let's take out the Venator.
Come back.
You see that?
See, guys?
I see the enemy.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Never going to be a fair fight.
Going in!
I see Calico.
I see Calico.
I hate New Yorkers.
I see Paradox.
Squedish.
I see Paradox. Let's take out Paradox. See Paradox. I see Paradox.
Let's take
I
out
see
Billy!
Paradox. I see, guys.
Time to end their miserable existence.
I see, guys.
A little surprise.
I see, guys. I see paradox.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Night Shift. It's number 46. ZP here with Jake and DDK. And Jake, this last game was about as close as you could get. The sine wave was complete, but melee creeps, they edge it out at the end.
We may be in for a long one today, ZP, if that game was any test. I mean, that one went just about as long as any we've seen. And for the kill score, as the dust settled to be exactly even, 43 to 43, is just about as perfect as they come.
You know, Dan, we were talking a little bit in the middle break of, you know, teams switching up roles, who's playing what, and it was kind of return the form for Ido, who at one point in the past did used to play things like Paradox and Holiday with more regularity. We weren't quite sure what to expect, but, you know, Ido felt at home getting to play Holiday again.
Yeah, it feels like for me, I want to see Ido playing Holiday as much as possible. It kind of seems to fit his playstyle, I think, maximally. He's such a playmaker. He loves high mobility heroes. He's got really good mechanics, and he loves to kind of like, I think Holiday with the air control that you get that's unique to Holiday, I think it gives Ido the ability for skill expression that he really enjoys, and I think he can kind of push the limits a lot with this hero. So I think it's a great fit. So I hope we get to see it more.
Well, the draft should be ready, so we're just going to hop right on into it and see what changes, if any, that both teams are going to make. And, you know, to me, the eye test, one thing I keep seeing today is that Infernus just seems to keep winning. Pockets had a tougher day overall today. You know, Jake, you're drafting right now. How much do you potentially change some priorities on the conventional wisdom right now?
Oh, it's such a tough call after a game like that, like how to change your draft. Because I think you could make the argument that like either team had moments that they could have run away with things. So FPS Lounge, though, maybe they found their answer. They're not going to let Holiday through this time. Takes an opening ban.
Yeah, Dan, you know, we're just talking about the Ido Holiday. FPS Lounge, they got one taste of it and said, nah, not for us. Now, they do have first pick, so we'll see what weapon Melee Creeps takes away. In this case, it's going to be the Mirage. And, you know, to me, this kind of feels like a low main Billy angle, just because, I mean, people talk about it. I haven't really seen low main play a whole lot elsewhere than Billy, but why would he when his Billy's been so good?
Yeah, I mean, I actually started watching his stream a bit like quite recently, where he sort of just started playing Billy loads on stream, and you can see he really deeply understands how to just milk all the value out of that hero. Very, very good at it. But Doorman instead, I think it makes sense. We've seen some, you know, we've seen the potential of Doorman. Still very annoying hero and unique in terms of what he offers.
So, Jake, this leaves open the Billy for Melee Creeps. The Pocket is also still available, too, depending on where they want to bring it. But instead, Jake, they decide our overall first pick. Now, obviously, the second pick is in the same level, but they're still putting a high priority on the Infernus. I wonder if they back it up with the Shiv once more.
Yeah, I think some of this is also for League. You know, when you have a sub in, I think it's really important that your sub is on a hero that they are extremely comfortable on, because the team play aspect is going to be a challenge. So I think I like that they grabbed the Infernus. I think the Billy is a great little second to follow it up. Billy looked like super top tier in Lomain's hands. last game, and it's a good setup tool for Infernus in some of these team fights, you know, mitigating enemy players' mobility and locking them down when they're caught in the fire and flames.
No more hiding.
So Dan, in this case, you've picked up the doorman, but it comes at the cost of Billy for Lomain. And FPS Lounge says, yeah, maybe it didn't work last time, but the game was close enough. We're not going to blame it on it. They go with the pocket here once more. Now we get to see what pick is going to fill the gap.
Yeah, I'd be curious if they will get another pick for Leper. I think Shiv makes a lot of sense. It's kind of what I was expecting to see. They gave that up last time, as well as Holiday. Obviously, Holiday's not pickable right now, but I like this a lot more because, you know, having I don't want to see kind of FPS Lounge without like a pretty solid frontliner, and without Billy, you know, Shiv is a good equalizer. I do wonder if we'll see a Silver on FPS Lounge, if they're going to value that, or if Melee Creeps are going to value that, because it seems like it's kind of become undervalued now.
It wasn't that impressive for Lord NM last game, so I think I could see both teams maybe shying away from it. Didn't feel like we saw many like big silver ults. There were some decent trades in the mid game, but for the most part, I feel like I'd rather have maybe an Abrams in the same slot.
Jake, do we think FPS Lounge maybe takes down the Paradox here in the mid-stage bans? Because I kind of look at it, when you want pick heroes, you know, you're not going to be able to split the Paradox and Holiday this time around. Melee Creeps, they get first pick at mid-stage bans. The Paradox is very much available for them.
I'm sad.
It would be risky because then you would wind up, like if Melee Creeps go Bebop, you'd wind up completely without a pick hero in the pool. So it'll be Viscous and Drifter on the bans. We'll see what Melee Creeps go for here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Paradox and Bebop kind of go next, basically, to maybe each team. Since I do think having some kind of pick off is nice, but Melee Creeps say you can have your pick of the litter in the pick. We're going to lock in Venator again. And in fairness, this was the absolute win con for them. Great lane out of John, snowballed the game, dominant soul count from him all game long, and that was able to get them the finish in that game one. So hard to disagree with locking in that hero for him a second time.
So Dan, they lock in the Venator for John, but now I kind of wonder, you know, we're talking about the idea of taking away pick heroes. Bebop gets picked. We've seen double pick before today. Does this end up as a Bebop Paradox angle for FPS Lounge?
It certainly could be. I think, you know, Xeno was so good on the Paradox. It would be kind of interesting to see, but I do really love Bebop, especially against Venator, because I don't know, whenever I play Bebop, I feel like he's so easy to like hook because he's so like fat. Like Venator's
He's big
like
chungus.
he's chunky. He's a chunky boy. So I love the Bebop pick here. I think it's going to really help FPS Lounge to get more pick opportunities. And Lash, I mean, we don't get to see Lash too much anymore, and I feel like we're going to see probably an Ido Lash. You know, I think that makes sense.
Jake, it's a lore-approved matchup. Bebop comes in on one side, and Melee Creep says, you know what? We got to go for the Lash.
Tough matchup, though, I think, for Lash. They do grab the Paradox as the final pick on Melee Creeps. I mean, I do think that build from Xeno last game was pretty sick in terms of the team fight and the wave clear. Really hard to challenge into mid-boss with that much AoE disruption on the floor. But FPS Lounge now, I think they've got a pretty well-rounded roster of 5. Let's see what the final pick of the draft is for them to finish them off. It'll be the Viper. Okay. Getting a little spicy here with the last pick. Trying to bring some of that crazy gun damage burst. I do think the Viper ult, fantastic into Lash. I mean, the Bola is one of the most reliable ways to cancel the Lash ult. Even somebody like Infernus or Billy who kind of want to jump into the thick of the fight and force an engagement to go quick. The Bola can slow you down enough where, you know, you kind of reset the fight more comfortably for FPS Lounge.
Now, the interesting thing to me, Dan, as I look at it, is I'm just wondering, what's the Lord NM hero going to be? If it was Silver, we would be able to instantly lock it in. But you think about who plays what on Melee Creeps. You could have an angle where it's Sai on the Paradox. You could have an angle if you're going roll by roll, it would be the Ido on the Paradox. Also, Ido has played a lot of Lash in recent times. Like, I'm kind of wondering at the and
Billy seems like the most likely, no? Like,
I think Lord NM plays Lash, and then Ido plays Calico, and Saya plays Paradox, would be my guess.
I think Lord NM is going to be in one of Calico, Lash, Paradox. I mean, the Billy could be a thing, given the past. I guess we'll see. Where is that?
It's the most similar to Silver for me is like the Billy. You know, like if you're gonna play a frontliner, bait the engagements. You know, I feels like a similar role. I also feel like it feels like Ido with you know his real role in this team being so movement focused. It's hard to imagine him not being on Lash. At least for me, this game. I mean, we'll see. I think it's a good shout though that Paradox could be a very real option. Calico as well. A lot of flexibility, of course, on this roster. Also curious where Saya ends up in the lineup. I think for him, maybe the Paradox also feels pretty likely. That's an OG comfort pick for Saya.
Yeah, I mean, for Saya, I think it's actually one of two things. Either Saya Paradox, or you think about some of the other things that Saya has played in recent times. I had the stretch where you were seeing Saya on the Abrams. all the time. So, you know, Saya like kind of flexes like, oh, a little bit of support, a little bit of pick, and sometimes a bit of frontline. So, you know, the combination of what melee creeps actually comes out on and who's playing what, to me, is pretty interesting. But I'm going to shift gears a little bit, more broad spectrum in regards to what to expect team versus team. Face value here, Dan, you're looking at the two teams. Which one do you favor more?
Okay. This is actually really interesting. On the face of it, I want to say, you know, I'm gonna go my heart. I feel like FPS Lounge, they picked the Viper. I kind of like what they're cooking with this. I think you know, Pocket has had some pretty underwhelming showings, but I don't think that's down to Pocket being bad either. I think we were talking about that earlier. I'm gonna go with FPS Lounge, even though I think there's very more logical of an argument to be made for melee creeps this roster.
Jake, where are you landing?
I'm a big fan of the Doorman. I feel like for these teams at the very cutting edge of the game, like really pushing what's possible in team play, I think the Doorman just gives a little too much. And I think Lomain, for me, has been one of the best. I think he was one of the players to really bring the new style of Doorman to the forefront of the metagame. And I feel like he's a heck of a standard bearer to be putting this hero in his hands, you know, letting his individual skill really shine on the server. Besides that, you know, Bebop, Viper, I think they do have a lot of interesting playmaking, and melee creeps, they feel very invested into like big 6-on-6 major team fights where these AoE ultimates are going to get huge value. And I just don't know that that's the way the game is played right now, with all these different split objectives with Earn and, you know, split pushing walkers and unstable rifts all happening at once at times.
All right, well, the stage is set. Is this going to be the final map, or do we have maximum deadlock here today between EU and NA? FPS Lounge, they want this to go to distance. We'll see if they have what it takes. On the mic, it's going to be Jake and DDK. Jake, the mic is yours.
All right. And as we get into this, let's take a look at the lanes, the hero picks. Gonna be an interesting one. I think for both teams, they have options about who plays what. This will be an interesting moment to see, you know, where the real preferences lie.
Well, we get a pause, because why not?
A little audio bug, get it sorted out right quick. Looks like the R's are out. And interesting, okay, it'll be Lomain on the Bebop again, reprising his role from the Challenger Rats, and actually Xeno on the Doorman. Pretty interesting. Xeno, though, has impressed me today, like really on the Paradox, you know, everything he's played. I feel like he's risen really alongside this team to be one of the real key members. And that's not an easy thing to do in this squad in particular. Nice little bait from Leffa on that initial trade. Gets a 2-man suitcase and gets away with the souls.
I think it's nice also to see the Lash pick, just because I think this is more comfort for Lord and them, and I think that might have something to do with the pickup as well. Because Lash isn't as commonly seen, so you know, we'll see how it ends up you know, panning out in terms of performance. But I think it might just end up being better than Silver, just for that very fact of comfort pick. And you know, League on the Infernus, you know, League being the stand-in here for Dew. Definitely a Dew hero, you know, something you mentioned, the crossover in the hero pool, and I think for League, I'm sure he's gonna have a great performance here on Infernus. Infernus being so strong as well. So I think again on paper, I do think melee creeps have a very strong roster here. I feel like the way that the picks are kind of playing into the hero pools as well for melee creeps is really strong. And I think for FPS Lounge, I feel like we're going to need to see some tempo from them, especially with the Viper, you know, trying to drill down those objectives.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see average now. A little bit more of a high eco roll for him on the Lady Geist. I do like DMB playing some of these more tempo-oriented carries, though. I feel like when he's able to get into the action a little bit more, and you know, you feel like you see the calling, the team play from him. I do think that's one of his strengths as a player. Contest, of course, always going to be key to challenge for that first small camp. Seems like it went about 50-50 in this lane.
And in terms of the lane matchups here, I'm trying to work out myself where I expect that tempo to come from, like who's going to be the team that gets the advantage with respect to that. And, you know, I think often, you know, when you look at a Bebop Viper lane, that's actually quite a deadly lane, because if you get a hook, you know, you get the poison on the target. You know, there's just a lot of setup potential there for burst damage. And in addition to that, you know, Bebop as well with the Viper can really, I think, have a lot of potential to take down a Guardian pretty quick. Eric gets Infernus Billy, which is very strong in its own right. So I'm curious what your take is there, Jake.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Lord and M, by the way, really struggling in the Lash lane here. mean, every dagger that hits from Shiv starts to and he gets a re-up right at the last. I think he's dead. It's super close. No, I think he's gonna take out. Last tick, it'll finish him. Wow. Poppers gets the reset on the dagger, I think, on the last tick of the first dagger. So literally perfect daggers there out of Shiv. That's normally not such a kill threat in lane on Shiv, and that is the dream start, especially for the pocket lane, who I think may be able to show what's really possible in the hero with a start like that.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I was thinking, oh, did he greed the headshot booster? You know, having no regen, but I'm like, actually, I think he just got outplayed with you know, just such a nice execution coming in, especially from Poppers, like you say. So rough start for sure for Lord and M, but I'm sure it's not going to deter him too much. You get some movement there. You know, the box is spawning at 3 minutes these days. I remember the days when it spawned at 2 minutes.
A little bit more time of shooting enemy heroes, a little bit less time shooting crates. Nice second hook follow up on a league. I don't know if he has a flame dash. He was already hooked earlier on in this lane. Does just barely get the dash in time and cancels it for a sick parry, but it's not enough. DMB finishes the job. Low main slips away for now. And even a little bit of a HP tax put onto Fishcake here. I mean, that dash cancel into parry on low main was insane, but it's still not enough to get out.
All right, so some box running there as well from Saya. We can see Lord and M trying to get some pressure on, trying to get some revenge maybe. And with that headshot booster, you know, you do get a lot of poke pressure, but oh wow, was that a parry?
Yeah.
Just stunned.
And it's usually these moments just after the kill happens in the lane where you feel like the comeback is more doable. Ooh, sneaks it heavy in there. Greedy Lord NM, but he gets away with it. Maybe will he get away with his life, though? Has gone for a very heavy damage build here. And the Slice and Dice Spirit Resist Shred is pretty nice in the pocket lane, right? I mean, you have amazing spirit damage follow-up even this early in the game. And Saya even going to rotate over and maybe get a lane swap here because they recognize this lane is just not going well for Lord NM's Lash. A hero that it feels like if you don't snowball, you become a bit of an ulti bot, and that doesn't feel good on Lash right now. I think you need to be a threat outside of just the ulti.
Yeah, totally agree on that one. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things to be concerned about, especially because, you know, it's not a counterspell buy, I think, has some good value, especially for the concussive combustion. I think you see Infernus's prioritize the concussive combustion more than in the past as well. So good to have an easy way to deal with that.
A little bit of a challenge here in the side lane. Saya, big damage down to Poppers, getting run down under the tower. And that'll be a finish. Ido picks that one up. Saya rotates into this lane and already changes the fate of melee creeps. Maybe looking for more even, and a swap comes in. Yeah, Lepa's really deep on the lane and pulled into a bad position by Saya's swap. What an impact here from melee creeps, salvaging what was a pretty brutal lane and turning it back in their way.
That was a swap that came online, I think, with like the last second. You know, the skill came online, and we saw very quick fingers there to skill it up and so then connect it. So very unfortunate timing for Lepa though. Oh my god, we've got parries all over the place.
Parry still has HP swap, but the other players in the lane are low. I mean, it's not an easy swap target in, and Lord M's happy to make these trades. Ido even has come in and joined this fight using some of that early rotation power, and the kills keep flowing in for melee creeps, but overall the soul lead still decisively in favor of FPS Lounge. So these kill crates are kind of cutting the losses of melee creeps, but they come at a cost. I mean, the economy is still a little bit more efficient for FPS Lounge in this game.
All right, so 7 minutes in now. Doesn't feel like there's a clear winner in any of these lanes. We look at the health on the Guardians. I mean, of course, that right side Guardian did go down for melee creeps, so playing a little bit behind in that respect. See if they can get a counter Guardian, but it looks like the pressure is just really going against them largely here.
Dive coming in now. Xeno's here. Okay, getting active and a lot of tower pressure to come in. Even a Doorman ult locks away Ido. That frees up all three players here for FPS Lounge. Just beam down this first Guardian here. Ido is going to slip away. Surely with the ultimate, he'll be just fine, but the damage is done. Walker down, or Chop Walker down. Guardian down. A lot of souls into Lepa's pocket. Literally and figuratively as he goes. I mean, he might go straight for the Cold Sack here. This could be really efficient timing for him.
A good equalizer too for melee creeps, and taking down the Guardian on the right lane as well. And now all the Guardians starting to fall. Mid Guardian at risk for melee creeps as the chase down continues. A good catch here onto Lomain. Can't escape that one. Bebop will die. And that gives us some good control here for melee creeps. Looking to get some significant damage, maybe even just outright take down this Guardian, but in comes some defensive potential. In fact, 3 players will actually turn up to defend this mid lane for FPS Lounge. So you're going to be cautious. Melee creeps back away from that one. And in fact, their tower now at heavy risk. That's going to get deleted as the Sinners come up.
Yeah, losing your mid Guardian right when Sinners spawn, kind of scary. Puts those objectives now into serious relief. Bebop's going to claim this center here on the enemy side of the map. I think DMB did the same on the opposite lane. They're going to try and get a counter kill on this Bebop. Maybe snatch the bag that he's holding away from him. Venator was thinking about coming into that, but maybe coming too close to this pocket lane. Inadvisable with Bebop in tow.
Let's take out Canico.
Yeah, a lot of contestation around these Sinners right now. Could be a good find here for melee creeps.
Great
Get
laser.
some catches. Very good laser indeed. Over the top. That hyper beam from Lomain is providing a very good covering fire. Good dodging though from Saya.
Yeah, Baby's able to escape. Lash ult, good enough to grab Bebop, pull him back into the Lion's Den here. Hit of Vipers await him. Viper on the other team, though, is happily farming up a storm. Trades come in now. It's a 2-for-1 fight. FPS Lounge want to grab another kill back, fully equalize this one. Maybe they'll be able to find Fishcake on the retreat. That carbine shot slows down Doorman, but his Doorman's already looking for the next target. Lefa finishes off that kill, and Saya on very low HP. One more dagger would be deadly. That one misses. The bleed out is good.
Let's go to York.
Yeah, a lot of action here, skirmishing around the Sinners, and some of them still not taken. In the meantime, though, what's John doing? He's doing what John does, which is just farming that solo lane on the left side, picking up as much efficiency as he can. But now joining actually the fight, 2v2, actually caught Lomain there, as well as Zeno, and maybe more assistance coming from Fishcake.
John's in trouble. Does he have support coming out of the Baroness here? I mean, Billy's there to follow up in the team fight. Lash might even look to join into this. It's turning into a real brawl. John on slivers of HP. Eventually he's going to get run down, but there could be trades in this, and there's a lot of numbers around this mid lane. Everybody's looking to get engaged. Ooh, he's in trouble. Oh, that slice and dice hurts. Third knife, that'll be his end.
Losing a lot of Walker health now on the left side here for melee creeps. They've got 2 players down as well, so some chunks being taken as this mid-fight continues. And, okay, just... Whoa, the time bomb actually got caught there.
Caught. Yeah, it doesn't really get full impact. Saya, ooh, HP is running really low average. Goes for the risky parry there. Kind of his only play in that moment. Saya will get that kill, but it cost him his life. And as the dust settles, Lefa picks up a 3-kill streak. It's going to pick up that gun spike on Pocket to speed the farm. And this could turn into a very scary Pocket game. I mean, Lefa has the pretty much the dream start. Got Cultist online. He's doing well. Comes away from this mid-game skirmish with a ton of the kills. And Popper is going to be happy to dunk that urn and get 1,000 souls or so to himself.
Might just get a kill as well. They're going to get the cash onto League, although looks like League will be able to get out with the Flame Dash. So good pressure on the map here now for melee creeps. And we'll see what they can do. Another Rift is going to be opening up on that right side. It's the wave priority is, of course, with FPS Lounge. And will we see a trading off of this? Mid Guardian for FPS Lounge also still up at the moment. So that's some value to be had as well if melee creeps want to think about that.
It's an interesting decision. Play the macro or play the fight. DMB picks up a kill in this lane, which might make them more incentivized to look for the fight. And this vitality buff really paying dividends. Calico has already used the ultimate, getting run down, tries to dodge the dagger, but can't quite get it done. Poppers finds the bleed out. Billy's coming into this one too, but I'm not convinced he's going to be able to defeat this Shiv and Viper. That lethal poison really bites into Fishcake's HP. DMB will finish that kill, and the Viper now has catapulted ahead of the rest of the game here. 14,000 souls for DMB, and maybe he's not done just yet.
All right, well, so much pressure on this right side. You can see now the retreat comes through for FPS Lounge. They fan out. Actually getting kind of scarily ahead here. Managing to get a 10k lead, and it's actually quite terrifying that it's DMB on the Viper on 14k. Like, Viper's nasty. So we'll see how that actually impacts the game. What options melee creeps will be able to use to kind of shut down DMB. He gets 2 out of hands. And like you say, you know, Lef is having a better start of things here as well. And right now the map is under control with FPS Lounge looking to roam. The pick options, though, with low main is also always very scary.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, anytime you leave DMB alone in the side lane, it's a pretty scary moment. This Viper is very heavy into the gun damage, can burn down these objectives post haste. You give her just a second to work. Could just even farm up some of these large camps. I mean, this is DMB is going to be very happy with the state of the game right now with the lead he has. Lash going to try to get in and change the narrative, but the lethal poison comes in. The hook is there. Backed up by the buddies. Goes down before the ult can even proc. Big fight for Lomade, who pops the laser now, trying to bring some covering fire into this fight because League, Ido are desperately trying to shut down this Viper. 666 is the bag to be claimed here. Mark of the Beast, the cat will have it this time.
I see the doorman.
Oh, there we go. There's some challenge here on mid as well. This fight continues to try to get that Guardian down. Ooh, the hook actually is going to be missing and might not be able to catch the cat or catch Infernus Flame Dash. Hard to chase that one down. And got to be careful not to go too far. And in the meantime, actually doing a good job, FPS Lounge, protecting the mid Guardian, still keeping it up. 14 minutes in, and that Guardian is standing pretty strong at this point.
Little assets to be snatched away here by Lash.
Sneaky.
Pirates a couple souls, but it's been a really rough game for Lord MM here.
Yeah.
Kind of struggled in the lane on the Lash. Decent recovery in the mid game, but yeah, the eco is not in his favor. So it really feels like, I mean, the ultimate is always going to be nice on Lash, but feels like to really take this character to the next level, you need to be able to threaten with the flog and the ground strike to be able to maybe bring in some of those kills without even committing the ult. And especially in this game, it's a pretty tough Lash game. I feel like up against Bebop, I never feel too good having a Lash on my team. Oh my god, that ear to meaty hurts. John picks up a kill, so standard bearer here for melee creeps. Living up to his name.
The tyrant will be usurped.
It's a pretty close game right now. Although, of course, FPS Lounge with that edge. Good catch with the hook. Obviously, very, very low on HP.
Wait, no way Lomin lives? No way?
It looks like he's going to survive.
Oh my god. How does he live? If I were League, I'd be tilted too. I thought for sure. Maybe the Headhunter proc came in, just give him barely enough heal. Survive, he's going to be chilling in that veil for a hot second with Fortitude, but he's going to be very happy to escape that tangle with Infernus with his life. Now a rundown being attempted on Poppers, who throws an execute back in. It's not quite enough, but the kill comes in just in time. He gets the heal bane lifesteal, healing right as well. But hold on, League elsewhere finds DMB. This Viper off to an extremely hot start, but a couple bad deaths for him.
Looking to try to actually roll this into another kill into the Calico as well. Brave ball stuff there with the shield, but the mid Guardian, or rather Walker, getting picked off there from FPS Lounge. That's a steal.
Yeah, they give us some kills elsewhere on the map because of the resources deployed from the melee creeps, but that's a big one for Average to find, especially when you're able to drop it down first. Sidewalker going to be the trade attempted, but Average is here to get into this fight too. Billy's already at half HP, sticks around enough for the kill, but will it cost him his life? Also holding on to the urn, so a double prize if you're able to run down this Billy. For now, though, maybe the mobility good enough to get him away. They instead change targets, trying to run down the Lash, but also a pretty brutal hero to chase down in a contested moment.
They destroyed the Guardian.
And grabbed by Fishcake. Definitely, I think the player that needs it the most right now. Definitely a little bit behind the pressure, though. Coming in from FPS Lounge, really trying to, leverage the advantage. Although, as I say, advantage, this solid advantage isn't as great as you might think. It's being recovered somewhat. And League seems like he might be playing a very crucial role in this game, making himself very powerful. We've seen, I think, in recent EU matches too, how defining an Infernus can be on the game. So League looking to have that performance.
Double's being stolen here. Ido is going to think about dealing with it. League also posturing to potentially get into a fight here. FPS Lounge think better of their greed, though, and decide to back off instead of committing. I mean, there's just too many melee groups players missing on the map. Too much threat of a big team fight going against you.
Let's go blue.
We're at 17 minutes. The damage is real. FPS Lounge want to learn their lesson. I mean, they had this kind of small advantage a couple times in the previous match. I'm trying maybe get some kind of a threatening trade onto Ido's Calico, but I was just holding on to the ultimate. He's at no risk.
So much control over the map right now for FPS Lounge, with all these lanes quite pushed. Also invading the enemy jungle as well, trying to get that sole advantage, stacking up in their favor. And some shenanigans in mid. Got to be careful. There's the Baroness coming on through as well, looking to try to set up this fight. Xeno backing away a little bit. Kind of a dodgy situation. John very weak though. Iridomini has been popped, but He's very, very low.
There's so many low targets. They'd be happy just to escape with their lives. Billy might just be the sacrificial lamb, not the goat today. DMB slips in for that kill, but Lord and them also stuck around. He's not going to be living long for this world. Great kills for DMB, and DMB thinking about going straight to the mid boss. I mean, Viper has one of the best DPS for a carry at this moment in the game. Can be very efficient shooting this mid boss, and with extra players coming in, they are going to double down on this. Melee creeps. None of the 3 living players have an ultimate. I don't know that they can contest this, but you feel like you almost have to at this level of play.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no tools at all to do anything about this. The question is, how much can FPS Lounge gain from these rejuve crystals? I mean, it feels like it could be an insane lead that they could generate from this. They were already, I think, outplaying melee creeps slightly on the macro and just the overall team fight. So this is a huge problem right now because you can't imagine that melee creeps are going to want to take fights against the rejuves.
I mean, there is some comeback resist here in this rift, but oh man, League is just getting battered by these call bells, and he's the only one playing in the pit. Now Lord and M comes in to try and bail out this Infernus, get him out of trouble, but Infernus under real pressure now. Low main beaming over the top, making this so awkward for melee creeps to come into the fight. Does get ground struck down to the low ground, but in the end, you just cannot bring the fight. Melee creeps don't have the resources to keep this one going, and FPS Lounge is going to take these men in black and slam their heads into this side walker, and I don't know that melee creeps have much to say about it. No lash hold available here.
Yeah, it's so painful. Very difficult part of the game for melee creeps. They've got to figure out how do they give away as little an advantage as possible. They could try to...
Affliction was canceled there. It looked like it went off, but in fact it didn't. So Lefa still has the ultimate. A lot of low players in FPS Lounge and won't necessarily be a free fight. One rejuve consumed, second now used. There's still a lot of low targets. This could be an opportunity for melee creeps, but they're still scared of the threat of the player advantage. Lord and M goes down, but that's also the final rejuve off the table. I think FPS Lounge don't want to overplay their hand here. They're still being aggressive, but I think melee creeps are going to look for the fight if they go any deeper.
Yeah, very, very close situation. I mean, there is certainly a huge argument to be made for melee creeps to kind of almost try to take the big risk for it, but...
Oh. He's carded as well. It looked like such a good opportunity for Lee to get in and pick off some of these low HP players, but caught in the Baroness. It's going to be in a tough spot. Does get the concussive off just as he comes out of the Baroness. Really nice play, actually. That blocks any follow-up from low main and would love to have finished off that kill. So well played from League on the Infernus. Going to get out of that potentially sticky situation.
Absolutely crucial as well. I think, you know, again, League is really important in the chances here for melee creeps. I think John doing a decent job trying to stay competitive on the farm, but can't just be up to John, especially when the pressure is so heavily against melee creeps at this point in the time. Not with a lot of map control to work with, so not much on the map feels safe at the moment, but might be able to find something in League. Close to Viper in pocket. Got to be really careful. Ebola could be the death of you.
Yeah, for MLC, it's a tenuous moment in the game. Just enough of an advantage now where you start to feel it here in these team fights. Even a gun buff up for DMB's Viper. Probably be pretty content to just farm it up given the map control advantage. But this is we've been in this place before, Dan, and FPS Lounge couldn't close it out, couldn't continue to develop their lead. See if things change this time. A laser force out of low main, not the most valuable ultimate. Yeah, happy to throw that out speculatively to just zone away pesky Calico.
Again, this is really one of those moments where you can really tell the great teams is when you're behind and you find ways to limit the opportunity for the opponents to get further ahead or to slow them down as much as possible and to figure out what are the right risks to commit heavily into that can kind of keep you in the game. And that's some of the work there right now melee creeps have to figure out. So looks like FPS Lounge are coming for them though. Going for the invade. There's a catch.
Great find here for low main, and then a follow-up comes in as well. Catches the lash after the grapple away. No objectives really to be claimed here in the mid. And it did bring a lot of players for that kill, so it's not really the most valuable kill to find, given the number of players splitting the souls on the side of FPS Lounge. But they're able to clear up a couple of jungle camps off the back of it, probably making this worth it in the end. Especially if they can secure this doubles, and with Doorman, feels pretty easy, pretty comfortable with the ability to just slip away out of that door if things go wrong.
Again, the invades. They've been very effective FPS Lounge, making sure to steal whatever they can. Especially now that they removed the jump pads on the rooftops by the Sinners. Having the doors as utility to essentially attack into the enemy Sinners is really powerful.
DMB has definitely been more defensively minded with the last few buys now. Ready now to expect a lot of focus fire in the team fights. Wouldn't mind seeing some more counter spells this game. The side of FPS Lounge, both Infernus ult and Lash ult. Pretty easy skills to counterspell. Even the Calico last hit or Calico's burst can kind of be blocked by counterspell if you see it coming. So expect to see that to be a popular item this game.
Big Chain Gang coming on through to try to get this engagement going here. Nice catch on the poppers. Loading them down as well. So 1 for 1.
Oh, it's going to go full team fight here. Big shotgun slams DMB, but he just barely slips around the corner now, running away. Affliction is on to 2. Some key members, Saya and Ido, both probably a little bit scared to stay committed in this fight. Infernus, desperate for the finish on Viper, will find it. Billy put him to the Baroness, but Melee Creep's still fighting. It's 4v4 now. Health swap is out. Infernus, concussive combustion doesn't hit anybody, and the chase down is good. Low main will finish that kill. 2 for 3, but once again, a winning trade for FPS Lounge. Not willing, or not afraid, rather, to get their hands dirty in this game.
Yeah, very unfortunate for League there. That's concussive combustion. Maybe doesn't have it all the way leveled yet for that extra 10 meters. Get that extra range. And the catch here now onto Fishcake. Problematic. It can't get away from the Bebop. And stuck in the corner. Finished off. And it doesn't feel like there's many options right now against FPS Lounge. And mid boss is coming up very soon here as well. Just dodging that. Getting a haircut.
Headed to York.
Yeah, Bebop, not one I'd trust to give me a haircut with that hand. As FPS Lounge just hunting and pecking around the edges. Healing tempo is the buy for Average, who I actually kind of like this buy on Geist. Gives you a lot of attack speed, which is often what you're hurting for, and makes you ridiculously sustainable. Leva with some water spill, okay. See if we can get that rectified. What's the technical limit on that, Dan?
I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Oh, man. Too many keyboard problems today.
Hopefully he didn't spill on his keyboard, man. I don't know if we could take that kind of a tragedy. Seems like Leva's okay.
Okay. Well, 25 minutes in, and the deficit now is starting to be... It's just really starting to be a big problem for Melee Crews. Again, mid-boss is coming up. You can only imagine that FPS Lounge are going to be looking to try to start that fight.
Nice
catch on to low main, though. This could be a great way to start things off.
He is getting deleted here. Counterspell something, but there are just way too many skills coming in. FPS Lounge have been really sharp on the punishes as of late. Nice ultimate from Ido just to dodge that killing blow. Would have certainly taken his life there. Big bolus so that AoE stuns everybody. Sets up for a clean follow-up here. Here comes the Affliction on to 2. Slaya instantly down, but League not able to restore his HP in this fight. It's going to be pretty tough for Infernus still. As the dust settles to 2-1 and a big lash. Lord and M finally getting active in this game. Going to find the instant kill onto Xeno. Now turning his attention on to Average. The heal tempo, keeping this guy's healthy, but with Lash deep over the top. Potentially a scary fight to stick around for too long in, but calls the bluff here. Says he can take this 1v1 against Lord and M with a lot of confidence, especially with the sustain and the Geist kid. And Lord and M has to just run for the hills now. John finally finishes a kill, but DMB maybe did enough damage to prevent anyone from coming in to assist. Average ends up winning this 1v1. Lefa even claims a kill on an additional double. Turns into a team wipe out of nowhere. A good fight it looked like for Melee Creeps, and FPS Lounge bring the hammer down, bringing every player in and coming in with a 6K.
Very unfortunate if they manage to keep some of those players alive. You know, maybe there's a world where this mid boss doesn't go to FPS Lounge. In fact, it felt like there was a world where it could have gone to Melee Crews, but yeah, maybe the best chance gone now for Melee Crews to get back into this second map.
The mid wave is so bad. There's no chance to contest. Desperate Giga long range swap from Saya. If he had max swap, that actually could have gone well, but I think it just ever so slightly missed. And this pocket is getting a little bit scary right now. What's the next buy? I mean, it kind of, at this point, the world's your oyster on pocket. He goes mag leap and greater expansion, so he's going to be very mobile, very consistent at connecting some of these skills. And with Spirit Burn online, I feel like that's the item that really takes pocket to the next level. An uncontested cap on this rift may just lead straight into a Walker Siege. I don't see why not for FPS Lounge. I think they learned their lesson from last game. They need to close this one out when they have the chance.
Well, forcing the issue, forcing a response maybe, but there's no response I think that you can give against the 3 rejuves. You have maybe a DB is getting a little targeted at the moment.
Oh, he's behind him.
It's like everybody's on top of DMB.
I mean, he's gonna get assassinated here, surely. Pops the unstop, tries to slip away. The bullet shot slows down both League and Ido. Might be enough. Viper needs to desperately run away, running towards his teammates. Lefa, if you chase this too hard, you could be walking into a very dangerous affliction. And I think wisely for melee creeps, they don't go deep, but maybe the damage has been done. They're already in enemy territory. The base is being sieged elsewhere. It's risky to even stick around in this fight. With Lefa lurking, looking for opportunities. Concussive Combustion is now out.
I see the door, man.
Yeah, very bad situation. I mean, it just feels like a wipe is waiting to happen. They might be able to get something done here. There's one rejuve gone, but again, you can't escape from this situation. There's an affliction.
I mean, they're losing the base guards. Like, I don't know how I feel about this. Lefa gets a 2-minute affliction. He's going to clean them up here. He's happy to lose this rejuve. And even Lefa lives to tell the tale on this pocket. They were desperate to find at least one solid kill. They won't get even that. And what looked like a decent attempt here on the DMB goes wildly awry. One set of base guards already down. Average refuses to back off from the enemy side of the map here alongside Low May, and he's just threatening the base. They're able to get some kills elsewhere, and even a catch now onto Saya. A rare mistake. I think he may have been zip knocked there. I don't know how else he got a setup for this. Is on just 1 HP, any touch would be enough to bring down Saya. Fishcake trying to make space for the retreat of the Paradox. Actually, is just going to tank the death himself.
Yeah, just scaling into the base now. I think in melee creeps, they know it's over. The deficit's so huge. So really just doing whatever they can. And I mean, this has been a great game from FPS Lounge from start to finish. They've crushed it. I think, you know, a lot to be said for the early laning phase. You know, you talked about how we're sort of in the laning meta at the moment, and I mean, there's just no question that FPS Lounge were able to get the lead started there for them, and especially with DMB coming away with an insanely strong start as well as Lefa, it was just so hard for a recovery to be made for melee creeps.
Oh man, Average about to hit a giant buy. Maybe he could buy Spell Slinger plus some 3k upgrade here. And maybe he's going to go for the double 6k Self Spirit Shielding here. Geist is about to hit a crazy power peak. 43k on fire for Average. Really starting to light things up on Geist. Ido in with the ultimate, trying to find some kill. DMB is super low. A little bit of an early melee. Be forgiven for slipping up on the timing this late in the game, but a big parry comes in. Needs a hook to get out to safely. Well picked from Lord and them to get Average back to a comfortable position, but this fight is maybe the best chance melee creeps have had in a while to maybe get some kills back the other way.
Yeah, full retreat mode here for FPS Lounge to try to regroup. Make sure they don't allow anything weird to happen. And lots of escape tools here so that they are able to reset. And unfortunately for melee creeps, unable to convert anything of major value from that uncollected by Lefa as well. And there's that buy. So you get Leech comes in for Average. I don't know if he picked up something else as well. Maybe he does not have enough for another.
He's waiting for the next 6k. Wouldn't mind. I mean, I feel like Spellslinger is always the buy. I think when I see on Geist, it's like when you feel like you have just enough space to get away with it, it's so threatening. But I also don't mind that Average is just going ridiculously tanky. Same story for DMB. I mean, feels like the last, what, 10,000 souls he's invested have pretty much all been in Vitality items. And it's made this Viper really slippery, really hard to pin down. Even when the catch seems good, it's like Metal Skin, Bola. There's a lot of ways for Viper to play her way out of these tough spots, and it will be the Spellslinger bot. Average kind of goes all in here, sells Cultist. This is an opportunity now to potentially just end the game with a big power spike. The next mid-boss, crucial for melee creeps to find a fight, but with low main lurking, you may not even get the fight. You might just get picked off, and woo, that is too close for comfort. 4 Billy in that spot.
Yeah, staying as a pack at the moment, FPS Lounge, making sure they can't get caught off. They can respond quickly to any pick attempts. Slowly constricting the map.
Oh, this doorman is so devastating. I mean, he's just running around with reckless abandon. If anything goes wrong, he's just going to door himself away. And anytime someone peeks their head out, they tank a call bell, a spirit burn, and drops a third of their health off. Escalating the buy now for Lefa, and a spirit burn on for him. He's going to be able to keep that one proc pretty well. Every time low main steps up, I kind of hold my breath for melee creeps. It could be one pick leads to the finish here. Mid-boss spawning in 40 seconds.
Map is just completely dominated by FPS Lounge here, and I mean melee creeps. That's just. I mean, Sai got a buff. He actually got a gun buff. I mean, that's pretty honestly, more than expected.
I mean, denying it from average and DMB, I think is the real impact there, right? Like, these are heroes you really do not want to give a gun buff to. I think especially Geist is a really great user of the gun buff. Loves everything about it, the mag size, the fire rate. Ultimate's available for both sides, though. I think this is, both teams know this next team fight could mean everything. I feel like FPS Lounge, having thrown a couple leads in the last game, are going to be very aware that melee creeps are down, but they are not out of this just yet. But a 50k soul lead, Dan, it's starting to get to that turn to John. Oh, John? He's just gone. Where did he go? Evaporated by DMB's damage. The Viper crushes the enemy carrier, and that's just the game, Dan. Like how do you fight now? 3 players going to be off the field. The bullet to come in. Fishcake going to drop. And now FPS Lounge can do both mid-boss and Shrine simultaneously if they so desire.
Yeah, maybe they just go for game here. I mean, they have so much an advantage. 60k lead, more than that actually. And I mean, Lord and M, one of the two left. Hello, okay.
So clean. Lash ult. E-shift is gonna block the follow-up on a low man, but there's just no damage here. I mean, Lord and M tries to bail out League, maybe understandably given how dire the game is, but with only 2 players standing, there's no hope for a genuine team fight to go against FPS Lounge. And with those 2 long spawns, I think you stay for the finish here. FPS Lounge with a statement victory in game 2. Preemptive, aggressive GG out of average. Okay, bro.
Oh, looks like we're getting to a 1-1.
In fairness, it is completely over. Melee Creep's not even going to spawn in time to get out into the Patron Pit. Really well executed, and what a turnaround from a game 1 that slipped through your fingers. A much firmer grasp on the series now for FPS Lounge as we go to game 3 with a 1-1 scoreline.
Well, we knew it could be a thing, that today could be the day of maximum deadlock, and once more it is back-to-back weeks, 8 maps followed by 8 maps. NA going the distance, same as EU. And this time around, though, Dan, this game was a little bit more definitive. Not a back-and-forth sine wave, but instead, FPS Lounge coming out with a pretty decisive victory.
Yeah. I mean, just again, start to finish, looked really great. Never gave up the advantage, and it really started out with that laning phase. And it feels like the Viper pick was amazing, especially I think combining with Bebop in lane seemed very potent. And we saw that again. Lord and M really did have to struggle desperately in the early lane, and I think having impact was kind of tough on Lash, and I think it's unfortunate because Lord and M is a good Lash player, but I think it shows why people are not picking Lash, without Lash is not really valued right now in the current meta, and hasn't been for a while. So even though it's a comfort pick for Lord and M, just a bad lane style where you had to lane swap, it just really was kind of heartbreaking to see.
Jake, we were doing a lot of speculation, wondering, okay, who's going to be playing what based on this Melee Creeps draft, and based on what we got, were you happy for Melee Creeps in terms of who they put on what? Or, if you were sitting here as a coach in the sky, would you have made some alterations?
I mean, it's hard to disagree with the picks they ended up going with. I feel like Saya had a really big game on the Paradox. Ida was completely solid on the Calico as well. And then, of course, I mean, there's really no question about League's Infernus. This is such a solid comfort pick for him, and especially for a sub, you really don't want him to be, trying to do anything too crazy with the picks. I think what this came down to is honestly some really big games, like low main on the Bebop kind of crushed Lord and M in a lot of these moments. You could say the same about Poppers on the Shiv. I feel like he was really clean, a lot of early game kills, and the dominance in that early lane really did set the tone for the series. But average on the Geist, it's great to see him back on a high farm role because he just handles it so well. It feels like he just very rarely makes mistakes, plays a very clean late game here, very tanky, and still able to bring a lot of damage into the fights.
Dan, it's kind of interesting, and we're reacting to the game. One thing you're looking at that I was thinking the same is that, last week we had Fishcake come out and have an enormous game on Viper, and again here, DMB seemingly making Viper look extremely good, and all I can think of here is that we've had multiple instances recently of Viper taking over games and having big moments. I just wonder, is this hero not only underpicked, but when Viper is picked, arguably under prioritized in the draft, because usually you can pick up a Viper basically at the very end.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think there's a definite argument to be worried about the Viper, and I think especially with certain combinations, because Viper has so much utility with the Bowler to disrupt other ultimates and also play spoiler to big objective fights. So there's that utility there, but also setting up kills too. You can kind of get some pick with it. I mean, one of the weaknesses of Viper obviously is the health pool can be kind of squishy if you get locked down, but But that didn't really seem to be an issue at all for DMB in this game, and I don't think Vipers tend to run into that issue, and I don't think it seems to create an argument that that's so bad that you would not take all of the benefits that seem to be evident.
So, Jake, here's your chance to either cast Condemnation or a little bit of Deflection. You did mention that it was a difficult game for Lord NM, and looking at the stat line here, I mean, the eye test checks out. It was a 1-11 game for Lord NM. Obviously, everyone's going to have rough games from time to time, but, you mentioned things falling apart in the lane phase. Was there a definitive moment, or is it just, everything was just a bad situation from the get-go?
I mean, Popper's getting that kill on him early was crazy. Like the getting the dagger refresh, I think on the last tick of the first dagger, and the second dagger, again, last tick is what kills him. I mean, that is honestly painful, but I feel like that's more credit to Poppers and his individual skill than something I'd criticize Lord NM for. I do feel like, though, this game this is a pretty rough Lash game. I mean, both you've got Bola from Viper and you've got Hook from Bebop. Both give you huge issues on Lash, locking down your mobility. And that's before even mentioning, the doorman. So no easy targets on the other side. Pocket can kind of suitcase a lot of your damage as it comes in. And speaking of Pocket, I feel like this is the Pocket game we've kind of been promised in the meta where, 10, 2, and 15, Lefa getting that big cleanup in the huge team fight around the middle lane that leads into the mid boss that kind of eventually begins the snowball to melee creeps defeat. I feel like Lefa piloted it really well, and we see what Pocket can do with just a little bit of a stronger early laning phase.
Dan, anything catching your eye here on the score screen before we move on and get ready for the final map of the day, the 8th map of the day in the 3rd map of this series?
Not so much. I want to say that those call bells were very annoying, and honestly, yeah, you probably got to ban doorman, but that's the problem, right? You ban the doorman, you let the mirage in, it's just painful.
All right, well, this is Night Shift 46, and I gotta tell you, we're living up to the name. It is getting late if you're on the East Coast. We are 20 minutes from midnight, but we know everyone's gonna stay around all the same. The finale to Shift 46 takes place right after this.
I see the enemy.
I see people.
flashed before my eyes, I realized
I see the door, man.
I'm sure.
I see B-bomb.
taken our yellow guardian. Flash, when are you gonna learn? See how easy. I'll train you. Not as well as it comes to Hey, stop, guys.
Headed to yellow.
Headed to green. I see shift.
Our blue walker is under attack.
I see the enemy.
to do is walk toward that blue.
I see B-bomb.
Sustained.
The old Gorgon special.
I see William.
Good game.
When my life just flashed before my eyes, I realized
See the door, man.
It has been a ride today. Shout outs to all of those who have been with us from the beginning. A long day. We started at 3 o'clock my time. It's nearly 11, about to be midnight on the East Coast. ZP here with Jake and Dan. And gentlemen, this has been a ride. Maximum Deadlock here today. North America going to 3. And Jake, as FPS Lounge strikes back, what do you think we could see different in this final draft now both teams have seen each other's strengths?
Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting question. I do expect the holiday ban to come back again. I think that felt really successful in this game too. I wonder if there's maybe a thought to change up with Pocket having such a strong game, maybe attacking something like the Shiv from Poppers that was really well piloted in the last. Those would be maybe two ways I would start to think about this for melee creeps, but I don't think there's any easy road to home. Like melee, or rather FPS Lounge have a lot of strength on a lot of heroes, so you shift a ban away from one character, you put it somewhere else, well, then there's just going to be another threat popping up.
Dan, this just gave me a thought here with Pocket going a little bit later in the last draft, and maybe both teams saying, oh, it can be let forward. You talk about comfort picks, and Ido may have looked really good on the holiday back in game 1, but you know what Ido historically looks even better on? The Pocket.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's definitely an option. The thing that's curious to me is where Lord NM goes, because I think he's had the most lack of comfort so far, and I think that's been interesting because we just got the Silver versus the Lash, so I'm curious how that will actually play out, and also whether Viper fits in all of this now, because that, you've now unleashed this Viper pick that's like, hang on, Viper, especially with the Bebop, seemed extremely effective. Is this something that needs to be attacked in the draft now?
Well, we'll see. I mean, also for melee creeps, Viper has been a huge benefit to them when Fishcake has been able to play it, but I believe the draft is ready. We don't have to sit here and fill for that much longer. We can just get directly into it. So I think. I say this and then it's just like, I'm left hanging.
Yeah, we'll just generally keep things moving as quick as we can, of course, given that we're going pretty deep into the night here. And for the players too, of course, they're playing pretty late for some folks who may be on the East Coast of the United States. A lot to play for in this one, right? A lot of pride on the line, especially for FPS Lounge, who came in today as the favorites, have had to kind of claw their way back into the series. But with 2 subs in melee creeps right now, I do feel like they should be vulnerable here in the game through, with FPS Lounge showing such a dominant game too. I think this is kind of their series to lose. And so for them, the draft is really important, just to not kind of toss it away now, right? Just to give yourself a good, stable setup going into this decisive game 3.
Dan,
surprising. Yeah, go ahead, CP.
I was gonna say, imagine the storyline where we were kind of meeting. It's like, dude, why can't you get a replacement keyboard? You've had hours. If whatever, had the call a friend lifeline, and then at the last moment, it's just like, Do is here. Do has a replacement keyboard. I don't think that's gonna be the case, because I think it's too damn late unless Do is on the West Coast. But theoretically, there was time to get another keyboard.
There was time. I mean, to be honest with you, I gotta say, I've always had spare keyboards. Like even like when I was like living at home, and like it was like 2005 or something, I'm like, I always had a spare keyboard, so I don't know, for me this situation wouldn't happen, but
Jake, you can attest.
This is a lesson for Duke.
Jake, as someone that's been in esports a long time, and maybe this is the case where Du is like brand new to the esports, but over your career as both a pro player and a caster, how many free keyboards would you say you've received over the years?
Actually, last year I finally went through my box of old gaming gear and like sold a ton of mice and keyboards that I had just had in a box for years. I had like unboxed final mice, I guess, that have like appreciated in value since I bought them. Like, I was like, wow, look at that.
But you bought them. You weren't giving them for free. Just to be clear, this was part of the buy.
No intention of speculating on any of it, but somehow, some way, some of those like the OG like final mouse have appreciated. I was like, that's great news. I sell them on eBay.
I was about to. I was about to ask Dan for his collection but the drafts are starting. But actually, Dan, like, how many mice have you gone through? In the last,
I'd rather talk about the collection than the draft.
There's a lot. I just wanted to do this whole like Boomer Esports story thing where like I played an international tournament, a CPL, which is like an equivalent of like, I don't know, like a really major tournament these days.
I remember the CPL actually. I'm just old enough to know what that is.
There we go. So I competed at CPL in Singapore, and I got 5th place in the 1v1, and I got a keyboard. So, I mean, the 4th place got like a few $1,000s, and then the 5th place, keyboard. So I was pretty salty about that.
What you had to do the StarCraft tournament back in 2010, where the 4th through 8th, 10 Bitcoin, you know?
Oh, dude.
He's probably worth $5 back then, but hey, if you just won that, if you got 5th place and just held, you'd be doing pretty good right about now.
Okay.
Looks like the ban change is going to be Billy over the Mirage, and FPS Lounge waste no time snapping that one up for Leffa.
So Dan, I was giving the question to you earlier. I'll bring it back again. Does Melee Creeps say, you know what, it's time, we're giving LeBron the ball? Does Ido play pocket in one of these two picks?
I think Ido plays doorman. I think that's probably what happens, right? Because he's still that go-to door. Well, maybe we'll see John pull out the gun doorman. You know, I don't know.
I don't think gun doorman is going to happen, but I don't think I've seen that in a long time. But I do think the doorman, they have flex options here. I don't think this is locked in, and they will grab the pocket. So that does make me think this is going to be a signature Ido pocket. And when you're going for broke with double sub, playing for the vibes, I'm kind of with this one, man. I want to see what Ido can do on the OG signature. We haven't seen this in feels like months, CP.
Yeah, I mean, we got it last week where you had like the full comfort draft. But aside from like last week, Ido and Pocket, they've been passing trains overall, you know, not quite connecting. But the Shiv comes in for FPS Lounge. And, you know, Jake, I'm thinking about things that have worked out well for Melee Creeps. And if I'm FPS Lounge, I want to take it away. I kind of would like the idea of taking away the Venator. They're going to grab the Infernus, grab that away from League. But I think for Melee Creeps, I feel like there's hidden pressure here to grab the Ven, because even in the game they lost, I still feel like Venator is, you know, such a comfort pick for John that if you're FPS Lounge, I think you want to take it away, or more controversially,
they might really want
take away the silver.
Yeah,
like
the Viscous is too good to pass up here with 3 basically like debuff focused heroes already picked from FPS Lounge. That reliable purge with Cube on Max is too much to give up. It's so good in this spot.
All right, so mid-stage bands coming on in. Calco gonna be taken out from Melee Creeps, and Dan, for me, I'm just rolling through here. Do you attack John, or do you attack the pick that Lord and M has been most comfortable on in the silver? Even though the first game was a little bit rough, if I'm FPS Lounge, I'm kind of thinking I want to maximize the ability to potentially get Lord and M on the Lash again. But instead, they just take down the Viper. They say, no fish cake Viper for us. Thank you very much. And Jake, to me, we've been seeing a lot of Venator 4th pick. I don't think that's going to change this time around.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would have banned the Venator. I think that would have been a great way to attack John here, especially with Doorman. I think has nice synergy with Venator. But maybe they keep go Geist instead. Interesting that they don't want to play Venator here. I wonder what about this draft makes them feel worried to pick the Ven. I don't see any obvious reason why.
Maybe
just scared of getting overrun. Yeah, he's like, give me something down. I mean, but the Drifter gets through finally past the second phase ban. FPS Lounge waste no time snapping up. This character has rocketed up the win rate in the last week or so. I think people have really started to figure out with some of these small buffs that silence on max AP Rend is really game changing, right? Just giving you a couple free seconds to hit before some counter skills can come out.
Well, the other thing about Drifter too, I mean, he is the master of trading, where he just runs at you, and even if it goes badly, it's setting up someone else to get the kill. We saw that on display from Buffendures in particular. But Dan, now it gets interesting from Melee Creeps. What's going to be the Lord and M hero, and is Geist going to be the John hero? We'll see. But with Silver locked in, I think we know what Lord and M is going to be playing.
Yeah, I honestly kind of wish that we would see John play Warden, because I feel like Warden's undervalued. He got some buffs. He was already like Zergy already proved that he's pretty legit. But okay, we're gonna get to Abrams. So Abrams Silver Geist is pretty chunky. One of the things that's really interesting, I have to say, about the Viscous cubes and so on, is that Drifter does have a pretty nice mechanism with the ult to prevent you from being able to save people. I think that's like another like part of his utility that makes him very annoying to play against.
Ooh, and Vindicta, another character that I've been liking in the meta recently. Cool to see her cutting in. I'm curious to see if this kind of tempo draft works out for FPS Lounge. Vindicta Drifter, these two characters you get ahead, you are going to have menaces on the map here.
All right, so now both drafts are complete. I'm going to start with Jake this time. Jake, you have to pick one of these two drafts in a vacuum. Which draft do you like more?
I think for me, it's easy. It's FPS Lounge. I think this Vindicta Drifter is really scary. I think both of these characters, very, very strong. People have already started to pick up on how good Drifter is, but I think Vindicta may still be a little slept on. I'm going to bet on the Snowball draft here. I think melee creeps have good tools into the late game, but I'm kind of worried about their ability to get there.
Dan, do you concur, or do you have a different take this time around?
Yeah, I'm a big Drifter fan right now, and I also agree about the Vindicta angle. I think Paradox has been also proven to be looking really sick today with what we saw from Xeno. So I love this draft from FPS Lounge. They even scored Mirage first pick as well. They got the Shiv, Infernus. I think this is like back to front, pretty nice. Maybe they're lacking some tank ability, but I think they have more than enough to make up for it in other tools.
Now, Jake, I think the other factor here to consider, and throw it out of the vacuum and look at who's actually playing what here, and I'll start with Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps still is clutching on a lot of historical comfort picks, things that worked well for them last week, but most certainly we're probably gonna have Ido doing a tour of duty on the pocket. We got Lord and M on the silver, and yeah, game 1 wasn't the greatest, but game 3 last week was incredible. Fishcake probably taking the Abrams here. I mean, you kind of have to wonder what Saya's going to be on, but Saya's done a lot on Abrams, but Saya also has done a bit on Doorman. Overall, think about what Melee Creeps is comfortable on and who's played what. Where John John's also had a lot on Geist. Do you think this is a comfortable draft for Melee Creeps?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I do think the pocket is always going to be one to believe in. I do think though part of the downside of some of these like heavier, tankier heroes like Silver and Abrams and Geist is that the Drifter's mark, right? It does damage based on your total health pool. So really heavy tanks can actually end up being super vulnerable to that. I think debuff remover is going to be at an absolute premium this game, pretty much for everyone on Melee Creeps. However, you kind of run into a point where you wish you could buy a second debuff remover, but you can't. Like if this many debuffs, sure, you debuff remove one time and then just another whole slate will come in on you. So I kind of think FPS Lounge have a scary draft to play against. Maybe the ultra late game, enough counter items come in. There's enough cooldown reduction on Cube to really batter through these fights. But I do like FPS Lounge. I think they're going to be able to be very proactive, which I think is exactly the way they want to play Deadlock.
All right, well, the stage is set. The final map is underway. Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. Who's going to take the throne? DDK and Jake going to be on the microphone. Dan, lead us to the finish line.
Okay, so super fun draft, I think, to finish off the night of so much Deadlock. I think, Jake, this is going to be very fun. I have really been enjoying Drifter's return. I think a lot of people were sort of wondering if his entire identity or kit should be changed. And I think, so far, of course, Yoshi and the crew have avoided doing that. Do you feel like the kit's kind of in a good place with where it's at?
No, I mean, I like that he's unique, I don't think it's it shows that okay, you give just a little bit of utility. I mean, he's so much damage in the kit, right? But just a little bit of utility, like the silence on only when you get max AP and rend, right? That has, I think, done a lot to change things, right? It makes it mitigates some of the counterplay. In the past, when Drifter gets ultra farmed and eventually builds silencer, it feels like a huge timing for him, but it just wasn't that realistic in competitive play. And now getting that off of an ability, able to play a little bit more on the low eco side, feels like this character has found a much healthier niche. Definitely exciting to see. And Average is going to be the one piloting at this game. So always a player whose instincts about the game are worth looking into. See how he approaches this one, especially since he sometimes plays high eco, sometimes plays low eco. It's a good hero for him. If he snowballs, he knows what to do with it. If he's relatively poor, I still think he can have an impactful game.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have the Doorman Saya pairing up with John on the Geist, and Ido indeed on the Pockets, Fishcake on the Abrams. So pretty classic, heroes. League on Viscous, maybe one that's more of a departure from the typical hero pool for League, but still League's such an excellent player. I don't think it's an issue at all. So could be fun to see kind of how this one matches up, but I would expect that the John Saya lane in mid should be pretty painful to be up against. Some good poke and good trading here that's possible with Geist and with Doorman as well.
They're dominating here in the mid lane right now. Even Lefa in real trouble. I doubt he has tornado level just yet. Is going to be maybe run down. The bomb is good. The lifesteal as well. The drain gets the kill, and John is getting just about everything in this lane. Saya happy to grab the finishing blow on that kill, but John's getting both side camps completely to himself. So I mean, that's a devastating first couple of waves for FPS Lounge in mid. Like, normally this early in game, I almost would ignore any kind of advantage, but this is the dream start for John and Saya, and considering how game 1 went, I feel like you've got to take that into consideration.
And you were saying that average is one to look out for. And I feel the same way about Low Main in terms of understanding how he plays the game. I think Low Main is one of the smartest players. I feel like in the North American scene, that's my personal opinion, as we see DMB get a kill into Lord and M there. And so with Vindicta coming back into the meta, again, I'm very curious. How does Low Main interpret how to get the edge or the most value out of this hero in this kind of composition that they're in at the moment? Because in the past, you'd even see more of a supportive Vindicta maybe in this kind of setup, like with Obikim and EU would kind of do that.
I mean, the interesting thing about Vindicta now, right, is instead of those snipe kills feeding you souls that you could put into support items and kind of like build a more holistic strategy around, now those kills are giving you like end game gun scaling. So I feel like this character almost has to be played as some kind of a carry, at least in towards the late game. And I do think there's problems with that in general, Vindicta just being so fragile. Pretty much no matter what you build, like, you're gonna die to a Phantom Strike in the late game. So it's definitely gonna be an interesting test, but as you said, I mean, there's no one more than Low Main I think I'd trust to kind of show us the new way on a hero that is just starting to find her way back into the meta.
So far, it's, what do you make of the lanes that we've got? I think, matchups that I think, there's definitely, I can see advantages for both teams. Just depends on kind of who's able to kind of get ahead and getting that first Guardian down.
I like that they put League and Fishcake here on Viscous and Abrams up against the Drifter plus Vindicta lane, but this Silver's just dead. 2 daggers in her. Surely there's a third. Okay, wait, the third misses. That actually maybe just gets her out, and the burn doesn't quite connect in time. So, okay. 1 more dagger connects. I think that is a kill. Ordinam going to be thanking his lucky stars, able to walk away from this one. And Ido on the pocket. We talked about him as a standard bearer. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen him on the hero. This will be a bit of a test for him.
Yeah, and Ordinam has to be sick of playing up against Shiv at this point. There we go. Kills found here. Low Main goes down as well as DMB. So some early kills for melee creeps.
Great start for them this game. This is a little scary when you're running Drifter Vindicta, 2 heroes that want to snowball kills. I mean, it's not enough to be really worried just yet, but that was a kill that felt like should have connected here onto Lord NM, and instead it goes back the other way. Lefa struggling in the mid lane. I mean, this Geist and Doorman are kind of running away with it. Saya and John, always a tag team that you've got to respect, and they're proving why. I mean, this tower's down to half. Geist is more than happy to keep that pressure on with the gun buff.
Let's take out Paradox.
Pressure on mid lane. Paradox does get a shot back the other way, but I mean, Doorman is just not giving any quarter here. Abrams ult over the top is going to get over the head of Vindicta, pull her back down to the ground. Some vulnerability now, no more flight available for Low Main, but some nice little wall bounces from him. Boost, corner boosting back to safety. Visca's gone for an aggressive build, fearlessly trading here into Average's Drifter, and knows that you got to stay aggressive here to keep this Drifter in check. I mean, this is not really a hero you can escape from. It's one that you just need to make scared of you. Dan, I think may need you to reconnect again. May have lost you again, I'm assuming. Unless this is the most dramatic of all pauses, as we see Ido's Affliction coming down. No really major profit from it, though.
I'm back.
He's back.
Amazing. All right. So Popper's died. I saw that before I had to reconnect, and looking like Lord and them having a bit of a better time here, looking for the 1v1 against.
This is a crazy dive. DMB. To the Walker, DMB, surely not. Oh, he goes back into the flame, gets reignited. A little bit scary with Lycan Curse off cooldown, or rather on cooldown, I should say. Ido showing up with the pocket is going to evict DMB from deep in enemy territory.
Had the confidence, knew he had the help was on the way.
I don't like that he's going to lane like this, though. He's no HP. Surely he's going to be in trouble here. That bleed is hurting here onto the Abrams. The snipe comes in. Here's another one. Low Main does not miss. League is going to pop the roll in close quarters, but that's just run for it. He tries to come out and finish off Average, but the darkness making it difficult to find those final shots. parries out, and that's going to be League's life. Nice little pickup for Low Main, and Average happy to profit with some stacks coming in. And yeah, I really don't like that. Lord of them came back to the lane with no HP. Like, of course you die to Shiv.
Yeah, definitely a pretty sketchy situation. Gets punished, and gives Poppers more of a lifeline back into this lane. So this is it can be problematic because they look quite strong in this lane right now as well. You can get some burst damage coming in. Wow, okay, so Ida really trying to force Poppers to respect him.
And Shiv has a ton of sustain in this lane, but even that may not be enough with guys showing up. Okay. Wait, was that guys? Am I crazy? What was that? What was that? I thought there was for sure there was an essence bomb. Was that just like the satchel from Ido? Sometimes just the two of them getting it done with a dive. They're just keeping the pressure on. Lord may have died in this lane, but he's right back in with full HP and now putting the screws in the opposition. Low Main here though. Big snipe kill onto Ido. Pocket so vulnerable to that spirit damage. DMB now desperately trying to get the distance away, and by a distance of inches, he'll avoid the teeth and claws of Lord NM. And as Lycan Curse ends, Lord NM could find himself in real trouble. Low Main misses a snipe, but still over into the top. Puts the dog on a leash. DMB is going to surely be able to finish this one off with another snipe raining in. And I hate to say it again, but I'm pretty sure it's happened again as action continues here in this third and final game of NA. Fishcake potentially also vulnerable. One more dagger should be enough, and it'll be shotgun blast from Shiv. And this game has been more than salvaged now by Poppers. He's kind of gotten back into the lead. Xeno as well. So all the farming tools he could want is going to bring that damage alongside Low Main, who's got a few stacks now on Vindicta to clear out this first Guardian. A big nuke of spirit damage comes in though, and Low Main annihilated here by Ido on the lane. Pays a price for taking that tower.
Yeah, the affliction onto Xeno too is going to force Xeno to be a bit more passive, but the tower goes down at least, so that's going to be some priority. We do have the 10-minute mark coming up as well, so the buffs will go with that. Ido looking to trade back onto the tower. Looking pretty good for this one. The shotgun still pretty solid. The cloak as well. And great to see Ido back on the old faithful of Pocket here as we see him running around the map and still
really
keeping the pressure on.
The step. Has some big stacks right now. I'm going to push it for more. Low Main once again getting these instant burst kills. Vindicta showing up in such a huge way here in game 3, still over the top. And Pocket affected by the darkness. Just can't possibly see these threats coming. Average picks up a kill, and that should be another Drifter stack. Going the way of AVG, who's got a pretty aggressive build with a lot of carry potential here. Skipped Stalker instead, went for slowing builds and K-Dash. So he's going to do a lot of damage in his own right.
Ooh. Lots of damage indeed, but able to get out. Maximum rage as well at the moment, so that's always helpful.
The snipe hits League. Easy gets out.
Low Main's a problem on this Vindicta. And they really want to take this mid Guardian down. FPS Lounge really looking for it. And picked up by the Paradox. Again, very common we see that they pick characters, getting the priority on that one. And mid Guardian still up there for melee creeps.
Stormman ult from Saya. Sets up a counter kill. AVG gets shut down for now. Good to keep this Drifter from getting too oppressive on the map. Nice little win for Ido, though. Has a bit of space here in the mid. Is going to clear these mid boxes. Actually, one of the more significant soul objectives on the map, maybe more than people realize. Like, if you get all those soul boxes in mid, I think it's like maybe 1,000 or so souls, even this early in the game. So it's a pretty significant reward, bigger than even like a large camp would be at this moment.
And it's like the invade pressure from FPS Lounge is definitely quite serious right now, looking to get this mid Guardian, and you also have a fight that's brewing between Xeno and also Fishcake. You're looking to take down Fishcake. Fishcake is really low. There's the charge to try to escape here, but is there? Yeah, okay, Xeno's going to be able to chase that one down. You've always be careful as well because those snipes are never too far away. Low Main also in the fight at the moment, raining down the fire as well. And it looks like FPS Lounge really controlling the fight here on this invade. They're pulling out now though.
Is that Affliction going to tick out Poppers? It's going to be close. Maybe just barely lives. DMB baiting the fight here. But it's so tough. You get kited around the creeps, bringing a lot of damage into that trade. And Lord NM can't outplay the opposition. DMB so tanky with this build. He is ridiculously hard to bring down, even for Silver. I love this build for him as a solo laner this game. He is practically ungankable, leaving the rest of his team free to just roam the map and look for kills. And when you're able to find kills with this build, that feels too good to be true almost.
Yeah, that's actually like a very... I like that a lot as well. I didn't notice the build, how tuned it was to just staying alive. Very, very cool to see. A lot of priority placed on the ult as well for setup.
Stalker's Mark goes wide though, and that'll get Lord and M back to the safety of the Walker. But you see, I mean, all these players for FPS Lounge there. It's actually just not getting a kill if this rotation is going to be potentially a little costly with so many players coming into the fight. Gives a little bit of wave priority back the other way, but now League finds himself potentially in some trouble, and there is the rift here. So in the end, FPS Lounge will be rewarded for bringing all their players to this fight.
Okay, so the fight here looking favorable for FPS already. Lounge. They got position. There's
really defensive pocket. Concussive, does it hit? Doesn't seem like much of a connection from that. DMB still strong in this fight though, and it's tough to stay inside of the zone. Lord M desperately wants to pop that Lycan Curse just to stay healthy, to bring more threat to the fight, but the damage coming in against him, the rift is secured here for FPS Lounge. Maybe more to be found on the back of this, as there's a lot of low players on melee creeps. Lomé would love to be able to pick up some snipe kills. There's going to be one. That'll be all he'll find in the fight. Does go down, but Popper's heavy HP here on the Shiv, and this is a playground now for him. He's free to run down these kills. Pocket Cape, caught in a corner, can't escape to that. Just tries to juke away instead, but all he's going to find is a little bit of extra damage before he falls. Another stack going the way of AVG, who's really started to rack them up now on the Drifter.
Yeah, making it look really good. Like this comp overall looking quite nice here for FPS Lounge, especially, some of this impact DMB is having. I think doing a really good job with that. Infernus, I've honestly really enjoyed seeing Infernus coming back into favor, being valued by everybody, and you're seeing like an interesting switch up on how the build works as well. Just a bit more focus on the concussive combustion, getting 2 points in it. I think much earlier than I think the last iteration of builds that was popular.
Oh yeah, I mean, the lifesteal you get on that concussive combustion can be pretty massive. You get a few players, it could be like a full HP heal, and that's on top of already being pretty dang tanky on DMB. So you kind of become almost more of a team fight hero than a late game carry, which I think plays really well to how aggressive it feels like this meta is, how many objectives you need to be challenging for early. Better position though is going to win the survival buff for John in this case. DMB picks up Spirit elsewhere, so he's going to be presenting some problems to Ido as they 1v1 in the side lane. But I think we're on the right camera here. Lomé has been involved in just about every bit of action we've seen in this game. Perfectly timed tornado from Lefa, baits the slam down on him and evades it completely.
Yeah, the grab at the end though from John. And just sending back these hungry FPS Lounge players looking to close the distance. And there it is. There's a snipe from distance. Lomé. What is that? Are playing at FPS Lounge's advantage. The snipes have been really nice. You've obviously got the Drifter as well. Seems like it can be quite a good answer. And the advantage starts to build.
Deep dive on the Walker. Looks like a big fight brewing. Saya's trying to get active into this. Has caged one in the Doorman ult. League as well getting into this fight, and they will be able to bring down Lomé. Just barely, but the Walker does fall. Lefa's really committed for that. Is he going to be able to play his way out of this? The door almost gets him out of trouble, but it becomes a bait. The rest of melee creeps there, ready to shut him down and deny escape. But in the end, 2 kills for a Walker this early in the game doesn't feel too bad for FPS Lounge.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Now, I wonder what's the next find is going to be here. We got some roam from the melee creeps players. You have a very advanced position, but we'll get the catch here. The bowler onto average. He is absolutely in no man's land there.
Thought he could punish this center steal, and instead he got completely turned on. Great awareness from melee creeps, bringing the numbers to back up that invasion.
Be careful here with these knives. You have John, just trying to farm with impunity at the moment on the guys on the left side lane, but is up against DMB. They're pretty much on par. I mean, slight advantage on the farm for DMB. And given DMB's items, I mean, I think it's such a great call out to that build, Jake, because if he's in that 1v1 battle against the Geist, it's going to be able to trade really effectively.
A little bit of greed here for League. So he's able to get away with it. It's gone for a pretty selfless build. The Trophy Collector is going to let him scale, and that's some pretty good damage, but healing Nova is the buy this game. Just really wants to sustain the team in the fight. A big affliction now, 2-man from Idol, but will it be enough? Low main coming into another fight on the other side lane. This one already has gone the way of FPS Lounge. They're wasting no time, though. They're pressing both sides of the map. They're going to pick up another kill, this time on John, who I just don't think expected that kind of a split map aggression. Full damage build here from low main, and I mean, he's probably got some serious stacks started to build up here on this Vindicta. This is a moment in the game you don't really have the counter items to deal with her. She's going to be a menace in these fights.
Yeah, looking for the catch with the charge, but was it all the bait? Because right now, Fishcake in trouble on the Abrams, is going to get cubed here, looking to escape. Able to cut line aside temporarily, but look at the damage bearing down upon him. I don't know if they can do too much. He's going to get caught out by the Drifter. Average comes in for the cleanup kill. And look how confidently they can just walk into the enemy territory there for that pickoff. That just really tells you the full story. Even though this is only a 7k deficit for melee creeps don't seem to have the ability to hold the ground.
Yeah, the shred is pretty crazy. So many debuffs, and the debuff removers are just starting to come out for melee creeps, but it's an item they need so desperately just to play the game. Will be a doormat ult on Drifter, but DMB is here on the other side, so as he comes out of the hotel, I'm just not so confident, but hold on, maybe the pin under the walker is good. He dodges the stun for now, put some damage back the other way, trying to just do what he can, but in the end, it's a good setup from Saya, kidnapped under the walker, John ready for the follow-up.
That's such a good pick to make as well. I mean, again, we talked about how FPS Lounge is starting to run away with some things. Nice grab, and in the meantime, though, FPS Lounge are happily picking up this rift. Is there a late challenge? There is. Diving onto position. Melee Crew seeing if they can try to steal this one. Push FPS Lounge off of it. Two players to one in the circle right now.
Need to be able to kill this Mirage off. You've invested in an Inflict into the kill. It's only Xeno holding the line as, okay, never mind. Poppers joins in, picks up one execute, has the refresh going, wants to find more kills. This Rift has been running for quite some time. The cube is going to block this execute, so Proppers loses the streak, but League so low HP, surely dead to right. Xeno will find that finish. Elsewhere, John is going to claim the mid walker, which was a nice prize, but the Rift and a couple kills go the way of FPS Lounge, giving them what I think is the better trade in this fight, especially if they're able to come back and pick up a couple of these buffs. Titanic Mag, the buy for low man, who's just specking all into damage now. I mean, Vindicta, we're kind of a long way until Fishcake or Lord and M pick up the Phantom Strike. There's going to be like 5 or 10 minutes here where low main is just going to be an absolute terror with no real way to answer him here in the melee creeps draft.
And it is interesting too, because the trade onto the mid walker, I feel like is actually really valuable, because having your last walker be the mid walker is really powerful, good position. But hold that thought for now. We've got the chase down. Average pull again here.
What a boot kick.
Kill to find. And there it is.
Into the Veil room, and that wasn't where he wanted to go. Great find. Melee creeps pulled 2 out of their hat. Those are massive kills to find. Look how long that spawn is. 50 seconds on the deck for Xeno. He's 2 farmed, and post 20 minutes, that's going to be punished, and a mid boss is the call. There's just enough players for FPS Lounge where it feels like they'll look for a contest, but it feels like that could also be throwing the game away now. In a match that was so well managed by FPS Lounge, they make one key mistake, and melee creeps are just right back into it.
Yeah, such good decisive decision making. Is there any attempt in? No, like you say,
I'm glad there's not, honestly. I think if they, in the end, giving up these rejuves is not that big of a deal. You still have the advantage. You're going to pick up a walker here for Lefa, who's going to be happy to get, especially after picking up that walker, having a few minutes to free farm here. See how they play against the rejuve disadvantage.
So there it is. I mean, this is one of the reasons why losing the mid walker is kind of rough, because it's much easier, I think, for melee creeps to kind of split push and macro out one of these sidewalkers. It's because, you know, it's such a big rotation time from side to side, even with the zips. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that dynamic kind of works out. And in the meantime, you know, melee creeps, they've only got their mid walker left, which is obviously now going to be tankier to deal with, and positionally is the more valuable one. So pretty interesting dynamic.
I will say, playing against rejuves makes the game plan for Drifter Vindicta far less straightforward. Like, you've been wanting to kind of like push for these aggressive kills, force kind of team fights, and trust that you're going to get the better end of those kind of skirmishes. But with rejuves, that feels almost impossible. It's like you really need to be able to stick around and stay for the longer team fight, which I don't think is really what this draft does. So it's a very big win for Melee Creeps to be able to find that team fight in the rejuves off the back. It's given them a lot of room to breathe, but now, of course, only 3 minutes on the rejuve timer is not the most to be able to find. I mean, they're just gonna be able to farm and basically equalize souls, but I kind of doubt that Melee Creeps get an actual objective off of this.
I see Shiv.
Yeah, very interesting moment in the game.
Let's take out Shiv.
FPS Lounge really trying not to give up anything at all. Now they're starting to get those waves crashing in onto their sidewalkers. Seeing what they can do to defend. Some deep push coming on through. Time bombs
So
quite
hard to push
helpful.
into this. They're gonna try anyway. They put poppers in the hotel, but this could turn into maybe more than Melee Creeps had bargained for here. Lomi gonna hold the other side. Insta kill onto Fishcake. Still a stack going for Drifter. And that Abrams isn't necessarily safe for more. Lord and M looks in. Gets Tornado, double Tornado, in fact. Needs a cube just to stay alive. Living for now in the corner, and Melee Creeps continue to bring numbers in this fight. They want to make some value after rejuves they've already expended, but they're all low down on half health, Dan. I don't like their odds. I think they feel the same way. They're going to back off and think that maybe half of a Walker is enough damage here.
Kind of seems like the damage output disparity is problematic for Melee Creeps to siege. And there's another rejuve crystal going almost all too easily here. Popper's looking to potentially chase that one down. He'd love to do it, but not going to happen this time around. And it seems as though, yeah, able to kind of keep the game in an even place, our FPS Lounge. But with that said, even at even souls, it feels like they just are more threatening in the fights.
Yeah, I do think Melee Creeps, though, I do think as this gets later and later, I kind of like their odds better and better. Viscus is, I think he's close to max cube now if he doesn't already have it on League, which will be a really significant moment, especially as it comes to like mitigating a lot of these debuff based damage sources. However, Lomain picks up Blood Tribute. I mean, he's looking to peak here and now, Dan. I really think FPS Lounge want to put the pressure on. This is a key moment. Melee Creeps, they have to defend this mid walker, and the fact that they have is, I think, kind of keeping them out on the map in a really important way in the game. But, oh, desperate AVG trying to get it is instead going to get a charge to the face. Heavy melee finishes the job. Saya with the final shot to clean it up. But FPS Lounge, they've been so good at punishing so far in this series, but this time doesn't seem like they get a single thing. AVG just goes down for free.
Yeah, AVG having, I think like 3 times now we've seen him getting caught out, which is really unfortunate for him. Having to sit, just, you know, waiting for the respawn for quite some time. And now, you know, this is a great player, Lord and M, to be able to pick up this urn here. And I don't really think there's going to be anything to stop this, really, although the Rift actually coming to the urn position is interesting. The wave priorities against them at the moment. There's no
Saito getting ganked. All 6 players for FPS Lounge on the other side of the map. They're trying to make something out of it, but
yeah,
they don't find anything. I think Ido scouts them out and slips away. Really well done by Pocket here. And FPS Lounge are trying to make something happen with only 5 players alive and don't really come up with anything.
They go for the challenge now, though. Lefa is on the lane proper. He's got some distance now. Everybody coming across, leaving just DMB on the Infernus out of the fight at the moment. And I don't think Melee Creeps want to challenge this one. They don't have people in position. There are a couple players, though, and the Baroness comes on through as well. That might actually be a pretty helpful. Nobody's in the circle.
And they're able to finish it. Instead of killing the Shiv, they just kind of block him out for a moment, and the mobility is not nearly enough. Everybody ready as he exits the Baroness. Now a big wave of troopers. Surely this will be enough to take that Sidewalker, but I think more important than the Men in Black is Popper's down. I mean, you don't have to worry about the threat of the counterpunch from Shiv. Although they're not actually going to commit. They just say, I mean, we've used enough, and we're not going to try and siege that Walker. Kind of wish we would have seen Melee Creeps go for a fight there. Maybe just too worried about the threat of a team fight going against them. The FPS Lounge having such strong tools to rotate in. I feel like we haven't seen Low Main able to activate as well as these team fights now trend toward the higher number counts as we get towards the later in the game. I'm kind of getting worried that FPS Lounge may have missed their timing, Dan. I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but I think Melee Creeps have not only taken the sole lead, but a bit of an advantage in the bigger strategic game as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an argument to be made there. You know, maybe being a little bit too passive, letting your best chance go. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Mid-boss is coming up in 30 seconds, and that might also be part of the calculus in playing more defensively. and not wanting to take risks. But at the same time, again, you kind of come back to that decision point where it's like, well, not taking a risk is in of itself a risk, you know, of some degree. And there's actually quite a lot of farm left up on the map on FPS Lounge's side to be farmed at this point as well. So there are things to do.
I mean, the damage of Vindicta is pretty bonkers on this build. I wonder, is he going Vamp Burst next? I mean, I feel like he might, given that all he's gone. He has insane raw damage from the stacks. He's just building crazy amounts of attack speed and Titanic Mag as well. I really want to see what this Vin can do when she's able to actually just lay that damage in. She has to play so careful because she's going to be public enemy #1 with that much damage and that little tankiness. The melee keeps kind of trying to bait them into a bad situation, you know, trying to pull the fight closer to their walker. Xeno looks like he's going for that same max bomb build. It's going to be pretty scary to challenge him on objectives, but with Doorman available, feels like you'd always have to give the edge in that kind of a fight to the melee creeps.
Average looking for the catch now, but so deep, it's very, very quick to get back to base and safety. But really trying to find something here. FPS Lounge must, or really want to create something. Concussive combustion out of the hotel.
Oh,
A lot of range on that.
Trouble. Could just get popped on this one. The concussive wasn't expecting that. He's coming out of the Baron as a flick though onto 3. That could be more than enough. Can melee creeps finish the job? They're all low across the board. This isn't easy. They can't slip out to the door. The tornadoes locking them down. Still, 2 players from FPS Lounge out of the fight already. The Affliction doing its deadly work. DMB drops as well. And Ido gives his life for the cause, but it turns out to be well worth it now. Even he potentially is going to get run down here. Takes a big splatter. The punch out can't get him out of the TP though, so he will be able to slip away to the other side of the map. And mid boss though could be a look. I mean, melee creeps, you've gone 1 for 3. They're going to be very happy with the way that fight went. And yeah, they're just making the beeline to this key objective. They know that they've taken the lead now in this game. Viscus is built towards some of these key items. That disarming hex really going to mitigate some of the threat from low main's Vindicta. And FPS Lounge find themselves in real trouble. Another rejuve that I don't know that they can contest. It could be just another clean 3-0 rejuve for melee creeps.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do. There's very little available here. I mean, I'm going to try to do something. There's a big swap, but
what does it mean? I mean, you're committed. You're committed into a triple rejuve. Yes, you drop 1 rejuve out. Okay, and a second is found, so good finds from Xeno. I think well worth his life here, but still, the cost is exacted. They're able to leave with 1 rejuve is going to be more than enough, maybe, for melee creeps to progress this game.
I mean, if that's what would come in maybe half a second sooner, might have been able to pull some steals there, but this time not quite as fortunate as the previous game where we saw that actually work out for them. But still, you know, not dead just yet. Not dead just yet. Although once the Rejuve Crystal's still available, I feel like it does make a difference though, especially with the lead. You know, 25k is not crazy of a lead. Like, you still have to respect your opponents in the fights. However, you can see that not allowing the urn to get turned in, rallying around it, melee creeps looking to block it. We'll see if Lefa decides to go all the way.
Definitely enemy territory, especially with 2 players dead and a rejuve on the other side. Melee creeps will not give that one up for free. Absolutely going to challenge and even going to look to siege the walker on the other side of the map. DMB gets afflicted. Ido goes deep for the dive and he finds that kill. Big one to connect on. 70 seconds on the deck for Infernus, and this could easily turn into a base push. It may just be 1 rejuve, but melee creeps may not even need that rejuve. They're strong in their own right now.
This is really dangerous right now for FPS Lounge. I'm trying to sort of think of what they'll be able to do here. What are the win conditions for them to get back into this one? They don't have, you know, other than Xeno, like super easy setup, I suppose, for initiating a pick. And there's the swaps as well. You know, it doesn't have like the range of like a hook, for example, and you don't have like the mobility of like a lasso where you can kind of get in, jump out of the way, and really abduct someone. So it just feels hard to engineer the kind of pick that FPS Lounge would need to try to find a way back in. Or do you disagree, Jake?
No, I think this draft is like one that needs to snowball the game, and this is the second mid boss that has gone 100% in favor of melee creeps. That's not the game you want it to be in FPS Lounge. They want it to be ending with the second rejuve. Instead, they're trying to just stay alive and stay into the series. I think once this Abrams, I mean, he's got 4 actives. I feel like a Phantom Strike will be a very good buy this game to shut down low main in particular. so he may maybe selling something like the slowing hex at some point this game. But I mean, this is Melee Creeps, I think, with a better late game draft, able to just freely farm the map. They are in no hurry to end this one, and FPS Lounge, I don't see how they can change their fortunes in the short term.
Very tough indeed. Both buffs secured as well, of course, and just makes things even more threatening. Rejuve runs out, but map is being sucked dry of souls by Melee Creeps, and there's a rift. So
it's a big comeback rift. I feel like this one could actually be scary if Melee Creeps do try to contest it. But for FPS Lounge to even walk up into the rift is itself a risk, right? Like there, you're absolutely going to be called upon to earn your place in that kind of the map. You're not going to be able to get it for free, as Fishcake lurking, looking for an opportunity to get a pick before the fight begins.
I think you're right, Jake. You know, this is really a moment for FPS Lounge to have a fight, to have a chance at a fight. Melee Creeps, they let it go.
Charge miss this time.
It's gonna whiff.
They're looking to fight off of the rift. Lord and M preventing the finish though on the rift, but yeah, doesn't want to stick it for long. Now that Resist is off the field, this is a heads up fight with a 30k soul advantage. Arguably more in terms of what's on the map. FPS Lounge just want to get back to the spawn. The Drifter ult trying to cover the retreat, but DMB won't be so lucky. Infernus is run over here. Lefa keeping the pressure on the map here. Is going to shove in mid lane, maybe try to take down this mid walker. Has to just Traveler away though. Knows that he won't actually be able to stick around long enough to do meaningful damage. And I mean, losing Mirage here would be devastating. I think it would probably lead to a major base siege. And maybe the DMB kill is actually good enough. Like once you fix this map for Melee Creeps, Phantom Strike online now on Lord NM, and I feel like you've got the tools you need. I think this Vindicta is falling off. She's kind of past her prime in the game.
Yeah, such a tough position to manage. And you kind of look back to that point where you were mentioning, oh, maybe this is the best chance gone on the window to take an attack against Melee Creeps. Maybe that window's gone. Kind of starting to think back to those moments now, Jake, now that the lead is just continuing to expand for Melee Creeps. And FPS Lounge kind of find themselves in a similar spot where, you know, they are just having to try to find this like perfect fight, but like no fight is going to be close to perfect.
Contest over the bus might be the best they can do, but a great initiation comes in. Hold on the Tornado. Evades a lot of the follow-ups, picking up a ton of these players. Vitality buff picked up by Xeno in the chaos. Mirage, though, completely out of tornadoes. You can tell Melee Creeps know it. They're hard focusing this kill. They want to shut down Lefa, preventing him from continuing to apply those debuffs. Melee Creeps swarming over the opposition. Second kill is found. League somehow still alive here on the Viscous. Shiv, though, started to dash through them. Picks up 2 counter kills of his own. Hold on, there might just be a shred of a chance here, but John, always the reliable one, still healthy. Full stacked on Berserker, full stacked on Spellslinger. This is not someone you want to challenge. Lomain and DMB, I mean, look at Lomain. He is in enemy territory here. Finished off by Saya. And I think he can, John can clear the base easily on his own here. More than farmed enough on the guys. Up to nearly 50k here for him. Wow, you really feel the plated in this kind of a trade. Concussive is gonna hit, actually. Hold on, guys. Could be in trouble. Does not have swap. Colossus comes out, but yeah, with the Ignite coming in, this is a good call from DMB. He finds this catch. And with the rest of Melee Creeps trying to greet it up and do the mid-boss at the same time. Maybe they've overextended themselves. Maybe they've overplayed their hand as they're trying to take this mid-boss. May have lost you again, Dan.
Yeah, Dan is not here, and it's right at this point here, Jake, where it's come down to our Melee Creeps. They split things off.
Oh,
they
this
go
is
for
crazy.
mid-boss, and we'll see if there's a contest coming in for FPS Lounge.
This is the best chance they're going to get in this game. They know it too. It's a desperate one. Affliction comes in. It's only on to Lefa. Here come the parry game. So crucial. This is for all the marbles. Rejuve's 2-1 in favor of Melee Creeps, but the kills maybe going back the other way. These FPS Lounge players still strong, fighting well in the pit, still holding on to that final Rejuve charge. It'll be DMB to make use of it. Lefa now has to just play off his own wits. Is going to go down for 80. A refresher to Affliction once again, but it's only on to 1. This could be FPS Lounge's way back into the game, but they need more kills off this fight. They need to shut down this idle pocket. Pick up some more stacks for Drifter. They may be able to find him, but they know they can't go over aggressive here. They can't force it. They have to let the fight come to them.
A very challenging position here. FPS Lounge, as you say, the urgency is upon them here. They've got to try to find the value. Can't allow escape, and Lord and M's going to go down. Only 2 players up here right now for melee creeps, so absolutely opportunity to take down this walker. They do have a wave crashing against the left side of their base at the moment, so they're going to be cautious about that, but for now, they're going to be able to get a lot of damage done. Maybe even get the base guardians off the creep push on the right side of the map as well, because you've got John coming straight back off the zip, looking to try to punish.
I mean, John John's going to be kicking himself for that feed. I mean, dies a DMB, solo pushing the base. I said he could get it done on his own, but maybe wasn't expecting like the disarming hex out of DMB, and not an item I almost ever see bought on Infernus, but it means he can win that 1v1 against Geist when Swamp is down. Turns it around for the best team fight we've had in a hot second for FPS Lounge. Couple Divine Barriers get bought. Ido's Afflictions now going to be kind of called into question in terms of their effectiveness. I really feel like
The doorman's missing.
I still think Midgraves have a better late game, but I'm starting to kind of question that analysis after one major team fight that put a lot of farm in the pocket of this Mirage and Infernus. Doorman is going to get most of these last hits off the Baroness Hotel kidnap. And Leva's actually wants to force the fight. He wants to help out his buddy. Tornado's back for now.
Lives on the roof.
May have done enough to just get ABG out of trouble.
Yeah, this game becomes very interesting right now. Obviously, still a good advantage on souls for melee creeps, but they've got to respect this. All the ways pushed against them at the moment as well. Lots of farm on the map here for FPS Lounge to very quickly gobble up so that they can start to maybe even out the situation a little bit. It'll certainly be helpful. But the question is, what's going to happen with this next mid boss? I mean, right now there's actually quite a bit of time until that mid boss is going to be coming up. So there's some real opportunity here for FPS Lounge to farm and to recover. And once that's all said and done, Jake, I mean, the difference in souls, yeah, there'll still be an advantage for melee creeps, but it will be significantly different than the game state we had before. It's going to be marginal of an advantage.
Yeah. Unstop's a really nice buy for Drifter. I think that's going to let him be a lot more effective now in the late game team fights when there's so much control thrown out across the board. I think with a couple of Divine Barriers now, like some of the tools to answer the melee creeps late game have come out. I still favor them, but I think, especially in this game state when there's no real objectives on the map and it's kind of, people are more likely to split and farm, maybe this Drifter Vindicta can come back into the limelight and show us a little bit more of an effective setup. Swap just barely misses here onto John. Happy to slip away. I mean, would be a pretty brutal kill regardless. Like, I don't know if I necessarily believe in your ability to initiate on Geist here, especially with Viscous behind, but everyone looking for the better side of these trades. Double buff does go the way of melee creeps. That'll be a nice little feather in their cap.
Things feeling quite tense here now. Final map of this series.
Look at this bullet
all
resist.
The way.
He's got metal skin, bullet resilience, warp stone, and plated on Geist. He is ready for this low main Vindicta damage. And honestly, I think that's really wise because even Vindicta, like if she just gets that few seconds to free fire, she will kill just about anything. But maybe with that level of investment, even she won't be able to get damage through. Nice play from Lepa. Tornadoes to protect himself while he's travelering out.
Vindicta's on the roof.
Looking to get a free rift for FPS Lounge.
It's a lot of souls, man. 7,500 souls.
Let's go blue.
Man, that's going to feel good.
I do feel like there's a bit of a macro advantage when FPS Lounge are able to completely split the map wide open and split up across the board. Poppers is put in the doorman ult, but there's a darkness also popped in mid. Even Saya getting a little bit low. So also cheat death to play with, but he's kind of getting harassed down from multiple angles here. Average in DMB takes some big hits up top though. Seems like that's where the main fight is breaking out. Scourge on the Abrams overwhelms the Shiv. Crucial to be able to shut him down early. Same for AVG. A lot of these chase down heroes now off the field, and melee creeps may have done enough. Maybe breaking through this series, bringing it back after a brutal game 2. Lord NM has also shown us something much more solid here on the silver. Eats Lefa alive, and with mid-boss spawning, okay, Xeno finds a kill on Desaya, but how much does that really matter? Map completely in control of the melee creeps. They can do mid, they can go for the patron drop as well.
Yeah, one very, very quick effort, but unfortunate for FPS Lounge, Jake. I think they just got caught out of position. Like they were just staggered into the fight, and it just created a perfect scenario for melee creeps to just snowball it and make it look extraordinarily easy. And right now, there's problems. There's even pressure being put on the base already. Maybe Lord and them getting ahead of himself a little bit will fall a bit off of that one. And I need to once again initiate the attack siege with the rest of the team. Now as they secure all the rejuves, and again,
oh no, not this kill to DMB. Oh, Ido, that should be game. That kill on a DMB is crucial. There's not going to be anyone to stop the Shrine Siege, so guaranteed patron drop. And big buys also coming out with the triple regen. This just feels like too much weight for FPS Lounge to get out from under.
Yeah, this is not really looking all that doable at this point with the 3 rejuves. And there's gonna be 5 players up here to contest with some melee creeps, and 3 players still on the deck as well. Gotta wait some extra time for Left to get up.
He's not gonna be up. The question is, do melee creeps want to rush this? They may have a lot of souls to spend, so yeah, maybe wise to go back and get one last buy. Ido is filthy rich right now in pocket, almost 70,000 souls, running out of 6Ks to buy. And it just feels, now that this split map roaming pressure, like Vindicta and Drifter were roaming and dominating so well, and then eventually it turned against them. If you can't farm this camp safely, you can't do much of anything on the map. An attempt here made onto Xeno. Indomitable shield is good. The Vortex Web trying to catch this Paradox. They think better of hard committing on it, but they get a lot of unstops out. A lot of powerful item charges do come out. So Saya getting a lot with just a little there. The door mantle, great effect.
What has to happen here, Jake, for FPS Lounge to actually come back? I don't know. They're about to get sieged, so...
You can always win a base defense. I feel like that is always winnable. Average. Pops the Drifter ult. Silences... Or rather, blocks up on a couple players. Still a big 3-man affliction. It's going to be Divine Barriered off. At least the Poppers, but still ticking away on Lefra and Average, who are struggling to play into the fight, and the health bars just dropping now on FPS Lounge across the board. Into the fountain goes Lord, and this is probably the one way you can lose is diving the fountain, though. So, got to think a little bit carefully now. One rejuve off the field. FPS Lounge able to stabilize and reset, but the patron's just dropping too quick. You got to play in the pit now. You cannot back down. You need that invuln defend to resist. 2 players already off the field, and still rejuves remain. Melee creeps. Somehow, some way, with 2 subs, they bring this back in 3, finish the series, and they are just unbeatable, it seems. Despite what it felt like the deck stacked against them today, they deliver the goods with a signature Ido pocket performance, maybe the best pocket we have seen all day, and from one of the best to ever do it, I guess we shouldn't be surprised.
What a end to the finals. 2 of the 3 maps here in North America going over 40 minutes, a series for the ages, but it's melee creeps who end up on top. Doesn't get a whole lot closer than we got here, and man, oh man, Dan, I'm thinking back through Night Shift history, not only one of the longest days we've had, but some of the closest games we've seen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this was a great series. I think also if people missed the finals at EU as well, absolutely amazing stuff, and it's so cool to see the parity of these teams. And again, with the stand-ins as well, definitely a surprising ability to perform. We saw FPS Lounge starting out the day looking really strong, and coming into this series, we saw strength from them, but I think the resiliency of melee creeps has been really impressive, and the fact that some of the consistency of the performances we've seen in the face of I think like for me, Xeno was a standout today on FPS Lounge. Creating insane amounts of opportunities. I mean, I could go across the board. We've obviously had so much gameplay, and I could say a lot of great things about a lot of players here. But I think it just goes to show, Deadlock continues to get better and better the more the time goes on.
So Jake, I gotta ask here, of course, this was a game that went very much back and forth, but you talk about moments that define the game where it went from, whoa, this is close, to, hey, melee creeps is about to run away with it. What was the first moment for you where like, wait, this actually might be melee creeps' game?
I mean, the first mid boss was brutal. It was like FPS Lounge were in such firm control of the game, and then they take just 2 deaths. Xeno has a very long spawn because it's just after 20 minutes, and they just lose a clean rejuve back the other way, or clean mid boss take, and that, it feels like, is the beginning of the crumbling, because the challenge with this Vindicta Drifter comp is you can't really afford to make that kind of mistake. Like, you're so strong in the early game, you invested so hard into it, but you need to end the game. Like, you cannot let the game go ultra late into this melee creeps draft where everyone is scaling, everyone becomes a huge threat. You can't say the same about Drifter Vindicta. They just aren't able to have that same effect this deep into a match, especially at the level of play we're seeing here. Like, people just aren't getting isolated anymore. You're not able to force the team fights you want. Vindicta just goes down too early. She just can't play the game. With all the damage she has, doesn't really matter if you're dead, especially with somebody like Pocket. I think one of the most scary heroes in this like ultra late game. 70,000 souls nearly for him. Lord and Am able to just attack with fearless abandon into the back line. huge threat here in the silver with all of her resists, and the Scourge is just can't deal with her at this point in the game. And I think this is it's like, you know, this is small mistakes here and there, but they end up having big consequences because Melee Creep's consistently able to convert those comeback team fights into major objectives like the mid boss. And we just got too deep into the game for this FPS Lounge draft to function.
Dan, speaking of heroes that started to go wild from scaling into the late game, you take a look at John, the actual wrecking ball towards the end on objective damage, although, you know, nearly also led to one of the greater throws we've seen where, you know, Melee Creeps tried to be really, really efficient and go, John, you still push the base, we'll go back and go mid-boss, and it nearly led to a catastrophe for Melee Creeps where it let FPS Lounge back into the game. It didn't quite result in FPS Lounge winning the game, but, you know, that's a case where trying to go for max efficiency was almost max throw.
Yeah, that was definitely the wrong hero to be up against in that base. At Siege, I don't think that John was expecting that was going to be the impact of that scenario. I mean, that was kind of insane. It's not often that one kill can be so decisive in a swing, and there was genuine threat of the game kind of turning there. And I think, you know, FPS Lounge, if it wasn't so difficult for them to engineer those fights, like so much has to go right positionally, I think, with the comp that they have. I think just like Jake was describing with how the team scaled against them, and they're so squishy in the wrong ways that it's just like such a difficult thing. If you get caught out of position, you're just kind of dead, and that's kind of what ended up ending the game. But there was definitely a threat.
Jake, as we look at the stats here, obviously we had the eye test over the course of the game, but now that you have the raw stats in front of you, anything catching your eye here as whoa, that was more effective or less effective than you might have thought?
I really got to give a ton of credit to Saya in this game 3 in particular. I mean, one death, you know, sometimes it's not a crazy stat line, but in this game against Drifter Vindicta that were just like running your team over for minutes on end, for him to be so solid and steady on the doorman, I think is a huge reason that Melee Creeps have enough stats to be able to actually turn this game around. Like him and John having such a hot start in the mid lane, I honestly think if just a couple of those waves don't go as decisively in their favor, that Melee Creeps may not have had the gas in the tank to bring this one back when FPS Lounge started to develop that lead. So I look at this is the tag team. This is the Melee Creeps in a nutshell. Saya and John, the two of them together, having a crucially huge games here in this decisive game 3, as well as Ido reprising his role as the OG pocket specialist. Impressive result for Melee Creeps to win over a resurgent FPS Lounge with 2 subs in the week. They deserve this one though.
All right, and of course, before we send things off, we got to talk about who the MVP was. This is a tough choice that could have went to multiple members on Melee Creeps. But Dan, our MVP of the night, once more, it's going to be John.
Yeah, and I think in John fashion, playing these carries, somebody that has to deliver. And that's kind of the role, is that you kind of almost have to be the MVP to a certain extent, just because John gets all of the priority. And if John is not doing his job, the team will likely lose, as he's so connected to the win conditions. And so you know, we saw all these Venator games. I think the Venator Ivy combo was like a lot of fun to see. We saw that in this particular matchup, and John was like getting so far ahead in this game, and again, his team gave him the opportunity to do so, but John's going to get a lot more out of that than you know, pretty much anybody else. So definitely a great performance from him.
Also, got to give shout outs to those supporting the product. Right as the game ended, we had a $150 donation to the prize pool from Here's Sin Sloth. I believe that is the proper pronunciation. $150 to the prize pool, saying, quote, yay. Very much appreciated. Of course, all heading the player's way.
I mean, this series between these two teams is just rapidly becoming the El Clasico of North America. It feels like we always see these incredible matches between two teams with really different styles. Great to see John and Saya just have not lost a step. When the two of these guys are firing together on all cylinders, they are an impressive twosome to behold. And I mean, for Drifter and Vindicta, a strong start to this game, but it shows how potentially fragile a lead can be with these kind of early game aggressor heroes. Like, if you just let that one mid-boss slip against you, you kind of get deeper into the game, some, you know, powerful defensive items come out. Feels like you just can't keep finding those kills the same way you're able to do in the first 15 minutes.
Now, this is kind of a broader question, because you talked about it a little bit earlier. I think it's kind of interesting. You think about Vindicta and Vindicta's design, and, you know, in theory, you're a new player to the game thinking, okay, what's the, you know, power fantasy of this character? You know, how do you want to build it? And yet Vindicta seemingly has been in this zone here, Jake, for quite a while, where it's kind of like, okay, the hero's really good at, you know, snowballing you early in the mid, but the late game carry Vindicta is less of a thing, especially at the pro level. Like it's very difficult to get into that spot game mechanics wise, where maybe you go to super early Deadlock as possible. But what do you think can be done to get Vindicta out of the early to mid zone, or is that just where she's intended to be?
I'm personally not the biggest fan of the snipe scaling her late game gun damage. I mean, I think this is maybe only like, the reality is maybe it's fine for most players, because for a lot of players, right, when Vindicta gets really stacked up, they just feel like there's nothing they can do anymore, and she's just going to beam everyone down from the sky. But at this level of play, you can see how even with all those stacks, she's just never able to deal damage because she just dies. Like, she just gets jumped on and insta-killed by a team that is aware that, like, okay, Vindicta has a ton of stacks. We cannot allow her to live. But you start building the Phantom Strikes, jumping on top of her, killing her first in the fight. And then she just, like, you can have infinite DPS, but that's why we see the main carries right now being, Geist, Venator, these heroes that have a lot of damage and are also incredibly hard to bring down. Will absolutely fight back when you jump on top of them. Vindicta, if you get on top of her and like bring her down to the ground, she just evaporates. She like really can't stand toe to toe, can't get as much value off of lifesteal as a tanky or carry can. So I feel like you do need to kind of explode and use that gun damage to take objectives, end the game. But in this match, they're not able to do it, not able to get those crucially mid bosses to be able to progress things. So Melee Creeps hold their nerve, hold the line, and get the dub.
Well, Dan, we got a little bit of housekeeping to settle before the end of the night. And first of which is to go back and take a look at night shift history, where Melee Creeps able to win 2 in a row right now. So a new streak has begun. But it's been anything but easy. Back-to-back 2-1 games here in NA.
Yeah, the streak starts anew. I'm curious. Obviously, they had a couple stand-ins for this one, and I wonder if when they go back to their full lineup, if they'll lose the streak at that point. Just because I just feel like that's just kind of how it goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, this Melee Creeps team, I feel sometimes they're kind of like powered by the whimsy, powered by the vibes. I feel like sometimes they do their best when the situation seems darkest. Like, they look sick on the defensive spots in some of these games, and when, it seems like things are stacked against them. So we'll have to see how things go in the future. I'd say it's a little early to call it a streak. 2 in a row is nice. It's a repeat. I think you got to get 3 for me to be ready to call it a streak, but it is still 2 big wins, and NA Deadlock has been just about as competitive as we've ever seen it. So hats off to Melee Creeps for getting it done.
Well, of course, now we get to part of the show that a lot of people look forward to. We put it up here, and instantly it's off on social media. Of course, that is the hero priority. And I mean, a lot of familiar things this week relative to last week. A few of the things have shot up here by comparison. Apollo shooting up, a little bit more Ivy that we're seeing here this week. Obviously, Drifter, Calico making appearances. But, the interesting thing to me, Dan, as I look at it here, it does seemingly feel like we're settling into more of a zone where it is like pretty top heavy. Like, the heroes that were good were played in just about every game. And then there's a big gap between the haves and the have-nots when you look at how many heroes got 0 picks this week.
Yeah. This is definitely very new, I think, to see this. I don't think I've ever seen the priority look like this before, where it's so top heavy, and we actually have number 6 has nothing in it. That's actually kind of wild to see. So I'm curious, what that means for the future of some of these updates. I know that there will be some updates coming. I don't know how much the balance will be tweaked, but at the same time, I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing to have a lot of S tier picks that are in high contention, because that does also mean that the drafts, I think, can feasibly change quite significantly, making a lot more possibilities and opportunities available to the teams when they're going in the, to play in these big matches. So I don't know where I stand on this. I don't think that I'm not a fan of it. I'm not sure just yet.
Jake, one thing that's really interesting to me as I look at thinking about a hero that used to be picked all the time, even just a few weeks ago. But Rem died. His greed sickened no one today. 0 picks for Rem. And again, a pretty big change even going back just a few weeks to where it felt like we were seeing Rem just about every other game.
Yeah, does surprise me, especially with like how much spirit damage is in the pool right now. But feel like people are kind of completely straying away from the more defensive supports. Even Viscous, yes, as like Cube is an insane defensive tool, but the builds we're seeing on Viscous are not that defensive. Like, they're pretty much all damage. Maybe you buy like one of the healing items as to get your green investment spike, but for the most part, he's able to build pure damage as well. And it feels like the impact of that right now in this meta is everybody has to contribute damage, has to be able to fight for themselves in the brawl. can see, take a look at the prio last week, which was also top heavy, but a lot more spread like in the lower section. This week, a lot of agreement, it would seem, between NA and EU about the true top dogs of the meta. Doorman copping insane bans last week. This week, a little bit less bans, but I think he was able to win pretty consistently when he comes out. So always great to see Doorman. I feel like it's such a fun hero to watch in competitive play. But if he's too good, then he just gets permabanned. So, it's a bit of a balance.
So before we go off this page, quick follow-up question to Jake before we go to Dan on the item priority. But as you look at the heroes that got no love at all this week, do you think there's a hero here that maybe teams are ignoring just because, scrim metas get kind of stuck in their ways? Like, is there any one hero you could pick out of the zero category of saying, like, wait, no, actually, something should have been picked from here this week?
I don't know really. I feel like these are all heroes that, I guess it's like maybe Warden or Wraith, but even then it's tough competing in the carry role right now. And like Warden with his reliance, they kind of moved more of his power budget to the ulti, and I just think the Warden ulti is kind of crap. It's like too long cooldown. It's like when Warden is good, it feels like, at least recently, it's been when you just don't even care about the ulti. Sure, you get some value off it, that's great, but you're just playing for the hard gun carry, and that style was significantly nerfed. Like the ulti Warden, it's very exploitable. When ulti's on cooldown, you're not really a hero, and to invest souls into that is a little crazy. Same story for Wraith in a way. Like this hero needs to get ahead of the game with some really high eco, and if you don't, I don't think you can go toe to toe with some of these like late game tanks, especially in terms of survivability on Geist and Venator. Like that is at a premium right now with the level of aggression and nuking in the rest of the draft.
All right, Dan, final infographic of the night. Of course, it's our item priority. And overall, anything really surprising here? I think there's one thing for me that's kind of funny because the item got nerfed, but
right.
What jumps out to you?
Well, yeah, the Scourge one's interesting because Scourge is now is technically better if it's on a character that has like high spirit, because it has like spirit scaling now, right? So, and typically before it was built on heroes that maybe very tanky, maybe are more invested into the greens or the oranges. So it's kind of interesting because if there's more supports in the game that can like slap this on their tanks, that is super effective. So very interesting to kind of see that. I agree. But other than that, I think it's been interesting to see. I think I've been seeing it like a bit more like Mystic Shot. Rapid recharge, I'm actually not even sure why we're seeing like more of an instance of that. Is it just because we're seeing more Infernus and more Holiday? Because those are two people that really tend to buy it a lot. Or what the reason is.
That's an item that like I wouldn't even think about on this list because it's just more of a meta question. Like there's certain characters that just build this item. Like no matter what, no matter how good or bad this item is, Infernus is always going to be. Anyone with 2 charge abilities probably should always build this item. It feels like it's hard to get away from. I do think it's great to see Dispel Magic back on top. Debuff Remover, my beloved, returning to the #1 slot, even after the changes and the nerfs. It's just too good. Maybe also an expression, though, of the meta with Drifter and Infernus and Shiv being picked so highly. Everybody's going to want to Dispel Magic in games like that.
The funniest thing to me in terms of the list is the fact that I think the one item that just like goes up and down off the whims of the players. I mean, arguably you could say it's meta dependent, but also just feels like players like go back and forth like, no, we really love this item. Actually, is that we have had weeks in the past few months where Counterspell has been nowhere near the top 10, and then we have weeks like this week where it's like, oh yeah, Counterspell, one of the most bought items in the game, and the actual functionality of Counterspell has stayed relatively consistent over time. So the fact that you see Counterspell do this yo-yo back and forth to me is pretty funny. But gentlemen, we have come to the end of the line. Time for some final thoughts before we sign off on what has been a very, very long day, but full of great games. Dan, first thoughts from you. Any final thoughts on the day?
If everybody who watches goes and gets someone who doesn't play Deadlock to play Deadlock, that'll be good. Go and do that.
Well, twice as many people playing and watching Deadlock. Yeah, no, it's just great to see, the fan sport. The game is, I feel like, in a really fun spot right now. Just hopping on, playing a lot of games recently. I'm a big fan of like the split objectives. This is kind of, I think, what people were asking for a long time in the competitive scene is more objectives. And I feel like we see more interesting types of fights in this meta where we see more low numbers engagements, more macro pressure, some objectives just not getting contested because the resources are spread too thin. And I think that's just been a lot of fun to watch the best teams in the world kind of go back and forth with that kind of creative freedom in the game right now.
All right, well, that's going to do it for us here tonight. Also, a bit of breaking news. People are saying, I've gotten multiple DMs saying that this was Ranger's last game with melee creep. So, hey, you know, if that's the case, Ranger, good to go out on win. It's a retirement angle, by the way, not a got kicked angle. If that's the case, salutations to Ranger on ending on a win. But all that being said, this has been Night Shift 46. We went the distance. We saw some amazing games, but guess what? We get to do it all again next week. We hope you'll join us for Night Shift 47, taking place, same channel, same time, just 1 week from now.
Let's take out Sinclair. Baxter's side has your knife. I see the enemy. Let's take out Senator.
Holiday on top of the garage. I see Lash.
I see Lash. I see Guy. Let's take out Guy.
Destroy the Guardian on Greenwich.
Fighting back is
They're getting the horns out, baby. Let's take out Senator. I see Ivy. Let's take out Puppy. Council's on the roof.
I see Yamato.
may hurt.